Was it sleep paralysis? No, that couldn't be right. She was a ghost herself. If anyone was going to press down on someone, it should be her. Shung opened her eyes in frustration, only to see an unbelievably handsome face appear before her, without warning. As someone who deeply appreciated good looks and had seen many beautiful people, Shung could confidently say that every man she had ever met before was like a flickering firefly compared to the bright moon before her now. The man looked pure and clean, like a spring untouched by dust. His brows were finely shaped as if carefully carved, his eyes shone like cold stars, his nose was straight and elegant, and his lips and jawline were perfectly balanced, flawless in every way. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Seeing his new bride smiling at him in such a strange way, Jinnian froze for a moment. His long, slender fingers gently touched her flushed cheek. "My dear, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." Such an old-fashioned way of speaking. Was this ghost trying to play some kind of game with her? Shung's face turned even redder as she looked at Jinnian. The faint scent of wine lingered in her breath, and she didn't realize how serious the situation was. Though she grumbled inwardly about how old-fashioned he sounded, her hand still boldly wrapped around his slim waist. Her voice, soft and slightly slurred from the wine, carried a teasing tone. "I'm not thirsty, but I am hungry." The drawn-out note in her voice was like a little hook, easily tugging at the man's heart. Jinnian's ears grew warm for no reason. His long lashes trembled slightly, and his throat tightened as he stammered, "The kitchen has food. I'll bring you some." Shung, clearly quite drunk, thought he was about to leave and quickly pulled him into her arms. In a swift motion, their positions were reversed. Her mischievous hand rested on his chest, and seeing his face turn redder by the second, she said softly, her tone full of playful charm, "But I don't want food. I want you." Jinnian froze, his handsome face filled with confusion. This young man, pure in both heart and mind, had no idea what she really meant. He thought his little wife had simply been overcome by the wedding wine and was talking nonsense. Looking at the tipsy girl leaning on him, Jinnian sighed helplessly and gently pushed her back. "My dear, I'm not something to eat. Rest here for a while, and I'll come keep you company soon. All right?" Shung was completely caught up in the moment and had no intention of letting the charming ghost go. Like an octopus, she held him tightly. "You won't know if it's good until you try it," she said playfully. When she found something she liked, she wanted to keep it close. Not wanting to hear anything that might spoil the mood, Shung leaned forward and kissed Jinnian. Just as soft as she imagined. It felt wonderful. Meeting such a handsome ghost made her 25 years of loneliness in the human world seem worthwhile. Feeling pleased, Shung thought the spirit world wasn't so bad after all. But the young man beneath her, Jinnian, froze completely. His mind went blank, and all his attention was drawn to the warmth of her lips. His long eyelashes trembled slightly. His little wife. How could she be so bold? As if to prove his thought right, Shung, still dazed, deepened the kiss. Her hand, resting on his chest, moved lightly, brushing against him. Warm and firm. Oh, he even had muscles. Shung, too distracted to wonder why a ghost felt warm, gave an honest comment. "Feels nice." The young man's face turned bright red, his body stiff with nervousness.
"Dear,"
he whispered, his fingers clutching the blanket tightly, looking like a frightened puppy cornered by its owner. A strange, unspoken emotion stirred inside him, growing stronger by the second. "Hee, you look so cute when you're shy," Shung teased, unaware of the sudden change in his eyes. The next moment, the world spun. Before she could finish her words, Jinnian pulled her close, silencing her with a firm kiss. Shung let out a soft sound of surprise. Then, everything faded. She dreamed a strange dream. She had traveled through time and become a 16-year-old girl with the same name in ancient times. In this new life, Shung's fate was still tragic. Her mother died giving birth to her. Within half a year, her father remarried into another family and completely ignored her. Shung lost both her parents and was raised by her elderly grandparents. When she turned 16, they chose a talented and well-mannered young man as her fiancé. His name was Jinnian. He owned a house in the city and farmland in the countryside, and he was known as a gifted scholar. For a village girl like Shung, being engaged to such a good man made many people jealous. Among them, her so-called stepsister was the most malicious. She not only spread rumors about Shung but also tried to harm her and even planned to take her place on the wedding day. Fortunately, Shung had been cautious and did not let her succeed. When the red wedding veil was gently lifted, a soft voice whispered beside her ear, "I've finally found you." Nervous and shy, Shung looked up, only to see a pale, frightening face covered in blood. She screamed and woke up suddenly, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath as her heart pounded wildly. The noise woke the man beside her. "My dear, did you have a nightmare?" "Don't be afraid, I'm here," Jinnian said, sitting up and gently holding her to comfort her. For someone who had lived alone for 25 years, finding a man suddenly in her bed was as shocking as seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Terrified, Shung jumped out of bed as if burned, staring at the man in alarm. One look, and she almost choked on her own breath. Wait, wasn't this the same ghostly man from her dream? No, not just that, his handsome face was exactly the same as the terrifying one she had just seen. Oh no! She had somehow ended up in another Shung's body and had mistaken her new husband for a ghost. Her head throbbed, and she felt dizzy. She had only ever dared to admire handsome men online, and now she had actually shared a bed with one. Shung, you've really outdone yourself this time. My dear, what's wrong? Seeing her pale and unsteady, Jinnian looked worried. He stepped forward, gently supporting her and touching her forehead.
No fever.
Her face was warm and healthy. She didn't seem ill at all. Why did his wife look at him as if she had seen a ghost? Just last night, she had been so warm and affectionate, kissing his neck and praising him. Jinnian lowered his eyes, reflecting on it. As memories of last night's closeness surfaced, his ears slowly turned red and warm. Shung was an adult. After a brief moment of emotional turmoil, she quickly regained her composure. Looking at the worried man before her, she couldn't help but recall the foolish events of the previous night. Feeling embarrassed, her face turned slightly red. Secretly blaming herself for her impulsiveness, Shung pushed away the hand resting on her waist. "It's all your fault. Last night I told you to stop, but you didn't listen. I ended up having a nightmare and woke up scared." Before their marriage, the original Shung and Jinnian had only met a few times and weren't very familiar with each other. Since the original Shung had a straightforward personality, much like Shung herself when she was younger, she wasn't worried that Jinnian would suspect anything. Sure enough, after hearing her blunt words, Jinnian became so flustered that he didn't know where to put his hands. A wave of heat rushed to his head, and his handsome face turned even redder. His eyelashes trembled as he avoided her teasing gaze. "It was my fault. Please forgive me, my dear." Shung couldn't help but laugh. This young man was so innocent, it made her want to tease him even more. But her mind was a mess, and she wanted some quiet time alone. So she gave him a direct order. "Go make breakfast." "I'm so hungry I can barely stand." Jinnian let out a small sigh of relief, the warmth on his face fading a little. "Please rest, my dear. I'll make breakfast and call you when it's ready." With that, he hurried off as if chased by a dog. So pure and shy. Watching him flee, Shung clicked her tongue and flopped back onto the bed like a lazy cat. Her eyes moved toward the window, where the morning sun was already shining brightly. It was early summer, and the days were long. After rolling around for a while without falling back asleep, Shung got up, put on her shoes, and walked to the dressing table, still moving a bit stiffly. Rubbing her sore waist, she quietly made a note to get back at Jinnian later. His skills were, well, let's just say he still had a lot to learn. But his energy, well, that was impressive. Shung rubbed her warm cheeks and turned her gaze toward the bronze mirror, meeting a pair of bright eyes reflected in it. Almond-shaped eyes and soft features formed a gentle, lovely face that made people feel at ease.
So alike.
She touched her eyebrows and eyes, whispering to herself. To be exact, her features were exactly the same as her 16-year-old self from her previous life. If this face were a little rounder and healthier, even she might not be able to tell the difference. In her past life, she had been gravely ill with no cure, and when she opened her eyes again, she was here. But where had the original owner of this body gone? The last memory of the original owner stopped at the moment she drank the wedding wine, and then nothing. A faint unease rose in Shung's heart. Her sudden arrival and the original owner's strange disappearance made it hard not to suspect something unusual. Forget it, she was already here. She would take things one step at a time. Maybe after a night's sleep, the original owner would return. For now, she was healthy and alive, and every extra moment was a gift. The Shung family was poor and couldn't afford a dowry for her. The original owner had only brought 2 old summer outfits from home, both patched in several places. Shung changed into one of them, a soft blue dress, casually her hair, and opened the door to step outside. Unlike the shabby thatched hut of the Shung family, the Su family had bought this brick house in the city years ago. It was spacious, with 3 main rooms, a kitchen, a storage room, and courtyards in both the front and back. The central hall was the largest, used for meals and receiving guests. To the left, the front room facing the sun was Father Su's bedroom, and the back room was a guest room. Since guests rarely visited, the guest room was usually empty. On the right side, the front room was the newlyweds' chamber, and the back room was Su Jinnian's study. The Su family was small, previously just father and son, so the house felt roomy. Now that Shung had joined them, it still didn't feel crowded. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, Shung walked over. Through the open door, she saw her new husband standing by the stove. His wide sleeves were neatly rolled up, revealing a strong arm as he stirred the pot with practiced ease. From his movements, it was clear he often cooked. Handsome and upright, every gesture of his was pleasing to watch. It seemed less like he was cooking and more like he was creating art. Shung gently touched her rumbling stomach, looking forward to breakfast, and walked into the kitchen to peek into the pot. It was dough drop soup. No side dishes, no chopped green onions, just a plain, pale pot of soup. At once, Shung's appetite vanished completely. Sensing someone nearby, Su Jinnian turned his head and saw his wife looking at him with sympathy. Meeting his puzzled gaze, Shung looked him up and down, patted his shoulder, and sighed. "You're really easy to please." With such plain food, he still managed to grow tall and strong, with a well-toned body. If that wasn't easy to feed, what was? Su Jinnian paused, then said gently, "We used up all the meat for yesterday's banquet. After breakfast, I'll go to the market to buy some and cook something better for you at noon." Realizing he had misunderstood, Shung didn't explain. She took the spoon from his hand. "Let me do it." She took a bowl from the cupboard, scooped a little soup, and tasted it. Then she picked up the salt jar, tested the saltiness, and added half a spoonful to the pot. After stirring and tasting again, the flavor was acceptable, just enough to eat. It wasn't that Shung was picky. In her previous life, she had built a successful restaurant from scratch with her excellent cooking skills, so her taste had become quite refined. She wanted to add some green onions or chopped vegetables, but seeing none around and knowing it was too late to pick fresh ones, she gave up. She stirred the soup slowly to keep it from sticking to the bottom. Steam rose and blurred the air, making her delicate face look almost unreal, as if she might fade away at any moment. Su Jinnian suddenly felt uneasy and called out, "My dear." Shung turned her head.
"What is it?"
He came back to his senses, looked into her clear, lively eyes, and slowly relaxed his clenched fists. Handing her a clay bowl to hide his moment of panic, he said, "Father is awake. Should we serve tea first or eat breakfast?" As a new bride, she was expected to serve tea to her parents-in-law the morning after the wedding. "Let's serve tea first. The soup needs to cool a bit before eating." Shung took the clay bowl of soup, already comfortable with her new role as a married woman with a husband and father-in-law. After all, she had traveled through time, and last night, she had even mistaken a living man for a ghost. What else could possibly surprise her now? In any case, she had nothing to lose. I do feel a bit sorry for the original person. If only they could come back. I'll carry it out. You go wash up. The towel on the stone table outside is new. After serving the bowl of noodle soup, Jinnian picked up the clay pot and spoke gently to Shung before walking out. Shung paused, looked at the man's back for a moment, then smiled and stepped out of the kitchen into the yard. On the stone table, she saw the washing items neatly arranged. There was not only a brand new face towel but also a wooden cup and a toothbrush with tooth powder from that time. It was quite thoughtful. Inside the room, Jinnian was helping his father, Chunglin, get dressed. Chunglin was seriously ill and had to take medicine every day. The air was filled with a bitter herbal smell that lingered even with the window open. The old man, over 50, had graying hair and a sallow, thin face from long illness. He coughed from time to time, breathing heavily. Watching his son's gentle and patient care, Chunglin felt both comforted and guilty. Onion, it's your father's fault for being useless and holding you back. Jinnian carefully wiped his father's hands and replied seriously, Father, it's my duty to take care of you. Please don't say such things again. He had not been welcomed at birth. If his father hadn't insisted on adopting and raising him with great effort, he wouldn't be who he was today. Cough, cough. I won't say it anymore, Chunglin said, his voice trembling. He wiped the corner of his eyes with his sleeve and smiled warmly. What worries me most is you. Now that you're married and have a partner, even if I were to pass away, I could rest in peace. In the future, you too. Jinnian's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to comfort his father, a clear female voice came from behind. Father, you mustn't say that. If people say your daughter-in-law brought bad luck to her father-in-law, I couldn't bear that. And your son would also be criticized. Shung walked in, carrying a cup of tea in one hand and a pair of new shoes in the other, interrupting what sounded like a farewell speech. Her father-in-law was seriously ill, but not beyond help. If they could encourage his will to live and take good care of him, perhaps he could recover with time. Chunglin was still clear-minded and could understand her good intentions. His smile softened kindly. Ah, it's an cough, cough. Having you as a daughter-in-law is truly Onyen's good fortune. Shung glanced at Jinnian with a gentle smile and said, I think so too. So father should focus on getting better. The good days are still ahead for you. All right, I'll listen to you, the old man replied. Seeing how cheerful and kind Shung was, Chunglin felt even more certain that his son had married the right woman. This child had a hard life, losing her mother at birth and surely being blamed by others for it. He had to hold on and live longer so she wouldn't be accused of bringing misfortune to her family again. Watching his father regain some energy, Jinnian finally felt relieved. His gentle gaze fell on Shung, filled with unspoken gratitude. She truly was someone people couldn't help but like. The room was warm and peaceful. Shung served tea to Chunglin and presented a pair of shoes she had made herself. Chunglin took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier from under his pillow and handed it to her with trembling hands. Good child. Live well with Anian. If he ever makes you unhappy, just tell me. I'll make sure he learns his lesson. Shung smiled and replied, all right. Since Chunglin was weak, the young couple didn't stay long in his room. They went to the main hall to eat. Jinnian served 2 bowls of dumpling soup. Shung took one and asked, does father eat this too? Does he need someone to help him? Sitting across from her, Jinnian pushed a plate of scrambled eggs toward her. Father hasn't had much appetite lately. After I finish eating, I'll help him with his meal. He used to feed his father first before eating himself. This was Shung's first meal in her new home, and he wanted to make sure she felt comfortable, so he ate with her. Hearing his words, Shung frowned slightly. If a sick person doesn't get enough nutrition, the body can't recover properly and will only grow weaker. Not only did her father-in-law need better nourishment, but her own body, still in its growing years, did too. Her health had been poor. Her monthly cycle had come only twice in over a year, a clear sign of weakness and malnutrition. If she didn't take care of herself, it would be hard to have children in the future, and even if she did, it might not go well. Shung didn't care much about having children, but the original owner of this body surely did. Even if the original soul never returned, she didn't want this body to fall ill again and lose its life because of poor health. Thinking of this, Shung looked at Su Jinnian across the table. Seeing her expression, Su Jinnian thought she was shy, so he picked up some scrambled eggs and placed them in her bowl. Eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Shung blinked and said directly, "Do you have any money? I want to buy some tasty food after we eat." In her 20-some years of life, it was the first time she had ever asked a man for money, and she did it with full confidence. After all, she was completely broke now, not a single coin to her name. Besides, they were husband and wife. No need to feel embarrassed. The air went quiet for a moment. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Su Jinnian coughed lightly and nodded. "I'll give it to you later." Before his illness, Su Qinglin had worked as a small manager at the docks, earning 3 taels of silver a month. With some savings from earlier years, the Su family had lived comfortably, which was how Su Jinnian could afford to study. But after Su Qinglin fell ill a few months ago, all their money had gone to doctors and medicine. The wedding expenses had been covered by the money Su Jinnian earned copying books with his fine handwriting. Now, the family had little left. Only the house, a shelf of books in the study, and some woodland in the countryside worth a bit of money. Shung noticed the brief flicker of unease in his eyes and quickly understood the family's situation. She said generously, "When I start earning money, I'll take care of you too. Don't feel pressured." It was the first time anyone besides his father had said such words to him. Su Jinnian froze for a moment, then felt a quiet warmth rise in his heart. He smiled softly and added more scrambled eggs to her bowl. His handsome face seemed to glow gently.
All right.
Seeing that he didn't take her words seriously, Shung didn't mind. She finished the plain-tasting scrambled eggs in her bowl in one go. If you want a good life, you have to rely on yourself. Depending on a man would only lower her standard of living. Starting her own business was the only way. Su Jinnian didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing her eat with such appetite, he picked up his own bowl. Maybe it was just his imagination, but the soup tasted better than ever before. After a few more bites, he was sure it wasn't just his taste buds. He glanced at his wife, hiding the thoughtful look in his eyes. Could half a spoon of salt really make such a difference? After the meal, Shung took the small pieces of silver Su Jinnian handed her and headed out to stroll through the streets. Su Jinnian quickly stopped her. "My dear, wait a moment. I'll go with you." His wife wasn't familiar with the city, and there were often troublemakers in the streets. He couldn't feel at ease letting her go out alone. Shung thought for a moment and didn't refuse. "All right, go help father with his meal first." Su Jinnian carried a bowl into Su Qinglin's room, while Shung sat idly on a stone stool, looking around the small courtyard. The courtyard was less than 50 square meters, but it was arranged with great care. Several pots of flowers stood by the wall near the entrance. It was the blooming season, and the red, yellow, and purple blossoms made the place lively and bright. In the corner near the storage room stood a grape trellis taller than a person. The vines grew thickly, covering the whole frame. Clusters of young grapes hid among the green leaves. Above the stone table and stools stood an old osmanthus tree. One could imagine how fragrant the air would be when it bloomed. As Shung admired the view, a loud knock shook the gate, followed by a woman's strong voice. "Jinnian. Jinnian. Open the door." When the gate opened, a sturdy middle-aged woman stood there, holding a piece of pork in one hand and a plump hen in the other. Her face was fair, her features proper, and her clothes plain. The apron around her waist was stained with fresh spots of blood. It was clear she was familiar with the Su family and hadn't bothered to dress up before coming. Shung guessed she must be a relative. Seeing the meat and chicken, she smiled warmly. My husband is helping father with his meal. Auntie, please come in and sit. This body had been short on good food for too long, and the sight of meat made her mouth water. Su Tsuelian glared at her. What are you calling me that for? I'm Jinnian's aunt. She looked Shung up and down with a critical eye, her round face full of disapproval. So thin like a bamboo stick. You don't look strong at all. I really don't know what my nephew saw in you. Only her face was barely acceptable. Su Tsuelian grew more annoyed the more she thought about it, and her expression toward Shung turned even colder. If you dislike me, just say so. Why make it a personal attack? She glanced down at her chest. There was still plenty of room for improvement, wasn't there? Shung never wasted energy on self-doubt. Smiling sweetly, she replied, a sow may be good at raising young, but she still ends up as a dish on the table. We women shouldn't lower ourselves to compare with animals. Su Tsuelian was stunned, her mouth opening and closing without a word. Shung had no interest in arguing further. She took the heavy pieces of pork and the old hen. Father's health is weak. He needs good nourishment. I'll accept aunt's kind gift on his behalf. Watching Shung smile like a cat that had just stolen cream, Su Tsuelian's lips twitched. This woman wasn't just pretty, she was shameless too, not even pretending to be polite. And her tongue was sharp. If she ever quarreled with the neighbors, she'd never lose. Comforting herself with that thought, Su Tsuelian forced down her anger. It's hot these days. Eat the pork first. We'll cook the chicken in a few days. With a cold snort and her chin held high, she turned and walked into the house. Shung, delighted with the free pork and chicken, didn't care about Su Tsuelian's attitude. Humming happily, she placed the pork in the kitchen, then carried the hen to the backyard and put it in the coop. The Su family had once kept more than a dozen chickens, but after Su Qinglin fell ill, they had been cooked one by one to help him recover. Now only 2 hens remained, spared because they laid eggs every day. Perhaps Shung's gaze was too intense, for the 2 hens trembled and huddled in the corner. She called to them several times, but they ignored her completely. You ungrateful things. One day I'll make soup out of you. The 2 hens. Good heavens, they were chickens, not dogs. Who called chickens like that? Inside the house, Su Jinnian helped the weary Su Qinglin lie down, then carried the empty bowl of soup to the main room, where Su Tsuelian was waiting, her face full of barely hidden joy. Jinnian, your father's appetite has improved a lot. He must be getting better. Why not invite the doctor again? Don't worry about the money. Your aunt will help. Su Tsuelian cared deeply for her second brother, Su Qinglin. Seeing him finish a whole bowl of soup just now finally eased the worry that had kept her awake all night. The doctor came the day before yesterday and changed the prescription. Maybe the new medicine is working. Su Jinnian guessed why his father's appetite had improved, but knowing his aunt's temper, he said it was because of the doctor's new prescription. Heaven has finally blessed us. Your father has been sick for months, and now he's finally getting better. Moved to tears, Su Tsuelian clasped her hands and bowed a few times toward the sky. After calming down, she wiped her eyes and reminded her nephew, the county exam is only a few months away. Now that your wife is taking care of your father, you should focus on your studies and try to pass the exam to make him proud. Knowing his aunt's temper, Su Jinnian agreed softly, all right. He couldn't help worrying, though. Taking care of a sick person was tiring, and his wife was delicate. What if she became ill from exhaustion? Seeing that her nephew hadn't forgotten his father after getting married, Su Tsuelian's anger eased a little, and her voice grew louder again. All those girls I introduced before, weren't they all better than your wife? I don't know what charm she used on you, but you just had to marry that village girl who only looks pretty, but has such a sharp tongue. Su Jinnian frowned slightly and spoke gently in defense of his wife. Aunt, my wife is a good person. Father likes her very much too. Su Tsuelian choked for a moment, then said angrily, your father must be confused from illness. His eyes aren't working right. Su Jinnian. Was his aunt calling him blind in a roundabout way? Unaware of his thoughts, Su Tsuelian kept talking loudly. Forget it. What's done is done. Talking more won't help. I'll save a few pork bones every day. Tell your wife to pick them up from the butcher's stall to build up her strength. If she didn't gain some weight soon, her nephew would be hugging a skeleton at night. What if she broke from a little pressure? All right, I've got plenty to do at home. Tell your wife to take good care of your father. If you need money, come to me. After giving a long list of instructions, Su Tsuelian drained her cup of tea and stood up to leave. Her husband's surname was Zhang, and he was a butcher, well known in the nearby villages. Because he was honest in business and never cheated on weight, villagers liked selling their pigs to him, and townsfolk liked buying meat from a stall. On average, he sold 3 pigs a day, so Su Tsuelian was always busy from morning till night. As the aunt and niece stepped out of the main room, Shung suddenly appeared from nowhere. Auntie, stay for lunch. I'm a great cook. I promise you'll remember the taste for years. Su Tsuelian rolled her eyes, thinking he was just bragging. Take good care of your father-in-law. You could eat my cooking for 3 years and still not get tired of it. Without another glance at Shung, Su Tsuelian waved to Su Jinnian and left in a hurry. Watching her disappear into the distance, Shung poked Su Jinnian playfully in the side. Did Annie say anything bad about me? Su Jinnian took his wife's hand and smiled. She said you're good-looking and praised your cooking. She said your noodle soup was so tasty that father finished a whole bowl. Shung pulled her hand back and gave him a look. I believe the first part, but the second part sounds like something you made up. Auntie means well, Su Jinnian said calmly, repeating the advice she had given before leaving. Shung was surprised. Auntie wanted her to get pork bones from the Zhang family's stall every day to stay healthy? She really was a kind person. Next time, Shung decided she would argue with her a little less. Su Chunlin was fast asleep and didn't need anyone to watch over him for now. After locking the door, the couple headed to the market. Along the way, they met many neighbors. Su Jinnian introduced each one to Shung, and so she could get to know the people nearby. If he ever had to leave home and something urgent happened, she would know whom to ask for help. Most of the neighbors were warm and friendly, inviting Shung to visit and chat whenever she had time. As they walked farther, Shung could still hear people talking about her behind them. The new wife of the Su family's son is really pretty, but she's too thin. She needs to eat more. I heard her parents passed away, and she was raised by her grandparents. They didn't have much to eat, poor girl. She really is pitiful, but she's lucky too. Marrying the Su family's son was a good thing. Once he passes the scholar's exam, she'll live a comfortable life. After walking for about 15 minutes, they reached the lively market. 500 years ago, when the Grand Canal opened for travel between the north and south, countless boats passed through each year. Over time, Qingzhou became a bustling and prosperous place. There were many people in Qingzhou City, and villagers from nearby towns came early for the market. The long street was filled with noise and excitement. Shops on both sides of the road were open, and stalls selling vegetables and food stretched endlessly into the distance. In her previous life, Shung had traveled often and visited many old streets, but none of them felt as real and lively as the market before her now. For a moment, she realized that she might have to live out the rest of her life in this unfamiliar Great Wei dynasty, taking the place of the person whose body she now inhabited. The thought made her shiver. What's wrong? Are you cold? Su Jinnian had been watching her closely and noticed her reaction right away. It was early summer, and the morning air still carried a hint of coolness. Shung took a deep breath, pushing down the sudden unease in her heart. A bad smell just passed by. It caught me off guard. Su Jinnian glanced at the nearby stall selling poultry and livestock and nodded. It really doesn't smell good. He took her hand and quickened his pace. Shung looked at his calm, handsome face and, this time, didn't pull her hand away. They walked from one end of the street to the other, passing by the Zhang family's butcher stall. A crowd had gathered there to buy meat, so they didn't go over to greet the butcher and his son. Shung wasn't wandering aimlessly. From time to time, she stopped to ask about the prices of goods. The original owner of this body had rarely come to the city and knew little about market prices. After some quick calculations, Shung realized that the small piece of silver Su Jinnian had given her could only buy 50 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, or 200 eggs. Her spirits sank immediately. In the end, she spent 3 coins on a piece of tofu. When she saw stalls selling live fish and shrimp, she asked about the prices, but didn't buy any. They still had several pounds of pork at home. She decided to save money, where she could. On the way back, Su Jinnian said softly, "I'll work hard to earn money so you'll never have to worry about food or clothing." Shung shook her head. "There's no rush. Focus on preparing for the county exam in 3 months. A skilled cook never goes hungry," she thought. With her abilities, she wouldn't starve. Su Jinnian didn't reply, but he silently decided to copy more books when they got home and sleep an hour later each night. When they returned, it was still early. Shung rubbed her sore back and decided to take a short nap. She had been tired during the first half of the night and dreamed through the second half, so she hadn't really slept well. Now her eyelids kept drooping, and she couldn't find the energy to do anything. Glancing at Su Jinnian, who seemed unaffected despite working harder than she had, Shung felt a little upset. "Aren't you sleepy?" Su Jinnian thought she wanted him to keep her company but was too shy to say it, so he pretended to be tired.
"A little," he said.
Then he took her hand and led her toward their new room. Shung. That wasn't what she meant at all. Lying beside a man with such striking looks, Shung thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. But as soon as her head touched the pillow, drowsiness washed over her like a tide, and within moments, she was fast asleep. Su Jinnian slowly opened his eyes and quietly watched her sleeping face, a gentle happiness rising in his heart. This was his wife, the person who would share his life. Shung slept for nearly an hour. When she woke, the space beside her was empty. She went to the main room and saw the study door open. The man was writing at his desk, so she didn't disturb him and went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. She didn't think much of Su Jinnian's clumsy cooking and didn't want to settle for less, so she naturally didn't ask him to help. Seeing a basket of fresh vegetables on the counter, she knew he must have picked them from the garden: tender greens, a large cabbage, and a bunch of scallions. Shung picked up the knife and began chopping the meat filling with quick, practiced movements. Before long, Su Jinnian came in after hearing the noise and reached for the knife. "Let me do it." Without looking up, Shung said, "The rice is in the pot. Go light the fire and cook it." Following her words, Su Jinnian sat by the stove, added some pine needles to the firebox and lit them. There were only 3 people in the household, and the ingredients were simple, so Shung planned to make 2 dishes and a soup: stir-fried greens, cabbage with tofu, and pork meatball soup. Since Su Qinglin was taking medicine and couldn't eat anything spicy or strong-flavored, she avoided onions and garlic. But Shung had her own special methods. Even without those seasonings, she could make the food look, smell, and taste delicious. By the time she finished preparing the ingredients, the rice was ready. When she lifted the lid, clouds of white steam rose up, filling the small kitchen with the rich fragrance of freshly cooked rice. Even Su Jinnian, who usually didn't care much about food, couldn't help but be tempted by the aroma. He couldn't imagine how soft and fragrant the rice would be once it was cooked. From lighting the fire to boiling the rice, he had always done it himself. But this time, Su Jinnian couldn't understand why it smelled so much better, so good that he could hardly believe it was just ordinary rice. It was as if each grain had gained a touch of spirit, no longer just food to fill the stomach. Thinking of the noodle soup from that morning, Su Jinnian's gaze fell on Shung, who was standing with her back to him. A bold and ridiculous thought came to his mind. When the 2 dishes and 1 soup were ready, the rich aroma drifted through the doors and windows, carried by the gentle breeze in all directions. Even the neighborhood cats and dogs were drawn to the gate, refusing to leave. The stir-fried greens were bright and fresh, giving off a light fragrance. The cabbage and tofu dish was sweet and crisp, the tofu golden and tender, beautiful in both color and taste. The pork meatball soup was clear, with round meatballs floating on top, sending up thin wisps of steam that made one's mouth water. Unable to resist, Shung picked up a meatball with her chopsticks, blew on it, and took a bite. Her eyes curved in satisfaction. The meat was springy, juicy, and full of flavor, without any unpleasant smell. You should try one too. Seeing Su Jinnian staring at her, Shung thought he must be tempted as well. She picked up a meatball and held it to his lips. Careful, it's hot. The tips of Su Jinnian's ears turned slightly red, his gaze deepening as he opened his mouth and ate the meatball. Shung suddenly realized what she had done, her hand trembling slightly as she almost dropped the chopsticks. But when she saw the faint smile in his eyes, she straightened up inside. So what if it was an indirect kiss? They had already shared a bed. No need to make a fuss. Su Jinnian swallowed the delicious meatball and silently looked at Shung. His gaze made her uneasy, and just as she was about to grab his collar and ask what he was staring at, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he finally voiced that bold, absurd thought. My dear, are you the reincarnation of a kitchen god? The food was so delicious that not only was Su Jinnian completely won over, but Su Qinglin also couldn't get enough. I never thought your wife would have such skill. I've traveled far and wide, tasted all kinds of fine dishes, but none compare to these 3 simple home-cooked ones. Whether it was because his appetite had returned or his mood had lifted, Su Qinglin felt as if his illness was already improving. When he first woke up that morning, he still felt tightness in his chest, shortness of breath, and weakness in his limbs. But now, after speaking so much in one breath, he wasn't even out of breath, and his hands and feet could move a little again. Hearing his father praise his wife so warmly, Su Jinnian smiled slightly. I'm surprised too, he said. Although his wife jokingly claimed to be the reincarnation of a master chef, he knew she was only teasing. Still, her natural talent for cooking was real, just like those geniuses who never forget what they see. After a few light-hearted words, Su Qinglin reminded his son, tomorrow is the day your wife returns to her parents' home. You should go to the market early to buy some meat and 2 boxes of pastries. When you arrive, be polite and make her grandparents feel at ease. Su Jinnian replied gently, yes, father, I understand. After the meal, Su Jinnian took care of the dishes, leaving Shung with nothing to do. Feeling a bit bored, she thought about going back to rest. When Su Jinnian came out of the kitchen, he saw her squatting on the ground, watching ants with childlike curiosity. He couldn't help but laugh. Hearing him, Shung turned and glared. What are you laughing at? He quickly hid his smile and reached out to help her up. My dear, how about I teach you to read? Shung's eyes lit up. Of course. How had she forgotten something so important? Let's go, let's go. Teach me now. She eagerly grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the study. That morning at the market, she had noticed that the shop signs were written in traditional characters from her previous life. She could guess some of them, but writing was still difficult. She really did need to learn properly. Su Jinnian's desk was wide enough for 2 people to sit side by side. Let's start with your name, he said. This character, Shung, means flourishing and beautiful. This one, N, means peace and safety. Together, they mean a prosperous and peaceful world. He wrote her name on the paper, his brushstrokes strong and flowing, perfectly showing the saying that handwriting reflects the person. Shung listened quietly to his gentle explanation, staring at her name in silence. In her previous life, she had been abandoned by her parents at birth. Because she rarely cried or made noise, the orphanage staff gave her the name Shung. Shung was the surname given to all the children there. In truth, none of them had real family names. It was simply a good, hopeful word chosen for them. In this life, things were different. Shung was her family name and was a blessing from her grandparents. They didn't wish for their granddaughter to achieve great success, only that she would live safely and peacefully all her life. Shung suddenly smiled, her eyes curved gently. This name is wonderful. I really like it. Her rough fingertips softly brushed over the 2 characters Shung. Thinking about visiting her grandparents tomorrow, she no longer felt nervous. If the original person could not return, then these 2 elders would be her closest family. Since they were family, there was nothing to fear when facing them. Su Jinnian was a good teacher, patient with his student Shung. For every word she wrote, He carefully explained its meaning and order. Shung and didn't try to pretend to be a genius. After learning about 10 characters and getting familiar with their strokes, she left the study so as not to disturb Su Jinnian's reading. Even so, Su Jinnian was surprised by her learning speed and understanding, feeling quietly proud. Shung and didn't stay idle. She went to the kitchen to make dough and prepare dumplings for dinner. There were still more than 3 pounds of pork left. She made a bowl of filling and wrapped about 100 dumplings. With the remaining meat, she sliced the lean part into thin strips and cut the fat into small pieces. She rendered the fat into a small bowl of fragrant lard, then cooked the meat strips and stored them in the lard. In this weather, they would keep for a long time. By evening, Shung cooked all the dumplings filled with pure pork. The soup base was the water used to boil the dumplings with a little salt, a spoonful of soy sauce, a bit of lard, and a sprinkle of chopped green onions. It smelled delicious. When the plump dumplings, their filling almost visible through the thin skin, dropped into the soup, the aroma of dough and meat blended perfectly. It was hard to tell which smelled better. The tender, flavorful dumplings once again won over the stomachs of the Su father and son. If Su Jinnian hadn't stopped him, Su Qinglin would have eaten another bowl. After dinner, Su Qinglin's energy seemed even better than during the day. Su Jinnian helped his father wash up, gave him a gentle massage, and waited until he fell asleep before returning to his own room. He saw Shung curled up on one side of the bed, leaving most of it empty. He paused for a moment, then quietly lifted the thin blanket and lay down. Shung kept her eyes closed, but she couldn't fall asleep. Every small sound beside her seemed louder in the quiet night. For some reason, she felt a little nervous, her mind filled with a jumble of restless thoughts. Although they had shared a bed last night, Shung considered it nothing more than an accident. She told herself she wasn't ready to fulfill her duties as a wife yet, no matter how charming the man beside her was. As Shung's thoughts wandered, the man's gentle voice, smooth as flowing water, broke the silence. "Thanks to you, my dear. My appetite has improved, and I feel much better than yesterday." Shung rubbed her ear, her throat a little dry. "We're family, no need to be so polite." Goodness, it wasn't enough that he looked handsome. His voice was just as pleasant. Thankfully, she had enough self-control not to act impulsively like last night. Taking a quiet breath, Shung reminded herself to stay calm. She had no intention of telling her new husband about her special cooking ability. In her previous life, after earning her advanced chef's certificate, she had suddenly gained a magical skill. Anything she cooked would gain a special boost, unlocking all the energy within the ingredients. Ordinary people found her food unforgettable, and for those who were ill, it even helped them recover, proving that good food could be better than medicine. No matter what. "Thank you, my dear," the man said. Su Jinnian leaned closer, and before Shung could react, he gently pulled her into his arms and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Rest early. We have to get up tomorrow." Shung froze, lying still in his embrace. A low, pleasant chuckle sounded by her ear. "Sleep, Shung." With such a handsome man beside her, how could she possibly sleep? Moments later, however, he was already fast asleep. The next morning, after saying goodbye to Su Qinglin, the couple carried the pork and pastries they had bought and headed back to Huai Tree Village. Huai Tree Village was under Qingzhou City's jurisdiction, only a few miles away, so they decided to walk instead of hiring a cart. When they reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, a sharp female voice called out, "Well, look who's back, our village's golden phoenix. Weren't you supposed to be living the good life in the city? Couldn't even afford a cart?" Shung looked toward the speaker. When she saw the woman's face clearly, her smile slowly faded. The woman's name was Lu Huaji, from the Lu family in Huai Tree Village. She was Shung's stepsister, 2 months older than her. Compared to the slender Shung, Lu Huaji had a graceful figure and carried herself with practiced charm. Many young men in and around the village tried to win Lu Huaji's favor. They brought her small gifts like eggs or hair ribbons just to have an excuse to talk to her. Lu Huaji had high ambitions and swore to marry a wealthy man, So she looked down on the poor village boys, though she never refused their gifts. The village women often scolded her, calling her a flirt. That day, when Shungin returned home, Lu Huaji waited for her at the entrance of the village. Seeing Lu Huaji's hostile gaze, Shungin turned to Su Jinnian with a bright smile and said, "Did you hear a dog barking, my dear? How strange. There's a dog in the village with such an unpleasant bark. I'm surprised no one has chased it away yet." Su Jinnian couldn't help but laugh. Without even glancing at Lu Huaji's darkened face, he nodded seriously. "Yes, it's quite unpleasant. The owner should really keep it. It would be bad if it bit someone." Su Jinnian didn't know what had happened between Shung En and Lu Huaji, but that didn't stop him from standing firmly by Shung En's side. Besides, Lu Huaji had started the quarrel, so there was no need to ask further. Hearing the couple mock her as if she were a dog, Lu Huaji was furious. Forgetting why she had come, she rushed forward and shouted angrily, "You think you're better than everyone just because you married into the city. I hope you get abandoned and suffer for it one day." Her words were cruel. Su Jinyan's face darkened as he stepped in front of Shung En and said coldly, "Enough. Leave. There's no point talking sense to someone who refuses to listen." Shung En pulled Su Jinyan aside and slapped Lu Huaji hard across the face. "Maybe this will teach you not to speak so rudely again." Lu Huaji hadn't expected Shung En to hit her. She cried out, lost her balance, and fell to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek. Glaring up at Shung En, she shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Shung En stepped forward and kicked her lightly to push her back. "I did, and I don't regret it." Lu Huaji fell again, clutching her chest in pain, trembling with anger. "You awful woman. You'll regret this." She clawed at the ground, then lunged toward Shung En with a furious cry, "I'll make you pay." Since childhood, she had always been at odds with Shung En, constantly comparing herself to her and often calling her unlucky names. In the past, Shung En would either ignore her or respond with a few sharp words, but she had never fought back physically. Today was the first time, and Lu Huaji could not stand it.
Go, go.
"That crazy woman has lost her mind. Don't let her hurt us." Shung En grabbed Su Jinyan's arm and ran, not even glancing at Lu Huaji, who was shouting and crawling on the ground. Even after they reached the village, they could still hear Lu Huaji's angry cries. Shung En felt delighted and complained to Su Jinyan about how unreasonable Lu Huaji was. "She's so petty. Whenever someone in the village praises me, she rushes over to insult me, as if I've done something terrible to her family." Lu Huaji not only mocked Shung En but also often tried to make her feel worthless. She said no one would ever truly like Shung En, or her father wouldn't have abandoned her to marry into the Lu family and raise their children instead of his own daughter. She also claimed that the villagers only praised Shung En because they wanted to take advantage of her, marry her without paying a cent, and make her work hard for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Shung En never believed her and didn't grow timid or insecure as Lu Huaji had hoped. Remembering all this, Shung En thought she had gone too easy on Lu Huaji earlier. She should have taught her a real lesson. "Don't be angry. She's not worth it," Su Jinyan said softly, still upset by Lu Huaji's earlier cruel words. "I'm not angry, but if she dares to provoke me again, I'll make sure she regrets it." Shung En almost hoped Lu Huaji would cause more trouble, then she'd have a reason to deal with her properly. Something about Lu Huaji seemed strange. A woman who once tried to steal another's fiancé and even attempted to take the bride's place on the wedding day didn't even glance at the man she had long desired. Given Lu Huaji's usual behavior, she would never give up so easily. She would normally try every trick to get close to Su Jinyan and win his heart. And the way she spoke earlier, it didn't sound like a simple curse. It was as if she truly believed Shung En would be abandoned and meet a tragic end. Thinking of this, Shung En felt something was wrong and looked at Su Jinyan with a hint of curiosity. "Why are you looking at me like that, my dear?" Noticing her unusual expression, Su Jinyan gently took her hand and rubbed it. "Are you upset that I didn't help you?" Shung En shook her head and pulled her hand back. "I can handle it myself. I don't need you to step in." This man, with his strong brows and honest face, didn't seem like someone who would betray her. Still, she wasn't sure. She would keep watching. Looking at his now empty hand, Jinnian pressed his lips together, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes. He felt a growing dislike for Lu Huazi. The Shung family lived in the center of the village. On the way there, Shung and met many villagers. Seeing their friendly faces, she greeted them warmly, calling out uncle, aunt, and granny, stopping now and then to chat. A short walk of just a few hundred meters took her nearly 8 minutes before she reached the Shung family's gate. Some children had already run ahead to tell the elderly couple that Shung'an was back. Turning a corner, Shung'an saw 2 silver-haired elders standing at the gate, their backs slightly bent, looking eagerly down the road. "Grandpa, Grandma." The words came out naturally, filled with warmth and affection, as if she truly were their beloved granddaughter. After a brief moment of surprise, Shung'an didn't question where this deep sense of closeness came from. She let go of the man beside her and ran toward the 2 elders. She's back. And in his home." Grandma Shung hugged her tightly, her rough hands gently touching her granddaughter's face. Her wrinkled face was full of love and joy. Grandpa Shung smiled as he watched them, his expression just as kind and happy. "Grandpa, Grandma," Jinnian greeted respectfully, setting down the basket filled with meat and pastries before bowing. Get up, we're all family here. No need for such formality," Grandpa Shung said, helping him up with a broad smile. The more he looked at his grandson-in-law, the more pleased he felt. Handsome, educated, polite, and humble. Who wouldn't like such a young man? In the main hall of the Shung family home, Jinnian sat with Grandpa Shung, chatting pleasantly. "Lately, there's been a lot of rain, and the fields are full of water. In a few days, it'll be time to plant the rice seedlings and we'll be busy again." Grandpa Shung had lived in the village all his life. He was best at working with the land, and his favorite topics were always about the crops, the harvest, and the weather. Jinnian listened patiently, paying close attention to Grandpa Shung's words. He asked a few questions now and then, his expression calm and without a trace of impatience. Seeing his grandson-in-law so willing to listen, Grandpa Shung became even more excited, his voice growing louder. "When the new rice is ready this year, I'll send you 2 bags. Fresh rice is the best for your health." Inside the house, Grandma Shung heard her husband talking and shook her head, whispering to her granddaughter, "Your grandpa just can't stop talking. He never worries that Jinnian might get tired of it." "It's fine. If he dares to complain, I'll scold him," Shung'an said with a grin, tossing a peanut into her mouth. "You, child, your temper's gotten bigger since you got married," Grandma Shung said, lightly patting her granddaughter's arm. But her smile deepened as she spoke. "Jinnian seems like a good-tempered man, but don't take advantage of that. Life together is long, and you must treat each other well." Since her daughter had passed away early, Grandma Shung had taken it upon herself to teach her granddaughter how to be a good wife. "Grandma, I understand. Don't worry about me," Shung'an said, slipping a peanut into the old lady's mouth before talking about her recent days at the Su family's home. Good. As long as you're happy there, your grandpa, and I can rest easy." When she heard that her grandson-in-law cooked, did the laundry, and took good care of his sick father, Grandma Shung's heart filled with joy. He was generous too, giving Shung'an money to spend without worrying about how she used it. "They're both good people," Shung'an said. "The Su relatives are nice too. Yesterday, my husband's aunt came by with some pork and an old hen, saying it was to help me stay healthy." The pork and chicken were mainly for Su Qinglin, but Shung'an didn't mind using that to comfort her grandmother. The meatball soup and pork dumplings she made yesterday were delicious, and she had eaten plenty. Good. Arnon really married into a good family. Grandma Shung's eyes grew moist, her heart full of happiness that her granddaughter had found such a kind home. The daughter wasn't very fortunate. She married a man who wasn't caring, and he passed away young, leaving their granddaughter to grow up without parents. Fortunately, when it came to their granddaughter's marriage, she and her husband made the right choice. When they first arranged the match with the Su family, many people advised them to think twice. People were worried that the families were not equal in status and that their granddaughter might be treated unfairly after marriage. But she and her husband valued the young man's good character. The Su family was simple and kind, with no demanding elders, so they believed it was a rare and good match. Compared to the Shung family, their own situation wasn't as good, but their granddaughter was gentle, respectful, and capable. How could she be any less than her husband? Besides, since the Su family had agreed to the match first, it showed they didn't care much about social status. What was there to worry about? Hee, it's all thanks to you, Grandpa and Grandma. You both have great judgment. Shung smiled and flattered her grandmother, making her laugh, then gently fed her a peanut. You treat me so well, Grandpa and Grandma. I'll treat you well too. When I earn enough money, I'll buy a small house near the Su family's place and bring you to the city to enjoy life. Knowing their personalities, it was unlikely her grandparents would want to move to the Su family's home. She also didn't want them to be talked about by the neighbors, so she decided to work harder and earn more money to buy them a small house of their own. All right, we'll be waiting, Grandma Shung said with a smile, her eyes full of joy. She didn't take her granddaughter's words too seriously. Her granddaughter's thoughtfulness was enough to make her happy. She would never really let the girl spend money to buy them a house. Before they knew it, it was noon. Shung decided to cook a meal to show her grandparents that she was capable of taking care of them in the future. Grandpa and Grandma Shung were hardworking people, and their garden was full of vegetables and fruits. Shung picked 2 cucumbers for eggplants, a few chili peppers, and a small bunch of green onions. This piece of meat is too big. Your grandpa, and I can't finish it. Take half of it home with you, Grandma Shung said, weighing the 4-pound piece of pork and feeling sorry that her granddaughter and grandson-in-law had spent so much money on it. She couldn't bear to keep it all. How could we take back what we brought? This is from your grandson-in-law to you and Grandpa. Please enjoy it, Shung said as she quickly prepared the ingredients, not giving her grandmother a chance to touch the knife. Grandma Shung couldn't refuse her granddaughter and could only watch as the girl carefully separated the fat and lean parts of the pork. She cut the fat into small pieces to make lard, sliced half of the lean meat into thin strips, and chopped the rest into mincemeat. Sizzle. A puff of fragrant smoke rose from the pot as the minced garlic and chopped green onions were fried until aromatic. Then, thinly sliced cucumbers were added, filling the kitchen with a fresh, delicious smell. Sitting by the stove to keep the fire going, Grandma Shung couldn't help but praise, your cooking has improved again. Her granddaughter had been cooking since she was 5, standing on a stool to reach the stove. In less than a year, she had gone from burning food or leaving it half-cooked to making dishes that everyone praised. Among all the children in the village, her granddaughter learned the fastest and cooked the best. Even Grandma Shung had to admit she couldn't compare. I really have improved. I'm planning to set up a food stall to earn some money and buy flowers for you, Grandma. While busy cooking, Shung shared her plan with her grandmother. Grandma Shung hesitated. A food stall? Can that really work? It wasn't that she didn't believe in her granddaughter, but in her mind, city people were much pickier about food than those in the countryside. She worried that city folks, used to fancy meals, wouldn't care for her granddaughter's simple cooking, and the business might fail. Grandma, later I'll make some wontons for you and Grandpa to try. Shung preferred to prove herself through action rather than words. All right, your grandpa and I are in for a treat then, Grandma Shung said with a smile, already thinking about giving her granddaughter some of her savings so the girl wouldn't have to worry about money. Unaware of her grandmother's thoughts, Shung kept busy for half an hour, and soon 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, minced pork with eggplant, stir-fried cucumber slices, scrambled eggs with green onions, and pickled vegetable soup with shredded pork. The rich aroma filled the small thatched house, making Grandpa Shung's mouth water as he kept glancing toward the kitchen. It must be in cooking. Only her dishes smell this good. Your grandma has cooked for decades, but her food never smells as delicious as Annen's. Proudly, Grandpa Shung praised his granddaughter, eager to use every compliment he knew. Annen was clever from a young age. If she had been born into a wealthy family, who knows how far she could have gone. In the end, it was the two elders' fault for not being capable enough, which caused their granddaughter to be delayed. Fortunately, the grandson-in-law they chose for her turned out to be a good one. Today's meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup was seasoned with green onions and garlic, making it even tastier than yesterday's. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung didn't have enough words to describe how delicious the food was. They just kept saying it was good and urged their granddaughter and grandson-in-law to eat more. In the end, the 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a big bowl of mixed grain rice were all finished. Even the leftover sauce at the bottom of the plates was wiped clean by Grandpa Shung with half a steamed bun left from breakfast. It was rare for them to have so many meat dishes. Patting his full stomach, Grandpa Shung sighed with satisfaction. It's such a wonderful day when we can eat until we're full of meat. Hearing this, Shung felt a pang of sadness. Just 1 meal with meat could make her grandfather so happy. Grandpa, please take good care of yourself. From now on, I'll buy meat for you and Grandma every day, Shung said seriously, promising herself that she would prepare everything tomorrow and start selling wontons at a street stall the day after. Ha ha ha, it's enough that you have such a kind heart, Anin. Your grandma and I are old. We don't need to eat meat every day, Grandpa Shung said with a smile. He thought his granddaughter was just trying to make him happy. Glancing at his grandson-in-law and seeing no sign of displeasure, he felt relieved. Anin was a good and filial child, but sometimes she spoke too directly. How could she say in front of her husband that she wanted to buy meat for the 2 elders every day? The 4 of them chatted happily, and the house was filled with warmth. Just then, a cheerful voice came from outside the yard. Anin, are you home? Shung immediately recognized the voice. It was Zhang Zhaodi, the original owner's childhood friend and best companion. Despite her name, Zhaodi was the most cherished one in her family. Before she was born, there had been 5 or 6 girls in her generation. After her birth, 5 or 6 boys were born one after another. The Zhang family believed she brought good fortune and helped the family of sons, so they treated her as their lucky star and spoiled her dearly. It's Zhaodi. Come in, come in. There's no outsider here, Grandma Shung called out warmly, inviting her in. Shung stood up to greet her. Just as she reached the doorway, she saw a tall, confident girl in gray clothes walking into the yard. Seeing her friend after 2 days apart, Zhang Zhaodi rushed over in a few quick steps, put her hand on Shung's shoulder, and pulled her close. You heartless girl. If I don't come to your house, you'd never come find me, would you? Because of their height and build difference, Shung looked small and delicate in Zhang Zhaodi's arms. Not used to such enthusiasm, Shung stiffened slightly.
What are you talking about?
It's not that I didn't want to see you. You just couldn't wait and came first. Zhang Zhaodi pretended to be angry and pinched Shung's cheek. You've gotten bold. Now you even tease me. Shung winced and pushed her hand away. That hurts. Was this woman raised on iron? Her grip was so strong. Zhang Zhaodi awkwardly pulled her hand back. I've always been like this, you know that. Laughing and chatting, they walked into the main room. When Zhang Zhaodi saw Su Jinnian, she greeted him cheerfully. Hello, Scholar Su. Su Jinnian stood up, nodded politely, and pulled a chair over for Shung's grandmother. Seeing how polite and considerate her friend's husband was, Zhang Zhaodi felt genuinely happy for Shung and sat down comfortably. Zhang Zhaodi always had endless things to say to Shung. After glancing at the others, she leaned close and whispered, Did you really hit Lu Huaji this morning? Shung nodded. I slapped her and kicked her once. Zhang Zhaodi clapped her hands excitedly. Good for you. Her voice was too loud, and the other 3 people turned to look at them. Shung's grandparents gave them questioning looks. Zhang Zhaodi coughed lightly, grabbed Shung's hand, and hurried toward her room. Grandpa, Grandma Shung, I need to talk to Anin. We'll come back and chat later. Grandma Shung smiled kindly. Go ahead. Don't mind us old folks. In Shung's old room, the 2 sat by the bed. Zhang Zhaodi cupped Shung's small face, her eyes shining as if she were looking at a rare treasure. Our little Anin has finally grown up. You've learned how to stand up for yourself. Now I don't have to worry about you being bullied anymore. Shung said modestly it was nothing. I actually think I went too easy on her. Zhang Zhaodi ignored the strange word basic moves and focused on the last sentence. Didn't hit hard enough. Only half her face is swollen. It looks uneven and strange. Shung-un. Does she have a bit of an obsession with symmetry? Not bad, not bad. She's definitely someone with personality. Zhang Zhaodi, this mischievous friend, no, this close friend, was someone Shung had decided to keep. The two leaned close together, talking excitedly about Lu Huazi, discussing how to teach her a lesson next time. She said something rude. They couldn't decide on anything, and Shung, thinking Lu Huazi had been acting odd lately, nudged her friend with her elbow. Has Lu Huazi done anything strange these past few days? Zhang Zhaodi nodded quickly. She has. Shung-an's eyes lit up.
Tell me.
Zhang Zhaodi said, yesterday a woman came to the Lu family, saying Lu Huazi tricked her son and took their family's silver bracelet. Lu Huazi denied it, and they started fighting. During the fight, Lu Huazi wasn't as strong and was pushed to the ground, hitting her head and fainting. When she woke up, she started crying and shouting in the yard, saying heaven had given her another chance. The villagers all said she was possessed. At this point, Zhang Zhaodi scratched her head. Her mother was about to call a spiritual healer, but then she suddenly got better. Really strange. After hearing this, Shung closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Judging from Lu Huazi's odd behavior yesterday and this morning, she was almost certain Lu Huazi had been reborn. Since Shung herself had traveled through time, another person being reborn wasn't impossible. But with Lu Huazi's limited wits, even being reborn wouldn't cause much trouble. What concerned Shung were the things Lu Huazi had said that morning, being divorced and cast aside. A tragic death for both mother and child. Seeing Shung's pale face, Zhang Zhaodi asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Did that scare you?" Shung shook her head and made up an excuse. "I just ate too much at lunch. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable." Zhang Zhaodi believed her and laughed, covering Shung's mouth playfully. "Then hold it in. Don't throw up. It'd be such a waste." As she spoke, she gently pressed and rubbed Shung's stomach to help ease the discomfort. Looking at her friend's serious expression, Shung felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. In her past life of more than 20 years, she had never really had any close friends. She didn't expect that on the third day after arriving here, she would meet someone as sincere as Zhang Zhaodi. It was the original owner's good fortune, and hers as well. Zhang Zhaodi had worked in the Shung family for a long time. She made dumplings with Shung and before leaving, she took a plate of uncooked dumplings that Shung had packed for her. The Zhang family had more workers and farmland, so their life was much better than the Shung family's. Zhang Zhaodi often shared good food with Shung. Even if there was only one piece of braised meat, she would always give half to Shung. That evening, the Shung family had dumplings for dinner. After the first bite, Grandpa and Grandma Shung stayed silent for a long time. When they finished the whole bowl, Grandma Shung said with satisfaction, "We could sell these dumplings at a stall. I think it would work." "Yes. With my granddaughter's cooking skills, it will definitely succeed." Grandpa Shung spoke with confidence, his face full of pride and encouragement. So, what if city people were picky? He didn't believe anyone could dislike his granddaughter's dumplings. Shung smiled and accepted their support. "With your encouragement, I'm even more confident about this business." It was still early, but the couple didn't dare to stay longer. Although Aunt Sue's eldest son helped take care of Su Qinglin during the day, they still couldn't feel at ease leaving home for too long. Grandpa and Grandma Shung were reluctant to see them go, but they didn't show it. Instead, they handed Shung a basket of eggs. "Take these home and eat them. Don't save them up." Shung refused. "We have chickens at home. You should keep these for yourselves." Grandma Shung pretended to be angry. "If you don't take them, I'll bring them to you myself tomorrow morning." Shung had no choice but to accept half, saying that the weather was hot and too many eggs might spoil. In the end, the couple left with half a basket of eggs. Before they even left the village, Shung and saw Lu Huaji standing under the old locust tree, glaring at her with hatred. Such strong resentment, no wonder she could be reborn. But if that anger was directed at her, that wasn't good. She searched her memory, but couldn't find any deep grudge between them. Where did this woman's hatred come from? Puzzled, Shung'an walked past Lu Huaji without even glancing at her. Lu Huaji stared coldly at the couple's backs, a twisted smile full of malice appearing on her face. Shung'an, I want to see how long your happiness will last. In her previous life, that woman had also married a man named Su. First, she was the wife of a scholar, then the wife of a successful candidate, and finally the wife of a top-ranked scholar. Everyone praised her good fortune, saying that marrying Su Jinnian was a blessing for the Shung family. But the higher she climbed, the harder she fell. She never imagined that after treating Su like a treasure, working hard every day to earn money for his studies, she would end up losing her loved ones and her own life. Su was nothing but a hypocrite. Once he achieved success, he sent her a letter from afar to end their marriage, forcing her to leave. She refused to believe it and insisted on going to the capital to ask him face to face. But the night she left the village, a group of people broke in and set fire to the Shung family home, burning her grandparents alive. On her way to the capital, she was attacked by bandits and lost her life along with her unborn child. A cruel man like Su was never worth her devotion. Because of him, her family perished, and she met a tragic end. Thinking of this, Lu Huaji laughed proudly. I'll wait for you to repeat your mistakes. When that day comes, I'll hold a grand feast for 3 days. But as she laughed, her smile slowly faded. In her past life, no matter how hard she tried, Su never looked at her with real affection. Although she avoided the same fate as Shung'an, her own ending was not much better. To outshine Shung'an, she was determined to marry into a wealthy family. But those grand households were full of hidden dangers. She became a low-ranking concubine, hoping to have a child to secure her place, yet the cruel inner court destroyed her within a year. Remembering the pain of her final moments, Lu Huaji shivered, her face turning pale. No, not this time. In this new life, she would never repeat her past mistakes. She would open her eyes wide, find a good husband, and live a life of honor and comfort. And she already had someone in mind. In this life, she is determined to seize the opportunity to marry him, so he will work hard to earn a noble title and become a respected man. Lu Huaji's eyes sparkled with a commanding light, full of resentment for what she couldn't achieve in her past life and confidence that her wishes would come true in this one. Watching the two figures in front gradually disappear, she sneered and turned around, walking away quickly. Shung'an didn't know that Lu Huaji had already given up on the wicked Su Jinnian and shifted her focus to another plan. She talked to Su Jinnian about setting up a stall to sell wontons. You know your family situation better than I do. Relying only on copying books to make money isn't enough. Selling wontons at a stall might not bring in huge profits, but it can cover our household expenses. Plus, my grandparents are getting old. They can't farm for many more years. I need to prepare for their retirement early. I can't just let them grow old without support. At this point, Shung'an quietly watched Su Jinnian's expression. Any sign of disagreement from him, and she would not hesitate to kick him away. She already suspected him of being unfaithful, and if he dared oppose her starting her own business, what use would he be? He was just causing her trouble. Sure enough, Su Jinnian's brow furrowed slightly, and his handsome face showed disapproval. Seeing this, Shung'an immediately snapped. What's wrong? Do you think I'm shameful for selling wontons, or are you against me taking care of my grandparents? Hearing this, Su Jinnian's face grew even more unpleasant. At that moment, the sunset's glow cast a golden, warm light over his face, revealing subtle changes in his expression on his perfect face. In that instant, Su Jinnian was angry, very angry. Do you think I am an unfilial or unworthy man in your eyes? He stopped walking, his expression tense, staring tightly at his wife. His eyes reflected the sunset, filled with unspeakable sadness and disappointment. Shung glared at him. It's because you showed disapproval yourself, not because I'm accusing you unfairly. Jinnian looked at her deeply for a long time. Just as Shung's eyes were about to start twitching from strain, he finally sighed helplessly. My holiday will end in a few days. I have to go to the teacher early every morning to listen to lessons. I can't stay at home to help. It's too tiring for you to run the stall alone, and I worry about your health. Is that so? Shung looked at the man who didn't seem to be pretending and suddenly realized that, influenced by Lu Huaji, she had already formed a prejudice against him. Husband did not oppose her setting up a stall. He just hoped she could put it off for now and focus on recovering her health first. Jinnian sighed quietly, gently placing his long hand on Shung's head and rubbing her fluffy hair. We've only been married for 3 days. It's normal for you to have reservations about me. If, after a long time, you still can't trust me, then I haven't done well enough. I hope you can tell me, so I can improve. He wanted her to express her feelings rather than silently hold back dissatisfaction and completely push him away in her heart, leaving no space for him. Shung's heart trembled, and she broke out in a cold sweat. What a sharp perception! Shung avoided his gaze and nodded randomly. I was wrong to misunderstand you this time. Please don't take it to heart. Jinnian smiled gently, his eyes warm. Yes, I won't. Husband and wife should support each other. He wouldn't fuss over such a small matter. He just hoped his wife would remember his words. When they arrived home, the sun had completely set. Su Qinglin had already finished the dinner sent by Su Xiaogu. Seeing the young couple return, he asked with concern about Shung's parents. Learning that the old couple was healthy and still working in the fields every day, he felt both envy and worry. While Shung went to the kitchen to prepare bathwater, Su Qinglin quietly advised his son, the old folks look healthy, but they're getting old. How many more years they can farm is uncertain. They only have you as a successor, so you'll need to take responsibility for their care. Don't have any other ideas. Su Qinglin also felt sorry for his son's heavy burden of caring for his parents, but since he married his granddaughter, he must shoulder the responsibilities. Otherwise, what kind of person would he be?
Don't worry, Dad.
I will take care of the old folks. Jinnian was not surprised by his father's words. Since he was young, he had looked up to his father and tried to act like him. Su Qinglin was pleased and smiled as he advised his son. In the future, find time to visit your wife's parents and see the old folks. They're not far away, so it's convenient. After chatting for a while, the bathwater was ready. After washing up, Shung went back to her room to rest, while Jinnian went to the study to continue copying books. After 2 hours, he blew out the candle and quietly returned to his room. The room was dark, and Jinnian could only see a blurry black shadow on the bed. He took off his shoes carefully and got into bed, but his hand touched something soft. Immediately, he withdrew his hand as if burned. Shung, dreaming, felt someone was grabbing her bottom. She was annoyed and hummed softly. She turned over and lay sprawled on the bed, with her head and feet diagonally occupying the entire bed. In the darkness, a sigh of helplessness was heard. That night, Jinnian didn't know how he fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, he felt sore in his waist and back. Shung was unaware of anything. When she heard the rustling of clothes, she sleepily opened her eyes and found herself lying in the middle of the big bed, wrapped in a thin quilt like a large silkworm cocoon. Realizing her poor sleeping posture had disturbed Jinnian's sleep, Shung explained sincerely, I'm still growing, so my sleeping posture isn't very good. Thinking for a moment, she sincerely suggested, maybe I should sleep in the guest room from now on so I won't disturb you, and you can focus better on studying. Having a handsome man sleeping beside her every day, she really couldn't guarantee she could stay strong. Although she could handle it, she felt it was a bit disappointing. The room was silent, so quiet it was almost deafening. For some reason, Shung felt a bit nervous inside. She quietly looked up to check Jinnian's expression. Seeing him looking at her calmly, with no sign of anger, Shung still felt immense pressure, as if she might be crushed into a pancake at any moment. She unconsciously hugged the quilt tighter, trying to find a sense of safety, and nervously continued to suggest they sleep separately. I'll be doing business at the market these next few days. Sharing a room might affect your rest. I don't want you to be tired because of me. At this point, Shung felt more confident and said generously, let's settle this. I'll tidy up the guest room later, and you can choose between the two rooms. Jinnian finally couldn't take it anymore. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked directly into Shung's eyes. I'm not choosing, Shung. She spoke very reasonably, but she was left speechless. She scratched her face, which was irritated by her hair, and tried to argue again. But when she looked into the man's calm, deep eyes, her courage suddenly deflated like a burst balloon, full of disappointment. Forget it. If we don't share a room, then we don't. Just don't kick me when you sleep. As she finished speaking, she seemed to notice the corner of the man's mouth curve slightly. Yes, let's not bring up the room sharing again. Jinnian lowered his smiling lips, gently patted Shung's messy hair as if comforting her inner frustration. After the man left the room, Shung rolled around in her quilt twice and talked to the ceiling. This guy's acting doesn't seem fake. Or maybe he's just a really good actor hiding his true nature. With Jinnian's talent and looks, if he wanted to climb higher, marrying someone from a good family or with a noble background wouldn't be a problem. But he married a poor farm girl who was of no help to him. From their recent interactions, Shung doesn't think Jinnian is a bad person. People can change over time, so you can't judge too quickly. Shung didn't sleep in late. After tidying up, she went to the yard to wash up. Just after washing her face, Jinnian came back carrying a basket of vegetables. The light green chickenweed was covered with dew, and under the morning glow, it looked fresh and tasty. Breakfast was still noodle soup with lumps. Unlike yesterday, when the noodles looked plain and unappetizing, today's noodles were mixed with eggs. The light yellow soup with tender chickenweed made her mouth water just by looking at it. Thanks to Shung's cooking skills, this simple bowl of noodle soup even attracted a few cats to climb the wall and beg for food. Shung was quite stingy and told the cats on the wall, my food didn't come from the wind. If you want to eat, bring something in exchange. Small fish, shrimp, anything is fine. I don't mind. Since she could time travel, maybe one of these cats understood human language and would really bring her small fish or shrimp. But the cats didn't know she was daydreaming. Seeing that this stingy human wouldn't give them any food, they started meowing even louder. Until the smell of food faded away, they reluctantly jumped down the wall, looking disappointed and walking away. After dinner, Jinnian tidied up the dishes. Shung went to her room, took her purse and said to him, I'm going to buy some things in town. I'll be back before lunch. Jinnian felt a little worried. I'll go with you. Shung shook her head. I'll just go to the market we visited yesterday. I can manage alone. Seeing that she was determined, Jinnian didn't insist. He only gave her a small piece of silver. Shung followed the same route to the market. Her first stop was a shop that sold charcoal stoves. The Su family already had a stove, but it was small and used charcoal, not suitable for selling. Looking at the various stoves of different sizes and uses, Shung liked a half-human height stove that could hold a large iron pot and burn wood. The price was fair. After bargaining with the shopkeeper, Shung paid 150 coins. The only problem was that the big stove was very heavy. Shung, being thin, couldn't lift it. The shopkeeper offered to help deliver it, but she would need to pay an extra 10 coins for the delivery. Shung, feeling short of money, didn't want to spend more. She planned to buy other things and then borrow a cart from home to bring it back. After buying the stove, Shung went to a kitchenware shop. She bought a large pot, 30 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and some ladles and strainers. It all cost less than 300 coins, nearly emptying her money. She looked at the poor 5 copper coins in her pocket and sighed helplessly. I'm still too poor. In her past life, Shung had been poor for over 10 years, but she had never been this broke. She had to be very careful with her spending, wishing she could split a coin in half. The pots, bowls, and utensils were heavy. Shung carried everything with both hands, exhausted, and finally staggered back home. In the study, Jinnian heard the noise and immediately put down his brush to come out. Seeing Shung and sweaty and exhausted, he quickly stepped forward to take the things from her hands. He was annoyed that she didn't insist on going with him. You only realize your strength when it's needed. Shung panted and looked at Jinnian, who easily carried the things. She admired him. They both ate grains, but why did men have more strength than women? Jinnian finished tidying up and poured her a cup of warm water. Do you need to buy anything else? I'll go buy it now. Shung took the water cup and, with a bold smile, said, There's also a big stove I can't carry. I need to borrow a cart to bring it back. Jinnian immediately realized that a cart was essential for the stall. Since their family didn't have enough money to buy a new cart, after a moment of thought, Jinnian suggested, My younger sister-in-law has an unused small cart. I'll take you to see it. Shung quickly stood up. Let's go quickly. A small cart is very important for selling wontons. If her sister-in-law's cart isn't suitable, she would have to borrow money from her to buy a new one. After telling Su Qinglin, the two hurried to Su Lian's house in Zhang's family. The Zhang father and son had gone to the countryside to buy pigs. Only Su Lian was busy at home. After hearing their request, Su Lian took them to the backyard and pointed to a small cart in the corner. Just take it and use it. No need to return it. Without waiting for their reply, Su Lian quickly went back inside, then came out again and handed Shung some broken silver coins. Our Su family has never done business before. I don't mind if you sell wontons. Take this money as your starting capital. If you make money, it's yours. If you lose, it's just bad luck for me. Su Jinnian's personality was straightforward. If she wasn't short on money, she wouldn't have come to borrow a cart. Shung never expected Su Lian to do this. When she realized, she hurried to refuse. No need, no need. I've already bought everything I need. I'll start selling tomorrow and get my money back. Su Lian grew impatient and pushed the coins into Shung's hand harder.
Take it.
Who knows if you'll get customers for your wontons? Shung was speechless. Little sister-in-law, can't you just have a little more confidence? After a back-and-forth pushing, Su Jinnian finally spoke up. Su Lian reluctantly took back the silver and glared at Shung. Where do you plan to set up your stall? I know some people. I can ask them to help with your business later. Shung smiled warmly. At the market in Nanfang. It's close to home, easy to get there. The Nanfang market was the place they visited twice before. The Zhang family's pork stall was also there. It's the busiest in the morning. Shung sold wontons there, which was the main business during that time. Once she saved enough money, she planned to open a small shop, so she could cook 3 meals a day. It was tiring, but she would earn more. Shung is not afraid of being tired, but she fears being poor. All right, you can do the morning business. It won't affect your care for your father-in-law. Su Lian feels more satisfied with Shung and looks at her with less criticism than before. Whether the business can succeed or not, at least this niece-in-law is hardworking and willing to contribute to the family. Just for this, she is much better than those greedy women who try to take everything from their in-laws back to their own families. On the way back, Su Jinnian pushes a small cart, which holds half a basket of pig bones. The meat on the pig bones has been cleaned off completely, leaving only some meat scraps in the cracks of the bones. These pig bones are not valuable. They are used to make soup, which requires firewood, and firewood costs money. The Zhang family often uses these bones as an extra gift for regular customers. Unsold ones are sold or given to neighbors. These pig bones are perfect for making soup or wonton broth, and Shung doesn't mind that they use a lot of firewood. When they arrive at the stove shop, the owner recognizes Shung immediately and enthusiastically helps Su Jinnian lift the heavy stove onto the cart. Watching the man push the cart so smoothly, Shung feels increasingly out of place. After seeing this many times, Su Jinnian finds it hard to ignore. What are you looking at, wife? Shung snaps back to her senses, scanning him from head to toe with a sharp gaze, then says seriously, your hands, no, your whole person shouldn't be pushing a cart. In stories, men like this, like the pure, idealized figure, seem born to stand high above the clouds. Pushing a cart is too down-to-earth for someone with his aura. Jinnian looks confused, not understanding Shung An's line of thinking. Shung clears her throat and casually glances at his exposed half-arm. His arm, like his face, is smooth and white, with clear muscle lines. It looks neither weak nor overly exaggerated. With a slight effort, the blue veins on his wrist become visible, adding a touch of handsome masculinity. Shung An is momentarily captivated, and faint images flicker in her mind. It's as if, on their wedding night, she couldn't bear being scolded while pushing against his chest, and her hands were suddenly restrained by a long, strong hand, pressing her down so she couldn't move. In an instant, as if a switch was turned on, many inappropriate images flood her mind, looping repeatedly. Her heartbeat grew faster, her face turned redder, and Shung An forced herself to stay calm, but she couldn't help but feel disgusted inside. Seeing her look unwell, Jinnian became a bit worried. Thinking about his wife's wild, sleeping posture last night, he pushed the cart closer and reached out one hand to her forehead. "You're a little hot. Did you catch a cold last night?" Shung An nervously didn't dare move, as if a rabbit was trapped in her chest. "No, it's just the sun. I got too much sun." Jinnian touched her ear and palm, looking more worried. "There's a clinic ahead. Let the doctor check you." His wife was too thin, like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. Shung An only had 5 coins in her pocket. She didn't want to waste money on a doctor. She immediately ran off, shouting, "You go if you want." "I don't want to go." Seeing her childish behavior, Jinnian shook his head helplessly. She seemed healthy enough, so she probably wasn't sick. She ran back home exhausted, panting like a dog. Jinnian didn't ask her to help. He carried a heavy stove, weighing about 70 or 80 jin, to the eaves of the house alone. His strength was surprising for a gentle scholar. Shung An watched in awe, feeling envious. She didn't know that Su Qinglin had once studied under a hunter and learned some fighting skills. After Jinnian could walk and run freely, he started practicing basic skills with him. Over more than 10 years, even his weak body had become stronger. After resting for a while, Shung An poured pig bones into a big basin, adding water until it covered the bones completely. Soaking them for half an hour, the blood and impurities would come out, and then she could wash them a few more times before boiling. The broth made this way was clear and rich with meat flavor. There was no time to cook it at noon. Shung An and Jinnian went to the vegetable garden by the river to pick vegetables for lunch. Just as they reached their door, they heard loud arguing from the next house. Listening carefully, it was the mother-in-law scolding her daughter-in-law. "Old mother gave you food and clothes. You've been married for 5 years, and you haven't laid an egg. Even raising a chicken is better than you, useless thing. How dare you show your face to me? You unfilial thing. Why don't you just die? Oh heavens, please open your eyes. Strike down this ungrateful, worthless girl. She caused my son to have no children, and she dares to mess around in front of me. I can't go on living. Zhuanzi, hit her. Beat this scoundrel until she dares not to be arrogant. Quickly, beat her to death. Good, well done. Someone like her deserves a good lesson." A mix of foul language, curses from the old woman, angry shouts from the man, and pleading cries from the woman echoed around, making Shung An frown. Strangely, none of the neighbors or passers-by came to watch or try to stop the fight. What's going on with that family? Why are they always bullying the daughter-in-law? Shung An didn't know much about that family, so she didn't rush to intervene out of kindness. That's the Sun family. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law don't get along. Aunt Sun often hits and scolds her sister-in-law. The neighbors have tried to mediate many times, but it didn't help, so no one cares about their business anymore. At this point, Jinnian spoke a few more words. The Sun family makes tofu. The daughter-in-law gets up before dawn every day to grind beans, then makes tofu and takes it to the market to sell. When she gets home, she still has to do laundry and cook, with no rest at all. Shung An immediately understood what Jinnian meant. The daughter-in-law of the Sun family is hardworking. She works herself to exhaustion but still faces abuse and scolding. The problem isn't her. Conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have existed for ages. The history of such conflicts is as old as marriage itself. But families like the Sun family, who abuse their daughter-in-law unilaterally, are rare. Shung had already pictured the daughter-in-law of the Sun family in her mind. Hardworking, kind, weak, numb. Without her own opinions, with no support from her family. Listening to the sharp, mocking insults from the mother-in-law, Shung felt a surge of anger. She couldn't imagine what life had been like for the Sun family's daughter-in-law over the past 5 years. If she were to travel back and become the daughter-in-law, she would leave the Sun family immediately. If she couldn't leave, she would destroy the Sun family's mother and son. If they made her life miserable, then no one would be allowed to live happily. Seeing her suddenly fierce and murderous expression, Jinnian understood what she was thinking. He quietly took her hand and stepped forward. "Madam, our family has no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, no issues between husband and wife, and no marital disputes. I promise you." Shung shot him a glance, snorted, and said, "Life is long. Don't make promises too quickly. You might regret it." Jinnian smiled slightly, shook her hand, lowered his head to look at her slightly reddened face, and his voice became even softer and more charming. "Please, madam, keep an eye on me. If I fail to do my part, you can do as you see fit." Is this considered a romantic remark? Shung's palms started to sweat again, and her cheeks grew redder. She tilted her head to the side, trying to stay away from the man who seemed to be flirting with her in broad daylight. "Who has time to supervise you? If you can't do it, I will leave and stay far away from you." Jinnian didn't get angry. Instead, he showed a happy smile. "My wife is right. Anyone who hurts you should stay far away." Shung shook her hand but didn't pull away. She rolled her eyes at the man. "It's time to cook. Go inside quickly." Jinnian smiled and took her hand, leading her into the yard, closing out the noise of the Sun family's argument. In the afternoon, Shung prepared for her first stall the next morning. She washed the bowls, spoons, and kitchen tools thoroughly, then boiled water to soak and disinfect everything. Next, she cleaned pig bones, chopped them into small pieces with an axe, and boiled them in 2 pots of cold water. Within half an hour, the smell of meat filled the entire yard. After boiling for another half hour, Shung turned off the heat. When the bone broth cooled, she poured it, along with the bones, into a clean wooden bucket, covered it, and placed it in a shady corner. That evening, Shung made hand-pulled noodles using the bone broth as the base, cooking a fragrant bowl of soup noodles. Along with a refreshing, spicy cucumber salad, the family of 3 ate happily. Knowing that her daughter-in-law was setting up a stall to sell wontons to earn money, Su Chunglin felt guilty. "Good child, it's the Su family's fault for burdening you. You just got married, and now you have to manage the household." Shung quickly shook her head. "Dad, you're being too serious. I'm part of the Su family too, and I should help out." Her reason for setting up the stall was purely to improve her life and also to prepare for the old age of the 2 elders in Shung family. Even without her, Su family's father and son could manage. I really made you suffer." Su Chunglin patted his leg and then clasped his hands, showing some hope. "My health has improved these days. If this continues, I might even be able to walk again. When that happens, I'll help you." Hearing this, Shung immediately smiled. "Great. With Dad helping, we can definitely earn more money." Su Chunglin also smiled and told his son, "Don't sleep in too late in the morning. Help your wife a bit." Su Jinnian sighed. "Dad, when have I ever slept in? Since he started studying, he has never slept in late. Only during his wedding days did he delay waking up, worried it might disturb his wife." Su Chunglin laughed loudly, saying, "It's good that you know your limits. You should be more understanding of your wife. It's not easy for her to marry into our family." He believed his daughter-in-law shouldn't have to endure hardship alone, both inside and outside the house. He wasn't like the old lady from the Sun family, who enjoyed teasing her daughter-in-law. After a busy day, Shung took a shower and went to bed. Before returning to her room, she specifically went to the study to remind Su Jinnian, "I can't tell the time well, so remember to wake me up tomorrow morning." The broth was ready, and she needed to get up early to make noodles and prepare the wonton filling fresh. By the second dawn chorus, Jinnian was awake. Listening to the long breathing beside him, he rarely hesitated, then gently pushed Shung in and said, "Wife, it's time to get up." He called her 3 or 4 times before Shung and slowly woke up. But when she opened her eyes, her mind was still foggy. Instinctively, she rolled over and fell into the man's arms, muttering, "So sleepy." Jinnian held her close, noticing how slender and delicate she was. His hand was a bit stiff as he lifted it. Then he softly suggested, "How about we go out tomorrow instead?" When Sheng heard "go out," her mind instantly cleared. No way, like she had been injected with chicken blood. She sat up quickly with a jump, saying, "Sleeping in is fine, but earning money must start right now." Shungin was quick and energetic, dressing and fixing her hair in just a few moments, as if she had grown 3 extra hands. Only after the room was completely quiet did Jinnian realize what was happening. He shook his head with a mix of amusement and helplessness, then uncovered himself and started to get dressed. Shung kneaded dough and rolled noodles, while Jinnian lit the stove to cook medicine for Su Qinglin. They each did their own work, not interfering with each other. Until the sound of knocking at the courtyard door, when Zhang Dekui, the eldest cousin from Zhang's family, stepped in with morning dew, bringing fresh pork that had just been slaughtered. Zhang Dekui was strong and sturdy, tall and powerful. At only 17, he had been killing pigs for 3 years and was his father Zhang the butcher's most trusted helper. He was a bit shy in personality. Seeing Shung busy in the kitchen, he smiled awkwardly and handed over the pork in the basket. "Sister-in-law, this is the front leg meat you wanted. It's according to your 9 lean, 1 fat rule. Do you think this will do?" Shungin took the basket, glanced at it casually, and smiled as he thanked Zhang Dekui, saying, "Just like this." "Thank you, cousin Dekui. I appreciate you making the special trip." Zhang Dekui blushed and waved his hand. "It's no trouble. In the future, I will bring fresh pork and pork bones to your wife every morning." His parents had advised him that as a woman, his sister-in-law shouldn't come to the house early in the morning to pick up pork, as it wouldn't be safe. He was different. Having killed pigs for 3 years, he was a real man. Walking outside late at night, he was more worried about others than himself. Zhang Dekui hurried back to handle the next pig, leaving without even drinking a sip of water. Shung couldn't help but feel grateful to Jinnian and said, "My sister-in-law's family is so kind to us." Although he hadn't met Zheng's father-in-law or the other 2 cousins, just from the attitude of this older cousin, he knew that the father and sons were easy to get along with. Hearing his wife praise his sister-in-law's family, Jinnian looked a bit nostalgic. "Your sister-in-law's family is very good. When I was young, if my father traveled far away, he would send me to my sister-in-law's house. Her father treated me like his own 3 sons. As a child, he wasn't a well-behaved boy. He often caused trouble outside with the 3 cousins. Whenever neighbors came to complain, her father would scowl and scold the 4 of them. He wouldn't be spared just because he was a guest. This fair treatment, though strict, was like teaching him as if he were his own son, worried that if he wasn't careful, he might make a big mistake in the future. When Shungin first set up his stall, he wasn't sure how many customers there would be, so he only made about 500 wonton wrappers. Zhang Dekui brought 4 jin of pork, and with Jinnian's help, Sheng quickly prepared a bowl full of delicate mincemeat. After finishing everything, the sky was beginning to lighten. He moved the stove, large pot, firewood, and all the other items onto a cart, but Sheng felt like something was missing. He circled around the cart twice, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Still missing a table and chairs. Hearing this, Jinnian rummaged through the storage room and found a small square table and 4 small stools. Shung was overjoyed. "Turns out we have these at home," Jinnian nodded. "As long as we can use them." He then took a cloth and wiped the dust off the table and stools. When he was young, Jinnian was too short to reach the dining table, so Su Qinglin had a carpenter make a small table and chairs just for him. Until Jinnian was old enough to sit at the big table, this small set of items was stored in the storage room by Su Qinglin, to be used later by his grandchildren. Unexpectedly, before the grandchildren appeared, these items found a new purpose. Pushing a cart full of goods to the market, he found a good spot to set up his stall selling wontons. The sun was already halfway up, and the street was gradually becoming lively. Jinnian lit the stove, poured the bone broth from yesterday into the pot, and wanted to stay and help. Shung waved him away. Isn't it true that during the holiday, you should go study with your teacher? I can handle everything myself. If I really need help, I'll ask someone. You can go back and rest assured. Jinnian was not completely at ease, so he reminded her, your little uncle's stall isn't far. If you need anything, go ask them for help. He kept looking back every few steps until Shung's figure disappeared into the bustling crowd. Only then did he leave with a worried heart. Today, people at the market noticed that there was an additional wonton stall. Selling wontons wasn't unusual. There were 3 or 4 stalls selling them in the market, and even more selling other foods. What was unusual was that the stall owner was a young woman. Although it was her first time setting up a stall, she worked quickly and confidently, without any signs of nervousness or awkwardness. Shung didn't pay attention to the curious glances around her. When she heard the bubbling sound from the pot, she put down the freshly wrapped wontons and lifted the lid. A large cloud of steam billowed out, and the strong aroma of meat instantly filled the air, hitting everyone's senses. People around started swallowing hard. Some passers-by who hadn't had breakfast yet felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. They paused to look at the source of the delicious smell. No one could describe exactly how tempting the aroma was, only that it made everyone want to eat immediately. Shung was also hungry. She didn't rush to attract customers, but first cooked herself a bowl of wontons. The smell of meat grew even stronger, attracting more and more passers-by. This aroma was far better than any homemade broth. Holding a steaming bowl of wontons, she was about to sit down and eat when an older man, clearly well off, approached and looked eagerly at her bowl. He asked, "Boss, how does it taste?" Shung didn't expect anyone to ask that. She glanced at the old man, then stood up and took a clean bowl and spoon. She divided the soup and wontons into 2 small bowls, saying, "Today is the first day of my stall. You're the first to ask. Please try it and give me your opinion." The little old man heard this and smiled happily. He lifted his apron and sat down without hesitation. "Boss, you're generous. I won't hold back either." Shung smiled, pushed the bowl and spoon toward him, and started eating herself. The little old man didn't eat the wonton immediately. Instead, he carefully picked up his spoon and took a sip of the soup. The hot soup entered his mouth, and it felt like spring flowers blooming in his heart. His eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly opened wide. He looked at the wonton in the bowl as if he couldn't believe it. In a hurry, he scooped up another spoonful of soup, drank it, closed his eyes to savor the taste, and soon a look of surprise appeared on his face. Excellent, truly excellent. Without hesitation, the little old man scooped up a wonton. Seeing how thin and transparent the wonton was, with the filling clearly visible, he couldn't help but praise it and eagerly continued tasting. When the fragrant, tender, and juicy wonton, free of any fishy smell, entered his mouth, his surprise grew even more. He gave Shung a big thumbs up. "Young lady, you have great skills." Shung remained calm. "I think so too." The little old man was momentarily stunned, as if he had never met someone so modest. Then he burst into hearty laughter, his laughter attracting the attention of many passers-by. "All right, give me a bowl. Make it a big one." "Sure, I'll cook it right after you finish." Their first order didn't stop Shung from eating her own meal. She sped up her work on the wontons and quickly finished more than half a bowl. When Shung went to the stove to cook the wontons, a few people who knew the little old man came over and asked, "How does it taste?" The little old man honestly replied, "It's excellent." Hearing this, the others no longer hesitated. They immediately called out to Shung, "Boss, another bowl, please." The remaining 3 also shouted loudly, 5 bowls, all large ones. On her first day of selling, Shung had a successful start. She was very happy and efficiently cooked 5 large bowls of wontons. 8 cents for a large bowl, special offer. 8 cents was the market price for a large portion of pure meat-filled wontons. The small portion cost 6 cents. The little old man and his friends paid happily, not caring about the cost, and began enjoying the tempting wontons. With 40 cents in hand, Shung happily put the money into her purse. Perhaps because the little old man and his friends ate so deliciously, or because they couldn't resist the tempting aroma, soon another group of customers gathered around. "Boss, one small bowl. More soup, I love it. Boss, I have a big appetite. 2 portions, one large and one small. Boss, your wontons smell so good. I want to take one for my son. Can I bring the bowl back tomorrow?" When a customer asked to take food away, Shung quickly agreed. "Yes, you can. Just pay an extra deposit of 4 coins. When you return the bowl, the deposit will be refunded." This request was reasonable, so the customer immediately paid the 4 coins deposit. As more people arrived, the small table and 4 stools were not enough. But the customers didn't mind. They sat in the corner with their bowls, eating happily, and praised the delicious wontons loudly with others. Many passers-by saw the crowd at the wonton stall. Seeing so many people, they also ordered large portions as if they were getting them for free and came to watch. The smell was so tempting that they couldn't resist. They took out their coins and started putting copper coins into Shung's hand. Shung didn't expect the business to be so busy on the first day. The over 200 wontons she prepared were all cooked quickly, and she didn't have time to make more. When Su Tsuelian arrived, she saw the crowd around the stall from afar. She couldn't see Shung at all. She was startled, thinking there was trouble. She pushed her way into the crowd angrily. "Shameless. How dare you bully a young wife? Watch me teach you a lesson." When Su Tsuelian finally squeezed in and saw Shung busy and sweating, being urged by customers, she immediately understood what was happening. She was shocked and stared wide-eyed. This young woman, with hardly any flesh on her chest and hips, was running such a busy stall? Was she really so capable? Look at these big men crowding around, like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Shung saw Su Tsuelian and hurriedly called for help. "Little aunt, come help me pack the wontons." "I really can't do it all with my 2 hands." Su Tsuelian didn't refuse. Under Shung's guidance, she washed her hands, took over packing the wontons, and urged Shung to serve the customers quickly. With an extra helper, Shung's stress eased. She cooked wontons, collected money, washed bowls, and disinfected with hot water, all at once, busy as a bee. Soon, all the over 200 wontons were sold out. The filling was gone, and only the bone broth in the pot remained, enough for 2 bowls. Customers who couldn't buy wontons felt very disappointed. One person even spent 3 coins to buy 2 bowls of meat soup, and was completely satisfied. This scene left Su Tsuelian wide-eyed in amazement. After working hard for nearly an hour, Shung felt almost exhausted. She sat down heavily on a stool and didn't want to get up. Su Tsuelian clicked her tongue and looked at the busy market with some regret. "We could have sold for another hour. Tomorrow, you should prepare more wontons. I think at least 1,000. Shung sighed softly. "Is it because I don't want to? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. My sister-in-law saw it too. I simply can't handle everything alone." She still underestimated how tempting delicious food can be. Especially in this era, people haven't experienced the variety of foods from past lives. They have no resistance to a bowl of wontons with special boosts. With Su Tsuelian's help, Shung pushed a cart full of goods back home. Su Jinnian was at her husband's place. Only Su Qinglin was at home. Suddenly hearing the voices of his daughter-in-law and sister, Su Qinglin felt nervous. They came back so early, could something have happened? Just as he was about to call his sister in to ask, Su Tsuelian excitedly pushed the door open, her round face smiling with deep creases. "Second brother, Arn is really amazing. Her first day selling things and business is booming. You didn't see how crowded it was. Everyone was eager to squeeze into the pot." Su Qinglin was surprised, but then thought of his daughter-in-law's skills and found it normal. "Anan's food is very tasty. No wonder customers like it." His tone was full of pride as he shared how Shung's cooking had been these days. Whenever I smell her food, I want to eat. These past few days, I've had some strength in my hands and feet. I probably won't die anytime soon. Su Tsuelian was overjoyed and excitedly went forward to carefully observe her second brother's complexion. Looks much better. I heard him talk a long string of words, and he wasn't gasping for breath like before. It seems he's really getting better, Su Chunglin chuckled. It's all thanks to Jinnian. After hearing this, Su Tsuelian felt even more that marrying Shung and was the right choice. Since she came into the family, her second brother's health had improved. Shung and carried a heavy money bag into the house, not missing the praise from the two inside. She smiled but did not go to join the crowd. She poured the money bag onto the table and counted today's total earnings. The sound of coins jingling filled the air. Su Tsuelian also came out to help count. After counting, they calculated that they had a total of 276 coins. Subtracting the costs of pork, flour, firewood, and other expenses, the profit was about 170 coins. That's great. After a month, we can earn at least 4 or 5 taels of silver, which is more than what your father-in-law makes managing the dock. Su Tsuelian was very happy. She never expected that a small business like selling wontons could make such a good profit. Shung was not surprised. In her past life, street snack vendors seemed insignificant, but working hard for 2 or 3 years could easily afford a small apartment in a small city. Thinking about this morning's busy work, Su Tsuelian suggested to Jinnian, "Your wontons are very tasty. Business will get better and better. If you really can't handle it, why not let your grandmother come help? Farming is tiring and hard and it doesn't earn much money. It's better to run the wonton stall well. Your niece-in-law can pay her grandmother a monthly wage, which is much easier than farming." "Okay, I'll try for 2 more days. If it stays as busy as this morning, I'll ask Grandma to come help." Shung agreed verbally, but secretly hoped to find a young, hard-working person to help. It's not that she disliked Grandma Shung, but she was old. Making her get up before dawn every day to work would easily wear her out. Su Tsuelian was busy. After chatting with Shung for a few words, she left. She didn't even ask Shung to hand over the pork money, only told her to keep track of the accounts and settle everything at the end of the month. Shung appreciated the help from Su Xiaogu's family. She planned to buy some good wine and delicious food in a few days and invite her sister-in-law's family over for a meal. After cleaning the bowls, utensils, and kitchen tools, then boiling water to disinfect, Shung saw that it was still early. She decided to go back to her room and take a nap. Getting up so early today, she had been busy all morning. She was really tired and sleepy. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. In the kitchen, she heard the sound of chopping vegetables. It turned out that Su Jinnian had returned and was preparing lunch. "Why didn't you call me?" Shung yawned and leaned against the doorframe as if her bones were all soft. Her eyes, swollen from tiredness, watched Su Jinnian busy at work. "You're too tired." Su Jinnian looked at Shung's face. Seeing she still looked sleepy, her guilt grew stronger. She moved her hands faster to finish her work. Shung's lips curved into a slight smile as she watched the man's skillful knife work. She couldn't help but joke. "If one day you stop taking exams, we could open a small family restaurant. I'd be the chef, and you could help out. The business would surely do well." Su Jinnian paused while chopping vegetables, his gentle eyes shining with warmth. "Sounds good." Seeing his serious expression and that he wasn't joking, Shung felt a bit anxious. She was worried he might become complacent. "You're not cut out to be a shopkeeper. Just focus on studying and try to pass your exams to bring honor to the family." In traditional society, social classes were clear. If Su Jinnian succeeded in passing the imperial exams and changed his social status to a scholar, it would also benefit Shung. At least in the future, they could open a small restaurant without worrying about jealous neighbors causing trouble. Su Jinnian looked serious. "My wife, I will not let you down." Shung was momentarily stunned. She scratched her head, feeling more pressure. "This is your own matter. Don't drag me into it." He had advanced in rank, and she would at most benefit a little. If he failed the exams halfway and blamed her for his failure, she wouldn't be able to handle it with her small strength. Wife, we are one. There's no separation between us. Jinnian thought his wife's ideas were problematic. She always seemed to clearly distinguish between them, so he wanted to take this chance to talk to her. Or perhaps you've never thought about working together with me, sharing joys and hardships and never leaving each other. His face grew serious as he stared intently at Shung. She felt overwhelmed by his gaze and blurted out without thinking, "Couples are like birds in the same forest. When danger comes, they fly apart." Haven't you heard that? The small space suddenly fell into silence. Shung wished she could slap herself. She had just killed the mood with those words. What was she even saying? All right, she admitted these were her true feelings. She lacked confidence in marriage. As an orphan abandoned by her biological parents at birth, she was skeptical about family bonds. How could she believe that a marriage certificate could truly tie two unrelated people together? Even she wasn't sure she wouldn't run away if a big problem arose one day. She couldn't expect Jinnian to do what she wouldn't even do herself. Jinnian called Shung by her full name for the first time. His expression looked very calm, as if he didn't take Shung's cold words seriously. Shung felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at the sky and the ground but refused to look at him. For some reason, she wasn't afraid of him shouting loudly. Instead, she was worried he might stay calm and secretly plan a big move to deal with her. Just as Shung was on guard and ready to be kicked out, she suddenly heard the man report the menu. "There's some leftover meat from last time. Later, I'll stir-fry it with eggplant. We'll add a green vegetable, steam an egg custard. Is that okay for lunch?" Shung. The conflict ended so strangely and suddenly. Shung sat by the stove, watching the man cooking. She couldn't understand how he, so young, could stay so calm that it was a little scary. She always felt things wouldn't end so easily. Could he be planning to secretly put poison in the food and get rid of her when she wasn't paying attention? Shung trembled with fear. Jinnian didn't realize her inner worries. When the food was served, he didn't sit down to eat with Shung for the first time. Instead, he went to the room to serve Jinnian. Jinnian took the first bite and immediately knew the lunch was made by his son. He found it hard to swallow. But he still forced himself to swallow and lowly told his son, "And is exhausted today. You should be more understanding of her." Jinnian was silent for a moment and humbly asked, "Dad, how should I understand her?" Jinnian, hearing this, got angry, puffed out his cheeks and glared. "You're asking me, an old bachelor, such a question? If I knew, I wouldn't have raised you to be both father and mother."
Jinnian.
Jinnian's appetite was poor, less than half of what he ate a few days ago. Jinnian felt guilty. When he sat at the table and picked up his bowl, he tasted the first bite of food and finally disliked his cooking skills. However, Shung didn't complain. Her appetite was about the same as before. Seeing that Jinnian wasn't eating well, she thought he was upset. After a moment of hesitation, Shung decided to make peace. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve. "How about this? If you also say something unpleasant to me, then we're even."
Jinnian.
Seeing that he didn't speak, Shung became more confident. "I'm serious, and I promise I won't get mad at you." Jinnian took a deep breath and asked an unrelated question. "Wife, how old are you this year?" Shung replied unexpectedly, 16. A faint smile appeared in Jinnian's eyes, as if he suddenly understood. "So you're already that old? I thought you just turned 6. Shung was furious. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. "You're 6 and your whole family is 6. How dare he mock her as childish?" What was childish about her? Jinnian said nothing, just smiled and looked at her. Shung was even more annoyed. She wished she could rush over and scratch that annoying face. After some arguing and fussing, it seemed something quietly changed between them. Their atmosphere became more harmonious. Shung didn't notice the change. After dinner, seeing that Jinnian didn't go straight to the teacher's place, she pulled him to the study to ask him to teach her how to read. Jinnian naturally agreed. He first tested her on the 10 or so characters she learned last time. Seeing Shung read all of them perfectly, Jinnian couldn't help but praise her again and again. His handsome face was full of admiration and pride. After learning more than 10 characters, Shung decisively left the study, carrying a basket to Zhang's house to get pig bones. This time, Su Chuilian had left her more, filling the not-so-large basket. When she returned home, Su Jinnian had already left. Shung didn't mind and started preparing for tomorrow's stall. The next morning, Shung arrived at her stall on time. Unexpectedly, the little old man and his group, who had eaten wontons yesterday, were already waiting. Smelling the same tempting aroma as yesterday, the little old man took out his own basin. "Boss, for large bowls, please. I'll take them home to eat." Since the wontons were so delicious, of course he wanted to share with his family. The other 3 also followed suit, each taking out their extra-large utensils. "I want 6 servings. I want 3 servings. I want 3 big and 2 small." Fortunately, the pot was big enough and the fire on the stove was strong. Shung cooked 2 pots of wontons. Just from this group of customers, she earned 200 coins. Other customers still waiting in line saw this and asked Shung with envy, "Boss, your wontons are so delicious. Do you have a secret recipe? I've tried others, but they can't compare to yours." Shung smiled warmly, neither admitting nor denying anything. "As long as you like it, you're always welcome to come again." Although she didn't say much, everyone was convinced she had a secret recipe. The wontons were delicious, but even the soup alone was so fragrant that it made people's mouths water. It was no less tasty than the carefully prepared soups served in big restaurants. It must have taken a lot of effort to make. Yet the price was fair, so it was no wonder her stall became so popular after just 2 days. Even though Shung had learned from yesterday's experience and prepared well, she was still overwhelmed by the long line of waiting customers. Some impatient ones, seeing how busy she was, even offered to help her cook the wontons. But Shung didn't dare agree. If someone got burned or something went wrong, her small business might be ruined. A few people grew tired of waiting and left to buy food elsewhere. Shung didn't mind. She decided to visit her village after closing and asked Grandma Shung to come help. Outside the crowd, a servant-looking young man walked by with his head down. He suddenly caught a whiff of a mouth-watering smell, and his empty stomach growled loudly. He swallowed hard several times. When he looked up and saw the long line, he followed it with his eyes to the busy wonton stall. He was supposed to hurry back to report to his master and face punishment, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. Before he realized it, he was already standing at the end of the line. Something seemed to come to his mind, and his gloomy expression brightened. He tugged on the sleeve of the man in front of him. "Brother, it's just a wonton stall. Why are so many people waiting?" The man he asked had eaten there the day before. Hearing the question, he spoke excitedly, spitting a little as he talked. "Don't underestimate the stall. The owner's cooking is amazing. The soup and the wontons are both top-notch. One bite and you'll remember the taste for a whole year. Try it yourself, you'll see I'm not exaggerating." The servant ignored the flying drops of spit and grabbed the man's arm eagerly. "Is it really that good? Even better than Yunji's wontons?" Yunji was a famous old shop in Qingzhou, known for its wontons and dumplings. It had long been loved by the townspeople and had earned its reputation as a century-old brand. "I've been eating at Yunji since I was young. Compared to this dumpling stall, Yunji's food is just barely okay," said Brother Spray Bottle honestly, without any intention of insulting Yunji. The young servant's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at the dumpling stall as if he were gazing at his dream lover. The line moved slowly. When it was almost the servant's turn, Shung loudly told the people behind, "There are only a few dumplings left, at most 8 bowls. Don't wait in line anymore. If you want to eat tomorrow, come early." The servant's heart tightened as he quickly counted the people ahead of him. Fortunately, he was exactly the 8th in line. The people behind him realized they wouldn't get any, and they all complained with frustration. "Yesterday we didn't get in line, and today we're late again. This little boss really doesn't know how to run a business. He should prepare more." "Exactly. He has money, but doesn't know how to make a profit. Is the boss stupid?" Shung didn't hear the complaints. Early in the morning, he kept wrapping and cooking dumplings, while also taking money, washing bowls, and cleaning up. His hands were so tired they almost didn't feel like his own. Finally, after finishing the last dumpling, he let out a breath of relief. He handed the last customer sitting at a small table a bowl and said, "Ate one, sincere thanks." The servant quickly paid, eager to taste the food. He picked up a spoon and took a sip. The first taste of broth filled his mouth with fresh, fragrant flavor. His taste buds were instantly awakened, craving more. The fatigue from traveling for days seemed to vanish at that moment, replaced only by the small bowl of dumplings in front of him. The servant finally believed that Brother Spray Bottle wasn't exaggerating. Compared to this ordinary dumpling stall, Yunji's dumplings were just barely okay. Trying to resist the urge to keep eating, he asked Shung, "Boss, I want to take some home to my father to try. Can I return the bowls and spoons tomorrow morning?" Shung was packing up the stall. Without looking up, he replied, "Pay a deposit of 4 won. Return the bowls and spoons tomorrow, and the deposit will be fully refunded." The servant hurriedly took out money, but his purse had no copper coins. He simply placed a piece of broken silver on the counter. "No need to give change, boss. I'll come back tomorrow." After saying that, he picked up the dumplings and left quickly without looking back. Shung was left speechless. Are rich people this capricious these days? With the help of a kind passerby, Shung and he carried the large stove onto a cart, and they managed to return home smoothly. Since my daughter-in-law came back early, Su Chunlin knew the business was doing well. He quickly urged Shung to sit down and rest, while she finished cleaning up and preparing for Su Jinnian's return. Shung was indeed very tired. She poured a glass of water for Su Chunlin and then began to count today's earnings. She didn't carefully record the exact number of wontons, only noting that it was much more than yesterday. After counting all the money, the total was 412 coins. After subtracting costs, the net profit was about 270 coins. This profit was quite good. Selling wontons had a lot of potential, and Shung was very motivated. She didn't rest and told Su Chunlin she was leaving, then hurriedly headed to the village. She didn't go home empty-handed. She specifically stopped by Zhang's pork stall and bought 3 jin of pork to take back. Zhang's father and son didn't want to take money, but Shung put down the coins and ran away before they could refuse. This time in Huai Tree Village, she didn't encounter the annoying Lu Huaji. Shung smoothly arrived at Shung's house. However, Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung were working in the fields. She had to slip the pork through the door and, recalling her memory, went to Shung's farmland. Sure enough, she saw the elderly couple busy working. "And why did you come back so suddenly? Is there something urgent?" Seeing her granddaughter, Grandma Shung was both surprised and happy. She quickly put down her and came over. "Grandma, I don't have any big problem. I just came back to ask for your help." Shung briefly explained her difficulties, holding Grandma Shung's hand and shaking it while acting cute. "Grandma, I really can't handle everything alone. If no one helps, I definitely can't keep this business going. Your good granddaughter will have to drink the northwest wind." Grandma Shung was genuinely happy for her granddaughter and also wanted to go to the city to help her. But looking at the fields waiting for the seedlings, she was very conflicted. "Can it wait a few days? Once the work in the fields is done, I will definitely go to help you." This concerned the entire year's harvest. If the seedlings weren't planted on time, they would go hungry next year. "Grandma, I will pay someone to help. I'll cover the wages." Shung immediately suggested to Grandma Shung, listing the benefits of hiring help. "Labor in the countryside isn't expensive. If Grandma helps me sell wontons, the extra money I earn each day can hire several people to work for the family. It's a good deal. Many rural families have more land than labor. The extra workers can't just sit idle. They can go help others and earn some hard-earned money. Every day, you can hire a strong worker for just 20 coins. It costs less than 3 bowls of large wontons, which seems unbelievable but is true." Finally, Grandpa Shung made a firm decision and told Grandma Shung to pack her things and go to the city. Shung didn't take Grandma Shung away immediately. Instead, she went to a nearby couple in the village who had no land and relied on odd jobs. She paid them 40 coins a day to help at her home. She was worried that Grandpa Shung might be reluctant to pay wages and refused to hire people to farm their 4 acres of land. Grandpa Shung did plan to work hard himself and do things slowly alone. But since his granddaughter had already arranged everything, he couldn't ask for the wages back. He pretended to be annoyed and waved his hand, urging his granddaughter to leave quickly. When they arrived at the Su family, Grandma Shung felt a bit nervous. Su Chunlin looked very guilty and said, "Dear sister-in-law, it's all my fault that my health isn't good. I not only hold back Inan but also make you come help." Hearing this, Grandma Shung kept waving her hands and said, "It's no trouble at all. It's all for the children." Su Chunlin smiled and nodded, Yes, it's all for the children." After some polite chatting, Grandma Shung relaxed and started looking for work. Shung was busy tidying up the guest room, airing out the bedding, and bought a new straw mat to make sure Grandma Shung would sleep comfortably. When Su Jinnian returned home, he saw Grandma Su squatting in the corner washing vegetables. He quickly went over to help her up. "Grandma, just sit and rest. I'll do these chores," he said. Grandma Su didn't refuse. She smiled and looked at her grandson-in-law. "Reading makes your mind tired. You should rest more too," Su Jinnian gently replied. "Grandpa and Grandma work even harder." Grandma Su smiled and said, "We've been working in the fields for decades. We're used to it. This time, I came to the city to help Inan." Su Jinnian understood and said seriously, "Thank you, Grandma." "Sorry for the trouble." Grandma Su hurriedly said, "We're family. No need to thank each other." Su Jinnian knew that the more polite he was, the more uncomfortable the elders might feel. So he changed the subject and started talking about other things. If he genuinely wanted to please someone, no one would dislike him. In just a few words, he made Grandma Shung laugh happily, and her laughter even reached outside the yard. Shung carried a basket full of pork bones home. Hearing her grandmother's happy laughter, she also smiled and joined in. "What are you talking about so happily? Grandma can't even see me in her eyes." Grandma Shung chuckled and scolded, "You little tease. Grandma's back isn't a pair of eyes. If you didn't make a sound, how would I know you've come back?" Shung hugged Grandma Shung from behind, acting like a child, and said sweetly, all right, it's my fault. Next time, I will definitely make a sound first." Seeing her affectionate gesture, Su Jinnian's eyes darkened. Since they got married, except for their wedding night, she had never been so close to him. It was as if that night was just a beautiful dream. Her attitude towards him didn't seem like that of a wife to her husband. Thinking about the hurtful words she said in the kitchen yesterday at noon, Su Jinnian looked at Shung's bright smile and started to doubt himself for the first time. Does he regret marrying her? "Grandma, there's no meat at home. We can only eat simple food for lunch. Tomorrow, my little aunt's family will send some meat over and I will make braised pork for you." Shung didn't notice Su Jinnian's silence and happily discussed tomorrow's meals with Grandma Shung. "As long as we are full, that's enough. Not everyone eats meat every day. No matter how much money you have, you can't waste it like that." Grandma Shung wasn't particular about food. When she heard her granddaughter wanted to make braised pork, she instinctively felt it was too expensive and didn't want her to spend money unnecessarily. Money is meant to be spent. Eating it in your stomach isn't wasting. Shung had been here for several days, but hadn't enjoyed a good meal of meat. Her craving was growing, and her mind was full of tender, flavorful braised pork. Not only braised pork, but also braised pig's trotters ribs. Her stomach was craving a lot. Grandma Shung saw her granddaughter's craving and, looking at her thin little frame, couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. She glanced at her son-in-law's expression and smiled, patting her granddaughter's head. All right, if you want to eat, we'll make it. Tomorrow, we'll sell more wontons, and the money for the meat will be earned." Her son-in-law didn't mind her granddaughter spending more money. As a grandmother, she naturally hoped her granddaughter could enjoy meat at every meal. The Su family father and son were honest people. Marrying her granddaughter was truly the right choice. Lunch was prepared by Shung. It was a simple meal of a few vegetarian dishes, but thanks to her excellent cooking skills and generous portions, each dish was tender, fresh, and fragrant. Grandma Shung couldn't help but praise, Anin's cooking gets better and better. Once you save enough money, you should open a small restaurant. The business would surely be great. Shung nodded and served her grandma a piece of egg. Even if the wonton stall does well, the earnings are limited. Saving up to open a small restaurant is definitely the way to go. The startup cost for a small restaurant is about 50 taels of silver, mainly for rent and furniture. Running a wonton stall for a year or so can help save enough money. It's taking a bit longer because she's short on funds, so she can only save little by little. If only she could meet a generous rich person. No, a big tycoon who enjoys her wontons and casually gives her some pocket money. But that's just a dream. Who would eat at a street stall? After dinner, Grandma Shung took on the dishwashing, urging Shung to go back to her room and rest. But Shung didn't go. She pulled Su Jinnian to the study to learn, focusing on the characters needed for bookkeeping. Su Jinnian took out a blank notebook and wrote all the new characters Shung needed to learn for accounting. Once she mastered them, she could start recording on her own. Then you have to teach me how to write. I don't even know how to hold a pen. Shung looked at the pen holder and regretted not learning calligraphy in her previous life. Now, starting from scratch, she felt her handwriting might be so bad that even a dog would shake its head. Seeing her wife's small hand, Su Jinnian picked up a brush with a fine tip. Use this one to practice. He explained how to hold the brush properly. Once Shung learned, he stood beside her, placing his large hand over her small one. Let me guide your strokes. His hand was long and fair, with neatly trimmed nails. The knuckles glowed softly in the indoor light, and his palm was dry and warm, perfectly covering her small hand. Unlike before when they held hands, Shung felt a bit stiff. She could almost feel his steady heartbeat through his palm. She couldn't help but squeeze her hand, but her fingertips touched a thick layer of calluses. They were formed from years of hard farm work. Each callus was tough, and when she scraped her nails over them, she heard a rough, gritty sound, like a spoon scraping over an eggshell. Shung felt like her hands could be used as a scrubbing cloth. One hand was fair and delicate, the other dark and rough, creating a strong visual contrast. Shung's thoughts suddenly took a sharp turn. She looked up at Su Jinnian's handsome face and blurted out without thinking, "Did you scratch me that night?" Grandma Shung finished washing the dishes and swept the floor carefully. Just as she was about to sit in the yard to rest, she saw her granddaughter rush out like the wind. Seeing her granddaughter's face as red as a monkey's, Grandma Shung asked worriedly, "What happened?" Shung didn't notice her grandma's words. She kicked the stone bench twice and then slapped her face. "Because you talked too much. You didn't think before speaking. Are you stupid?" Thinking about the suffocating atmosphere in the study just now, Shung wished she could hit herself again. How stupid do you have to be to say such things? Now Shung wished she could quickly run to Mars and never see Su Jinnian's expressionless face again, which seemed to say everything without words. Seeing her granddaughter acting crazy, Grandma Shung seemed to guess something. She looked into the house but didn't bother her granddaughter anymore. She sat at the stone table and picked chives. Shung wanted to eat chive pockets. When she went to pick vegetables in the garden at noon, she casually cut some chives and brought them back. After venting her emotions, Shung finally noticed Grandma Shung. She awkwardly sat beside her grandma and also grabbed some chives to pick. Grandma Shung looked at her granddaughter with a smile in her eyes. "Seeing you and Jinnian get along so well, Grandma feels at ease." Shung paused and looked at her grandma in disbelief. "How do you know I get along well with him?" She only saw Su Jinnian as a roommate or a partner. They didn't really have feelings. "You, child, are trying to fool Grandma. Grandma has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. The way you get along with Jinnian is like an old married couple. That's not good feelings, what is it?" Grandma Shung scolded her granddaughter, feeling she underestimated herself. "Old married couple? That's not right at all." Shung rubbed her forehead, knowing her grandma misunderstood. She couldn't explain, so she said vaguely, "Whatever you say, Grandma." To reassure the elderly lady, the old couple simply remained as they were. Although she thought so, Shung Anxin still felt uneasy inside. She had never enjoyed the sweetness of love, Yet she was already rushing into the old couple routine. Was that reasonable? Shung On-shin felt reluctant. Her gaze unconsciously crossed the main hall and looked toward the study. That person's half-smiling face kept flashing before her eyes again. Maybe, just maybe, because that face was so handsome, she could try marry first, love later approach? Although Lu Huaji's wild words warned her that Su Jinnian might be a big trap, those were concerns for the future. From her observations of him recently, she thought she could give him an 80 out of 100. Leaving him aside would be a waste, and her conscience couldn't bear it. What else could she do? Unlike in her previous life, where couples could divorce if they doubted their marriage, here she couldn't. As long as Su Jinnian didn't agree, she couldn't escape from him legally or socially. In other words, she was the passive party in this marriage. Shung On-shin quickly convinced herself and decided to forget her doubts. She threw aside the few leftover vegetables, excitedly ran into the study, and sat down heavily in her usual spot, surprising Su Jinnian. Su Jinnian, keep teaching me how to write. For the first time, Shung On-shin called him by his name directly, and suddenly she found it sounded quite smooth. Su Jinnian looked at Shung On-shin deeply, as if trying to see her true thoughts through her eyes. She let him look and picked up the brush he had just used, signaling him to hurry up and teach her. Su Jinnian didn't say anything. He put down his book, then stood up and walked behind her. He gently held her hand and said softly, "Don't press too hard. Focus on feeling the flow of my brush strokes." Shung On-shin's ears grew warm, and she instinctively moved slightly away from his breath. Seeing her move, Su Jinnian's expression darkened, but his voice remained calm and steady. "Focus." Shung On-shin immediately dared not move and listened carefully to his instructions. This lesson lasted longer than the previous 2 times, until Su Jinnian had to leave for the teacher's place. Shung On-shin didn't go back to her room to rest. She sat alone in the study practicing calligraphy. In the end, she produced many ink blobs of different sizes and shapes. "It's okay, beginners all do that." Shung comforted herself and firmly denied that she was a poor student. At night, Shung was worried that Grandma Shung would have trouble sleeping if she took her bed, so she hugged a pillow and stayed in the guest room to keep her company. However, Grandma Shung didn't say a word and simply told her to leave. "You and Jinnian are still newlyweds. It's not proper for you to sleep with an old lady like me." She wanted her in-laws to think she was sensible, not realizing she was just a simple old woman. Feeling helpless, Shung had no choice but to take her pillow and go back to her own room. Just as she lay down, the door was pushed open. Su Jinnian entered, holding a small porcelain box. "What is this?" Shung sat up, curious about what Su Jinnian was holding, not noticing that her collar was open, revealing some skin that wasn't very fair. But Su Jinnian saw clearly. He instinctively looked away and sat by the bed, opening the porcelain box. "This is moisturizer. It can keep your skin soft and is for your hands." He then pinched a big dollop of the cream, took Shung's hand, and carefully spread it on her palm and back of her hand. "I can do it myself." Shung shrank her hand back, surprised that he was willing to apply it for her. But Su Jinnian held her wrist tightly. Under the dim yellow light, his gentle eyes seemed to flicker with fire. "You asked about that night's scratching, right? If you don't experience it yourself, how can I give you an answer?" Shung. Revenge, pure and simple revenge. Her face turned even more red, and she desperately wanted to bury her head in the blanket, like an ostrich. But since her face was so close, if she backed away, she'd be like a turtle or a coward. So Shung looked up, glaring at Su Jinnian, and asked fiercely, "What's wrong? Do you dislike it? Why didn't you run away that night? I think you enjoyed it, almost breaking my back." Before she finished, her mouth was covered. She realized she was trying to understand her feelings and wanted to get closer to him, but was this progress moving too fast? Su Jinnian felt the softness of her lips, his breathing becoming a little uneven, and a wave of joy surged in his heart. The frustration that had been pressing on his chest yesterday disappeared instantly. The two beginners kissing naturally didn't know the proper way. Shung stared blankly, torn about whether to push him away or not. A beautiful moment, rare opportunity. She didn't want to miss it. Before Shung could think clearly, she felt a cool sensation on her lips, and a man's smiling voice sounded in her ear. "You didn't take a nap today. Rest early, Shung. That Sue's son, can you really do this or not?" Feeling annoyed, Shung lay down angrily, closed her eyes, and turned her face away, not wanting to see the person she thought deserved a scolding. But then she got even more angry. "Madam, I haven't finished applying the lotion." Jinnian picked up Shung's left hand resting on her waist and patiently and gently continued to apply the lotion. A light, elegant fragrance slowly filled the air, making the quiet room seem a bit more intimate. Shung tried to pull her hand away but couldn't, so she let the stubborn man do as he pleased. Finally, after his hands had been covered with lotion inside and out, and every detail was attended to, the man released her hand. Shung thought it was over. She was about to secretly pull back the blanket and scratch her itchy back when she suddenly felt a shadow fall over her head. She instinctively opened her eyes and met Jinnian's smiling gaze. "What are you doing?" Shung's throat was dry, and she asked weakly, feeling like he was making fun of her. "Nothing." Sleep early. Jinnian reached out to smooth her messy hair on her forehead, revealing his whole face, then leaned down and kissed her lips while she was frozen in surprise. "We are husband and wife." Jinnian looked up, gently rubbing her cheek with his fingertips, and his soft voice was unbelievably tender. "On the day of our wedding, I swore in my heart to spend the rest of my life with you, to grow old together." Spend the rest of your life together. Grow old hand in hand. Shung lay alone on the bed, repeating this sentence over and over in her mind. She believed that when Jinnian said this, he truly meant it from his heart. That night, Shung had a chaotic and extremely cruel dream. In her dream, she cried so painfully it felt like her heart was breaking, as if she had lost everything overnight. But when she woke up the next day, Shung couldn't remember what the dream was about. She only felt a strong suffocating sensation in her chest, making her heart ache terribly. She hurried to the kitchen to knead dough and had no time to think about the dream. She quickly got out of bed and went to wash up in the yard. As usual, Jinnian pushed the cart to the market, with Shung and Grandma Shung following behind, carrying a bucket on their shoulders filled with bone broth. Yesterday, the soup base was almost not enough. Today, I prepared more wonton wrappers, so Shung made an extra pot of bone broth. Like yesterday, before the soup base boiled again, someone came to queue at the stall. An old man was at the front of the line. Seeing Grandma Shung busy working, the old man smiled and said to Shung, "You should have hired someone on the first day." "In just the past 2 days, the little boss has earned quite a bit." Shung smiled and replied, "Money is endless. Plus, it's a small business, so I can't afford to hire many people." The old man suggested, "You could learn from Yunji and set up a shop just to sell wontons. You could also sell buns and steamed bread together. It would make more money than just selling at the stall." Shung didn't think about copying Yunji. She said vaguely, "Maybe later." No matter how good the wonton business is, the earnings are limited. She still dreams of opening a restaurant. As the sun rose higher, the strong aroma spread again through the market. The line in front of the stall grew longer. Many people, like the old man, held basins in their hands. Grandma Shung was amazed and clearly saw how popular her granddaughter's wonton stall was. Even with an extra helper, Shung was still busy nonstop. After finally sending away a group of customers, she hadn't even caught her breath when a well-dressed middle-aged man with a beard approached and bowed to her. "Little boss, my surname is Yang. I am the steward of the Ding family. Our master has some important matters to discuss with you. Please come to our house for a detailed talk." Behind the man, there was a young man. Shung immediately recognized him as the boy who had left a silver piece as a deposit yesterday and ran off holding a batch of wontons. The Ding family is one of the most prominent noble families in Qingzhou City. Their business spans several prefectures, mainly dealing in grain, cloth, and tea. They also own a century-old shipyard. Every year, Half of the new ships launched in Qingzhou are built by the Ding shipyard, showing its large scale. For ordinary people, it's impossible to even get a chance to meet such a family. Today, the head of the Ding family personally invited Shung and to visit. Seeing Manager Yang, the gatekeeper immediately stepped forward respectfully and greeted him. "You're finally back. The master has asked about you 3 times already." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Jinnian, and a look of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Is this the person the master wanted to see early in the morning? Besides being more attractive than most young women, there's nothing particularly special about her. But since the master is willing to meet her personally, she must have something extraordinary about her. This girl might be very lucky. "All right, I'll take her in now." Manager Yang casually responded to the gatekeeper, then slightly bowed and gestured to Shung. "Boss Shung, please." Shung nodded. "Thank you for leading the way." "Yes." Manager Yang smiled politely, then turned and walked ahead. The Ding family estate is very large, with carved beams and painted rafters, elegant pavilions, and flowing eaves. Inside, there are artificial mountains and waterfalls, water pavilions and lakes, gentle streams. Every detail is exquisite and beautiful. Even Shung, who has seen many grand sights, couldn't help but be amazed. This Ding family is incredibly wealthy. Shung-An's heart was almost overwhelmed with envy, but her face remained calm and composed. Manager Yang, glancing back casually, saw her serene expression and couldn't help but secretly admire her. This young lady Shung is so steady at such a young age. With time, she might achieve great things. Thinking of the cold wonton brought back by his foolish son yesterday, still delicious despite being cold, young manager's craving was stirred. He regretted not buying a bowl earlier to taste. But it's okay. His silly son was helping sell wontons at the stall, filling in for Shung, and surely he would leave a portion for his old father. The more young manager thought about it, the hungrier he became, and he smiled at Shung and with a mixture of enthusiasm and flattery. "Shung, what's wrong with this person?" Not long after, young manager stopped in front of a building. "Boss Shung, please wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and report." Shung nodded slightly, watching as young manager hurried inside. She faintly heard an elderly voice from within. Soon, young manager came out with a big smile and again gestured for her to follow. "Boss Shung, please come with me." In the luxurious hall, an elderly man over 50 with white hair sat at the main seat. At this moment, he looked very calm, but deep lines ran across his forehead, and his clenched hand on the tea table revealed his inner anxiety. Shung entered the hall and saw a living Maitreya Buddha statue. The person sitting at the main seat was round and plump, with a large belly that seemed ready to burst through his thin clothes, revealing layers of white, greasy flesh. Old Master Ding resembled the Maitreya Buddha in shape, but his face lacked the smile, symbolizing wealth and happiness. His gaze at Shung was scrutinizing, yet hidden with a hint of expectation. He asked in a deep voice, "Is this young lady Shung boss? Just someone who begs for food on the street?" "I am not worthy of the title boss," in front of old Master Ding. "You can just call me by my name," Shung replied confidently, without showing any nervousness typical of a big figure. Seeing this, old Master Ding looked at Shung with greater respect and instructed Yang, the servant nearby, "You may go now and serve some good tea to Miss Shung." "Yes, sir," Yang responded and bowed out. In the large living room, only Shung and old Master Ding and his trusted servant remained. Old Master Ding stroked his beard and asked in a deep voice, "Miss Shung, your skill in making wontons is excellent. Besides wontons, do you have other specialties?" Shung couldn't quite understand old Master Ding's purpose and replied cautiously, "I know some home-cooked dishes." "What would old Master Ding like me to prepare?" Old Master Ding nodded and then spoke directly about his reason for inviting her. "My grandson suffers from a serious loss of appetite. Yesterday, a servant bought a bowl of wontons for Miss Shung, and unexpectedly, it made my grandson hungry." Thinking of his grandson in the backyard, so thin he looked like just bones, needing 2 people to support him when standing, and lying in bed every day, old Master Ding couldn't help but tear up. Seeing old Master Ding like this, Shung guessed that the young master's loss of appetite was so severe it threatened his life. Otherwise, with the Ding family's wealth and connections, they would have already found a skilled doctor to cure him. After some thought, Shung became more cautious. Did young Master Ding after eating the wontons yesterday? If not, old Master Ding would simply ask her to continue making wontons and wouldn't inquire if she could prepare other specialties. Old Master Ding did not expect Shung to guess so quickly. Excited, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. My grandson ate half a small bowl in one go, but the next moment he had everything out. The kitchen prepared fresh wontons for him, but he only sniffed them and then started to again. Eventually, he ate until he fainted. For an entire day, he could only drink plain water and refused all other food and drink. In the past, they had not failed to seek doctors. Since 2 years ago, when his grandson developed a serious eating disorder, he searched everywhere for famous doctors, even asking connections to bring in a court-retired imperial doctor. But after drinking more than 10 bowls of medicinal soup, his grandson's condition did not improve. Instead, it worsened and eventually his internal organs were damaged. During this time, he also spent a lot of money hiring top chefs from all over, hoping one could make his grandson interested in eating. But all attempts failed, including chefs from the palace and their descendants. After hearing old Master Ding, Shung had a plan in mind. Seeing Shung silent, old Master Ding grew anxious. Madam Shung, as long as you can get my grandson to eat, I will reward you greatly. Even if this doesn't work, I am willing to give you 2 taels of silver. Shung's eyes lit up. Yesterday, she had been dreaming of a wealthy benefactor dropping from the sky, giving her the money to open a small restaurant. Wasn't this the chance she was waiting for? Looking at old Master Ding's hopeful gaze, Shung decisively said, I want to meet young Master Ding first. Old Master Ding hesitated upon hearing this. It wasn't that he doubted the sincerity of the person in front of him, but since his grandson's illness, he refused to see anyone, especially strangers. After thinking carefully, old Master Ding finally nodded and agreed. Old Master will take you there himself. At this point, he stood up and solemnly bowed to Shung. Madam Shung, please give it your all. As long as my grandson agrees to eat, you will be forever grateful by the Ding family. His grandson's health was failing. The doctor said if he refused to eat any longer, there wouldn't be many days left. Right now, the only thing that could make his grandson interested in food was the wontons made by Madam Shung. No matter what, he had to try. Even if the hope for his grandson's recovery was slim, he would never give up. Young Master Ding's full name is Ding Tianxi. Old Master Ding had many wives and concubines in his life, but by middle age, he only had one son. Unfortunately, his only son was unlucky. Not long after marrying his wife, he fell off a cliff during an outing, and his body was never found. After the daughter-in-law gave birth to a stillborn child, she fell seriously ill and passed away within 2 years, leaving only Ding Tianxi to depend on old Master Ding. The Ding family is large and wealthy, but they have few children. To outsiders, they seem like a tempting target. As Ding Tianxi's illness worsened and there was no one to carry on the family line, many wolves and tigers secretly wanted to take over and completely take the Ding family. Ding Tianxi is not only the family's spiritual successor but also old Master Ding's emotional support. Because of this, old Master Ding is willing to do anything, even risking his life, to save his grandson. At this moment, Shung does not yet realize how important Ding Tianxi is to the Ding family. He is led by old Master Ding to the courtyard where Ding Tianxi is. The moment Shung sees Ding Tianxi, he is stunned. In the past, with the internet's development, he has seen many kinds of people online. He once saw a girl with anorexia, a girl about 1.6 meters tall, so thin she weighed only 50 pounds, which was terrifying. But Ding Tianxi is even more frightening. He is so thin he looks like a piece of paper, with bones sticking out from under the blanket, almost unrecognizable as a person. His hair has fallen out completely, and his face is so gaunt that his original features are hard to see. Only his large, striking eyes stand out, making him look very eerie. If his chest weren't still rising and falling slightly, Shung might think he was no longer alive. Ding Tianxi did not expect a stranger to appear before him. He could only turn his head slightly toward old Master Ding, open his mouth faintly, and whisper, "Go away. Let her go." Once a proud young man, he does not want anyone to see him in this ghostly state. Old Master Ding's eyes turn red. He quickly steps forward and kneels down, holding his grandson's cold hand tightly. "Tianxi, this was arranged by Grandpa. The wonton you ate yesterday was made by her. She has a way to help you eat again. Please trust Grandpa one more time, okay? Grandpa is begging you." Ding Tianxi's breathing stalls. He stares blankly at Shung, and in his exaggerated eyes, a faint glimmer of light appears. If he had a chance to live like a normal person, who would want to wait for death? Shung needs to get the information he wants from him. He steps forward and softly speaks. "Young Master Ding, I cannot guarantee that I can make you eat, but I hope, for your grandfather's sincere love for his grandson, you can cooperate with me." The room was very quiet. Ding Tianxi looked at his grandfather, whose eyes were red, then at Shung, who appeared calm without showing any sympathy, mockery, or disgust. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay." Old Master Ding was so happy he cried. In the kitchen, a group of maids and servants were chatting and laughing together. The Ding family only had 2 proper mistresses, but they had many maids and servants. Everyone only needed to do their own work well to earn a good monthly salary. The kitchen was a good place to make extra money. The mistresses often ate expensive ingredients that they couldn't finish, and they dared to secretly take some out of the house to exchange for money. Over the year, they earned much more than their monthly wages. They loved this good job and wished they could do it for their whole lives. While everyone was chatting happily, a young girl rushed in, sweating heavily. She shouted, "Something's wrong." Manager Yang found a new head cook, and from now on, we all have to listen to the new head cook. Hearing this, the maids and servants were shocked. They stood up, looking at the young girl with suspicion. The maid in charge of the kitchen quickly grabbed the girl and asked fiercely, "Where did you hear this? Did you hear it with your own ears?" The girl was very frightened, her face turning pale. I heard old Master Changfu say it. Changfu never lies." Changfu was old Master Ding's trusted servant, who gave orders on his behalf. The maid's face changed, showing worry and fear. Could it be that she was caught stealing valuable ingredients from the kitchen? Thinking about this possibility, she was so anxious, she started to pace around. The others saw her worried, and became scared too. They seemed to think the same thing. Old Master Ding was kind to his servants, but he was not soft-hearted. Once someone stole from the warehouse, he caught them and beat them half to death. That wasn't enough. He also sent people to search that person's home and finally sold them to a mining camp in the northwest as a laborer. They would never come back alive. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. They shivered and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, outside, Manager Yang's voice was heard. "Lady Shung, this is the kitchen. If you need anything, just tell the kitchen staff to buy it." Hearing this, the maid in charge of the kitchen turned pale. She lost her last bit of hope. Shung followed Manager Yang to the kitchen and saw a group of people standing there, all looking at her as if they'd seen a ghost. They seemed confused and unsure what to do. Manager Yang also noticed everyone's strange behavior. He immediately scowled and scolded. "Why are you all just standing here? Come over and greet Lady Shung." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. What did Manager Yang mean? Were they not going to be beaten or sold to work in the mines? The old housekeeper was the first to react. She quickly stepped forward and smiled flatteringly at Shung. "Lady Shung, I am in charge of the kitchen. From now on, we will work together. If you need anything, just tell us." The others secretly relaxed and smiled as they came forward to greet Shung looked at them and said with a gentle smile, "It's not really a command. Old Master Ding asked me to cook for young Master Ding. After finishing, I will go home." So, it was just old Master Ding inviting her to cook for the young master, not trying to take her job. The old housekeeper's tense face relaxed, and her smile became more genuine. "Since the old master asked you to come, we will do our best to cooperate. Manager Yang gave a few instructions, nodded to Shungen, and then hurried off to do other things. Shungen entered the kitchen, looked around, and then said to the housekeeper behind her, "I need millet and old pumpkin. Do we have any in the house?" The housekeeper was surprised at first, but then nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. I will find them for you right away." She then ordered a young girl to go to the storage room and fetch the millet and old pumpkin. For the Ding family, which was quite wealthy, these ingredients were very common. They rarely used them for cooking, but the kitchen kept some for making porridge or snacks occasionally. Soon, the young girl returned with the millet and pumpkin. Shungen picked up a handful of millet, smelled it to make sure it was stored well and not moldy, then scooped a small spoonful into a large bowl and washed it thoroughly. Next, she took a knife and cut open the top of the pumpkin. Seeing the bright yellow cut surface and the deep color, which emitted the sweet aroma unique to pumpkins, Shungen nodded in satisfaction and cut off a piece about the size of her palm. At this point, the housekeeper realized what Shungen was about to do and hesitated slightly. Previously, the famous chefs invited by the mansion would carefully select ingredients and use all their skills to create dishes that amazed everyone. But this lady Shung only chose simple ingredients like millet and pumpkin, which didn't suit the young master's status. And making millet and pumpkin porridge is very easy. She can do it herself. Is this woman really just here to trick the Ding family? Shung ignored the strange look from the housekeeper and focused on peeling and removing the seeds from the pumpkin. Millet and pumpkin porridge is natural, healthy, tasty, and nutritious. Ding Tianxi's digestion system is almost broken, and his stomach is very fragile, unable to handle greasy or high-protein foods. This millet and pumpkin porridge has no oil or salt, easy to digest and absorb, and has no allergy risks. It is the best food for Ding Tianxi right now. Peel the pumpkin and cut it into small pieces, boil in cold water over high heat, then add millet and turn to low heat. Shung uses a clay pot. The millet and pumpkin porridge cooked in a clay pot tastes better than that cooked in a large iron pot. If she used a ceramic jar and slow-cooked over low heat, the flavor would be even better, but it requires constant attention to the fire. Shungen finds it troublesome, so she simply uses a clay pot. Outside the kitchen, the young girl looked through the window and saw Shung sitting by the stove, leisurely eating sunflower seeds. She whispered to the housekeeper with some suspicion, "That young woman inside doesn't seem like a top chef at all. Could she just be here to show off and deceive us?" Remember, the previous famous chefs invited by the master would still be rewarded generously even if their dishes didn't impress the young master, and they would politely leave afterward. This woman looks like a poor girl, probably just trying to get some benefit. The housekeeper also suspected this but didn't say so. Maybe she has nothing to do with our kitchen. If she offends the master, she has to bear the consequences herself. It's not our place to worry about her. The young girl thought that made sense but felt annoyed. What if she really tricks us? That would be a win for her. The housekeeper glanced at her. "Look at how naive you are. If you had her skills, you'd try your luck with the master too." The young girl immediately shut her mouth. She wasn't the type to show off or deceive the master without being caught. The two people chatted casually, and suddenly they smelled a strong, sweet aroma. They couldn't help but feel excited. "What's that?" The housekeeper instinctively looked toward the kitchen, her eyes falling on the bubbling clay pot on the stove. The sweet smell was coming from the pot. It was clearly a mix of millet and pumpkin. But this sweet aroma was amplified many times over, as if every pore in their bodies was soaking in this special scent, making their mouths water. Gradually, the kitchen door was surrounded by people, all staring in disbelief at the pot. They couldn't believe that cooking millet with pumpkin could produce such tempting smell. The housekeeper muttered, "I thought it was a scam, but it turns out they really have skill." A young girl nearby swallowed hard, agreeing with the housekeeper's words. The aroma grew stronger and drifted into the yard, attracting a few cleaning women who kept glancing toward the kitchen, thinking the housekeeper and others were secretly cooking something delicious. Everyone looked envious. After a moment of longing, they sighed and bent down to continue sweeping. Shungen thought it was almost ready. She lifted the lid of the pot, stirred with a spoon, and mashed the soft pumpkin into a smooth paste, mixing it thoroughly with the millet. After about 10 more minutes of cooking, the fragrance of millet and pumpkin reached its peak. Shung skillfully took the pot and placed it on a nearby chopping board to cool. The housekeeper, swallowing her saliva, stepped inside, her eyes eager to stay on the pot. "Miss Shung, is the porridge ready? I'll take it to the young master." The young master was a picky eater, so just getting him to take a few bites was good. She planned to drink the rest of the large pot herself. Shung didn't refuse. "Prepare 2 sets of bowls and spoons. I'll go with you." Although she was confident in her cooking skills, Ding Tianxi's severe loss of appetite made her unsure about this millet pumpkin porridge. She needed to see how the diners responded, so she could make adjustments if needed. At least, she would be paid 100 taels of silver, so she had to make sure Lord Ding felt it was worth it. Lord Ding had already sent someone to wait outside the kitchen. When he heard Shung had taken the prepared food to his grandson's yard, he quickly put down his ledger and, with Chong Fu, hurried over in a rush. Inside the house, Ding Tianxi leaned against a bench, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the clay pot on the yellow pearwood round table. His throat moved slightly. When he smelled the sweet aroma coming from the pot, he had lost interest in food, even felt disgusted by it, but suddenly, he felt a desire to eat again. The first time was yesterday, when a bowl of cold wontons had been discarded. "Young Master Ding, this is my homemade millet pumpkin porridge, with no added ingredients. Please try it," Shung said as she opened the lid and served a bowl to Jinnian, her close maid. As for the housekeeper woman, she wasn't even allowed to step inside the courtyard and was sent away with a word from Jinnian. Jinnian took the porridge, felt its temperature in her palm, and only scooped a spoonful when she confirmed it wasn't hot. Carefully, she brought it to her young master's mouth. Young master, seeing the golden color and the increasingly rich sweet aroma of the food in front of him, Ding Tianxi almost couldn't wait and opened his mouth eagerly. Just as the spoon touched his lips, old Master Ding's anxious voice came from outside. "Tianxi, have you eaten?" Ding Tianxi heard this and looked toward the door. Seeing his grandfather's figure, a rare smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Old Master Ding strode in quickly, just in time to see his grandson smiling at him. He froze in place, feeling a bit helpless. How long had it been since his grandson last smiled? Shung couldn't help but speak up. "Old Master Ding, this porridge makes enough for 2 people. Why don't you join young Master Ding and eat together?" Old Master Ding snapped out of his thoughts, wiped his eyes, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll eat with Tianxi." He took a full bowl of the millet pumpkin porridge from Chongfu Shung. Used to delicacies from the mountains and seas, he initially didn't pay much attention. But as the sweet aroma entered his nose, making him feel as if he was wandering through a vast, fruitful autumn field, his focus shifted to the simple millet pumpkin porridge in his hand. Realizing that this tempting aroma came from this ordinary bowl of millet pumpkin porridge, old Master Ding's sharp face showed a look of disbelief. Shung was very pleased with the reactions of the grandfather and grandson. Her clear voice was like a gentle breeze. "Young Master Ding has a weak stomach and shouldn't eat overly refined food. The millet pumpkin porridge is soft, sweet, and easy to digest, which is very suitable for young Master Ding's current health." Old Master Ding listened and nodded along. The famous chef who was invited earlier, following the doctor's advice, carefully cooked porridge for the grandson, using ingredients like minced meat, fish, and shrimp. The porridge was indeed very fragrant and tasty, but the grandson couldn't even smell it. He gagged and almost ate just from a distance. They also tried making light, simple porridge, but it was too bland to stimulate the grandson's appetite, let alone get him to open his mouth to eat. Thinking of this, old Master Ding's gaze toward the millet pumpkin porridge changed completely. Under his expectant and nervous look, Ding Tianxi hurriedly ate the porridge brought to his mouth. In an instant, old Master Ding's eyes filled with tears. Good. One spoonful after another, Ding Tianxi drank the porridge faster and faster. Seeing his grandson eating so happily, old Master Ding's tears kept flowing. If there hadn't been others in the house, he might have lost control and cried loudly. When less than half a bowl of porridge remained, Shung and quickly stopped Jianing from feeding more. That's enough for today. If you're hungry this afternoon, half a bowl will be enough. The Ding family grandfather and grandson weren't fools. They immediately understood Shung An's meaning. Ding Tianqi hadn't eaten well for 2 years, and his stomach had shrunk badly. This half bowl of millet pumpkin porridge was the limit of his stomach capacity. If he ate more, he would definitely. Tianqi, how do you feel? Old Master Ding looked at his grandson nervously, worried he might at any moment. Such situations had happened every day over the past 2 years. After waiting nearly 15 minutes, Ding Tianqi showed no signs of ing. Both Old Master Ding and Shung An finally let out a long breath. Even Ding Tianqi himself found it hard to believe. His eyes grew brighter as he looked at Shung An. Lady Shung, thank you. Thank you so much. Old Master Ding was so excited he could hardly speak clearly, feeling deeply grateful to Shung An. This small bowl of porridge had saved his grandson's life. The young girl in front of him would be his grandson's lifesaver. Next, Old Master Ding discussed with Shung An, hoping she could come to the Ding family every day to prepare 3 meals for Ding Tianqi until he recovered. He wanted to arrange for Shung An to stay directly, but he had already asked around yesterday and learned that she was married and staying at her own home, so he didn't mention it. There was 100 taels of silver hanging in front of her. Shung An naturally wouldn't refuse Lord Ding's request. They agreed that after setting up her stall each day, she would go to the Ding residence to cook for Ding Tianqi. She could decide what to make. When she left, her carriage was even more spacious and luxurious. Behind it, there was a large carriage filled with many gifts. At this moment, Grandma Shung was standing at the gate of the Su family, her eyes frequently looking toward the alley. She hadn't seen her granddaughter's figure for a long time, and her wrinkled face gradually showed worry. The old lady didn't know how wealthy the Ding family was, nor did she know what Lord Ding wanted her granddaughter for. She only heard from Manager Yang's son that the Ding family was a powerful family that Shung and Su couldn't afford to offend. Grandma Shung never imagined that her granddaughter would be connected to such a family. Thinking about how in the village, people said that wealthy families were unkind and that a wrong word could get you beaten to death, Grandma Shung couldn't help but feel scared. No, I have to find Jinnian and ask him to go to the Ding family to see. The more Grandma Shung thought, the more worried she became. She turned around to go inside and ask Su Qinglin where her son Jinnian's house was. Just then, a familiar voice of her granddaughter came from afar. Grandma. Grandma Shung quickly turned her head and saw a large carriage approaching. Her granddaughter was sticking out her head, smiling brightly, and waving at her. Her worried heart finally relaxed. The 2 luxurious carriages drove through the narrow alley, immediately attracting the neighbors' attention. They gathered at the door to watch. Seeing Shung and get off the carriage, everyone was surprised and opened their mouths wide. The young wife who just married into the Su family, what kind of background did she have? Why did she come back sitting in such a beautiful carriage? Could it be what the opera says, that she is actually a daughter of a noble family who accidentally ended up in the countryside and became a village girl? Now, her real family has come to find her? Shung and didn't know what the neighbors were imagining. As soon as she got off the carriage, she rushed forward to hug Grandma Shung, unable to hide her excitement as she whispered in her ear. Grandma, my granddaughter has made it. I earned a lot of small money. I can buy meat every day to honor you. Are you happy? She hadn't received the 100 taels of silver yet, but the many gifts behind her were real. Shung An didn't look closely at the Ding family, but with their wealth, she knew these gifts were valuable. Grandma Shung was not interested in listening to her granddaughter's chatter. She pulled her aside and carefully examined her from head to toe to make sure she was unharmed. Only then did she gently pat her granddaughter. Why are you only back now? Grandma's old bones almost worried herself to death. Shung An chuckled and quickly comforted her. The journey was a bit long and delayed us. I'll cook something delicious for you at noon to make up for it, okay? Seeing her granddaughter trying to be cute and obedient, Grandma Shung couldn't help but chuckle. All right. I won't scold you. Just go inside and rest. Then she looked at the 2 large carts behind her granddaughter and warmly invited the 2 drivers to come in for some tea. The drivers politely declined and stepped forward respectfully, asking Shung, "Madam Shung, where should we put the things on the cart?" Shung turned around to speak, but was suddenly startled to see a group of neighbors gathered around the front of the cart. An elderly gossiping lady eagerly asked, "What's going on with the Su family's cart? Are they relatives of yours?" The Su family father and son had lived here for over 10 years, but they had never seen such a fancy big cart come to their door. Shung was not familiar with these neighbors and didn't want to reveal the Ding family's details, so she politely replied, "They're not relatives. I helped someone out and they kindly sent a cart to bring me back." Everyone looked disappointed. They then became curious about which wealthy family in the city Shung had helped and what kind of favor she had done. But seeing Shung's attitude of not wanting to say more, they didn't press further. They just watched as the cart doors opened, revealing a full load of gifts. All these gifts were packed in fine redwood boxes, and it was hard to tell what was inside just by looking. Seeing the two drivers struggling a bit to carry the heavy load, they guessed the contents were quite valuable. Even if the gifts were just rice, flour, and oil, the total value would be worth several silver coins. The two drivers carried the full cart of gifts into the main hall without even stopping for a drink. After saying goodbye to Shung, they drove away. Grandma Shung, relying on her age and seniority, dismissed the curious neighbors who wanted to come in, closing the courtyard gate to block out their envious or jealous gazes. Shung didn't rush to open the boxes. She went to Su Qinglin's house and briefly explained why she was invited to the Ding family by Old Master Ding. Su Qinglin suddenly realized, so it was the Ding family from the shipyard. "When your grandmother told me about it, I thought it was someone with the same surname." Shung asked curiously, "Dad, do you know the Ding family?" Su Qinglin nodded. "I used to work at the dock, managing the movement of goods at the timber factory. That timber factory belongs to the Ding family shipyard. The Ding family is my employer." Shung smiled. "What a coincidence." Su Qinglin also smiled. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence. I heard before that the young master of the Ding family was not in good health. Old Master Ding was seeking doctors everywhere. Turns out, he had a food poisoning illness, not the rumored lovesickness." Shung's eyes lit up with curiosity and she eagerly asked her father-in-law how his lovesickness transmitted. Su Qinglin felt a bit embarrassed to say it. Seeing his daughter-in-law looking at him expectantly, he hesitated but didn't want to leave it half-told. He cleared his throat and said, "There's a rumor that the young Master Ding liked a girl, but she publicly rejected him, saying that marrying a pig would be better than marrying him. After that, the young master stopped eating well and gradually became thinner. This rumor was widely spread, with many details, and most people believed it. People also secretly made fun of the young Master Ding." "Was the young Master Ding fat before?" Shung was surprised, because now Ding Tianxi looked very thin, with no sign of fat at all. Su Qinglin nodded. "Yes, the young Master Ding visited the timber factory before. I saw him from afar, and his build was exactly like Old Master Ding." He added, "I heard that Old Master Ding's son is the same." Shung understood. It turns out that 3 generations of the Ding family are naturally prone to gaining weight, and their Mithria Buddha-like bodies are purely inherited. The rumor said Ding Tianxi had lovesickness, which seemed unrelated to anorexia. But thinking carefully, the two might be connected. It's probably because he was upset by what his beloved said, and he couldn't face his own body, so he decided to lose weight. He overdid it and developed anorexia, and as his condition worsened, he became as thin as a matchstick. Now, Ding Tianxi probably no longer cares about love. Compared to his life, so-called love is nothing. After hearing Ding Tianxi's gossip, Shung didn't plan to use it for anything. She happily opened the blind box in the main hall. Grandma Shung was helping nearby. When the first redwood box was opened, a full box of colorful, high-quality fabrics caught the eye. "These are all silk fabrics." Grandma Shung stepped back in surprise, afraid to touch them, worried her calluses might tear the expensive materials. Shung was not afraid. She carefully felt the cool, smooth silk with the back of her hand. Wow, these are all real silk. In her previous life, a single piece like this would cost over 10,000 yuan. Shung counted 8 pieces of fabric, in colors suitable for the 3 generations of her family. Among them, The bright yellow-orange one was her favorite. After admiring the 8 silk fabrics, Shung and opened the second box, which contained a set of matching bottles and jars. A faint tea aroma drifted out. Inside were tea leaves. The Ding family ran a tea business, so they naturally had all kinds of good teas. There were more than 10 cans of tea, more than enough for the family to drink, and perfect for giving as gifts. Next, other boxes were opened one after another, revealing dried seafood, high-quality wine, fine leather goods, and dried fruit snacks. The 2 most valuable gifts were a solid gold hairpin and a set of fragrant writing brushes and inkstones. Shung thought these writing tools looked very expensive, especially compared to the set Su Jinnian often used. The gift from Lord Ding, a whole cart of presents, was worth over 100 taels of silver. This made Shung a little nervous. She wanted to save money to open a small restaurant. If Lord Ding didn't give her cash, she could use these items as payment. But then, she would have to sell them. She thought that selling the gold hairpin alone might be enough. Since she needed to focus on running the restaurant, wearing gold and silver jewelry would only get in her way. She didn't really like wearing jewelry anyway. Suddenly, Shung felt very happy. She affectionately stroked the gold hairpin and said, "Just wait, I'll exchange you for real silver soon." Hearing her granddaughter mumbling, Grandma Shung packed up the gifts and urged her, "Jinnian will be back soon. Hurry up and cook." Shung-in's little face fell, and she looked at her grandma with a sad expression. "Grandma, you don't love me anymore." Grandma Shung comforted her. "Jinnian's cooking isn't as good as yours." "Grandma loves the food you make." Shung-in was speechless. Was she a 3-year-old child? Grandma really liked her cooking, and she truly hoped Shung-in would become a good wife and mother. It's not that the elderly lady doesn't care about her. It's just that women of this era think this way. They see being a good wife and mother as their highest goal, and they also expect other women in the family to follow this standard. She sighed quietly and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. When Su Jinnian returned home and saw the busy figure in the kitchen, he turned around and strode inside. "You're back." Shung greeted him and pointed toward the main hall. "Go help Grandma and see how to organize those things. They're piled up in the hall and look too messy." Su Jinnian thought she had bought a lot today and instinctively said, "The few books are copied. I'll deliver them to the bookstore this afternoon, and the money will be given to you." Shung was confused. "Why would I want that?" "The money is yours, keep it." Su Jinnian's expression darkened, and he looked at her silently. The money his younger sister-in-law earned was kept by her. If one day her brother forgot to give her money, she would chase after him to ask for it. Other couples he knew were the same. Only his wife never asked about the family's money. The only time she asked for money was the day after their wedding when she bought something, but it was for the family. The rest of the money she spent on buying things for setting up her stall. Now he voluntarily handed over the money from copying books, but she refused. Shung was also new to being a wife and didn't understand how couples should get along, nor did she understand Su's little thoughts. Seeing Su Jinnian staring at her intently, she couldn't help but doubt if he was strange. "Are your eyes blind?" "I can't grow flowers on my face." "Hurry up and help Grandma in the hall. Don't let her hurt her back." Su Jinnian. And Anne's mind might be different from normal people. Maybe he should find a different way to get along with her? At this moment, the couple's brainwaves strangely synchronized. Yes, both thought the other was a bit odd. Su Jinnian went to the main hall and saw the large redwood chest occupying most of the room, falling into silence. Didn't really use all her earnings from setting up her stall to buy these chests. While Su Jinnian was pondering Shung's thoughts again, Grandma Shung came out of the guest room. "Jinnian, come quickly and move these chests inside. These chests are sturdy and could sell for quite a bit if someone uses them for clothes." After listening, Su Jinnian realized he had misunderstood and quickly asked about the boxes. Grandma Shung smiled warmly and said they were all sent by the Ding family. Anin went to cook a meal for the sick young master, and they sent these as a thank you gift. Through Grandma Shung's story, Su Jinnian finally understood what his wife had done in just one morning. He had heard of the Ding family before. Last year, Old Master Ding spent a lot of money to find a skilled chef, which caused many rumors about the Ding family to spread widely. He thought those rumors had settled, but unexpectedly, his wife was somehow involved. After lunch, it was time to study. Jinnian thought Shung would talk about something other than studying, but until the lesson ended, he didn't hear what he wanted. Shung learned more than 10 new characters and was about to leave when she suddenly clapped her hands. Oh, right. Jinnian tightened his grip on the pen, his face as smooth as jade, showing no emotion. What? Surprise. I have a surprise for you. Shung smiled and patted Jinnian on the shoulder. Before he could react, she quickly went to the guest room and took out a set of calligraphy and painting supplies from a small box. Here, open it and see if you like it. Shung placed the delicate box on the desk, signaling Jinnian to open the gift himself. Jinnian looked at the box, then at Shung, and a faint sparkle appeared in his eyes that he hadn't noticed himself. His slender hands gently lifted the lid of the box. The first thing he saw was an old-fashioned inkstone carved with simple patterns. Below the inkstone, 2 blocks of ink emitted a strong ink scent, and beside them was a rare ivory brush. Just this ivory brush was so valuable that even scholarly families might not own one, enough to be treasured as a family heirloom. Shung, not knowing its value, saw that Jinnian's gaze never left the gift and knew it had touched his heart. The imperial exam is coming soon. This surprise is my early gift to you. She hoped he would succeed in passing the exam with flying colors. When that happens, her small restaurant might open, and she might even borrow the title of a scholar. Thank you. I really like it. Jinnian held Shung's hand, his deep eyes flickering with many emotions. When he looked at Shung again, his expression became calm. Since he called Shung by her full name yesterday, he now called her An. These 2 words from his mouth sounded more tender and affectionate. I'm glad you like it. I'm just offering a flower to the Buddha. Shung was very pleased with Jinnian's reaction. She withdrew her hand and said with a smile, there are many couples in the world, but not all of them share the same heart. Although we're still getting to know each other, I think you're a good person. Even if we don't end up as a loving couple, we won't hurt each other. Jinnian's good mood suddenly sank, his lips pressed into a straight line, and a hint of hurt flickered in his eyes. Go read your book. I need to go out and take care of something. Shung didn't notice Jinnian's change in mood. She secretly praised her own cleverness. She really thought Jinnian was a good person and couldn't imagine him doing something crazy, like killing his wife. She knew she needed to find a chance to talk openly with him. If he ever decided to pursue a higher status, she wouldn't cling to him. He didn't need to risk killing anyone. Jinnian watched Shung leave, standing still in the same position for a long time. When he heard her cheerful voice telling Grandma Shung she was going to Zhang's house to get pig bones, he unexpectedly smiled, half helpless, half self-deprecating. This time, Shung took a jar of tea leaves, some dried seafood, and a few snacks to Zhang's house. When Su Chuilian saw her bringing things, her face immediately darkened. Just a few days of selling your things, and you already have so much money, you don't know what to do with it? If you think money is burning a hole in your pocket, give it to me, and I'll keep it for you. The young wife, who just got married, didn't know how to manage money. Her second brother had been ill for months, and their savings had long been used up. Soon, Jinnian would go to the capital to take the imperial exam, and travel and accommodation costs would be a big expense. She couldn't be wasteful like Shung and little aunt. You misunderstood. I didn't spend any money on these things. Shung understood Su Chuilian's personality and naturally wouldn't mind her sarcastic remarks. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dad and my husband yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Chuilian's expression softened. She took the items and examined them carefully. Then her face became tense again. This tea looks very expensive, and these dried seafood products, since we don't live near the sea, the prices in our shop are sky-high. Shung smiled and said, they were all gifts from others. I just brought them here for my sister-in-law and brother-in-law to try. She briefly explained how she went to the Ding family to cook for Ding Tianxi and received a thank-you gift from Mr. Ding, without mentioning the exact amount. Su Chuilian listened as if hearing a story, her eyes wide like copper bells, her mouth agape. She never expected that her initially overlooked niece-in-law would have such a fortunate fate, forming a connection with the Ding family, one of the most prominent families in the city. That was the Ding family, a family so powerful that even pulling out a single hair from their legs would be thicker than their waist. After a long while, Su Tzuelian finally recovered and looked at Shung'an as if she were looking at a precious treasure. You are truly lucky. The days for the second brother's family would get better again. Shung'an shivered, unable to bear Su's gaze. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Please accept these things. They are a token of respect for my husband and me for you and brother-in-law. Su Tzuelian no longer refused politely. Her chubby face bloomed into a smile like a flower. Your gift to Jinnian is something I can accept. Shung and then carried a basket full of pig bones back home. In the evening, Zhang's father and sons finished their pig slaughter and returned home. Su Tzuelian prepared a table of good dishes and brought out a jar of fine wine. Seeing a plate of steamed dried shrimp on the table, the four men were all surprised. This kind of dried shrimp was expensive. Even though Zhang's family was doing well, they wouldn't normally spend money on it. Zhang the butcher, a man of few words, couldn't help but ask, "Wife, today there's shrimp and wine. Did you find gold somewhere?" "Nonsense," Su Tzuelian replied, rolling her eyes at her husband. This was sent by Jinnian's wife. She then proudly added, "My niece-in-law is very promising." Luckily, when Jinnian wanted to marry her, I didn't cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang myself to stop him. Next, Zhang Dakue bluntly exposed his mother. "Wasn't it your cousin who had his eye on her since he was young? You crying, making a fuss, or threatening to hang yourself didn't help." Su Tzuelian, embarrassed and angry, slapped her eldest son on the forehead. "Shut up." Zhang Dakue shrank back, keeping his mouth shut and not daring to speak. Seeing their older brother lose the game, the 15-year-old twin brothers, Zhang Erkue and Zhang Xiaokue, covered their mouths and laughed. Their older brother is very straightforward. Even though he knows their mother might get angry, he can't help but speak his mind. But they are smarter and never get involved in their mother's arguments. Hurry up and eat. Today my mood is good, so I allow you both to drink wine. Su Tzuelian personally lifts the wine jar and pours a glass for her husband and 3 sons. Usually, Su Tzuelian doesn't allow them to drink wine to avoid trouble. "Thank you, wife." Zhang the butcher exchanges a look with his 3 sons, all seeing the joy on each other's faces. They speak kindly to Su Tzuelian and then enjoy the delicious food, drinking happily. Fortunately, the father and sons remember they need to wake up early tomorrow to slaughter pigs. Each only takes a sip or 2, then Su Tzuelian puts the wine away. That night, the couple talks. Su Tzuelian mentions Shung An's good luck, how she cooked for Ding Tianxi and gained the old master's favor. The story about Ding Tianxi being sick and losing his appetite was widely known in the city last year. The couple naturally heard about it, so they weren't surprised that Shung An's cooking made Ding Laoyi grateful. Jinnian's wife is lucky. She has her own skills. Zhang the butcher has only met Shung'an once, but has a good impression of her hardworking and diligent niece-in-law. Now, he doesn't hesitate to praise her. Yes, she used to want to sell wontons at a stall. I thought it was unreliable, but I didn't expect she not only succeeded but also made Ding Laoyi notice her with just a bowl of wontons. Su Tzuelian once again admires Shung An's good luck, but she is more happy for her own second brother's family. Since she married into the Su family, my second brother's health has improved. Her wonton business is thriving, bringing in a good income every month. I can worry less now. Over the years, her second brother and Jinnian have depended on each other. Recently, her brother's condition worsened, and she prepared herself for his final journey. Her only worry is Jinnian, losing her only father. How will she live alone? Fortunately, with her and her brother's persuasion, Jinnian finally agreed to find a matchmaker and choose a husband, and he picked Jinnian, someone who suits her. Isn't that a match made in heaven? Jinnian is independent, and his wife is not bad either. Your second brother's good fortune is still ahead. Zhang the butcher felt jealous and thought about his eldest son's marriage. Dakue is no longer young. We need to arrange his marriage soon. I'll ask Jinnian's wife if she knows any suitable girls. Jinnian's wife is a good person, and the girl she knows is also trustworthy. Su Chui Lian agreed quickly, saying, "All right, tomorrow Jinnian's wife will come to our house, and I will ask her." At this moment, Shung lay on the bed, staring at the man sitting beside her, carefully applying lotion to her hand. Seeing her intense gaze, Su Jinnian looked normal. "And why are you looking at me like that?" Shung really wanted to roll her eyes, but her eyelids refused to cooperate, almost making her look cross-eyed. She quickly blinked to keep her composure, took a deep breath and snorted. "You asked that on purpose." Su Jinnian nodded, showing a look of understanding. "Although I am quite handsome, if you keep looking at me like that, I might feel shy." Shung almost choked on her own saliva, looking at Su Jinnian as if he were a monster. She couldn't believe he said such a thing. This guy's usual image is that of a pure, elegant person, a high mountain flower. For him to say such narcissistic things totally ruins his image. She held back for a long time but couldn't help but say, "Just shut up." Su Jinnian smiled gently, as if asking Shung or himself, "If I didn't have this face, would you look at me more?" Shung thought carefully. In her mind, she replaced Su Jinnian's face with a common face and honestly shook her head. No, who doesn't like to look at a handsome person? But tonight, this guy was acting strange, and Shung felt a little uneasy inside. To test her guess, she asked cautiously, "Su Jinnian, did something happen to you?" Su Jinnian stopped applying lotion and looked at Shung's confused face. He easily guessed her thoughts. "I just think you don't like boring people." Shung was stunned, and her confusion turned into disbelief. Just because he thought she didn't like boring people, he tried to change his way of speaking to find more common ground with her. This fact made Shung feel uneasy. She wanted to say, "You don't have to do this. Just be yourself, don't change easily for others." But just as she started to speak, Su Jinnian interrupted her. I want to make changes for myself." "You don't need to feel pressured." Su Jinnian's voice was as gentle and pleasant as always. The warm yellow light seemed to give his face a soft glow, making him look even more handsome and extraordinary. "You are my wife. We will spend our lives together. I want to understand you better, what you think, what you like, how you handle things, so we can communicate better. That way, you won't feel tired being with me." Since he was asking, it couldn't be just for an end's sake. It was meant to avoid causing her trouble. Shung stared at Su Jinnian in surprise, speechless for a moment. Feeling touched? Maybe a little. Since childhood, no one had ever gone this far for her. At that moment, Shung's defenses softened. She had already planned to get along well with this man. Since he took the first step, why should she hesitate? After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, "Let's just go with the flow in our marriage. You don't need to force yourself to change." She quickly added, like the saying goes, "A forced melon isn't sweet." "If your changes make me dislike you, wouldn't that be a waste?" Maybe that comparison wasn't perfect. Never mind, it's the thought that counts. Seeing her scratching her head, Su Jinnian couldn't help but smile and gently ruffled her hair. "All right, listen to Anan.
Just go with the flow."
Shung breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to take the next step, she suddenly let out a sharp scream. "My freshly washed hair. Now you've got oil in it." Su Jinnian's hand froze, unable to continue touching her. Shung kept muttering, "Such long hair. Washing it takes so much effort. Do you know how much I hate washing my hair?" Su Jinnian stepped forward and hugged her gently, soothing her kindly. "From now on, I'll wash and dry it for you. You won't have to do it yourself." Shung looked suspicious. "Really? Aren't you worried people will laugh at you, calling you a husband?" Su Jinnian smiled softly, looking at her little calic, and couldn't help but press it down.
"What's funny about that?"
"Being considerate to your wife is natural. Only those who laugh at me are the real joke." Seeing his attitude, Shung felt even more confident about her choice. "All right, from now on, I'll leave my hair to you." She touched her head and looked unhappy with her hair. "It's dry and frizzy, like straw. I need to take good care of it." In her past life, Shung's hair was shiny and black. While many people suffered from hair loss, her hair was thick and beautiful enough to advertise shampoo. This body was undernourished, so her hair naturally wasn't good. Hearing Shung En's words, Jinnian touched his hair again. I've heard eating black sesame seeds can help grow hair. I'll buy some black sesame powder tomorrow. Shung En shook her head. Black sesame has a strong taste. I don't like eating it. Good hair quality depends on health. Taking care of your body is better than eating 10 tons of black sesame powder. After a busy day, Shung En felt a little sleepy. She pushed Jinnian gently. Go read a book and sleep early after you're done. But Jinnian didn't leave. He hugged her tightly with his slim arms and spoke softly in her ear. I'll sleep with an tonight. Shung En blinked and uncertainly looked up. Are you trying to? Jinnian's eyes darkened, showing a hint of nervousness. A mischievous smile appeared in Shung En's eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear. Are you missing mommy's hug, Jinnian? When it comes to ruining the mood, the wife is the best at it. After a moment of silence, Jinnian sighed and decided to clarify. Anin, I don't have a mother. I've never slept in her arms. I don't miss someone who doesn't exist. Shung En was surprised. Was this man like her, born without a mother? Seeing her thoughts, Jinnian spoke calmly. I'm an adopted son. By blood, he's my second uncle. The Su family was a big family. By the time of Su Qinglin's generation, there were 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Jinnian was the 3rd son. When he was born, a fortune-teller said he was a heavenly bad luck star who would kill everyone around him. At that time, the family's old ox broke its leg and could no longer plow the fields. Su's 4th son's 5-month-old baby had a high fever for 3 days and almost went deaf. The family blamed these problems on Jinnian, thinking he was cursed. Fearing the so-called heavenly bad luck star, fate, Su's 3rd son cruelly threw Jinnian into the mountains, hoping wild animals would kill him to atone for his sins. Su Qinglin, who had just returned home, heard that his nephew had been thrown into the mountains to feed wild animals. He was furious with the Su family and, ignoring advice, he went alone into the mountains to find Jinnian, who was covered in ants. From then on, Su Qinglin, who had no wife or children, had a son. Jinnian also gained a father who truly loved him. The father and son were not welcomed at home. Su Qinglin decided to move to the city with his son. His relationship with the other brothers and his eldest sister was tense, and they rarely contacted each other. Only Su Chuilian, the youngest sister, always saw Su Qinglin as family and loved Jinnian very much. Over the years, neither Su Qinglin nor Su Chuilian was able to break Jinnian's spirit. The people of the Su family knew well that Jinnian was not cursed or unlucky. No one wanted to admit that they were foolish enough to believe the fortune-teller's words easily. After hearing about Jinnian's complicated background, Shung En couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Her words were quite blunt. No matter what you think inside, I, Shung En, only recognize one father-in-law. I don't acknowledge any of the Su family, and they can't use their elder status to pressure me. Selfish people never miss a chance to benefit themselves. That's human nature. Jinnian touched her angry face and saw a faint smile on his handsome face. The 2 families haven't had much contact over the years. They won't bother themselves. Shung En shook her head, looking as if she thought he was too naive. Not now, but one day when you pass the imperial exam, they will come to curry favor. If you become a top scholar, they will chase after you even if they have to eat dirt.
Jinnian.
Thinking of that scene, Shung En felt a wave of nausea and quickly warned him. Remember, only your father is your real father in the Su family. Your aunt is your relative. Everyone else is just nonsense. If you treat nonsense as family, I'll cut ties with you. Jinnian's face darkened. And don't say such things. Shung En snorted. I'm not joking. I find it disgusting to associate with nonsense. Jinnian couldn't help but laugh and cry. He held her face and kissed her forehead. I promise I won't. Shung En was satisfied and tiptoed to kiss his lips. Kissing on the forehead is too ordinary. A real couple should do what couples are supposed to do. Two people who have grown closer emotionally still haven't done what married couples are supposed to do. At a critical moment, Shung suddenly runs away. She doesn't give Jinnian a chance to misunderstand and seriously explains her reason. My body is too weak, so weak that Gui Shui hasn't come for several months. If we cause a tragedy, either the baby will die, or I and the baby will die together. For some reason, Jinnian suddenly feels a huge wave of fear. He instinctively covers Shung's mouth and speaks very sternly. Don't say such things. Shung is startled and quickly pushes his hand away. Why are you shouting? Giving birth is always dangerous, and I'm not just talking nonsense. Her body hasn't fully developed yet and has been undernourished for a long time. With irregular, the chance of pregnancy is low, but accidents can happen. If she gets pregnant, at best she might miscarry. At worst, both lives could be lost. Either way, it's deadly. Shungin won't risk her life just for a moment of pleasure. It won't happen. I won't touch you, Anan. I won't let you get pregnant. Jinnian tightly hugs Shungin, overwhelmed by a huge panic that almost consumes him. And we won't have children. Let's just live like this. Shungin didn't expect him to react so strongly. She suppresses her strange feelings and pokes at his tense body. We sleep in the same bed every day. Can you really hold back? I can't guarantee I can control myself. Platonic love between spouses is like bubbles. Only maintaining physical contact can make it last. Seeing him hold her even tighter and his body stiffen more, Shungin sighs and tries to comfort him. Can you stop? You're making me feel like I might really die. It's putting a lot of pressure on me. Jinnian also can't explain why he's so afraid. Seeing that he's affecting Shungin, he slowly releases her and calms his racing heartbeat. I'm just too nervous. From now on, let's not say such unlucky things. Shungin nods. Yes, I won't say it anymore. I will take good care of my health. In the future, she probably won't lack money, and she won't be too strict with herself about eating. At most, a year of poor health can be recovered, and her body will develop normally. She's only 16 and still has years to grow. The room is quiet, and the two lie peacefully together on the bed. Let's move past the heavy topic. Shungin listens to Jinnian's strong heartbeat, and her restless hands wander around. There's a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. You have to answer honestly. Yes, ask. Jinnian's voice is a bit hoarse, adding a mysterious tone in the dark. Shung's hand tries to grab his abs but fails, so she decisively shifts her position to his chest, feeling more comfortable. There are many girls in the city who are a good match for you. My little aunt said, I married you because I was climbing too high. Actually, it's not hard for you to find a girl who can help you. Why did you choose me? Not only she's curious, but her grandparents were also surprised at first, suspicious that he might have some hidden illness. But after the wedding night experience, the idea of any hidden illness can be completely ruled out. Anan really wants to know. Jinnian catches her wandering hand on his chest and holds it tightly to stop her from teasing him further. Whether you believe it or not, the first time I saw you, I knew you were the one. You can think of it as love at first sight. Since her little aunt spread the news that he was looking for a match, the matchmakers have been coming non-stop. There are many girls who are a good match for him, some from even higher families than the Su family. When the teacher found out, he also helped find a suitable bride from the same clan. But he always felt something was missing. Until the matchmakers lost patience and casually mentioned Anan, he suddenly became interested. By some strange coincidence, he asked to meet her. He still remembers the look of shock on the matchmaker's face at that moment. The matchmaker quickly arranged a meeting. He met Shung Grandpa and Shung Grandma at the matchmaker's house, and also saw Anan hiding behind the curtain. In just one glance, he heard his heart shouting wildly, "It's her! It's really her!" After that, everything fell into place, naturally. Love at first sight? We really are in sync, both attracted at first glance. Shungin giggles happily, excitedly throws herself into Jinnian's arms, and kisses him deeply on the lips. It means we're destined to be together, meant to be husband and wife. Jinnian wraps one arm around his wife's waist and holds her head with the other, deepening the kiss. Anan is right. Whether it's love at first sight or just being attracted to each other, they are now married. Isn't that the best outcome? Shung and is kissed until she struggles to breathe, then pushes him gently to remind him to stop. Looking into his eyes, she felt strangely guilty and asked, "Do you think I've changed since we got married?" Shung and remembered she was an outsider. The man she liked at first sight wasn't her, and now she felt like a shameless thief. Jinnian saw her nervousness and thought she was worried that revealing more of her true self might make him dislike her. He put away his gentle smile and looked serious. "Whether before or after marriage, it's still you. I like the complete you." Anan's feelings for him had never changed. Every time he saw her, he still felt excited. She was the person he wanted to spend his life with. Shung An's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's always been me. For some reason, a silly thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Maybe she and the original owner are the same person? They looked alike, had the same name, and shared the same distant relationship with their parents. Everything seemed too coincidental. Shung An's heart pounded as she stubbornly searched for similarities between herself and the original owner. That night, Shung An had another dream. The scene in her dream was the same as the one on her wedding night, but it felt so real, as if she had experienced it herself. The next day, Shung An overslept and was woken up by Grandma Shung. When she woke, her head was pounding, and it took her a while to recover. She didn't show her discomfort in front of Jinnian and Grandma Shung. The three of them worked hard and finally set up the wonton stall before the sun rose. To her surprise, Yang's son, Xiaoyang, arrived even earlier than them, helping to carry things quickly. "Madam Shung, I'm here on the master's orders to help. If you need anything, just tell me," Xiaoyang said happily, wiping his sweat. He didn't seem to mind this new task. Shung An smiled and replied, "Then thank you for your help." Perhaps Lord Ding was worried she was too busy and might delay her cooking at Ding's house for Ding Tianqi, so he sent Xiaoyang to assist. This arrangement was good, as it eased her grandmother's workload and gave her a break. Business was as good as usual. In less than an hour, all the wontons were sold out, and not a drop of broth was left. Shung An didn't forget Xiaoyang. She specially left him a bowl of wontons. Xiaoyang held the bowl, eating happily. "Lady Shung, your cooking skills are amazing. I've never had such delicious wontons in my life." Shung An smiled and said, "It's just a bowl of wontons. There will be many chances to enjoy good food in the future. When her small restaurant opens, every dish will be as tasty as the wontons." Xiaoyang didn't understand Shung An's hidden meaning. After finishing the last sip of soup, he said with emotion, "Nothing is better than the wontons made by Lady Shung." Yesterday, he didn't bring any wontons to the old man, and the old man almost hit him with a stick. When he goes back later, he will tell the old man that he can enjoy a bowl of wontons at his stall every day, making the old man jealous. After tidying up, Xiaoyang pushed his cart and went back to the Su family with Grandma Shung. Shung An also got on Ding's carriage. Old Master Ding had urgent matters to handle and left early in the morning. This time, Chong Fu was the one welcoming Shung An. As Shung An walked toward the kitchen, she asked Chong Fu, "Did young Master Ding eat anything yesterday afternoon?" Chong Fu respectfully replied, "Young Master ate half a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge. He woke up early this morning and said he was hungry." This was the first time the young master had asked for food after falling ill, which made the old master cry again. The cook learned to make a pot of millet pumpkin porridge like Lady Shung, but the young master had no appetite and didn't eat a single bite. "I don't know if young Master Ding wants anything else to eat. As long as it's something he can tolerate, I can make it to change his taste." Shung An was skilled at making millet pumpkin porridge, as well as yam millet porridge, lotus seed millet porridge, and red date goji berry porridge. Their flavors were just as good as the millet pumpkin porridge. Chong Fu said, "Young master hasn't mentioned anything. Please continue making millet pumpkin porridge." Yesterday, the old master ordered some millet and pumpkins. Shung An nodded and went to the kitchen to repeat yesterday's process. Yesterday, the kitchen staff watched her coldly, thinking she was just a scammer trying to take advantage of Ding's family. Now, however, many people gathered around Jinnian, stretching their necks to watch her handle ingredients and control the fire, eager to learn her secret for making millet pumpkin porridge. Every move Jinnian made was fully visible to everyone, with no tricks involved. The cook who tried to imitate Jinnian's method found it hard to believe. She boldly asked her doubts. "Lady Shung, I made the same porridge, so why does it taste so different from yours?" Shung Anqin thought to herself that you didn't have any special powers to boost food with super buffs or to activate all the ingredients' energies. She couldn't reveal the real reason, so Shung and simply threw the question back. With the same ingredients and the same method, different chefs can make different tastes. The cook girl looked discouraged and quietly left. The others understood Jinnian's point and no longer doubted whether she was hiding something. Without special skills, you can't handle delicate tasks, so Shung Nyangzi naturally caught the master's attention. After cooking the millet pumpkin porridge, Shung went to Ding Tianxi's courtyard as she did yesterday, waiting for his feedback. Today, Ding Tianxi looked a bit more energetic, with some light in his eyes. He was no longer listless. When he saw Jinnian, he even smiled and said in a rough voice, "Lady Shung, thank you for your effort." Jinnian shook her head. "It's just a simple porridge. Besides, old Master Ding paid well, so I don't feel tired." Ding Tianxi only ate half a bowl of the porridge. The rest was kept warm in the kitchen, to be eaten when he was hungry. Based on young Master Ding's current health, I suggest he eat plain porridge for 5 days. If there are no adverse reactions, I will consider preparing other foods for him. Although millet pumpkin porridge was tasty, eating it every day would get boring. Shung naturally reminded young Master Ding, so he wouldn't rush to try other foods. All right, everything will be arranged according to Lady Shung. 2 years of illness had worn down Ding Tianxi's once spoiled nature. He had no objections to Shung's arrangements. On the way back, Shung once again rode in Ding's luxurious carriage. The carriage was very eye-catching, and Shung received many admiring glances along the way. Shung decided that she also wanted to get a flashy carriage for herself in the future. As the carriage entered the alley where the Su family lived, Shung suddenly heard sharp, harsh shouting ahead. "You're a shameless who flirts every day. How dare you use my tofu to support your lover? I'll beat you to death, you shameless, unfaithful woman." Shung perked up her ears to listen carefully and immediately recognized the voice of that wicked woman from the Sun family. Using tofu to support a lover, whose man is so worthless. At the gate of the Sun family, Granny Sun raised her feather duster high and started hitting her daughter-in-law. "Miao Yer, shameless woman, you lowlife. How dare you use the Sun family's things to support a wandering man? You, who are unfaithful, how can you come back here? Today, I will beat you to death." Miao Yer desperately dodged, crying as she explained. "No, mother, I didn't. Last heavy rain, I fell, and Brother Dazhuang helped me carry the beans back. This morning, the tofu broke and couldn't be sold. I saw Little Stone craving tofu, so I gave some to Brother Dazhuang. I didn't support any wandering man." Seeing her still trying to deny, Granny Sun hit her even harder. "Bah! I see through you. I can tell you're sneaking around with that man. You said it was for Little Stone, but is that your child? Oh, I forgot. You're just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. You can't even keep a child." Granny Sun grew angrier and cursed more viciously. "You useless woman, you've caused me to have no grandson. You deserve to be slept with by thousands of men. Why don't you just die? You came to my house to cause trouble for my son. It was a time when most neighbors were at home." Seeing Granny Sun beating her daughter-in-law outside, they couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to persuade her. "Yer is an honest girl. She wouldn't do those things you said. Look at how she's been taking care of the family all these years. Don't fuss over a broken piece of tofu. Exactly, your tofu business depends on her. If she gets hurt, it'll delay things. You should think carefully about this." Granny Sun, stop it. You're ruining your daughter-in-law's reputation. Outsiders will just laugh at your son. What good does this do you? Get lost. All of you are just meddling because you're full and bored. Granny Sun was not someone to listen to advice. Seeing so many people defending her and criticizing her, she suddenly lost her temper. She swung her feather duster to scold the crowd. But her hand was sweaty, and she accidentally let go of the duster, which happened to hit Granny Shung, who was outside watching the situation, on the forehead. Granny Shung cried out in pain, covering her injured forehead, and staggered as she fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Shungin was so frightened that her hands and feet went cold. She quickly jumped down from the carriage and helped her grandmother. She saw that her grandmother's forehead had a small cut, and blood was flowing out rapidly. Neighbors nearby quickly came over to check on Shung An's grandmother. "Mrs. Su, is your grandmother okay?" Some also scolded Grandma Sun. "You hit her until she bled. Hurry up and call a doctor to check on her." Grandma Sun was initially flustered. When she heard about calling a doctor, she crossed her arms and angrily scolded, "Who told her to be so careless and come close? This is what happens when she tries to make fun of my family." What was supposed to be an accident made Shingen furious when she heard Grandma Sun disrespect her grandmother. She handed her grandmother to two neighbors to take care of her, then stood up and walked straight to Grandma Sunday. In front of Grandma Sun's surprised eyes, she grabbed her collar and slapped her hard twice. "You old beast who lives without kindness and will be buried by wild dogs when you die. How dare you scold my grandmother and bully her?" Grandma Sun was stunned. The pain on her face made her realize she had been slapped by a younger person. She immediately started cursing sharply. "You little brat, how dare you hit me? I won't let you get away with this." Shung was not afraid of an old woman. She used all her strength, pushed Grandma Sun to the ground, sat on her chest, and slapped her twice more. "If you don't do good, you'll get your punishment someday. Today, I am your punishment." All of this happened in an instant, before the neighbors could react. Seeing Shung overpower the arrogant Grandma Sun and beat her on the ground, everyone was stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my, the Su family's daughter-in-law, who looks small and always smiles, is actually quite fierce. She dared to hit Grandma Sun, a notorious troublemaker. Since Shung was winning, no one stepped forward to stop her. They only shouted, "Stop fighting." Miao Yar, who was badly hurt and standing nearby, was stunned. She didn't understand how things had turned out like this. She looked at Shung, who was fierce and not to be messed with, and then at Grandma Sun, who was crying out in pain. She couldn't help but shrink back into the corner, looking scared and stunned. A series of slaps echoed in the air. No one could remember exactly how many times Grandma Sun had been hit. They worried that if the beating continued, someone might get seriously hurt. Two young women quickly stepped forward to pull Shingen away. "Su family, stop hitting her. Take your grandmother to see a doctor." Everyone knew that only after seeing the doctor would they understand that Grandma Sun was the one who had started the fight. This way, Grandma Sun wouldn't be able to falsely accuse others. Shung was also worried about her grandmother. She gave Grandma Sun 2 more slaps and then spat on the ground. "Let you go for now. If my grandmother gets hurt, I swear I'll make sure you pay dearly, you old beast." After saying that, she thanked the neighbors, helped Grandma Shung to her feet, and headed toward the clinic. The crowd watched the grandmother and granddaughter walk away. After exchanging glances, they looked at Grandma Sun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. They kindly advised her, "That old lady is too old to handle your feather duster. She might get hurt. You should prepare some money to compensate her properly." Yes. Old people shouldn't be bumped around. My relative once got hit on the head and fell ill. We ended up losing everything to pay for the medical bills, and only then did they stop suing. Don't do that again, or your tofu selling money won't be enough to cover the damages. Grandma Sun still wanted to get revenge. But hearing the neighbor's advice, she broke out in cold sweat and trembled. She couldn't afford to lose her family's savings or go to jail. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She caught sight of Miao Yura hiding in the corner. Suddenly, she found a way to vent her anger. She grabbed the feather duster from the ground and started hitting her. "You unlucky girl, you worthless brat. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten. I'll kill you." This ungrateful girl had just watched her get beaten without helping. Such a wicked person was useless to keep alive. Better to kill her cleanly. "Stop hitting me." "I was wrong, mother. Don't hit me anymore. Miaoyuda wailed and begged for mercy. Having been beaten for years, she had no courage to fight back. The neighbors couldn't stand it. They wanted to step in and stop her, but were afraid of being caught by Grandma Sunday. So, they tried to persuade her to stop. Grandma Sun ignored them. She swung her feather duster, leaving streaks in the air. Humph, don't think I'm old, so you can do whatever you want. If you dare to do this again, I'll make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. No one could persuade Grandma Sun until she was exhausted, and only then did she let go of the battered Miaoyuer. Not far from the Su family, there was a clinic called Rongchunting. Shung and helped Grandma Shung walk there shortly after. Grandma Shung was worried about money and kept urging her granddaughter, "It's just a little bleeding. Sprinkle some incense ash and it'll be fine. No need to see a doctor." Before, she had accidentally cut her own foot and made a big, which was much worse than this, but she never saw a doctor. Later, she recovered just fine. Seeing a doctor costs money, and Shungin worked hard from dawn to dusk earning money, so she didn't want her grandmother to spend it unnecessarily. "Grandma, you must see a doctor. Don't argue with me," Shungin firmly insisted, pulling her into the clinic. "Your feather duster is so heavy. What if you have internal injuries that we haven't noticed?" Delaying treatment could be dangerous. Grandma Shung was convinced by her granddaughter and sat down obediently to have the doctor examine her. The doctor carefully checked her and then said to Shungin, "No broken bones. Just apply some ointment." He looked at Shungin and added, "You're still young and your body seems weak. Would you like me to prescribe some tonic herbs?" Shungin shook her head vigorously. No. The medicine was bitter and unpleasant, smelling like animal droppings, and even dogs wouldn't drink it. Besides, she believed that food was the best medicine. Her special talent was very good for health, so she saw no need to suffer to take medicine. Grandma Shung was very nervous and held the doctor's hand, asking, "What bad things happen if the body is weak?" The doctor replied calmly, "It just makes having children difficult, nothing serious." Grandma Shung, "Having trouble having children isn't a bad thing?" This was definitely a quack doctor. After leaving the clinic, Grandma Shung pulled Shungin aside, determined to find a good doctor to check her. "Having children is very important. We must take good care of it." Grandma Shung felt very upset and was full of guilt toward her granddaughter. "It's my and your grandfather's fault. We made you suffer from a young age, which made your body weak." She started crying. "We're sorry for you, and sorry to your late mother. Grandma, it's not your or Grandpa's fault." Shungin felt uncomfortable inside. She gently hugged the already hunched old lady. "Without you and Grandpa, I wouldn't have grown up healthy. That's why I have these good days now." When speaking about this, Shung's tone became cheerful. "Look at how well our dumplings sell. We earned several hundred coins yesterday and today. This money is enough for me to eat meat every day, and after a year or so, I'll be healthy again." Grandma Shung's painful feelings were indeed diverted. Thinking about how customers have been lining up to buy dumplings these days, with over 1,000 dumplings sold daily, her face looked a bit better. Eating meat is important, and we also need to see the doctor. We should take good care of our health early on, so Jinnian can have a child. For a marriage to last long, having children is essential. Women who cannot have children if their families are strong can still manage. They can pass on the family line and continue living. Women who cannot rely on their families often end up being sent back home, married off to widowers, or becoming stepmothers to a bunch of children. If those children turn out well, they can support themselves when they grow old. But if they raise ungrateful children, they might be kicked out of the house, leaving no way to survive. In the end, no matter what, children still need to be born by oneself. "Grandma, I understand. You don't need to worry about this," Shungin said sincerely. "I will take good care of my health, and I will definitely make you a great grandmother someday." At this point, Grandma Shung couldn't force her granddaughter, so she could only earnestly remind her, "This is a big matter. You must pay attention. If you delay, you'll regret it too late." Shungin nodded repeatedly, I know.
Don't worry about it."
The grandmother and granddaughter returned home, and neighbors came over to check on Grandma Shung. Seeing the greenish ointment on her wound and the large, swollen purple lump, they scolded the old maid for being careless. criticizing her for hurting an elderly person so badly. They seemed to forget that it was an accident, not that the maid intentionally hurt Grandma Shung. However, the maid was not entirely innocent. Su Qinglin's condition had improved, but he still couldn't get out of bed. Before the grandmother and granddaughter returned, he had heard from neighbors that Grandma Shung was injured by the maid. Seeing Grandma Shung's miserable state, Su Qinglin was so angry he pounded the bed. When Jinnian comes back, let him talk to the young man from the Sun family properly. Grandma Shung didn't want to make a big fuss, so she quickly spoke to calm him. A scholar's reputation is important. Don't let Jinnian get involved in this. Also, the maid from the Sun family didn't have a good life, so she probably won't dare to do it again in the future. Su Qinglin seemed to listen carefully. Yes, I will listen to Andy. Grandma Shung sighed in relief and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Not long after, Su Jinnian returned home. As soon as he arrived, he was called into the room by Su Qinglin. The father and son talked for a while, and when Su Jinnian came out, he looked normal, only going to the kitchen to check on Grandma Shung's injury. Seeing that Grandma Shung was not seriously hurt, he felt reassured. After dinner, Shung went to the study as usual to study, but Su Jinnian did not check the new characters she learned yesterday. Instead, he carefully examined her wrist to see if she was hurt. The one who got scolded was Grandma Sunday. I didn't get a single scratch. Shung smiled like a villain, full of pride about scolding Grandma Sun. Her face is swollen like a pig's head. She probably won't dare to go out and see people these days. Did she hit you with her hand? Does it hurt? Su Jinnian opened his wife's right hand and looked at her calloused palm. His expression paused, and he made a rare joke. I wonder if Grandma Sun's face got scratched. Shung rolled her eyes at him. She has a thick skin. Su Jinnian put away his smile and became more serious. Grandma Sun is a troublemaker. Next time, don't confront her directly. Grandma Sun was known for being domineering, and neighbors around her dared not interfere in her affairs. This time, Shung suffered a big loss and must have held a grudge against her. Would I be afraid of her? Shung hated Grandma Sun's bossy attitude and had no regrets about slapping her. She better not cross me again. If she does, I'll go straight to her house and let her see what happens when you mess with me. Seeing his eager wife, Su Jinnian was both amused and helpless. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Shung waved her hand. Don't worry. I know my limits. If I encounter someone like my little sister-in-law, I'll hold back and find someone to deal with her later. Su Jinnian felt reassured. Next time something like this happens, tell me first. Shung pinched his strong arm. You want to fight? Can a scholar like you fight? Su Jinnian raised an eyebrow. You haven't seen me fight, so how do you know I can't? Shung looked him up and down, unable to imagine how he would fight. All right, next time I'll ask you. I'll cheer for you from the side. I don't know if she was afraid of being beaten or planning revenge, but Sun Granny, who never loses out, didn't cause trouble this time. Neighbors also found it strange and thought Sun Granny had changed her ways. But after a few days, Sun Granny's only son, Sun Yoji, came home late at night after losing all his money at the gambling house and was beaten badly by someone who put him in a sack. Sun Yoji was so hurt he couldn't get out of bed. He stayed there all day, groaning and crying, which kept the neighbors from sleeping. When Shung heard about it, she didn't hide her happiness. She said, serves him right. Mother and son are just the same, no good at all. Su Jinnian was reading and didn't look up. She said, Sun Yoji is a coward at home, so he probably didn't defend anyone outside. I think it was aimed at Sun Granny. Shung thought this was very likely. She said, Sun Granny is really mean. Beating her might hurt her for a while, but beating her precious son will make her remember for a long time. Su Jinnian slightly curved her lips, almost invisible. Unan is very clever, she hit the nail on the head. In the next few days, Shung kept a regular routine. Every morning, she went to the market with Grandma Shung to sell things. After closing the stall, she would go straight to Ding Tianxi's house in Ding's carriage to cook. After 5 days of eating plain porridge, Ding Tianxi's appetite grew noticeably. 2 bowls of porridge a day no longer satisfied him. That day, Shung decided to change the ingredients and cooked a pot of fresh shrimp soup for Ding Tianxi. In the kitchen, everyone gathered around Shung, watching her handle the fresh river shrimp she bought that morning. The shrimp were quite large, about the size of a. They were transparent, and when swimming in water, the first thing you saw was the hidden shrimp line inside. Shung had never seen such beautiful river shrimp before. Even though her family's meals had been good lately, she was tempted by the shrimp and decided to buy 2 Jin about a pound, tomorrow to satisfy her craving. Under Shung's guidance, the cook quickly used scissors to prepare the shrimp, removing the heads, tails, and shells, leaving only a small piece of meat. After all the shrimp were prepared, Shung added green onions and garlic to remove the fishy smell. Actually, with the super buff she had, she could skip this step and the final shrimp soup wouldn't have any fishy taste. But the garlic and green onions added flavor and made the soup tastier. Next, Shung didn't let the cook interfere. She scooped a bowl of flour, added clear water, and stirred with chopsticks until it formed small granules. Shung carefully controlled the water amount. In the end, the flour turned into cotton-like fluff the size of rice grains. The cook watched in amazement and said, "Miss Shung, not everyone can learn this skill." Shung smiled and said, "Practice makes perfect." The cook shook her head. She had been cooking for decades, but no matter how skilled she was, she couldn't do this. All ingredients were prepared. Shung placed a clay pot on the stove again. When the water in the pot boiled, she added all the fluffy flour and quickly stirred with chopsticks. As the boiling water flowed clockwise, the rice-sized fluff danced and gradually turned semi-transparent. Next, Shung added chopped shrimp, which she had already removed scallions and garlic from. She slowly stirred clockwise with a spoon, allowing the fresh shrimp flavor to blend fully with the fluff. In an instant, a rich aroma rose from the clay pot, filling the entire kitchen and slowly drifting into the yard. Everyone who smelled this aroma was captivated, forgetting everything else, their eyes fixed on the shrimp soup in the pot. It was so fresh. Shung was also overwhelmed by the freshness, and she swallowed her saliva nervously. Seeing the shrimp turn bright red in the pot, she added some chopped greens and a small spoon of salt. The bright red and green colors complemented each other, and the strong, fresh scent mixed with a hint of fragrance, perfectly balancing the richness. In the backyard, Ding Tianxi leaned on a bench, with Jianing sitting nearby reading aloud. Ding Tianxi already knew Shung and would change the ingredients today. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming delicious food, and his eyes unconsciously looked toward the gate of the yard, not even listening to Jianying's reading. Old Master Ding rarely had free time, so he came here to eat with his grandson. Seeing his grandson looking healthier each day and seeming to have gained some weight, Old Master Ding was overjoyed. "Good boy, after you finish eating, I'll call the doctor to check on you. If you need treatment, your health will improve even faster." As he spoke, Ding Tianxi's face suddenly looked worse, turning pale. Noticing that his tone was too harsh, he slowed down and explained to Old Master Ding, "Grandfather, every time I finish eating the porridge made by Lady Shung, I feel a warm feeling spreading from my stomach throughout my body. It works much better than the medicines prescribed by doctors." At first, Ding Tianxi thought it was just his imagination. Until these past few days, when his limbs gained strength and his senses improved, the warm feeling became even clearer, proving it was not just his imagination. The porridge made by Lady Shung seems to have a very special effect. After hearing his grandson, Old Master Ding was half convinced. "Grandfather has also tried the porridge cooked by Lady Shung, but I didn't feel that warm feeling you mentioned." Ding Tianxi shook his head and shared his guess. "Grandfather, your health is strong, so it probably doesn't affect you. That's why you haven't noticed." Old Master Ding looked thoughtful. Ding Tianxi continued, "Food and medicine come from the same source. I think Lady Shung's cooking skills are extraordinary, which is why her dishes have such effects." Old Master Ding's expression changed as he pondered for a moment, then said, "You make a good point. If that's true, once this gets out, many people will want to see Lady Shung. Having built such a large family business, Old Master Ding was not a narrow-minded person." Although all this was just Ding Tianxi's guess, the fact was that after eating the porridge made by Shung, his health improved day by day in just a few days. Whether this change was a coincidence or not no longer mattered. Ding Tianxi looked toward the door and voiced a bigger question in his mind. Lady Shung comes from a poor farming family and probably doesn't have the means to learn cooking. I wonder how she learned such skills. As the heir carefully cultivated by old Master Ding since childhood, Ding Tianxi couldn't be a fool. The stupidest thing he did in his life was probably 2 years ago, when a woman who didn't love him said something that caused him to fall ill and nearly lose his life. Therefore, based on Shung An's background, Ding Tianxi had long been curious about her excellent cooking skills. Tianxi doesn't know this, but Lady Shung has been cooking since she was a child. She has a natural talent for it, which everyone in her village knows. The saying, one skill leads to many, one insight leads to thousands is true. When good ingredients come into her hands, it's not surprising she can make dishes that others can't. Compared to Ding Tianxi's curiosity, old Master Ding appeared very calm. Every time she makes porridge for you, she never hides her skills, but the few cooks just can't make it exactly the same. In that case, Lady Shung is truly exceptional. Ding Tianxi was convinced and shook his head with a smile, feeling that he was overthinking. The world is full of talented and extraordinary people, from ancient times to now. Now that a talented person has appeared before him, he is suspicious and doubtful. Perhaps this is a common feeling of inferiority, not willing to admit the huge gap between himself and a talented person. Shung brought in a bowl of fresh shrimp soup, unaware that the Ding family grandfather and grandson had just been talking about her. She placed the tray on the table, opened the lid, and said to Ding Tianxi, "Today's dish is fresh shrimp porridge. Young Master Ding, please try it first. If it doesn't make you feel sick, you can eat normally." Ding Tianxi hadn't tasted meat dishes for a long time. When he heard it contained fresh shrimp, his first reaction was that it might be fishy. His face changed slightly, and he hesitated to try. Seeing his hesitation, Shung smiled and said to old Master Ding, "This fresh shrimp soup is made for 2 servings. Old Master Ding can try some." Old Master Ding had long been impressed by Shung An's cooking skills. He had come here several times to enjoy some porridge when he had free time. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse now. He smiled and said, "All right, I'm not picky." Chong Fu immediately stepped forward and opened the lid of the clay pot. In the next moment, a rich aroma spread out. Shung clearly heard several swallowing sounds, including Ding Tianxi's. Noticing Shung An's gaze, Ding Tianxi's pale face showed a trace of blood, and he slightly turned his face away, feeling embarrassed to meet Shung An's eyes. Just now, he had rejected the shrimp soup she made, but now he was craving it so much. How embarrassing. Shung pretended not to notice Ding Tianxi's discomfort. She watched old Master Ding happily take the bowl from Chong Fu's hands, pick up a spoon, and start eating eagerly. The soup was fragrant and smooth, with no fishy smell at all. It seemed as if all the essence had merged into this bowl, making lips and teeth fragrant. The whole person felt wrapped in this delicious taste. Delicious. It's the ultimate flavor. Old Master Ding ate more than half the bowl in one go, then reluctantly looked up and gave a very high praise. He looked at Shung, his face full of amazement like a happy Buddha. "Lady Shung, if you open a shop selling fresh shrimp porridge, even if it cost 1 tael of silver per bowl, people would still line up to buy it." Having tasted N's cooking, Lord Ding thought that his own food before was almost like pig feed. "Lord Ding, you're too kind. If my dishes sold for a silver coin each, people would probably destroy my shop." Shung smiled playfully, feeling very proud of her cooking skills. After hearing her grandfather's high praise, Ding Tianxi no longer hesitated and urged Jian Ying to serve him fresh shrimp soup. One sip of the soup amazed him, just like Lord Ding, and he was instantly captivated. His mind was filled with enjoyment, leaving no room for other thoughts. After finishing a bowl of the fresh shrimp soup, Ding Tianxi still felt a little satisfied, but dared not have a second bowl. After a moment, Ding Tianxi felt normal again, no nausea or ing, and everyone in the house was very happy. What does this mean? It shows that Ding Tianxi can now eat meat. That day, 2 carriages brought Shung back home, with a second carriage filled with thank you gifts from Lord Ding. Like last time, Everything was useful for daily life. This time, the tea was replaced with fine wine, dried fruits and pastries with rare dried fungi, and there was an extra box of dried seafood, including a full box of dried shrimp. Not to mention how envious the neighbors were, Grandma Shung also thought the Ding family was too extravagant and told her granddaughter anxiously, "We haven't finished eating the things we received last time, and now so many things are piled up at home. It'll take forever to finish." Shung waved her hand. "There's no need to finish everything. If you're worried about them spoiling, we can give some away. Send some to my aunt, and bring a batch back for Grandpa." Thinking that Grandma hadn't returned to the village since going to the city, Shung immediately suggested, "Grandma, let's go back to the village. Grandpa must be missing us." Grandma Shung was indeed worried about her husband and didn't hesitate to agree. "We're free this afternoon, so we'll go back then." Shung wanted to go now and spend lunch with Grandpa Shung. But Grandma Shung disagreed, so she had to give up. She went to Zhang's house to get pig bones and brought some dried shrimp and dried fungi. Su Chuilian saw this and guessed it was a gift from the Ding family. She sincerely admired Shung's skill. Lord Ding is really generous. If it gets out that you go over every day to cook and receive such gifts, who knows how many people would be jealous. Shung playfully said, "Let's keep it a secret so they don't get envious." Su Chuilian also thought it was better to be discreet. "You're right. If I tell others, it won't add any extra trouble." When Shung was holding a pig's bone, she saw a basket nearby with a perfect 5-layer piece of pork, with both fat and lean parts. Without hesitation, she took it and put it into her own basket. "Little aunt, this afternoon I will go to the village with my grandmother to visit Grandpa. I will take this piece of meat." Su Chuilian waved her hand. "Just take it. Don't be polite." Now, looking at this niece-in-law, she was satisfied with everything about her. It's just a piece of pork. What's wrong with showing respect to her own grandfather? After lunch, Shung packed up a bunch of things and prepared to go back to the village with Grandma Shung. Su Jinnian still had to go to her husband's house for class in the afternoon, but Shung didn't call him. Before she could carry the things, Su Jinnian silently took them from her, saying he would take them back to Shung's house and then come back. Fortunately, they were close by, and there was enough time. Shung didn't refuse, and the three of them went back to Huai Tree Village together. Just as they were about to arrive home, they met an unexpected person. "Xiao En, why are you back again? You're a married girl, running back to your parents' house all the time. What's the point? Others will laugh at you." Around the corner, a middle-aged man with a thin, dark build and a slightly hunched back looked at Shung with displeasure. His words were full of disapproval about her visiting her family. Seeing the three carrying various good things, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed, and he grew more angry. "Even when you come back, you don't visit your own father. If I had known you were unfilial, I should have strangled you when you were born." Shung was stunned at first. When she recognized who the man was, a wave of anger surged in her heart. "What are you? Who are you to question me? Huai Tree Village is my home. I want to come back, and I will. You living by the sea, mind your own business." The middle-aged man didn't expect Shung to curse him directly. Shocked and ashamed, he raised his hand and strode forward. "You unfilial thing. I am your father.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Today, I will teach you a lesson in place of your late mother, an uneducated brat." The middle-aged man was named Kong Dazhuang, and he was Shung's biological father. Kong Dazhuang was an orphan from the neighboring village, raised on the kindness of many families. Later, Shung's family took him in as a son-in-law when they needed a man to help with the farm. No one expected that everything was fine before marriage, but after marriage, he became lazy and careless. He refused to do any chores at home or outside, and he often argued with his wife. The reason his biological mother had a difficult labor and died was because she was overworked and upset during pregnancy. Not long after her death, Kong Dazhuang started seeing Widow Lu from the village. He abandoned his crying daughter and, ignoring Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung's advice, married into Lu's family, becoming Lu Huaji's stepfather. Over the years, he ignored his biological daughter completely, treating her as if she didn't exist, but he loved his stepdaughter Lu Huaji very much. Lu Huaji often used this to mock and manipulate Shung. Such a selfish and unkind person, who dares to lecture Shung could not tolerate him. Seeing Kong Dazhuang rush over, a flash of anger appeared in Shung's eyes. Without thinking, she grabbed a large stone from the ground, ready to smash at Kong Dazhuang's head. Su Jinnian noticed Shung's unusual mood and quickly stopped her. He easily took the large stone from her hand and then kicked at Kong Dazhuang, who was rushing forward. Without knowing how he gathered his strength, Kong Dazhuang, a man weighing over 130 pounds, was knocked back like a broken kite, flying 3 meters away and landing in the mud. Kong Dazhuang let out a painful scream, clutching his stomach and lying on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were full of fear as he looked at Su Jinnian, cursing loudly. You dared to hit your father-in-law? You're just like that worthless girl. Both of you are animals born from a mother, but not raised by her. Most villagers were resting at home at this time, preparing to go to the fields in the afternoon. Kong Dazhuang's screams and curses quickly drew the attention of nearby villagers. One by one, they stepped out into the sun to see what was happening. What's going on? I hear fighting. It sounds like Kong Dazhuang. It's him for sure. It seems he's scolding Anan's man, saying he fought with him. Oh, this looks interesting. Hurry, go see what's happening. Grandma Shung's originally angry face suddenly changed, and she burst out with incredible energy, crying and shouting as she lunged at the dirty-mouthed, foul-spirited Kong Dazhuang, who had insulted Shung and Su Jinnian. You wicked, heartless thing. You haven't fed Anan for 16 years, and now you're here humiliating her again. How dare you, you unkind beast. If I don't seek justice for Anan today, I won't have the face to see my daughter in the afterlife. During her furious scolding, the old lady's fist struck Kong Dazhuang's face hard. Years of accumulated resentment seemed to burst open, as if she wanted to drown this scoundrel who had caused her daughter's death and abandoned her granddaughter. Shung and Su Jinnian didn't expect Grandma Shung to attack. After a brief moment of shock, they exchanged a quick look and instinctively rushed forward. One held Kong Dazhuang's right arm, and the other held his left arms, restraining him. Kong, your old grandma is already so old, and you dare to hit her? Are you afraid of lightning from the sky? Shung scolded loudly, not giving Kong Dazhuang a chance to hurt Grandma Shung. If you dare to hurt her today, you'll dare to hurt other elders in the village tomorrow. You're completely out of your mind. Su Jinnian remained calm and silent, but his attention was on Grandma Shung, worried that her excitement might cause her to collapse. Kong Dazhuang, who was crying out loudly and struggling, hadn't had a chance to fight back before being falsely accused. He was so angry that he cursed loudly at Grandma Shung. You old fool. My daughter's death has nothing to do with you. Your daughter is dead, so what are you still alive for? When villagers arrived, they just happened to hear Kong Dazhuang shouting. All their faces changed instantly. This Kong Dazhuang was simply too unreasonable. You unkind, unfaithful beast. If you haven't died yet, I, your wife, am still waiting to see your punishment. How could you die before me? Grandma Shung hit Kong Dazhuang again with a punch, but she wasn't angry about his shouting. Since her only daughter died in childbirth and her granddaughter had no father, she had completely lost hope in Kong Dazhuang and saw him as a stranger, who would be sad or angry over a stranger's dog's barking. Kong, if you have any complaints, come at me. Don't bully an old person like Grandma. Shung acted like a drama queen, pretending to be panicked and distressed. She was actually holding on to Kong Dazhuang, but she made it look like he was struggling fiercely and trying to attack Grandma Shung. From a hidden angle, her toes pressed hard into Kong Dazhuang's armpit, crushing him. Su Jinnian watched clearly and quietly kicked Kong Dazhuang a few times on the waist. Kong Dazhuang couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, cursing, "You two little brats, may you have bad luck, may you have bad luck." Seeing him struggle fiercely and look ready to attack at any moment, the villagers worried that the thin, weak couple couldn't hold him back. They stepped forward to help and scolded Kong Dazhuang. Even if Shung auntie is your elder or your former mother-in-law, it's too much to bully an old person like that. Exactly. You haven't cared for Anan these years. Shung auntie didn't say a word about you. Shung uncle worked hard to raise an. If you're ungrateful, that's one thing, but how can you bully people? That's right. We can't do such beastly things. Hurry up and apologize to Shung auntie. Look at how upset Shung auntie is because of you. Hearing the villagers' false accusations and confusing right from wrong, Kong Dazhuang, who was in great pain, was almost furious enough to spit blood. He shouted at the people, "You idiots with eyes on your butts, can't you see I'm the one being beaten?" Now the villagers were unhappy and glared at Kong Dazhuang. How can you not tell right from wrong? Maybe Shung auntie should just beat him to death. Thinking this, the villagers dared not just watch and do nothing. They started persuading Grandma Shung. "Auntie, you're getting old. You shouldn't tire yourself out. If you're not satisfied with the beating, we can go to the village chief's house and ask him to settle this fairly." Grandma Shung was indeed tired from the beating. Hearing the villagers, she gasped for breath, stopped, and climbed up from Kong Dazhuang. With red eyes, she told everyone her grievances. "And in his filial and took me home to stay for a few days. I was worried about the old man and the land, so I let in and Jinnian bring me back. I didn't expect him to come all this way, point at me and curse me, forcing me to give him the bride price money to buy meat for his little son." At this point, the old lady wiped her eyes with her sleeve and sobbed, "You all know my family is poor. We can't even afford a new quilt for an. We two old folks can't afford a dowry, and we have no face to accept a bride price. But he doesn't believe us and insists we, the old folks, are greedy." Hearing this, the villagers looked at Kong Dazhuang with even more disdain. This person first raised two other people's children and ignored his own daughter. Now he dares to force an elderly woman to give him bride money. Does he have a brain made of mud? No, I didn't. It was these two animals who attacked me first. Under so many contemptuous looks, Kong Dazhuang's vision blurred. He trembled and pointed at Shung Un and the others, then angrily pointed at Grandma Shung. You are framing me, you old fool." Grandma Shung ignored him. Feeling scared and cautious, she said to the villagers, "I'm just an old woman buried halfway in the ground. I don't know how many days I have left to live. If he, a strong man, bears a grudge against me, I might die someday without knowing how. I won't drag him to the village chief to settle this." The villagers felt a chill and looked suspiciously at Kong Dazhuang, who was bruised and swollen. Yes, someone named Kong would do something so disrespectful to elders in public, showing how mean-spirited he is. People had to be careful around him. Thinking of this, a few tall men stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Shung. We will watch him so he won't dare to be rude again." Grandma Shung's eyes filled with tears as she kept thanking them. "Thanks to you kind people, I'm not afraid of him retaliating." The villagers comforted her a few more times until she stopped crying, then they all left. Before leaving, they pulled away a resentful Kong Dazhuang, planning to give him a good talk. Watching the villagers walk away, Shung looked at Grandma Shung with shining eyes, full of admiration. "Grandma, you are amazing." Jinnian also looked at Grandma Shung with respect. Grandma Shung felt a little shy. She patted the dust off her clothes and said with a slightly reproachful tone, "I, an old woman, did all this for you too. No matter how much Kong Dazhuang has wronged in, he is her biological father and your elder. If you hurt him, the villagers will think you are going against tradition." She then seriously warned, "From now on, when you see someone named Kong, pretend you didn't see him. Don't fight him in front of others." Shung quickly nodded. Yes, we will listen to Grandma. You shouldn't fight in front of others, but there's always someone behind your back." Jinnian also showed a respectful look. "Grandma, don't worry. I will listen to an." Looking at the obedient couple, Grandma Shung couldn't help but smile softly. "Let's go, pack up, and head home." The three of them picked up the things on the ground, feeling happy as they walked back to Shung's house. Grandpa Shung was in the kitchen gnawing on a multi-grain bun. He usually didn't like to watch lively scenes, so he didn't go out to see what was happening earlier. When Shung and the others entered, the old man was overjoyed. "Why are you back now? Have you eaten? I'll make some noodle soup for you." Grandma Shung waved her hand. "We've already eaten. You eat by yourself. She then hurried into the kitchen. Seeing a half-eaten bun in a bowl with no pickles, the old lady almost got angry. She scolded Grandpa Shung with a stern face. When I'm not home, you can't even eat properly. Grandpa Shung awkwardly smiled and quickly begged softly. I did eat well, just finished the last bit of work in the morning and came back late, so I just had a quick bite. Grandma Shung glared at her husband fiercely and rolled up her sleeves, ready to make him some hot food again. Grandpa Shung wanted to stop her, but didn't. He sat obediently in front of the stove, tending the fire, but his smile never faded. Su Jinnian watched this scene quietly and said softly to Shungin, Grandpa and Grandma have a really good relationship. Shungin was taking dried shrimp out and looked up at him teasingly. Are you jealous? Su Jinnian silently held her hand and looked at her with deep eyes, never blinking. I will be as good to you as Grandpa and Grandma are to each other for a lifetime. Shungin was touched but also felt a little sweet inside. That depends on your behavior. If you're not good to me, only a fool would stay with you for a lifetime. Su Jingnyan's eyes lit up. He leaned close to his wife and whispered in her ear, if I always treat Nan well, would she stay with me even as a ghost? Shungin. When did I realize this guy is still a love-struck fool? Seeing his serious face waiting for her answer, Shung and also put away her playful mood. Her expression became just as serious. This question will only have an answer after I die. Su Jingnyan wasn't surprised by Shung An's reply. His handsome face showed no disappointment. I will try my best. Shungin took out a big plate of dried shrimp and asked Grandma Shung to prepare it for Grandpa Shung as a snack with wine. Among the things she brought back this time was a jar of good wine given by Ding Laoi. Grandpa Shung loved drinking when he was young. As he got older and struggled to support his granddaughter, he couldn't afford to buy wine anymore. He only drank during village celebrations. Holding a wine jar, his eyes reddened. Good. My granddaughter is so filial. I am truly lucky. Compared to Shing family's happy and warm atmosphere, the Liu family's mood at the villages end was heavy. Sharp words came from a woman. You useless thing, you got hurt trying to get benefits, and even lost your reputation. How can I let you go out and see people? In the Liu family's main room, Kong Dazhuang sat hunched on a chair. Facing his wife Peng Chunlan's angry scolding, he wished he could hide his head in his lap and dared not speak a word in his defense. Liu Huaji, on the other side, looked down on the helpless Kong Dazhuang with contempt and disdain. Seeing that her mother only knew how to scold, she impatiently interrupted. Mom, this is Dad's big loss. Scolding him won't help. We should find a way to deal with that family. Her words touched Kong Dazhuang's heart. He lifted his pale, purple-tinged face and smiled ingratiatingly at Liu Huazi. Yes, our daughter is right. We can't let this big loss go to waste. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak. Peng Chunlan crossed her arms, scolding Kong Dazhuang with disdain. She had long lost the patience she once had when she was young. Now in her early 30s, Peng Chunlan's naturally fair skin made her look much younger than her peers. Despite having 3 children, she maintained a good figure, her bust high, waist slim, hips full. Several bachelors in the village were infatuated with her, often sending her gifts. Seeing Kong Dazhuang aging year by year, losing strength daily, and his once handsome face turning old and dull, Peng Chunlan grew more and more annoyed with him. If it weren't for their young son, she would have already driven Kong Dazhuang out. Kong Dazhuang knew Peng Chunlan was unhappy with him. He couldn't stand tall in front of her and was afraid she would kick him out with nothing. Peng Chunlan didn't bother to look at her defeated, shrinking husband and turned to her seemingly smarter daughter. Do you have any good ideas? Liu Huazi's eyes were cold and fierce. Her words, like a venomous snake, said, That old fool said Dad hit her, so find a chance to give her a good beating. Let her see if she dares to talk nonsense in front of the villagers again. Peng Chunlan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Hit her, an old lady? Can she even take a few punches? What if she dies? Do you have any brains at all? Liu Huaji, feeling stubborn, said, Isn't it better if no one finds out we did it? If she just pushes her old arms and legs around, she might not be able to stand later. Why are we afraid of her? Seeing her daughter's foolishness and lack of awareness, Peng Chunlan's forehead twitched with frustration. First she argues with your father, then she gets hurt. Do you think the village of a few hundred people is stupid? How did I end up with a daughter as clueless as you? Hearing this, Lu Huaji stood up angrily. Mother, I am your daughter. How can you say that to me? In her past life, it was always the same. No matter what she did, her mother was never satisfied. She would either call her stupid or say she had no brains. If her mother hadn't always looked down on her and thought she was useless, she wouldn't have married the wrong person impulsively and ended up being beaten to death. Now, in this life, her mother was still the same. Even if she wasn't very smart, she just needed some guidance. Why was she always scolding her? Shut up, too. Peng Chunlan lost patience and interrupted Lu Huaji's complaints impatiently. Let's put this matter aside for now. Don't go around making bad ideas. Her expression softened a little as she continued. Jir, you're already of marriageable age. You must not let any bad rumors spread. When I find you a good match, it will also be a way to give your late father some peace. For her daughter, who lost her father shortly after birth, Peng Chunlan felt heartache. Jir inherited her looks and figure, but she was straightforward and honest, which made her easy to see through. Most importantly, she didn't know how to hold back. She was arrogant and spoiled, and from a young age, she wasn't well-liked by the villagers. She always thought she was clever, but she was ruining her reputation. Recently, she had improved a bit and cut ties with those troublemakers. She thought she had learned her lesson, but her spirit was even higher now. She was shouting to marry a government official's wife. It's easy to become a government official's wife. Peng Chunlan had already achieved that herself. Why should this stubborn girl be so loud in front of her? Thinking of this, Peng Chunlan's head ached more. She sternly told Lu Huaji, who looked unconcerned, be good. Don't cause trouble during this time. I will find you a good, manageable husband so you won't suffer in your in-law's house. Lu Huaji wanted to object, but suddenly thought of something, and her excitement turned into shyness. Mom, I already have someone I like. You don't need to look for a match for me. Peng Chunlan was surprised and quickly asked, who is he? How much land does his family have? How much silver betrothal gift can he give you? Lu Huaji was unhappy and said, Mom, he is a talented person who will be a high official in the future. Why are you only thinking about a few acres of land? Peng Chunlan looked doubtful. Jir, it's not that I look down on you. Someone with great prospects is out of your reach. Maybe you've been fooled by that second-rate guy. Lu Huaji was so angry she stomped her foot. No matter what you think, I have decided on him. He will definitely become a noble lady's husband in the future. After saying that, she ignored Peng Chunlan's calls and turned around, running away without looking back. She had already met Su Lang, and Su Lang even smiled at her. He must like her. She would make sure Su Lang loved her deeply, marry her, and make her the lady of the house. Then she could step on Shung, the annoying girl, and make her crawl on the ground licking her shoes, watching her rot and stink in the mud. The more Lu Huaji thought about it, the happier she felt. She couldn't help but laugh loudly, scaring some children playing by the roadside. They cried out and ran home, furious enough that she almost went to beat them. Lu Huaji didn't know about the lively scene at the Lu house. After sending Su Jinnian away and waiting for him to come pick her up after school, she was called by Grandpa Shung to the dining table to drink wine with him. Grandma Shung didn't like alcohol and hadn't touched a drop in her life. Now she didn't want to join Grandpa Shung. Grandpa, I have a poor alcohol tolerance. I think I'll get drunk after just one sip. Lu Huaji still remembered the night she arrived here. Her body got drunk after drinking a cup of the wedding wine, or she wouldn't have been so foolish as to mistake someone for a ghost and sleep with him. Getting drunk? Just sleep it off and you'll be fine. Grandpa Shung was in a good mood. He took a clean bowl and poured her a small amount of wine. This wine smells very good. Drinking a little won't hurt. Lu Huaji didn't want to ruin her grandpa's mood, so she picked up her cup and clinked it with his. Grandpa, you like this wine? I'll bring back 2 more jars next time. Grandpa Shung waved his hand. No need, no need. 1 jar is enough for me to drink until next year. Since her granddaughter married into the Su family, she was now part of their family. She shouldn't always bring good things from her own family. Shung understood Grandpa Shung's worries, but didn't fuss over small matters. She clinked her wine cup with Grandpa Shung's, took a small sip with anticipation. Wow, it's really spicy. In her past life, Shung was used to drinks with low alcohol content and couldn't handle the sharpness of white liquor. She quickly opened her mouth, grimaced, and inhaled sharply, then hurriedly grabbed a large shrimp and put it in her mouth. Haha, seeing her granddaughter look so flustered, Grandpa Shung couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good wine should be savored slowly. You need to taste it several times to understand its true flavor. After saying that, he squinted happily and took a small sip, smacking his lips in satisfaction. This is good wine. Grandma Shung rolled her eyes at her husband and quickly brought some water for Shungin. Rinse your mouth, then. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself. Shungin took the water bowl and drank half. Looking at the remaining wine in her cup, she mimicked Grandpa Shung's actions, took another small sip, and carefully tasted it. This sip really let her taste something special. Watching her granddaughter smile like a little fox, and recalling what her husband had just told her, Grandpa Shung felt very proud. His granddaughter had learned a skill to survive, and he and his wife could rest assured. But Shung-an's alcohol tolerance was poor. Just one bottom of the cup was enough to make her collapse, and in the end, Grandma Shung had to help her to her room to sleep, unaware of what was happening. Zhang Zhaodi came over to play with her, but didn't want to wake her when she saw her drunken state, so she left feeling disappointed. In the evening, Su Jinnian came to pick her up. Seeing his wife with flushed cheeks, dreamy eyes, and a sweet smile, he unexpectedly thought of their wedding night. That night, his wife was just as tempting. Su Jinnian, I feel dizzy. Please help me up. Shung-an had no idea she had stirred up a romantic memory in her husband. She tremblingly reached out and grabbed his sleeve, looking a little pitiful. In the dim light, Su Jinnian's eyes grew deeper. He held her hand and gently pulled her into his arms. A faint scent of alcohol drifted from him. Shung-an hadn't fully sobered up. Being tightly held by Su Jinnian, she felt uncomfortable and instinctively struggled. You're holding me too tight. I can't breathe. As soon as she finished speaking, Shung-an felt the ropes tightening around her loosen. Just as she was about to praise him, her lips were covered by a soft, deep kiss. She couldn't breathe again. I don't know how long we kissed, until Shung-an's breathing became rapid. She started hitting Su Jinnian's chest, and finally, she was able to breathe fresh air. Her foggy mind cleared a little. Looking at his handsome face close up, Shung-an was about to speak when suddenly her body stiffened. Her eyes involuntarily looked down. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed hotter than after drinking too much. She looked up and stared at the innocent-looking man. Shung-an couldn't bear to look at him and pushed him away. The door isn't closed. What if Grandpa and Grandma see? Su Jinnian acted as if nothing was wrong, not showing any embarrassment about his secret. His calm voice sounded like it had many hooks. It was my mistake. I will make sure to close the door next time. Shung-an. Did she mean that? After Su Jinnian calmed down, Shung-an tidied her clothes and hair. When she confirmed everything was all right, they all went outside together. Grandpa Shung was worried about walking at night, so he didn't invite the three of them to stay for dinner. Fortunately, the few acres of land at home had already been planted. The work in the fields would be light for a while, so Shung-an wasn't worried about Grandpa tiring himself out. As the three of them left the village, they saw Lu Huaji hopping happily ahead, as if she had found a treasure. Lu Huaji also saw Shung-an and her group walking toward her. Her happy expression instantly turned cold, and her eyes looked at them with a fierce glare. Shung-an acted as if nothing was wrong and approached to greet her. Lu Huaji, where are you coming back from? Lu Huaji took 2 steps back, glaring cautiously. None of your business. This troublemaker never spoke to her voluntarily. Last time, she even dared to slap her. She must think that since she married into the city, she has more confidence and deliberately came in front of her to show off. Well, we've lived in the same village for over 10 years. You're coming back alone so late. Of course, I was worried about you. Shung didn't mind Lu Huaji's attitude and spoke sincerely to show her concern. What if someone comes asking for the family's silver bracelet again? It's dangerous for you to be alone. Lu Huaji finally understood Shung's sarcasm. Her pretty face turned purple with anger. You troublemaker. You think marrying into the city means you've beaten me? Humph. The days ahead are long. In this life, you'll only be trampled under my feet, unable to turn the tables forever. Shung's hands clenched into fists without her noticing, but she kept a calm face as she continued to provoke Lu Huaji. You? Ha, anyone can brag. Be careful, or your own lies might up in your face. Lu Huaji couldn't hold back her anger. Her sharp voice was shrill and harsh. Shung, open your eyes wide. I'll make sure you see with your own eyes how I rise step by step, until you can only look up to me for the rest of your life. In her past life, that unlucky woman had died earlier and more miserably than her, never once defeating her. In this life, she had taken the lead and was destined to live a smooth and wealthy life. As for that unlucky one, she would still end up abandoned and doomed. Shung hadn't expected Lu Huaji to be so tight-lipped. Even after all her teasing, she hadn't gotten any useful information. Feeling helpless, she decided not to bother anymore. Fine, you're amazing. I'll wait for the day you climb high. Just be careful not to fall. Lu Huaji couldn't stand such words. Furious, she raised her hands, ready to scratch Shung's face. But halfway through, she suddenly remembered the slap she had received last time. Her face still faintly ached. She froze, not daring to move, and could only curse bitterly. You're the one who'll fail and meet a bad end. You've chosen the wrong person again, and you'll regret it. Standing a few steps behind, Jinnian couldn't listen any longer. He stepped forward to shield Shung, his gaze cold and sharp. Say one more word, and don't blame me for being rude. Lu Huaji screamed in fear, her legs trembling as she backed away, her eyes full of terror. This man looked proper on the surface, but he was ruthless inside, someone who could harm others without hesitation. No, she had to stay away from him. If he ever held a grudge, she might not even know how she died. Lu Huaji shrank her neck, not daring to meet Jinnian's eyes, though her gaze darted around as she secretly plotted something. Jinnian gave her a cold glance, then said softly to Shung and her family, "It's getting late. Let's go home." After the three of them left, Lu Huaji stomped her foot to ease her stiffness. She looked at Jinnian's fading figure, her eyes filled with deep fear. No, that Su man was too dangerous. If he gained more power, he would only become more arrogant. She had to warn Su Lang to be careful and never let that man target him. On the street, Grandma Shung asked her granddaughter in confusion, "You've never gotten along with Lu's girl. Why are you talking to her so casually?" Shung couldn't tell the truth, so she made up an excuse. "I just find her annoying and want to see her get angry and shout. Then I can take the chance to slap her a few times." Grandma Shung. When didn't develop a habit of slapping others? Grandma Shung believed Shung's story, but Jinnian didn't believe a word. That night, they lay in bed chatting. Jinnian mentioned Shung and teasing Lu Huaji. Did you deliberately provoke her to make her say things that reveal her true feelings? Shung didn't expect him to be so clever and immediately saw through her little plan. Don't you think she's acting strange? Jinnian frowned slightly, as if thinking about Lu Huaji's odd behavior. After a while, he concluded, she is a problem. A woman like Enin wouldn't make mistakes in how she treats others, so the fault must lie with someone else. That woman repeatedly spoke harshly to Enin and even cursed her maliciously. Most likely, she was mentally unwell and couldn't control her anger. Shung looked strange, wanting to laugh but feeling speechless. She's not sick. She paused and helplessly said, "Forget it, just pretend she's sick." Shung didn't say that Lu Huaji might have been reborn, nor that she could be the main villain who caused her death. The idea of rebirth was too unbelievable. Without proof, it was hard for others to believe, and they might think she was delusional. Jinnian looked sad, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Are you hiding something from me?" "Yes, Everyone has secrets, Shung honestly admitted and then gave him some advice on how couples should get along. Even close couples shouldn't share everything. Keep some mystery and give each other space. It makes the relationship better. Jinnian looked thoughtful. Really? Shung nodded vigorously. Of course, it's true. Jinnian believed her and asked humbly. Anything else? Shung coughed and tried to make up something on the spot. There are many. For example, husbands shouldn't always suspect their wives. That destroys trust. Without real reasons, it's like there are ghosts, she continued, and don't have cold wars. If there's a problem, solve it immediately. If you can't fix it right away, step back a little. Ignoring each other only makes things worse. Eventually, the relationship will break apart. We should understand each other better and try to see things from the other person's point of view. If there is a disagreement, first reflect on yourself to see if you're at fault, then communicate calmly with the other person. No matter how angry or how fierce the argument, spouses must never resort to violence. Once violence occurs, it can never be undone. This is the most basic rule. A newlywed couple, one willing to teach and the other willing to listen, said they learned a lot from this. The couple's late-night talk lasted until late at night. Shung was so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open, and her words became jumbled and uncontrollable. She couldn't remember what she finally said. But to Jinnian, her words sounded like thunder. Where in the world are not beautiful grasses? If you ever change your mind, just tell me. I will part ways peacefully and won't cling. Jinnian gently touched Shung's face, which was only as big as a palm, with a deep, unchangeable look in her eyes like a bright moon. Is there anything I haven't done well? Otherwise, why would you say such things about parting peacefully? Maybe you never truly believed in my promises. Grandma Shung was used to counting copper coins every day until her hands were sore. She was more energetic than the young man Shung and wished she could spend all 12 hours of the day at her stall. Mom, don't worry. Once my small restaurant opens, you can help me collect money and count coins. Shung wiped the sweat from his eyes and smiled to comfort the elderly lady, afraid she might think about inheriting the wonton stall. She worked so hard to ensure her and her husband's peaceful old age, not to make them wake up early and work late. Grandma Shung did have this idea, but when she saw her granddaughter's reaction, she knew she wouldn't agree. She stopped worrying about it and said, "Just don't mind if my hands are slow." Shung flattered her eagerly. "Your hands are quick. Thanks to you, our wonton stall is famous in half of Qingzhou City. You have half the credit." Grandma Shung couldn't help but smile widely. "You sure know how to talk." After closing shop today, Shung usually got on the big cart to go to the Ding family to cook for Ding Tianqi. After more than 2 weeks of nourishing meals, Ding Tianqi's health and spirit had greatly improved. His flesh was growing, and he finally looked like a real person. Shung was very happy with his progress. He adjusted the menu again and started preparing proper meals for Ding Tianqi. The first meal was still simple and light. Seeing the plain ingredients on the chopping board, the kitchen maid's eyes widened. 2 cucumbers, 2 eggs, and that's it. Shung smiled warmly. Yes, stir-fried cucumber slices and steamed eggs, plus a bowl of rice. That's enough for young Master Ding to eat all day. The maid hesitated but then kindly suggested, "Miss Shung, young master is picky. Our kitchen has plenty of ingredients. Why not choose some better ones?" Miss Shung was a good person. She came every day just to cook and never interfered with kitchen affairs. She also didn't talk nonsense in front of the master. She truly thought Miss Shung was kind and hoped she would always be valued by the master and young master. Having more friends meant more connections. Maybe one day, she could ask Miss Shung for help. In the eyes of a cook, ingredients aren't judged by quality. Cucumbers and eggs are good enough. Shung understood her thoughts, smiled, and dismissed her. Then he lowered his head to start preparing the ingredients. Her favorite small restaurant is waving from nearby. Without needing the simplest ingredients to win over the current and future leaders of the Ding family, how can her small restaurant quickly become famous? The sound of chopping, clack clack, echoes from afar. The people in the kitchen are doubtful about Shung's new recipes, but Ding Tianqi in the backyard is eagerly waiting. Every time Shung and changes ingredients, the dishes she makes surprise him and make him praise her. Today, after more than half a month of eating porridge and light food, they are about to enjoy proper meals for the first time in 2 years. Ding Tianxi feels so happy he can't help but smile, like a child waiting for an elder to buy him candy. Suddenly, footsteps come from the yard. Ding Tianxi thinks the food has arrived and looks excitedly toward the door. Tianxi, Grandpa is here to see you. Grandpa Ding, with his big belly, enters first, his chubby face full of kind smiles, showing no embarrassment about asking his grandson for food.
Ding Tianxi is speechless with his grandpa.
Grandpa, you like the food made by Shung Yangzi. You can just ask her to cook for you. Grandpa Ding shakes his head and picks up a slice of watermelon on the table to eat. Shung Yangzi is not an ordinary person. I won't boss her around like a servant. If Shung Yangzi wanted to please him and was willing to work hard to prepare extra meals, he would be very happy to accept.
But she didn't do that, so he doesn't dare to ask.
What if Shung Yangzi gets angry and refuses to cook for him anymore? His quick recovery is thanks to Shung Yangzi's excellent cooking skills. A few days ago, he had some top doctors from the city examine his grandson. They emphasized that his recovery was due to eating Shung Yangzi's food. The doctors were very surprised and guessed that Shung Yangzi's cooking skills had reached a level where food could replace medicine. They kept asking him about her identity. He naturally wouldn't tell them without Shung Yangzi's permission. But the doctors' reactions showed Shung Yangzi's cooking was extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary famous chefs could do. The grandfather and grandson discussed Jinnian. Soon, a strange aroma of food wafted in, making them stop talking and look toward the door together. Shung and carried in the dishes. Seeing Grandpa Ding also there, she showed no surprise. Shung Yangzi, what are these 2 dishes? I think I smell cucumber, old Master Ding asked uncertainly, truly surprised that the first proper meal after his grandson's recovery would include something as simple as cucumber. Old Master Ding guessed right. I made 2 dishes, stir-fried cucumber slices and steamed eggs. Shung and didn't hide the surprise. She lifted the lid and indicated for Jianing to serve the dishes onto the table. Seeing that the cucumbers were unpeeled and the prickles on the surface were visible, Old Master Ding and Young Master Ding felt deeply disappointed, almost unable to hide their expressions. The dishes were bland and tasteless. Cucumbers are usually disliked when plain. No, wait. Why does this simple stir-fried cucumber taste so tempting? It's like being in a lush mountain forest, where body and mind are refreshed. And what's the deal with this plain steamed egg? They were used to delicacies from the mountains and sea. When eggs appeared at the table, it was just for show in the corner, rarely touched. If they had just finished reviewing last month's accounts and business was normal everywhere, Old Master Ding almost thought his family was bankrupt, only able to afford these 2 modest dishes. The Ding family grandfather and grandson disliked the dishes intensely, but their bodies betrayed them. They almost snatched the bowls and chopsticks to eat. The stir-fried cucumber slices used tender yellow cucumbers, with thin green skin and soft flesh. The texture was crisp, sweet, and refreshing, with a fragrant aroma mixed with a hint of garlic that greatly stimulated the appetite. The steamed eggs were tender and smooth, with no trace of eggy smell. A few drops of sesame oil blended perfectly, providing a double sensory pleasure for smell and taste. These 2 very simple ingredients, prepared with the simplest cooking methods and a little extra seasoning, fully activated their natural flavors, making the taste extraordinary. Both dishes were quickly finished, and the Ding family grandfather and grandson, still wanting more, put down their bowls and chopsticks, once again amazed by Shung An's cooking skills. At first, they thought Shung Yangzi was good at making wontons, but then they were proven wrong by her porridge and soup. Just when they thought the porridge was the limit, Shung Yangzi turned the ordinary into something magical, using 2 very common ingredients that they looked down on and made them look foolish. They had always underestimated Shung Yangzi's talent. Old Master Ding put down his bowl and chopsticks, sincerely sighing, Shung Yangzi, with your skills, it would be easy for you to make a name for yourself in Qingzhou City. People have always valued food, and the love for good cuisine has never disappeared throughout history. In Qingzhou City, The most famous chefs are all proud of their cooking skills. They pass down their recipes through generations and take pride in having talented descendants to carry on their culinary traditions. Madame Shung's cooking skills are definitely far better than those of well-known chefs. It wouldn't be hard for her to build a successful family reputation. Old Master Ding, you're flattering me. I'm a simple person who just wants to earn more money to make life better for myself and my family. Madame Shung faintly guessed Old Master Ding's plan and decided to share her own idea openly. I plan to open a restaurant. I hope Old Master Ding will visit often. Hearing this, Old Master Ding felt very disappointed. He admired Madame Shung's cooking skills and wanted to work with her to run a restaurant that would become a famous spot in Qingzhou City. Many doctors also believed that Madame Shung's cooking had reached a level where food could serve as medicine. If used well, the Ding family could become even more successful under her talents. But unfortunately, Madame Shung had her own plans. Old Master Ding sighed quietly but showed a happy expression. Madame Shung wants to open a restaurant? That's wonderful news. Tianci and I won't have to worry about missing out on your delicious food in the future. Tianci was even more eager and asked, Madame Shung, when will your restaurant open? I will invite friends and family to celebrate. All that mattered to Shung and was this promise. She smiled and gave a rough estimate. Tentatively in September this year, Tianci was recovering quickly and would be able to eat normally in about a month, no longer relying on her cooking. When that time comes, the generous Old Master Ding would surely give her a thank you gift, helping her save some money for her new business. After Shung left, Old Master Ding couldn't help but share his regret with his grandson. I should have spoken sooner. I should have paid a high price to hire her as our family's exclusive chef on her first day of cooking for you. Tianci shook his head firmly. Madame Shung wouldn't agree. Old Master Ding didn't believe it. Our Ding family is one of the top families in Qingzhou. If I offer enough money, I can definitely persuade her. Tianci thought his grandfather was getting old and less sharp than before. Madame Shung is very talented. It's only a matter of time before she becomes famous in Qingzhou. She's not foolish. She wouldn't work for just anyone. Old Master Ding analyzed Shung's personality and had to admit that his grandson's words made sense. Seeing his grandson with a small proud smile, he snorted coldly, feeling disappointed. All your problems come from your own lack of effort. If you hadn't been lying in bed those 2 years, instead of trying to win Lady Shung's favor, I believe I would have already enjoyed my granddaughter-in-law's company. Hearing this, Ding Tianci was furious and embarrassed. That was all in the past. Why do you keep bringing it up? I didn't even know Lady Shung 2 years ago, so how could I try to win her favor? His grandfather always brought up old issues at the wrong time. Did Ding Tianci care about losing face? The Ding family's big carriage stopped in front of the Su house. Shung got out of the carriage, and her neighbor's sister-in-law hurried over anxiously. Young lady, your grandmother was hurt. She's been taken to Rongchuntang. Your father has gone there too. You should go quickly. Shung was shocked and felt cold all over her body. Sister Zhou, how's my grandmother? Is her injury serious? Sister Zhou shook her head. I heard she hurt her leg and can't walk properly. There might be other serious injuries, but it's not certain. Shung didn't hesitate. She thanked Sister Zhou and hurried to Rongchuntang, not noticing the shouts from the Ding family coachman. Inside Rongchuntang, Grandma Shung lay on the bed, her face pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She clenched her teeth to stop herself from crying out in pain. After a while, the old doctor stood up. The torture was finally over. The broken bones are set. For the next few months, she can't put weight on that leg. She needs to change the medicine every other day until the bones heal. The old doctor quickly wrote the prescription while advising Su Qinglin, take this medicine for 7 days. Come back for a checkup after that. Su Qinglin, leaning on his crutch, nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Thank you, doctor. After a month of careful care, Su Qinglin's condition improved greatly, and he was able to get out of bed a few days ago. However, since he hadn't been walking normally for months, his leg muscles had atrophied, and he couldn't use his strength. He could only rely on a cane for now. Shung hurried to the clinic and saw her grandmother Shung in near collapse from pain. Her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. Having spent nearly a month caring for her, Shung deeply felt her grandmother's love. She had already regarded her as her own grandmother and was determined to show her filial piety. Grandma Shung, who was once healthy and strong, now looked so weak that she was hard to accept. Su Qinglin saw this and quickly comforted her, saying, "Don't worry.
Grandma is fine.
With a few months of rest, she will recover." His words brought Shungin back to her senses. She hurried to the bedside, carefully holding Grandma Shung's sweaty hand. "Grandma, I'm here." Hearing her granddaughter's voice, Grandma Shung barely opened her eyes and forced a comforting smile. "Don't be afraid.
Grandma is okay.
I will get better soon." Tears welled up in Shung-En's eyes and fell onto Grandma Shung's hand. Yes, I believe in you, Grandma." Grandma Shung was exhausted. She managed a nod to her granddaughter before closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Shung-En held Grandma Shung's hand tightly for a long time. When her legs went numb and she couldn't stand anymore, she supported herself on the bed frame and stood unsteadily, looking at Su Qinglin, who was holding several packets of medicine. "Father, how did Grandma get hurt?" she asked. Grandma Shung was hurt by a group of troublemakers. Yesterday at dinner, Shung-En casually mentioned she wanted fried river shrimp, and Grandma Shung remembered it. Today, after returning from selling goods, Grandma Shung took some copper coins and went to a family that made a living selling river fish and shrimp. She bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of fresh river shrimp, paying with her coins. On the way back, Grandma Shung was still happy about getting such fresh shrimp. Unexpectedly, a few troublemakers suddenly appeared, covering her mouth and pulling her into a quiet corner, forcing her to hand over all her money. After buying the shrimp, Grandma Shung didn't have much money left. Only a few cents. Although she felt distressed about the money, she knew what was important and handed it over immediately. But the troublemakers thought the money was too little, believing Grandma Shung was trying to cheat a beggar. They roughly grabbed her clothes, trying to find the money she had hidden. Since it was summer and her clothes were thin, Grandma Shung, feeling ashamed and angry, instinctively struggled and resisted. One of the troublemakers pushed her hard, causing her to fall from a few steps high. If she had been a child or a young person, she might have only gotten a scrape. But Grandma Shung was old. This fall broke her leg and caused minor fractures to 2 of her ribs, making her scream in pain. Seeing the situation getting worse, the troublemakers didn't bother to search her anymore. They all ran away as fast as rabbits, disappearing without a trace. Fortunately, Miaoyur was carrying tofu and walking through the streets when she heard Grandma Shung's cry for help. She followed the sound and found Grandma Shung in a terrible state. Immediately, she put down her tofu basket and ran to find neighbors to help. Together, they took Grandma Shung to the nearest clinic, Rongchuntang. After hearing the full story, Shung-En felt angry but also scared. Miaoya helped take Grandma Shung to the clinic, then continued selling tofu on the streets. At this moment, only 2 neighbors were around. Shung-En approached them and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you both for helping my grandma get to the clinic. I will never forget your kindness." The 2 neighbors waved their hands and said, "It was just a small favor, not a big deal. Grandma Shung is a kind person." Seeing everyone smiling, she is always willing to help others. She has good relationships with people nearby. They only did a little bit, it's nothing special. Seeing that they didn't want to accept thanks, Shung-En kept this kindness in her heart. After paying the medical fee, Shung-En asked the doctor to come to her home to change Grandma Shung's dressing. She would pay for the service, and the doctor agreed. Without Shung-En needing to say anything, the 2 neighbors carefully carried the unconscious Grandma Shung onto a door plank and walked steadily toward the Su family. Shung-En supported the less mobile Su Qinglin as they followed behind. Along the way, they met Su Jinnian, who was rushing over. Seeing how badly Grandma Shung was hurt, Jinnian's eyes darkened, and a cold aura radiated from him. When he learned how Grandma Shung was injured, his coldness deepened. He took the door handle from one of the neighbors and silently carried Grandma Shung into her home. After sending off the 2 neighbors, Su Qinglin said sharply, "Jinnian, we can't just let this go. We must find those troublemakers and break all their legs and ribs. Jinnian's voice was icy. My son will have someone investigate. Anyone who hurt his family would learn what regret really means. Seeing that the father and son had already decided, Shung didn't suggest reporting to the police. If reporting would help, she believed they wouldn't bother her to handle it themselves. Since Grandma Shung had suffered such a serious injury, hiding it from Grandpa Shung in the village was not right. So, Jinnian went to Huai Tree Village and brought Grandpa Shung back home. Seeing her husband's sad state, Grandpa Shung couldn't help but tear up and squatted by Grandma Shung's bed, crying. Shung Xian felt even worse inside. She walked over to Grandpa Shung and said with guilt, Grandpa, it's my fault. I caused Grandma so much suffering. Grandpa Shung wiped his tears and patted his granddaughter's shoulder. Those troublemakers deserve to be punished. Don't blame yourself. Shung En's eyes were red, and she felt very guilty. If I hadn't been so greedy, Grandma wouldn't have gone to buy shrimp, and she wouldn't have met those thugs blocking the way. Grandpa Shung shook his head. Being greedy isn't wrong. Grandma wouldn't blame you either. Shung En's tears flowed more fiercely. Grandpa Shung sighed. Good child, don't cry. If you make Grandma wake up crying, she will feel sad. Shung didn't like crying either, but she couldn't control herself. She didn't want Grandpa to feel upset too. She turned around and wiped her tears hard before continuing. Grandpa, Grandma needs someone to take care of her. Can you stay in the city for a while? Grandpa Shung nodded. He decided to come to the city and didn't want to leave his injured wife alone. The crops in the field and the chickens at home had been entrusted to the villagers before he came. He planned to go back now and then to check on them so there wouldn't be any problems. Shung En, with red eyes, came out of the room. Su Jinnian was already in the kitchen cooking. She was about to go in and make some of Grandma's favorite dishes when the door to the yard was suddenly knocked. Shung En went over and opened the door. It was Long Fu, a trusted servant of Master Ding. Long Fu respectfully bowed to Shung En and explained his purpose. Master Ding knows Grandma Shung was hurt. He specially sent some medicine to help her recover. The troublemakers who hurt Grandma Shung, I have already sent people to investigate. As soon as I get any news, I will report to you immediately. Shung En didn't expect Master Ding to find out so quickly and to know the reason Grandma Shung was hurt. She felt a bit touched and asked Long Fu to thank Master Ding on her behalf. Thank you, Master Ding, for your concern. I will go to thank him in person tomorrow. Grandma Shung was injured, and Shung En didn't have the energy or mood to continue her stall, but she still went to the Ding family every day. The Ding family was her connection through her own efforts. She knew she would need their help in the future, so she couldn't let the Ding family and their grandson be unhappy. Not long after, Grandma Shung woke up, but she looked very weak and exhausted. Seeing her grandson and granddaughter, along with her son-in-law and father-in-law, gathered around the bed, she felt guilty and said, My wife is fine, don't worry. Everyone was worried, but didn't want to upset Grandma Shung, so they all forced smiles. Your health is better than you think. I know you can recover quickly. A few months of rest, and you'll be as healthy as before. Grandpa Shung comforted his wife, gently patting her hand like dry bark. Don't worry, I will stay with you while you recover so you won't get bored. Grandma Shung was annoyed. Just as she was about to reply, she suddenly remembered something important and looked at Shung En with a worried expression. Anan, those troublemakers have been watching us. Please don't go out alone. Grandma Shung's words changed everyone's expressions in the room. They know our dumpling business is doing well and that you gained Mr. Ding's favor because of your cooking skills. Her breathing was a bit hurried. She covered her aching chest with her hand. These aren't secrets. Maybe they heard it from a neighbor nearby. Shung En quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Grandma, your only job now is to rest well. We will find a way to catch those people. Grandma Shung took slow, deep breaths, and her pale face looked a little better. Grandma knows. I trust you. After saying a few more words, Grandma Shung ate half a bowl of porridge and took the medicine Grandpa Shung fed her. Then she drifted into a deep sleep. Grandpa Shung stayed behind to watch over Grandma Shung. The others quietly left the room and went to the study across the hall. Shung En was the first to speak. Could those troublemakers be hired by someone else? Grandma had been living here for nearly a month and was familiar with the neighbors. She hadn't seen these troublemakers before, so they probably came from somewhere else. If they heard about her dumpling business doing well and her gaining Mr. Ding's favor, it might have motivated them to rob her. It wasn't impossible. Small-time thieves might steal a little, but daring to attack in broad daylight just to rob an old lady seemed very strange. It is indeed possible. Jinnian looked serious and worried. Anyone would know that when your family is being watched, danger could happen at any time, and you wouldn't look happy. He said, "Leave this to me. Before those people are caught, you need to be careful when you go out alone." Shung asked, "Is it possible to find them all in Qingzhou, which is so big?" Jinnian firmly replied, "Yes, it's possible." Shung still felt worried. If those people weren't caught, she was afraid her family might face even bigger trouble. Lin saw his daughter-in-law's worry and comforted her. And then, "You can trust Jinnian. Those troublemakers won't escape." Jinnian didn't care that his father was still there. He gently took Shung's hand and said, "I will make those who hurt Grandma pay the price they deserve." Shung sighed. Old Master Ding sent someone earlier, saying they would help find the people. There are less than 2 months before the exam at the academy, so you should focus on studying. Jinnian reassured her, "I understand. I won't delay my studies for the exam." While the couple discussed how to catch the troublemakers, outside the city, in a rarely visited forest, a girl's impatient voice was heard. "Tong, you're already engaged to another woman, so why are you coming to see me? Are you trying to have 2 relationships at once? Dream on." If Shung had been there, she would definitely recognize this as Lu Huaji's voice. "Gigi, I didn't do that. You know I only have you in my heart. Wait for me. I will cancel this engagement and marry you happily." Tong Baozhen looked at Lu Huaji with deep affection. His greedy eyes moved over her tall chest and slim waist, as if he wanted to rush forward and hold her tightly, pressing her against the tree and kissing her. Lu Huaji was very annoyed. She slightly turned away to avoid Tong Baogen's leering gaze and impatiently urged, "Say what you need to say. I have to go back, quickly." Recently, she had been running out often. Her mother thought she was involved with bad people. She had been watched closely and visited by matchmakers every day. It was so annoying. Seeing Lu Huazi angry, Tong Baozhen quickly lowered himself and tried to flatter her. When he saw her soften, he proudly boasted, "Gigi, you won't believe what I did today. I hurt the grandmother of the person you dislike the most. That old lady might not be alive now." Lu Huaji widened her eyes and stared at Tong Baozhen. You say you hurt that old lady from the Shung family?" Tong Baogen's smile grew more confident. "That's right. I vented my anger." "Gigi, aren't you happy?" Lu Huaji was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. At that moment, looking at Tong Baogen's face, she even found a strange, bulging-eyed appearance somewhat tolerable. After feeling happy, Lu Huaji quickly asked, "How is that old lady? Did she get hurt badly? You didn't really hurt her to the point of death, did you? If she had died, Shang, that unlucky star, would be very sad, but the authorities would also investigate the case. If they found out it was Tong Baozhen, it might also cause trouble for her. No, she couldn't let her good days be ruined by Tong Baogen's actions." Her smile faded, and she coldly scolded Tong Baozhen. "Did I ask you to vent your anger for me? You took it upon yourself to hurt that old lady, but I didn't tell you to do that. Don't use me as an excuse to do bad things." Tong Baozhen was startled by her sudden change of attitude. He remembered how Gigi used to cry in front of him, complaining that Sheng's woman was bullying her. Now he had hurt that old lady, but Gigi still looked unhappy. He had spent all his savings to find out about that woman in the city, risking being caught, and even hurt someone. Why wasn't Gigi grateful? Feeling resentful, Tong Baozhen, who was used to being a sycophant, didn't dare show his dissatisfaction. Instead, he hurriedly agreed, Yes, it was me. It has nothing to do with Gigi." "Gigi, don't be angry." Lu Huaji looked at the ugly man acting like a loyal dog, feeling a wave of nausea. She thought if he was the one who did this and someone found out he couldn't keep his mouth shut, he would get into big trouble. Tong Baojian thought she cared about him. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. Those guys are my cousins and brothers. We grew up together. They would never betray me. Lu Huaji rolled her eyes. She didn't care about a toad like him. In the afternoon, Shung carefully prepared 3 thank-you gifts. The gifts for her 2 neighbors were the same, 2 boxes of pastries and a jean of wine. She personally delivered the gifts. The 2 neighbors politely declined, but after Shung kept insisting, their family members accepted the gifts. Shung prepared a thank-you gift for Miao, something she could use, a fine piece of soft cotton cloth. This cloth was enough to make a set of close-fitting clothes, and leftover scraps could be used to make 2 pairs of shoe uppers. Shung knew what kind of people Sun Posey and her son were. If they found out that Miao received her gift, they would likely hurt her and try to take the cloth for themselves. So, she didn't give the gift openly. Instead, she waited until Miao went to the river to fetch water and water the vegetables. When Miao saw Shung blocking her way, she felt nervous. Her rough hands clenched the shoulder pole, and her voice was timid, like a fly buzzing. Su, from the Su family, do you have something to say? Miao is not tall and has a thin build. Although she is only in her early 20s, her back is bent under invisible or visible burdens, making her look even shorter and hunched, like a woman in her 50s or 60s. Shung sighed inwardly, then showed a gentle smile and spoke softly. Sister Miao, don't be afraid. I came here just to thank you. Miao was surprised at first, then remembered what happened earlier that morning. She waved her hands quickly. No need to thank me. She was just calling someone after all. She didn't do much, so she couldn't accept thanks from a new wife of the Su family. Maybe this is a small matter to you, Sister Miao, but to me, it's a life-saving favor. If you hadn't found out in time, my grandmother's injury could have become worse. Shung spoke seriously. Seeing Miao still looking unsure, she took out the piece of fine cotton cloth. Sister Miao, this cloth suits you very well. I hope you won't mind. Miao was stunned. She looked at the soft, delicate cloth and didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. No, really, you don't have to give it to me. I won't take it. Perhaps she felt her tone was too stiff, so she carefully glanced at Shung An's expression. Seeing Shung An was not angry about being refused, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained sadly, Sister Shung, such a good thing. Even if I accept it, I can't keep it safe. Shung An remembered how this woman had suffered at Sun's house. Her mind quickly turned, and she subtly tested. Since it's a thank-you gift, you can take it back to please your mother-in-law. I believe she'll see that you're a filial daughter-in-law, and in the future, she'll treat you well. Miao showed a faint smile, her voice filled with numbness and hopelessness. Sister Shung, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. Shung An understood this well. This woman knew deep down that working hard and being loyal in her husband's family wouldn't earn her genuine respect. She relied on her in-laws for shelter because her own family couldn't help her, so she silently endured their bullying and dared not fully confront them. If one day the Sun family decided to send her away, she wouldn't be happy about escaping her suffering. Instead, she would feel homeless and finally give up on herself. Looking at Miao's patched-up clothes and shoes, Shung An gently suggested, I can make you some close-fitting clothes from this fabric. You can wear them underneath and no one will see, so there's no worry about them being taken. But Miao still shook her head, showing clear fear. Sister Shung, really, there's no need. Even the inner clothes I wear can't hide from my mother-in-law. Before she married, she had a very good friend. Her friend knew her family wouldn't give her dowry or even new clothes, so she gave her own new clothes. On her wedding day, her mother-in-law took the clothes away and wore them herself the next day. Her mother-in-law handed her a set of ragged, dirty clothes, saying they were a gift for the new bride. She was so upset that she demanded her clothes back, but her husband forced her to the ground and beat her, leaving her unable to get up for 3 days. Seeing that Miao was afraid to accept the clothes, Shung An didn't insist. I'll keep this fabric for Sister Miao. I will never forget your family's help. Miao hesitated and gently waved her hand. It's just a small matter. No need to thank me. Shung smiled, helped Miao Yue water the vegetable fields, then returned home under the glow of the setting sun. She didn't see Su Jinnian's figure, and guessed he had gone outside after school to find out what was happening. She then went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before the meal was ready, Su Chuilian and her husband hurried over carrying a basket of pig bones. It turned out that Shung didn't go to Zhang's house that afternoon to get the pig bones. Su Chuilian was worried something was wrong with the Su family, so after her husband finished butchering the pigs, they came together to see what was going on at the Su house. "Little sister, little brother-in-law, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, which caused you to come all this way." Shung angrily patted her head and told about Grandma Shung being attacked and injured by troublemakers. She also said she wouldn't go to the market to sell things for now, and would wait until Grandma Shung recovered fully. Su Tsuelian felt sorry but understood Shung An's decision. "It's okay not to sell for now. Taking care of your grandma is the most important thing," she then angrily added. "Those scoundrels who dared to rob and hurt people in broad daylight should be caught and punished. If we catch them, I want to see them suffer." Zhang the butcher patted his wife's shoulder to calm her down, then said to Shung, "I know all the troublemakers in the southern market. Tomorrow, I'll ask them to help gather some information." The Zhang family had been butchers for generations, so they often dealt with all kinds of people. Owning the pork market in the southern part of the city was mainly because of their good reputation and trust. They also avoided pressure from competitors by being resourceful and bold. "Thank you, little brother-in-law, for your trouble," Shung said gratefully. After all, her grandma was hurt, and her relationship with the Zhang family wasn't close. Her brother-in-law didn't have to get involved, and no one could blame him. Now that he was helping voluntarily, it would cost him some favors. "Family members shouldn't be strangers," Su Tsuelian said, waving her hand to Shung. "Don't worry too much. Be careful, especially Yuanan. As a woman, you need to be cautious to avoid gossip." Shung appreciated her sister-in-law's kindness. "I will be careful. I won't go out alone." Su Tsuelian and Zhang the butcher went to visit Grandma Shung in the guest room, offering comfort and encouragement before leaving. As soon as they left, Su Jinnian returned. Seeing him sweat on his forehead, Shung handed him a damp cloth. Su Jinnian wiped his face and explained, "I asked some friends I know to help gather information. We should hear something in a few days." Shung was curious. "What kind of friends? Since they're helping, should we invite them over for a meal?" She had been here for a month, but she only knew her sister-in-law's family. She hadn't met or even heard of any other relatives or friends. Su Jinnian looked at his wife calmly and said, "They are shy and reserved, especially around women. Once we have news, I will invite them over. Don't worry, and those people are all very aggressive and reckless, not afraid to speak their minds. They came to the house and scared Nan. What should we do?" Shung didn't know Su Jinnian's concerns and thought he was telling the truth. She stopped questioning and let him handle things. She repeated the story about inviting her sister-in-law and her husband to come over.
"Su Jinnian not dead?"
"My sister-in-law's husband has many connections. If he's willing to help, we should hear good news soon." Shung felt very envious. "You and your sister-in-law's husband are really impressive, having such connections." Unlike her, since the incident, she couldn't think of anyone to ask for help. It was old Ding who kindly offered to help, so she didn't doubt her own worth. Thinking of this, Shung looked suspiciously at the handsome and elegant man in front of her. "You're a scholar about to take the imperial exam. How do you know those local thugs? And since they are willing to help, it suggests their relationship might be quite close." Su Jinnian rarely avoided the question. "It's just a coincidence. They owe me and my father favors, and this time it worked out." Shung was doubtful but saw he didn't want to explain further, so she wisely didn't press. "All right, as long as we can catch the mastermind, that's good." With 3 forces working together, finding a single was not difficult, let alone 4 lively men running around the streets. In just 2 days, Tong Baozhen and his group of 4 were caught. Each was beaten almost to death on the spot, losing hands and feet was common. In an empty warehouse at Qingzhou Dock, cries, screams of pain, and pleas for mercy echoed constantly. Tong Baozhen, with a swollen face and looking like a dead dog, struggled to lift his head. He looked at the thick-bearded man sitting high above and filled with fear.
You
hurt us without reason. Is there no law anymore? He was just a small-time rural, mostly stealing chickens to satisfy his hunger. When did he offend such a big figure? Why did they have to treat his brothers like this? They had no grudges with these people. Why did they have to be ruined? Even if there were some grudges, why not sit down and talk calmly? Why resort to such violence? Tong Baojen couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. Determined to die with clarity, he braced himself and asked out loud, despite his fear of death. The thick-bearded man didn't even look at Tong Baojen. He crossed his legs, expressionless, playing with his jade ring. The following young men were not polite at all. They punched and kicked Tong Baojen repeatedly. Do you still ask why? Someone as stupid as you. How dare you rob and hurt people in broad daylight? And you robbed an old lady. It's shameful for us men. Tong Baojen curled up in pain, crying and begging. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't do it again, I swear. The three cousins sitting nearby, all bruised and injured, felt a wave of shock. They finally understood why they had been punished. It turned out that they listened to Tong Baojen that day, encouraged by him, and robbed and hurt an old lady. That's why they ended up like this. Thinking of this, the three brothers all hated Tong Baojen. They begged the big man sitting above, Sir, all the mistakes were Tong Baojen's. He wanted to take revenge on his mistress, and he encouraged us to teach that old lady a lesson. He's the real culprit. Please forgive us. Tong Baojen was almost beaten to death. He heard what the three cousins said and was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. He cursed loudly. You unloyal bunch. I'll kill you all. He was the one who came up with the plan, but he only wanted to scare the old lady. Later, these people found out that the old couple had made a good amount of money selling things and had caught the attention of wealthy people. They then decided to rob the old lady for some money. And it wasn't him who pushed the old lady down. The money they stole, a few coins, was used to buy 2 liang of wine, which they shared among themselves. These animals drank a lot of wine. Why should all the blame fall on him? The more Tong Baojen thought about it, the more he felt unfair. He glared angrily at the three cousins and, blood in his mouth, tried to defend himself. No, I only wanted to scare that old lady. It was them, they wanted to take her money, and pushed her to the ground. If you let me go, I will compensate the old lady. I'll do anything, even spend my life caring for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the back again, falling to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. Someone like you, caring for the old lady? She might live a few years less because of you. The younger brother who started the fight spat harshly and looked at Tong Baojen, who was barely alive. He lost interest in continuing the fight and politely approached his boss with a suggestion. Big brother, the mine needs workers badly. Why not let them do hard labor? If they work well, give them a chance to survive. If they don't, let them fend for themselves. Anyway, if they die, no one will know. The bearded man didn't respond and turned to his trusted aide, asking, Have the people arrived? The aide pointed to the room behind the wall. They're inside. The bearded man nodded and said, Go ask them what they want to do. He was just following orders and had no authority to make decisions. Yes, the aide replied and quickly left. In the next room, Jinnian was leisurely drinking tea. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, exuding a scholarly air. Hearing the screams from the next room, the middle-aged man didn't even frown. He was very friendly towards Jinnian. This small matter, I just sent someone to inform you. There's no need for you to come in person. Wouldn't that delay your studies? Jinnian took a sip of tea, slightly frowned, and silently put down his cup. It's just losing an hour of sleep tonight. Venting my wife's anger is important. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. When can I visit your family? Jinnian looked displeased. We're not brothers. Don't try to make unnecessary connections. The middle-aged man didn't mind and smiled more boldly. Your father once saved my father. Later, you saved me. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I consider you a brother. He looked sad as he said this. As the old saying goes, Even an ugly daughter-in-law will meet her in-laws eventually. Even if you don't like me, you should at least let me meet your family. Jinnian firmly refused. No need. The middle-aged man seemed to expect this and smiled without disappointment, then shifted the conversation to other topics. Soon after, the aide with the beard knocked on the door and entered. Seeing the boss's boss inside, he hurriedly bowed to show respect. "Big boss." The boss waved his hand, signaling him to speak. The aide quickly bowed to Jinnian and explained his purpose. "Brother who asked me to come and ask for your opinion on what to do with these people." Jinnian listened to the sounds of dogs fighting next door, and without thinking, he replied, "Completely disable their right legs." Grandma Shung's right leg was broken. Even the skilled bone-setting doctor at Rongchuntang couldn't be sure her leg would fully recover. She might end up limping. His close confidant understood immediately. Yes, hearing the desperate, piercing screams next door, the head of the family looked at Jinnian with a calm expression and said, "Revenge with revenge. Which one are you going to be, merciful or ruthless?" Having his right leg completely disabled meant he would be for life, a burden to the family, with little hope for the future. Moreover, those 4 troublemakers were cousins by blood. No matter how close their relationship was before, from now on, they would be enemies. This would also cause the 4 families to turn against each other. There was also a woman named Tong who was involved. Although she didn't instigate the injury to Grandma Shung, she was connected to the whole incident. If Tong became disabled, her marriage prospects would likely be ruined. Wouldn't she blame that woman? Soon, it would turn into a fierce fight, dog-eat-dog. Killing to hurt the heart, such as life. This is what they deserve. Jinnian's expression remained unchanged, as if it wasn't him who could easily disable 4 young men. The head of the family looked at him with admiration, half joking, half serious. The imperial examination path is hard. Many people work hard into old age, but still can't succeed. Why don't you give up early and come help your brother? His hundreds of brothers needed to eat. He really needed a reliable helper. Jinnian stood up directly, dusting non-existent dust from his sleeve. "Sorry, my father won't let me play with you." After saying this, which could make someone furious, he didn't look at the head of the family again. He opened the door and paused before stepping out, reminding him, "You should read the latest official report." Then, his elegant robes disappeared into the sunset glow. Watching Jinnian's back as he left without looking back, the head of the family suddenly smiled. This kid, really. The door gently closed, sealing his unspoken words inside, and no one heard his soft murmur. Like chewing wax after a meal, Grandma Shung touched her still sore chest and shared her thoughts that had been bothering her all day. My legs won't get better quickly. Staying here is too much of a bother. I want to go back to the village in a few days so your grandpa can take care of the fields." Shung understood her grandmother's worries. She immediately sat by her bed and held her grandmother's hand. "Grandma, if you want to go back to the village, I will go with you. Once your injury heals completely, I will come back." Grandma Shung felt both touched and sad. Her eyes reddened as she gently scolded her granddaughter. "You married into the Su family, and you're their daughter-in-law now. You can't go back to the village to live with me. People might say, we don't know how to teach you properly." Anin buried her head in her grandmother's neck. "Nothing is more important than you. I won't let you go back until you're fully healed." Although Huaitree village was very close, and she could return quickly if needed, her grandparents were used to being frugal. They didn't like to spend money on food or clothes and had no idea about improving their nutrition. Anin was a great cook, and her meals could help her grandmother recover faster. Maybe her cooking could prevent her grandmother from ending up with a limp. Grandma Shung knew her granddaughter's personality well. She hesitated for a moment and said, "If I stay here, it might affect your business." Thinking about the few hundred coins she lost each day, the old lady felt heartbroken and regretted her weak body, which was hurt so easily. "There are many chances to make money, but I only have one grandma." And then looked at her grandmother with big, watery eyes, looking as pitiful as she could. Grandpa Shung couldn't stand it anymore. He helped persuade his wife. Anin has this kind of filial piety. We should listen to her. You stay here in the city to rest and get treatment. It's more convenient for the doctor to change your medicine. Thinking that his wife cared most about money, he quickly added, "The doctor charges for rural visits, and you need to change your medicine every other day. That money is almost the same as your treatment costs." Hearing this, Grandma Shung silently calculated in her heart. It was indeed expensive. After some hesitation, Grandma Shung finally gave up on returning to the village. She held her granddaughter's hand and said, "With your grandpa taking care of me, you don't have to stay at home every day. The wonton stall still needs to run, or I won't have the face to stay here." She came to the city to help her granddaughter, not to add to her troubles. My son-in-law and my daughter-in-law didn't speak openly, but they showed concern for her in many ways. This made her feel even more embarrassed about eating and staying for free, and it also delayed my granddaughter's efforts to earn money by selling things. After hearing Grandma Shung's words, Shungin realized that not selling things to earn money was adding to the old lady's mental burden. She immediately promised, Okay, I will start selling things in a few days. Once Grandma gets better, she can help me again." Grandma Shung finally smiled and said, "Good." She was happy to help her granddaughter earn more money. While she still could move, she wanted to help her granddaughter for a few more years. Today, Jinnian came home later than ever before. By the time he arrived, it was completely dark. The others weren't in a hurry to eat dinner. When they saw him return, their eyes showed curiosity. Jinnian nodded with a smile. "We caught the person." Shung immediately rushed in front of him, full of anger and hatred. "Who is it?" Su Qinglin and Grandpa Shung also looked at Jinnian, their expressions the same as Shung An's. Jinnian named the mastermind. "His name is Tong Baozhen. I don't know if Grandpa and Anna know him." The whole incident started with Tong Baozhen, and claiming he was the mastermind was not unfair. "Tong Baozhen? It's really him." Grandpa Shung's chest heaved with anger, and his dark face was full of hatred and confusion. "We have no quarrel with him. Why did he hurt Grandma Shung so badly?" Tong's family lived not far from Huai Tree Village. The two villages often married each other. Tong Baozhen was related to Huai Tree Village as a nephew, so Grandpa Shung knew him. Jinnian didn't hold back. He told the story of Tong Baozhen and his 3 cousins fighting with dogs, and about Lu Huaji. "Good, so she's the troublemaker." Grandpa Shung slammed the table, his face full of hatred for Lu Huaji. "She used to dislike Anan. I thought it was just their personalities clashing. I didn't expect her to lie and slander Anan in front of others, saying she bullied her. This time, it was even worse. Lu Huaji had provoked Tong to hit his wife. Shungin didn't expect there was more to Lu Huaji's involvement. She clenched her fists and asked Jinnian, was Lu Huaji deliberately inciting him? Jinnian shook his head. According to Tong Baozhen and the others, no. Shung An's anger didn't fade. She didn't want to do it. She just doesn't have the brains to use a knife to kill someone. Rebirth doesn't mean gaining a smarter mind. Willow Flower, proud and spoiled, only wants to climb higher branches. However, she hasn't truly learned the art of tea-making from her mother, Peng Chunlan. She tries to deal with others using simple methods, even personally taking action, but she never considers borrowing someone else's knife to do harm. She is truly good at twisting facts in front of Tong Baozhen, and she even blames herself for her grandmother's injury. Don't be angry. They all lost their right legs. They won't have a chance to walk again in this life, and that woman won't have an easy time either. Jinnian comforts his furious wife and casually mentions the fate of Tong Baogen's 4 people, hinting that Willow Flower might be blamed and won't have a good future. Next to them, Su Qinglin hears everything clearly and remains expressionless. Serves them right. Grandpa Shung, who has farmed his land all his life and never fought with others, gasps in surprise and looks at his son-in-law differently. It's not fear or caution. It's the first time he clearly realizes that his carefully chosen son-in-law isn't as gentle and modest as he seemed. Jinnian doesn't care about Grandpa Shung's reaction. His deep eyes fix on Shungin, a faint dark light flickering in his gaze, probing her true feelings. Well done. Shung An's face shows relief, and she loosens her clenched fists. They caused Grandma's leg injury and made her suffer so much. Letting them lose a leg is too lenient. As for Willow Flower, she escaped this time, but what if she finds a chance to personally avenge her grandmother? Seeing Shung and smile, Jinnian's tense heart relaxes instantly. His eyes shine with gentle warmth, and his smile remains soft. It's my fault. I was too kind to them. Shung doesn't notice anything wrong. Forget it. Losing a leg, they won't have a good life, and they won't be able to harm others anymore. Jinnian coaxes her. Anin is so kind. Watching the couple praise each other, Grandpa Shung feels numb all over. It turns out that not only is his son-in-law two-faced, but his good granddaughter is also a decisive and ruthless person. Is it true that they are not family if they don't join the same household? Is a harmonious marriage a perfect match? Could it be that one day, one of them might kill someone, and the other would unhesitatingly bury the body? He keeps thinking to himself, but somehow, Grandpa Shung feels a sense of relief. Since the couple are on the same path, their granddaughter probably won't suffer any loss. The matter was settled, and to ease Grandma Anqing's heart and let Grandma Shung rest and recover, Shung kept her promise and opened her stall on time after 2 days. Unexpectedly, as soon as she appeared at the market, someone excitedly shouted, "Lady Shung is here." In the next moment, a crowd of people rushed from all directions, frightening Shung and almost into fleeing, thinking she was surrounded by a horde of zombies. "Boss Shung, why haven't you been selling your food these days? I can't enjoy your dumplings and I can't sleep well at night. Why are you alone? Where's your grandma? Is there something at home that kept you from setting up your stall? Has the issue been resolved? Do you need help? Will you keep selling your dumplings?" A large group of loyal customers gathered around Shung, asking eagerly why she hadn't been selling her food. They looked worried, as if afraid she might stop selling dumplings altogether. "A few days ago, I was busy with family matters, so I couldn't set up my stall. From now on, I will continue to do business as usual. If I ever stop, I will let everyone know in advance, so no one waits in vain." Shung briefly explained the reason without mentioning that Grandma Shung had been pushed and injured, to avoid endless questions. The customers heard what they wanted and smiled happily. They helped take things off the cart and urged Shung to cook the dumplings quickly, as they couldn't wait any longer. After a month of good food and drinks, Shung had gained more strength. Pushing the cart was no longer difficult, and she no longer needed Jinnian's help. Today, with 2 fewer helpers, Shung felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, most of the customers were regulars. They didn't rush her and even helped clear dishes, worried she might make a mistake and they wouldn't get to enjoy the dumplings they loved so much. One elderly customer finished the last sip of broth, looked satisfied, and placed a bowl down. He took out 8 coins and put them in the box beside the big stove, then hurriedly gave Shung a thumbs up, sweat pouring down his face. "Boss Shung, it's your skill. No one else can make dumplings taste like yours." This quickly resonated with other customers who praised. "That's right. Boss Shung's skills are unmatched. She's the best in Qingzhou City." Shung had heard such praise many times before, so she didn't feel proud. Instead, she warned her regular customers in advance. "How long I can keep selling dumplings is hard to say. If people like them, I will prepare extra every day." Quick-witted people immediately guessed that Shung had other plans and eagerly asked, "Lady Shung, your wonton stall is doing well and can support your family. Are you not planning to do this long-term?" Shung nodded and said, "Getting up early every day to sell is tiring. I prefer cooking." The customers looked at each other, and the aroma of the wontons in their bowls suddenly seemed less appealing. But since Lady Shung said she prefers cooking, maybe she plans to open a small restaurant? That might be a good idea. Perhaps Lady Shung's dishes are even tastier than the wontons. With a fixed shop, Lady Shung can't just stop working suddenly. They can always come to taste her cooking. Thinking this, everyone quickly reached into their pockets to pay. "Lady Shung, 2 large bowls, please." "I'll take them home and I'll bring the bowls back tomorrow." Me too. "And me, I've only had 3 servings." "Let me go first." The crowd around the stall grew livelier, all eager to have their turn to be served first, worried others might take their share. But the number of wontons was limited. Their frantic packing meant those who queued for a long time might not get any. Shung refused to pack extras and told them to bring their families tomorrow to eat. After sending these customers away, only a few wontons remained, and within half an hour, they were all sold out. She weighed her heavy money bag and decided to count the coins at home. Thinking about how her grandmother could rest assured and focus on recovering with this money made Shung smile. When her grandmother saw the money bag, her worries disappeared, and she happily poured the coins into a box. Listening to the jingling sound, the old lady's smile grew wider. Running the stall can't stop. If we do, we'll lose hundreds of coins. Grandpa Shung saw so much copper money for the first time and opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his granddaughter. "And is this what you earned this morning?" Shung shook her head. "Grandpa, after deducting costs, this is what I earned this morning." Grandpa Shung trembled slightly as he reached out and said, "Even after deducting costs, that's still a lot." Although he had heard that selling wontons was very profitable, he never expected it to be so lucrative. This was much more than what he could earn working hard all year and barely making a few coins. No wonder his wife, who is so frugal, would rather spend money to hire someone to farm than stay in the city to help their granddaughter. If it were him, he would also choose to do the same. Grandpa Shung, overwhelmed by the big shock, didn't bother counting money with his wife. Instead, he looked at his granddaughter with hope and said, "And teach Grandpa how to make wontons. When I learn, I'll set up a stall too." The old man, who had farmed all his life, decided to switch to a simpler way to make money after realizing selling wontons could be more profitable. It doesn't matter if his neck is buried in the dirt. As long as he can walk, move, and breathe, being in his 50s or 60s is the perfect age to try something new. "Grandpa, are you serious?" Shung was surprised to see her grandpa, never expecting him to have the idea of starting a business at his age. "Grandpa can joke with you." Grandpa Shung looked a bit annoyed and patted his strong arm. "Making wontons is easier than farming. As long as you teach me, I'll give all the money I earn to you in the future." Shung couldn't help but laugh and say, "Grandpa, it's not about the money. I want you and Grandma to stay in the city. I'll earn money to support you, so you can rest." Grandpa Shung waved his hand. "You Grandpa can still move, so why rest?" Grandma Shung stopped counting money and didn't agree with her husband's plan. "We're both running stalls in the city. Should we give up the farmland at home? There's an old saying that people rely on food. If we stop farming, I'll always feel uneasy." Grandpa Shung sighed. "We've farmed all our lives and didn't get anything famous from it. Anin was so thin, she only gained some weight after marrying Jinnian. Look, Jinnian and her father also don't farm, but they're doing well. What if a famine really happens someday? What's the use of farming in the countryside? Can we really keep the harvest safe? It's better to earn more money now. When we have enough, we can buy expensive food to last a few more days. Or, if needed, we can take the money and go somewhere else to find work. It's better than starving to death on a few acres of land." Grandma Shung was convinced and said she also wanted to learn how to make wontons. She knows how to wrap wontons, but she hasn't learned the tricks of mixing the filling, kneading the dough, or rolling the wrappers carefully. She needs to learn properly. Seeing that the elderly couple had made up their minds, Shung thought it was good to leave the wonton business to them. She nodded and agreed. "Okay, running a stall is tiring, but it's much easier than farming." The two elderly people have worked hard all their lives. It would be hard for them to suddenly relax. Selling wontons is a good choice. Once her small restaurant location is decided, she plans to set up a small stall nearby for the elderly. This way, they won't be exposed to wind or rain, and they can find their own value. That's quite nice. With her granddaughter's permission, Grandpa Shung was very happy. He and Grandma Shung dreamed together of a bright future after their business success. Soon, Su Chunglin also learned about this. He was very interested and asked Shung to teach him as well. Since falling ill, Su Chunglin lost his previous job. At his age, it's hard to find a new one. He doesn't want to stay at home and be cared for by his daughter-in-law. Doing a small business to earn some money is the best choice. "Chung, you and the others should get up early. I'll teach you how to make wontons while I work. Chasing a sheep is one thing, herding a flock is another." Shung happily accepted the role of a mature apprentice without any worries. The three elders don't have special cooking skills, but Shung is confident he can teach them. Even if their wontons don't taste as good as his, surpassing Yunji is not impossible. In the evening, Jinnian returned home. He heard that his wife was going to teach the three elders to make wontons and help them start a stall. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing his silence, Shung nudged his waist. "What's wrong? Don't you agree?" Jinnian shook his head and clenched his hands at his waist. "I'm worried you'll get tired." Shung was speechless. "I'm not made of paper. It's not that easy to tire me out." Hearing this, Jinnian looked at her carefully. Seeing her face, which had become a bit fuller and looked healthier and more charming, his eyes darkened. His voice became deeper. "Anin is the best." Shung was used to his occasional praise. She shook his hand and explained, "Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad don't want to be a burden. If I teach them to make wontons, they can earn some money every day. I think they'd be happier than just staying at home." Jinnian naturally understood the thoughts of the three elders. He gently rubbed his wife's head with a smile. "And you think everything through carefully." Shung playfully pushed his hand away. "I'm not a kitten or puppy. Why do you always like to pat my head? I don't want to wash my hair tonight." Jinnian put his hand down and apologized patiently. "I couldn't help it for a moment." "Then don't be mad." Similar words from Shung have become boring, and she feels it's necessary to give this man a deep lesson so he remembers it well. So, Shung gathers her strength and jumps into Jinnian's arms. Her slim, straight legs wrap tightly around his strong waist, and her hands form claws, vigorously massaging his neatly combed hair. "You always can't control your hands. I want you to experience what it feels like to have your head rubbed." Shung keeps talking, her hands moving nonstop. In an instant, her long black hair falls down like ink, glowing softly under the dim candlelight. Feeling the gentle touch of her palm, she feels jealous. "We're both human, so why is your hair so shiny and smooth?" "It must be because you keep rubbing my head, and my hair is upset and not growing well." What's more annoying is that even when this guy's hair is messy, it looks strangely attractive, an unruly beauty that's hard to describe. His aura is completely different from ordinary people. He looks more like a charming little demon. Looking at it this way, it turns out I'm the one getting the benefit? Shung suddenly feels happy. Jinnian's hands steady her body, letting her hands mess around on his head. A tolerant smile appears at the corner of his lips, and his eyes, like cold stars, fix on her without blinking. "Hair can get angry too?" Shung confidently replies, "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think my hair isn't growing well?" Hearing this, Shung feels a bit upset again. She's been well fed and taken care of for a month, and her body has clearly improved, but her hair is still the same, dry and rough like withered grass. "That's true." Jinnian makes a serious guess, his gaze unconsciously falling on Shung's light pink lips. His slow voice sounds gentle and persuasive. "So, we need to make the hair happy, right?" Shung blinks, thinking this guy is even more full of nonsense than she is. She wants to see what kind of nonsense he can come up with, so she asks, "Do you have a way?" Suddenly, she realizes she's been tricked. Jinnian's eyes flicker with a dark light. Before Shung can react, he tightens his arms and leans in to kiss her lips. Shung is caught off guard, her breath stuck in her throat, almost choking from holding her breath. If he wants to kiss, just kiss. She's not stopping him. Why go through all this trouble to trick her? With a gentle punch to the man's chest, Shung quickly fell into the warm, gentle trap woven by him, completely forgetting her hair concerns. After a while, the two shadows cast on the window separated. Shung weakly leaned on Jinnian's shoulder, slightly panting, her face flushed like the finest rouge. From the corner of her eye, she saw his rolling Adam's apple and felt his stiff body and rapid heartbeat. Suddenly, she had a mischievous idea and deliberately teased him. "There's only 2 months until the exam. You should focus on studying and not think about things you shouldn't." Though she said this to remind him, her hand became more playful. I'm still nourishing my body, so you can't do anything too much to me. If you're feeling restless, just recite the heart-cleansing chant a few times. If you don't know it, I can teach you. At this, Shung-en's face was full of a mischievous smile. You tried to trick me, but now you're the one suffering? Su Jinnian's chest rose and fell. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the redness at the corners of his eyes had faded a bit, but his voice was even deeper and more husky, and in his right. The exam is coming, so we shouldn't be distracted. Shung-en's breath hitched, her throat feeling dry. Good. I'm glad you understand. Don't do that again next time. After saying this, she was about to get down. If they stayed so close, she was afraid she might lose control and act on her animal instincts. Don't move. Su Jinnian tightened his arms, his tone showing restraint. He buried his head in Shung-en's neck, smelling her faint, warm scent, and his breathing grew even more rapid. Shung-en was so frightened she stiffened all over, obediently lying on his chest, not daring to cause trouble anymore. After a while, Su Jinnian finally calmed down. He kissed her swollen lips and, with a slightly coaxing tone, said, If I pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, what reward would you give me? Shung-en thought about giving him a sweet date and asked back, What do you want? This man had little desire for material things and was surprisingly self-controlled. He only needed the basics for food, clothing, and shelter, and didn't seem like a spoiled rich kid. She truly didn't know what he needed. Su Jinnian stared at his wife's red, parted lips. His wandering thoughts, just calming down, started to stir again. And then, can you agree to a request from your husband? Shung-en didn't think much and replied, Sure, as long as I can do it. Just ask. Su Jinnian's eyes flashed with a quick glint, so fast that the person in his arms didn't notice. And can do it. So, it's settled. Shung-en heard this and extended her little finger, hooking it around his. It's settled. If I change my mind, I'll be a dog. A gentle smile deepened at the corner of Su Jinnian's lips, and he tenderly kissed Shung-en on the cheek. Husband believes in an. Shung-en was busy setting up a stall to earn money, teaching 3 grown-up apprentices and cooking for the Ding family every day. Her days were busy, but fulfilling. In contrast, Lu Huaji's days were very hard. One early morning, before she got out of bed, she was blocked at her door by a group of people who started insulting her. Lu Huaji, you shameless flirt. You knew my son was already engaged, yet you still dared to him and encourage him to do wrong. Now he's disabled because of you. I want to fight you. Come out. Hurry up and come out. Don't think hiding inside will save you. If you don't come out now, I'll tear down your house and see where you can hide. That's right, get out here quickly and give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for ruining your reputation. Even street beggars won't marry you. The door was knocked loudly, and more than 10 men and women crowded outside, all glaring with anger and cursing Lu Huazi. They were all relatives of Tong Baozhen and his brothers. Since Tong Baogen's 4 brothers were beaten and their limbs broken, with one leg unable to be fixed, the entire Tong family couldn't accept this cruel reality. They asked about the cause of the injuries, but couldn't get a clear answer. From their vague hints, they guessed it was related to Lu Huaji from Huaishu village. Before the Tong family could trouble Lu Huaji, the family of Tong Baogen's fiancé came to break off the engagement, returning all the silver spent on the marriage proposal. The Tong family was naturally unwilling, but the other side was not easy to deal with. Making a fuss would only make things worse for everyone involved. They could only swallow their anger and grow to hate Lu Huaji even more. Tong Baogen's 3 cousins and brothers were deeply affected, feeling that since they were disabled, no woman would want them in the future. Without women, they believed they would have no descendants. The 3 brothers grew more hopeless and resentful. The more hopeless they felt, the more they hated. They hated Tong Baozhen for being stupid and being deceived by a woman. They hated him for not valuing brotherhood and dragging them into trouble, ruining their lives forever. The 3 brothers, despite their injuries, took advantage of their family's distraction to get out of bed and jointly attack Tong Baozhen, who was also lying down. Tong Baogan's old wounds reopened, and he suffered new injuries. His 2 hands and 1 leg, recently healed, broke again. The doctor had a hard time reattaching them. The actions of the cousins and brothers completely exposed the underlying tensions. The once united Tong family suddenly split apart, each side demanding justice for their own sons. During those days, the 4 families fought fiercely, almost losing their minds. Finally, the eldest elder of the Tong family cried and begged the village chief to step in and stop the chaos. Only then did the families calm down and sit together to discuss solutions. After much discussion, everyone's anger was directed at Lu Huaji, leading to today's scene. In the room, Lu Huaji's face was very pale. She trembled under the blanket, too afraid to face the Tong family members. Listening to the increasingly harsh insults outside, she gritted her teeth in anger. All of you are. The people who had injured themselves had only themselves to blame for their foolishness. What did she have to do with it? Why did they come to trouble her? She believed she was innocent, but Lu Huaji was very anxious and didn't know what to do. When the door didn't open for a long time, the Tong family grew impatient. Baogan's mother waved her hand and ordered her husband, "Break down the door." Just as she finished speaking, a furious voice shouted outside, "Stop!" Peng Chunlon hurried back, pushing through the crowd to see what was happening. Seeing more than 10 people from the Tong family, her face changed slightly with anger as she asked loudly, "Why did you come to my house early in the morning to cause trouble?" She was pretty, running back breathless, her chest rising and falling, attracting the attention of all the men present. Especially the Tong men closest to her, who stared blankly, forgetting what they had come for. Baogan's mother saw this and angrily spat at Peng Chunlon, saying, "The top beam is crooked, and the lower beams are tilted. As a mother, you're out here seducing men, and your daughter is also a troublemaker." Unjustly scolded, Peng Chunlon retorted angrily, "Your mouth is so foul. Did you crawl out of a cesspit? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." The Tong family believed it was Lu Huaji's fault, even without proof. They insisted on blaming her and refused to let go of the matter. Baogan's mother suddenly had an idea. She quickly grabbed Lu Huaji. "Because of her, my son's wife is gone. She must marry my son and have a big, fat grandson. Otherwise, I will keep coming to cause trouble, and no one will dare to marry her." Bao Zhen was already half disabled. He probably wouldn't marry a healthy woman in this life. It was better to let this unkind woman marry Bao Zhen, so they could have hoped for a big, fat grandson. This unkind woman owed Bao Zhen, and she must pay him back. "No, I don't want to. I never want to," Lu Huaji shouted, angry and scared. She struggled to break free from Baogan's mother and looked at the Tong family with caution. "Trying to force me to marry your disabled son? That's impossible. You better give up now." In her second life, she planned to marry Su Lang and become a high-ranking official's wife. She wanted to completely crush the troublemaker Shung. How could she be forced to marry a disabled man? When Bao Zhen was healthy, she didn't like him. Now, he couldn't even tie her shoes. "Unkind woman, if you refuse to marry, I will beat you to death," Baogan's mother roared angrily when she saw Lu Huaji's obvious disgust. She suddenly slapped her hard. Lu Huaji lost her balance and fell to one side, hitting her forehead the corner of the table. In an instant, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Everything happened in a flash. The people nearby reacted quickly. Someone let out a sharp scream. "Someone's dead." She was beaten to death. Shung knew nothing about the chaos in the Lu family. She had just sold all her wontons again and happily pushed her cart home. As she passed a small bridge, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on the riverbank nearby. Her smile faded. She slowly pushed her cart closer to the riverbank. Before she got close, she heard a woman crying helplessly. Her face darkened. She quickly stopped her cart and hurried toward Miao Yar, who looked very upset, as if she might jump into the water at any moment. Miao Yar looked very miserable now. Her hair was messy, her clothes were torn, and her face was red and swollen with obvious slap marks. There was a trickle of blood from her mouth, mixing with salty tears that dripped onto her shoes. Her light-colored shoes were stained with blood, leaving deep marks. Seeing the scene, Shung was so angry she almost exploded. You could guess without asking that Miao Yuer had been beaten again by Sun's mother and son. "Miss Miao, your face is badly hurt. I will take you to Rongchuntang to see a doctor." Shung quickly stepped forward, grabbed Miao Yuer, and pulled her to a safe place. Without asking anything, she immediately decided to take her to the clinic. Miao Yuer was stunned and looked at Shung for a while. It seemed she finally recognized her and, frightened, curled up her hands and feet to refuse. No need, Sister Shung. I can stay alone for a while." Seeing she refused to go to the clinic, Shung didn't force her. She held her cold hand tightly to prevent her from suddenly jumping into the river out of despair. Looking at the bright bruise on Miao Yuer's arm, Shung couldn't hold back her emotions and finally said, "Miss Miao, you're only in your early 20s. There are still decades ahead. Do you want to keep suffering like this forever?" Shung knew she was meddling too much, but the woman in front of her was just too pitiful. When her grandmother was injured before, she was grateful she found out in time and had someone take her to the clinic for treatment. She couldn't ignore her suffering. Miss Miao doesn't need a piece of fine cotton cloth to make clothes. She needs a lamp to light her way forward, a lamp to help her escape her suffering. Should she keep enduring like this? Miao Yuer looked at Shung blankly, as if asking her, or perhaps asking herself, "I can't have children and my mother-in-law and husband don't like me. What can I do?" Shung shook her head, holding her hand and making her look into her eyes. "Miss Miao, is it really that you can't have children? Even if you do, with your mother-in-law and husband's personalities, can they really treat you well?" Her two questions made Miao Yuer silent. After a long while, she muttered, "Having children is a woman's matter. I married into the Sun family 5 years ago and have no children. Isn't that my problem?" She didn't answer the second question, but her answer was already clear. Even if she had children, she would still be the punching bag for Sun's mother and son. Whenever they didn't like her, they could find any excuse to beat her. Like this morning, she suddenly got her period, but her 2-year-old menstrual cloth was already worn out and couldn't hold the grass ash anymore. She asked Grandma Sun to give her a few coins so she could buy some scraps of cloth to sew 2 menstrual belts. Grandma Sun got angry, slapped her hard, called her shameless, and yelled about her messy affairs. She was beaten by Grandma Sun but dared not cry out loud. Still, she woke up Sun Yoji, who had been gambling all night and only returned home at dawn. Sun Yoji also beat her harshly. At that moment, she couldn't take it anymore and ran to the riverbank. Watching the flowing water, she wished she could jump in and end it all. "Miss Miao, you're wrong. Having children is a matter for 2 people. A woman alone can't have a baby." Shung corrected her mistaken idea, seriously trying to persuade her. She blamed Sun Yoji for the inability to have children to boost her confidence. "Our village has a couple who've been married for many years without children. The family always thought it was the woman's fault. They scolded and beat her, then drove her away. They spent a lot of money to marry a woman who looked fertile. Guess what happened later?" Shung deliberately paused, catching Miao Yuer's attention. She looked at Shung nervously, ignoring her thoughts of suicide. "What happened then?" Shung's face showed a hint of mockery. The new wife they married still didn't get pregnant. The former wife, who was driven away, remarried, and, the next year, gave birth to a boy and a girl. "What?" Miao Yuer was shocked, clearly not expecting this outcome. "So, the new wife never had a baby?" Shung nodded. "Yes, she married into that family for 3 years without getting pregnant. The new wife suspected her husband had a problem, so she went back to her parents' house and remarried. Soon after, she had a daughter. Both wives could have children, so who was truly the problem? Everyone in Huai Tree Village, even 3-year-olds, knew the answer. Since then, that man became very timid and lacked confidence. Later, with his parents' arrangement, he married a widow with 3 boys. Now, he works himself to exhaustion farming, providing good food and drink for 3 cheap, unrelated sons, hoping to rely on them in old age. So, if a woman can't have children, it might really be the man's fault. Miao Yuer murmured thoughtfully, unable to help but touch her belly. Could it be that her inability to have children was also her husband's problem? If it really was her husband's fault, what about all the suffering she endured all these years? Was it just bad luck that she married a useless, unlucky man? Miaoyu's eyes flashed with deep despair, unable to see any hope for herself. Big sister Shung, you have to cheer up. Otherwise, for the next few decades, you'll just keep suffering from being scolded and beaten, Shung said, holding Miaoyu's hand tightly, deciding to give her a little push. You see how capable you are, running a small mill alone, grinding beans every day to make tofu, and selling it yourself. Your mother-in-law and husband rely on you to support them. Without you, they would starve. She added sharply, they depend on you for everything, yet they still have the nerve to hit and scold you every day. That's just too much. Miaoyu opened her mouth, struggling to find her voice after a long moment. Sister Shung, they are my mother-in-law and my husband. Isn't it right that I support them? Shung was speechless, feeling a strong urge to peek inside her mind to see how it worked. But looking into her confused and lost eyes, Shung suddenly had an idea. Big sister Miao, the reason your mother-in-law and husband hit and scold you is because you work too hard.
Miaoyu was stunned.
Working too hard. Could that be wrong? Since she was young, her elders had told her to be diligent. If she wasn't, her in-laws would dislike her, and her family would be ashamed, making outsiders think her family didn't raise her properly. She had always been obedient, working hard inside and outside her family, worried about her parents' worries and not wanting to embarrass them. After marrying, she worked every day without rest, but her mother-in-law and husband were never satisfied. They would always scold or hit her. Sometimes she couldn't help but doubt herself, thinking maybe she wasn't doing enough to earn their approval. Once, she was beaten so badly she ran back to her parents' home crying. Her parents scolded her harshly, saying every daughter-in-law went through this, and she was ungrateful for her good fortune. Even her relatives from her husband's family often told her to be filial to her mother-in-law and to take good care of her husband, not to make them angry. Even when she saw her mother-in-law and husband scolding her, they would criticize her for not being good enough, as if they were teaching her. Gradually, she stopped complaining because everyone said it was her fault. But now, Sister Shung told her that her mother-in-law and husband treated her badly because she worked too hard. How could that be true? Looking at Miao's doubtful face, Shung took the opportunity to continue. Miao, because you're too hardworking, your mother-in-law can't relax her energy, so she keeps finding reasons to scold and hit you. Because you're too diligent, your husband has too much free time and spends every day gambling, which leads to nothing. Your hard work is actually hurting them. Seeing that Miao still seemed confused, Shung decided to share her own example. Look at my family. My husband works hard every day to improve himself. My grandparents and father-in-law, who are quite old, spend their days learning to make delicious wontons. They say it's to save money for me and my husband to raise children. Our whole family is working hard. Miao was completely shocked and felt an unprecedented impact inside.
No, it wasn't like that.
She thought that being a little more diligent would reduce her scoldings. She didn't mean to harm her mother-in-law and husband. Panicking, Miao looked at Shung with a pleading face, her cheeks red and swollen. Shung, what should I do? Can you teach me? Shung's family was so good. She had never heard of any scolding or hitting from the Su family, nor seen Shung being beaten or scolded. She had always admired that. She never expected it was her own fault. It was her too much diligence that caused her mother-in-law and husband to go astray. Shung, so capable, must have a way to help her. Having achieved her goal, Shung happily patted Miao's head. Don't worry, Miao. You're such a good person. I will definitely help you. Miao held her hand, full of hope. You're right, I will listen to you. Shung nodded and gently guided her. First, you need to get rid of your fear of your mother-in-law. She's just an old paper tiger at her age. You don't need to be afraid of her. She always scolds you for being unfilial, but you haven't done anything wrong. It's really unfair to be blamed like that. This really touched Miao's heart, and she nodded repeatedly. Shung was very pleased and continued to guide her. So, you should encourage your mother-in-law to improve herself. If she dares not to listen, you can give her a little lesson by showing her the truth about her behavior. As long as you can do this, the rest will be easy. Grandma Sun is just a bossy woman at home, only daring to attack Meow fiercely. Like the time she hurt Grandma and was slapped so hard, she couldn't go out for days. Later, when she saw her, she would avoid her. That shows this bossy woman is just a paper tiger. As long as Sister Meow is determined, it is not difficult to control her. If one attempt fails, try again. An old woman nearing the end of her life is no match for Sister Meow, who is used to hard work. The river flows gently, and the two on the bank are one teaching carefully, the other listening attentively. At this moment, Shung doesn't know that Sister Meow, a good student, caused her a big trouble that night when she returned home. Late at night, everything is silent. The candle in the Sun family has already gone out. Before going to bed, Grandma Sun sees that her son hasn't come back, so she starts scolding Sister Meow harshly. She criticizes her belly for being useless, saying she can't keep a man or have children. Sister Meow silently endures, lowering her head and letting Grandma Sun vent. Grandma Sun is so caught up in her scolding that she doesn't notice the excited sparkle in Sister Meow's eyes. After returning to her room, Grandma Sun gets into bed and closes her eyes. Soon, loud snoring sounds come through the thin door, indicating she is deeply asleep. At this moment, a thin shadow quietly appears at the door of the room. Listening to the loud snoring inside, she gently pushes the door open without making a sound. Under the moonlight outside the window, the shadow's eyes adjust to the darkness and quickly sees Grandma Sun sleeping on the bed. The shadow stands by the window for a long time, seemingly making a firm decision. Hands on her hips, she slowly takes off her pants. Grandma Sun is quite old, and her sleep quality is far worse than when she was young. She faintly hears rustling sounds near the bed, thinking a mouse has climbed up. She instinctively calls out twice. But Grandma Sun is so deeply asleep that she doesn't even open her eyes, and her voice is almost inaudible. Still, it startles the shadow at the bed, who quickly pulls up her pants and leaves the room in a hurry. The noise is a bit loud now. Grandma Sun suddenly wakes up from her sleep. Who is it? Wait, why is there a foul smell in the room? Grandma Sun thinks she has misheard, sniffing hard. Her face suddenly changes color. There is a fresh smell of feces in her room. Could it be that she ate too much last night and soiled herself in her sleep? Panicking, Grandma Sun quickly gets up. Just as she reaches out to check near the bed in the dark, she touches a warm, wet, sticky thing. A piercing scream echoes through the entire Sun household. The neighbors, startled from their sleep, wake up all at once. Oh heavens, my wife has lived to this age, and now my daughter-in-law is riding on my head and defecating. I can't go on living. I can't. In the Sun family's yard, the lights were bright. Grandma Sun sat barefoot on the muddy ground, slapping her thighs and crying loudly, as if her ancestors' graves had been dug up. Her head and body were covered with strange substances, giving off a terrible smell that kept everyone at least 3 meters away. No one knew how devastated and humiliated she felt when she woke up to find her daughter-in-law had defecated on her head. This huge shame overwhelmed her, making her lose confidence that she could still use her status as the mother-in-law to punish her daughter-in-law. Shung, standing at the back of the crowd watching, was amazed and looked strangely at Meow, who was busy boiling water in the kitchen. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He never expected Meow to be so capable. Grandma Sun often told her neighbors that Meow was unfilial, riding on her and urinating and defecating. During the day, she advised Meow not to carry such shame, but tonight, she actually did it literally. Now, Grandma Sun should truly understand what it means to be ridden on and defecated on. Although this act was disgusting, it was undeniably satisfying. At this moment, other neighbors covered their noses in disgust and kept their distance, speaking to comfort Grandma Sun. When your husband died, you didn't cry this sadly. Now, just a bit of dirt on you, wash it a few times, and it'll be fine. Why are you crying so much? This wicked woman was becoming more unreasonable. To gain fame, she fabricated such absurd stories about her daughter-in-law. Miaoyer was such an honest girl. How could she stay awake in the middle of the night and go to her mother-in-law's bed to defecate? Most likely, this wicked woman, being older, had loosened her and couldn't hold it, so she defecated on the bed. Embarrassed, she falsely accused Miaoyer to make everyone side with her. Everyone wasn't fools. They wouldn't be fooled by her tricks. At this moment, Miaoyer carefully carried a basin of water and stepped out from the crowd, walking cautiously to Grandma Sun. "Mother, don't cry anymore. I just boiled some hot water. You can go inside and wash up. No one will laugh at you." Grandma Sun was very cruel to Sister Miao. When she saw her pretending in front of everyone, she shouted angrily, "You wicked woman, heartless and rotten. How dare you sit on my head and do your business? Heaven will strike you dead, you unfilial thing. Heaven will definitely punish you, and you will die without a proper burial." Hearing Grandma Sun's harsh words, the people around shook their heads and comforted Sister Miao, who was crying. "Your mother-in-law is confused. As her daughter-in-law, you shouldn't argue with her. Quickly help her inside to wash up, so the dirt doesn't soak in and become hard to clean." Sister Miao forced a small smile and gratefully said to everyone, "She is my mother-in-law. I can endure the hitting and scolding. I don't hold any grudges." Everyone sighed at her kindness. What a good daughter-in-law. Why doesn't Grandma Sun appreciate her? Her son Yoji spends all day gambling. What future does he have? When Grandma Sun gets old, she will rely on Sister Miao. She herself acts this way, not caring that she might hurt Sister Miao's feelings, and in the future, she might completely ignore her. Seeing that no one believed her, Grandma Sun was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. She trembled and pointed at Sister Miao, shouting loudly, "It's her! It's her! Are you blind?" Then she lunged forward, grabbing Sister Miao's hand, and yelled fiercely, "You! Tell me, did you do it? Did you do your business on my head while I was sleeping?" "Mother." Sister Miao was so shocked she couldn't hold the water basin steady. It spilled all over Grandma Sun's face and hair. Grandma Sun's emotions broke down completely. She screamed sharply and, like a madwoman, started hitting Sister Miao. "You wicked woman! You did it on purpose! You did it on purpose! I'll beat you to death! Stop, Mother! Don't hit me! I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Sister Miao didn't stand there passively this time. She hugged her head and dodged left and right, looking helpless and timid, like a frightened girl pushed into a corner. Everyone couldn't just watch Grandma Sun go crazy and attack her. They quickly stepped in to stop her. "Grandma Sun, your daughter-in-law was kind enough to boil water for your bath. If you don't appreciate it, that's one thing. But why are you bullying her like this?" Shung took the chance to stir trouble. "Isn't it because she's used to bullying Sister Miao? Whenever she's unhappy, she takes it out on her. Everyone might be able to stop her for a moment, but can they always stop her? If there is such a mother-in-law, Sister Miao feels so sorry for her." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone present heard it. They grew more annoyed with Grandma Sun and felt even more sympathetic toward Miao. This child is truly pitiful. Miao's eyes were red, and she looked at Shung outside the crowd with a very firm gaze. Having so many people supporting her shows, she did nothing wrong tonight. She must work hard to change her mother-in-law, help her get rid of laziness, and work like Shung's sister's father-in-law to earn money. If her mother-in-law spends her energy on this, she won't keep finding trouble and bothering her all the time. In the future, her family will be as harmonious as the Su family, and life will become more hopeful. Shung understood Miao's thoughts and nudged Su Jinnian, who was watching the scene nearby. Sister Miao is very perceptive, easy to teach. Su Jinnian, being very smart, quickly understood the hidden meaning in his wife's words. "Did you give Sister Miao that idea? Isn't that a bit harsh?" "What are you talking about? I am such a kind and generous person. How could I encourage others to do such things?" Shung glared at him in dissatisfaction, feeling he was questioning her character. Oppression leads to resistance. Sister Miao woke up on her own. "It has nothing to do with me. It's just that Sister Meow woke up faster than she expected. She thought it would take a long time before she changed. Probably because Sister Meow had been oppressed by Grandma Sun for so long, her long-term psychological suppression reached its limit, causing her to make a 180-degree turn. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Sister Meow even had thoughts of jumping into the river to end her life. What is there that she can't get over? Instead of being repressed and turning into a monster, she might as well flip the table and create chaos for everyone. Jinnian didn't expose Shung En's lie and just chuckled, agreeing with her. And in is right. Oppression causes resistance. Sister Meow's actions are understandable. Shung En was very pleased with his reaction. Exactly. We are all new to this. Being oppressed. Why should we just endure? Jinnian looked deeply at his wife, once again noticing how different she was from other women. The commotion in the yard finally ended with the help of the neighbors working together. Grandma Sun was taken back to her room by two kind-hearted women. They endured her dislike and helped her wash herself in a basin 3 times until the unpleasant smell of waste was gone. Grandma Sun's eyes were fixed and dull, neither speaking nor resisting. She looked as if she had lost her soul, like she was dead. After sending the 2 ants away, Miaoya turned around and met Grandma Sun's resentful gaze. Her body instinctively shrank back, then suddenly straightened her back, looking directly at Grandma Sun without fear. Mom, I have learned how to be a good daughter-in-law. Our family will get better and better. With Sister Shung as her example, she believed that as long as she learned from her, she could manage the household well. It didn't matter if her mother-in-law was disobedient. Since the neighbors all supported her, it showed her way of teaching was correct. As for her husband, the household had knives and tools. She planned to sharpen them carefully at dawn. When Shung En returned home, she immediately told the 3 elders who hadn't gone to see the excitement everything that had happened at the Sun family, describing it vividly. They listened with wide eyes, unable to imagine how broken Grandma Sun must have felt inside. Grandma Shung, curious, asked, was Grandma Sun framing her daughter-in-law, or did the daughter-in-law really do such a thing? Shung En lied with her eyes wide open. Of course, Grandma Sun framed Sister Meow. Someone as honest as Sister Meow couldn't possibly do something so crazy. Grandma Shung, who had met you a few times and had received her help, liked her very much. Hearing Shung En's words, she also thought Yer was innocent. That stubborn woman from the Sun family is getting more and more difficult. If she had a stronger daughter-in-law, her grave might be overgrown with grass already. Shung En nodded in agreement. That's right. Conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are hard to avoid, but someone like Grandma Sun, if she ever gets truly hurt by her daughter-in-law, few people would feel sorry. Grandma Shung thought this was inappropriate and quickly glanced at Su Qinglin, quietly tugging Shung En's sleeve. It's the mother-in-law who is at fault. Without a daughter-in-law, she wouldn't do such things. This silly girl, as a daughter-in-law herself, talking like that in front of her father-in-law, isn't she worried he might have other thoughts? Shung En smiled sweetly at Su Qinglin. My dad is different from Grandma Sunday. He treats me like his own daughter, and I sincerely respect him as my own father. Su Qinglin was deeply moved, and in being my daughter-in-law is a blessing I've earned in 8 lifetimes. What a good girl Inen is. When he was bedridden and unable to do anything, she never disliked him. Every day, she made delicious food to cheer him up. His illness improved greatly thanks to Inen's good cooking, otherwise his body might have been overwhelmed by medicine. Ha ha ha, I'm not bragging, but Inen is a wonderful girl in every way. She is lucky to marry into your Su family. Hearing her granddaughter praised by her father-in-law, Grandpa Shung was very happy and couldn't help but praise her again, also complimenting the in-laws. It's all because of how well you two raised her. Su Qinglin smiled happily and responded, also admiring the Shung family elders. The house was filled with happiness, and everyone talked for a while before going back to their rooms to rest. In the following days, the Sun family became even more lively. Neighbors could hear Sun Po's loud shouting and scolding every day, along with Sun Yoji's roars. Everyone was worried that the family might cause serious trouble. At first, Shung En was also worried. afraid that Miaoyu would suffer at the hands of Sun's mother and son. But unexpectedly, the once timid and weak Miaoyu became very brave. Whenever Sun's mother and son tried to discipline her, she would pick up a sharp kitchen knife or axe and start chopping wildly. Once, she nearly cut off Sun Yoji's finger with the knife, which scared the Sun family to tears. Because of this, Sun's mother and son kept shouting that Miaoyu had gone mad and was attacking people with knives every day. But the neighbors weren't fools. They saw her selling tofu on the streets daily. Would a mad person do such things? Unable to do anything, Sun's mother and son cried and complained that Miaoyu wanted to kill them. The neighbors, however, didn't believe them and instead scolded them for picking fights and bullying a helpless girl with no family support. The Sun family was about to go crazy. They had to find relatives to complain, hoping for advice. But Miaoyu was even more ruthless. Before the relatives could arrive, she cut her own arm. She showed her bloody wound to the relatives, with tears in her eyes, but saying nothing. Now, the relatives of the Sun family also turned against Sun's mother and son, warning them not to go too far. Otherwise, if someone was killed and they went to jail, the Sun family's children who studied for the imperial exams would lose their chance at a bright future. The Sun family was out of options. They became very nervous, fearing they might become Miaoyu's next victims. After another failed attempt to oppose her, Sun Yoji finally couldn't take it anymore. His face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Mrs. Miao, I want to divorce you. I must divorce you. Get out of the Sun family." Miaoyu walked forward with an axe in her hand and said softly, "Husband, from the day I married you at 15, my life has belonged to you. If you ever try to cast me aside, I'll make sure our family stays together. No one will be left behind." Her fierce words completely subdued the Sun family mother and son. Miaoyu was fearless and ready to risk everything, but they valued their lives too much to challenge her again. From that day on, the Sun family behaved themselves and no longer dared to trouble her. Shung had been keeping an eye on them. When she saw that the Sun family had finally quieted down, she sighed in relief and gave Miaoyu a thumbs up. "Well done." Miaoyu blushed slightly and said with heartfelt gratitude, "It was you who woke me up that day. Without your words, I might have ended my life and never made it this far." Shung shook her head. "You earned your own way out. If you hadn't decided to stand up for yourself, no one could have saved you. If Miaoyu had refused to change and kept sinking into despair, even a miracle wouldn't have helped her." After chatting for a while, Shung asked Sister Miao, "What are your plans now? Have you thought about leaving the Sun family and living the life you truly want?" Live the life she truly wanted? Miaoyu paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. "Sister Shung, if I leave the Sun family, I have nowhere to go. At least here I have a roof over my head and food to eat." Shung sighed inwardly, but understood her choice. Miaoyu's own family was unreliable. If she returned home, they might sell her off again for a bride price, sending her into another miserable situation. Now that she had gained control over the Sun family, her life there had become much easier. It was natural that she didn't want to take more risks. Half a month passed quickly. Shung went to the Ding household for the last time to cook for Ding Tianxi. Ding Tianxi had changed a lot. His weight had increased from just over 60 pounds to a full 100. Though still thin, his face and hands now had some flesh, and his complexion was far better than it had been 2 months ago. With Jianying's help, he could now walk a few steps. In another month or so, he would likely be able to walk on his own. His digestion had also improved. A few days ago, he tried the dishes prepared by the household cook. After feeling a bit nauseous the first 2 times, he was soon able to eat light meals without any trouble. Seeing Ding Tianxi looking like this, Shung Anxin felt quite proud. She brought out today's 2 dishes and 1 soup she prepared for Ding Tianxi. There was a crispy pork chop loved by all ages, a light stir-fried water spinach to help digestion, and a nourishing winter melon and lamb soup. As soon as the food was served, Old Master Ding came over smelling the aroma. He inhaled the fragrant air with a very satisfied look on his chubby face. Seeing his grandfather like this, Ding Tianxi felt speechless. "Grandpa, Today's meal is quite greasy. You shouldn't eat too much. Grandpa was getting older. Such a physique was fine when he was young, but now it might become a health risk. The doctor repeatedly advised him to eat less and lose weight. Tomorrow, Lady Shung won't come, so Grandpa insists on eating more today. Old Master Ding was not the serious and steady head of the family anymore. With a wave of his fat hand, he urged Chong Fu to serve him more food, eager to compete with his grandson for the meal. Ding Tianxi shook his head helplessly and looked eagerly at Shung'an. Lady Shung, you said before you wanted to open a restaurant. How is the preparation going? There were only 2 months until September, and he was already impatient. Shung'an shook her head and told a small lie. I've been busy lately, so I haven't started preparing yet. A while ago, she asked someone to find a suitable place for the restaurant, but she hadn't found the right one. Either the rent was too high or the landlord wouldn't allow a restaurant. But Shung'an was very relaxed about it. She wasn't in a hurry to find a place. She enjoyed selling wontons every day. She wasn't anxious, but the Ding father and son were. Lady Shung, running a restaurant is not a small matter. It's better to prepare early so you can open sooner and welcome customers. Old Master Ding touched his belly, which felt like it was 9 months pregnant. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt it was smaller than before. Old Master Ding, to tell you the truth, it's hard to find a good place to open a restaurant. It might not be possible to open by September. Shung'an explained her difficulties and apologized to Ding Tianxi. Last time I said it would open in September, but I'm afraid I might have to break that promise. Ding Tianxi shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Old Master Ding asked with curiosity, Qingzhou City is bustling, so it shouldn't be hard to find a shop. What kind of place does Lady Shung want? Shung'an's eyes flickered, and she straightened her expression. The restaurant I want to open will be different from others on the market. Old Master Ding immediately became interested. Can you tell me more? Shung'an smiled and said, I can't speak freely with others, but with Master Ding, there's no need to worry. Her words made Master Ding laugh heartily. Haha, Madam Shung, you truly are a straightforward person. After a few polite compliments, Shung'an spoke seriously about her restaurant plans. I plan to run a private kitchen that takes custom orders from customers. So the place needs to be somewhat private. Shops facing the main street won't do. Her private kitchen would target middle and high-end customers, people like Master Ding who owned businesses and had wealth. There were plenty of rich people in Qingzhou City, so she wasn't worried about business once the restaurant opened. Once she trained a few capable apprentices and saved enough money, she could open a more affordable restaurant for the general public later. Madam Shung, your idea is excellent. Master Ding looked at her with admiration. He hadn't expected a woman from the countryside to know how to use her strengths and take such a unique path. This way, she wouldn't have to compete directly with the many restaurants in the city, yet she could attract truly wealthy clients. Master Ding, you flatter me. I don't know yet if it will succeed, Shung'an said modestly, then added with a smile. If my restaurant opens smoothly, I hope you and young Master Ding will continue to support me. Master Ding stroked his beard and laughed. It would be our honor to taste your fine dishes, Madam Shung. Her cooking was exceptional. Once her restaurant opened, even they might have to wait in line to eat there. After exchanging a few more polite words, Master Ding gave a signal to his servant, Chong Fu. Chong Fu immediately brought out a square wooden box and respectfully presented it. Master Ding took the box and handed it to Shung'an himself. Thanks to you, my grandson has recovered. This is a small token of my gratitude.
Please accept it.
Shung'an stepped back. Master Ding, I already accepted your earlier gifts. I really can't take this one. In just 2 months, Master Ding had sent several carts of gifts worth more than 300 taels, far more than she had expected. She thought that was already his full thanks, but now he was offering another box. Clearly, this was the true reward. Madam Shung, you saved my grandson's life. If you refuse this gift, it would mean you look down on the Ding family. Old Master Ding deliberately frowned, not expecting Shung'an to treat those few daily supplies as a gift. Ding Tianxi also advised, Grandpa is right. My life was saved by Lady Shung. Even if I have to give up half my family's wealth, it's worth it. The Ding family can afford these things, and Lady Shung doesn't mind. At this point, Shung knew refusing further would be impolite, so she politely took the box. Thank you both. I won't refuse anymore. The Ding family grandfather and grandson were very happy and happily started eating the meal on the table. Later, when Shung sat in the Ding family's big carriage, she couldn't help but open the light box. She immediately saw the top envelope. Feeling its thickness, she guessed what was inside. Sure enough, when she opened the envelope, a house deed appeared before her. It was for a house located in the north of the city. Based on Shung's recent knowledge of property prices in Qingzhou City, this house, covering 15 acres, was worth at least 3,000 taels. Shung felt her hands burn with excitement. She took a deep breath to calm her pounding heart. She was suddenly rich overnight. This feeling was simply incredibly exciting. Shung danced happily, her heart making tiny squeals of joy. In her excitement, she couldn't help but hit the carriage wall a few times, feeling her hands hurt but unable to stop her happiness. The coachman outside was startled, thinking he had accidentally hit something. She looked at the house deed several times, then happily put it back in the envelope. She began counting the silver notes in the box. Yes, old Master Ding not only generously gave her a house worth 3,000 taels, but also handed her a stack of silver notes. The notes were worth 100 taels each, and there were 20 in total, adding up to 2,000 taels. This incredible wealth was finally hers. The big carriage stopped at the courtyard gate. Shung got off quickly, holding the box, and heard a cheerful laugh from inside. It was Zhang Zhaodi, whom she hadn't seen in a while. A wave of joy filled Shung's heart. She pushed open the courtyard door and hurried inside. Sure enough, she saw Zhang Zhaodi sitting at a stone table, chatting happily with Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung. Zhang Zhaodi also saw Shung and smiled broadly. "And in your back. Are you tired? Come, sit and rest." On the day she returned home, Shung had already told Zhang Zhaodi the address of the Su family. 2 months have passed, and today Zhang Zhaodi is visiting for the first time. "Welcome, welcome. When did you arrive?" Shung walks over with a smile and notices that Zhang Zhaodi's eyes are a bit red and swollen. Clearly, she has been crying. Her face darkens slightly. In front of her grandparents, Shung doesn't ask too many questions. She greets her grandparents and then pulls Zhang Zhaodi to a quiet backyard. "What's going on? Has something happened to your family?" Looking at her close friend with concern, Zhang Zhaodi, who had been pretending to be strong in the front yard, finally can't hold back. She takes a few steps forward, leans on Shung's shoulder, and starts crying loudly. "And I feel so sad. I can't get married." "Wah." Shung is startled by the loud crying and quickly pulls her away, covering her mouth. "Be quiet, don't scare my 3 hens. I was hoping they'd lay more eggs." Zhang Zhaodi. "Who said we'd be lifelong best friends? It turns out that in your heart, a good friend is worth less than a few eggs." Feeling more wronged, Zhang Zhaodi glares at Shung, tears falling down her face, looking very pitiful. Shung removes her hand from her mouth, tips her toes, pats her head gently, and comforts her. "Zhaodi, you're so adorable. How could you not get married? Even if you really can't, I'll be here for you when you're old." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi wants to cry and laugh at the same time. Her face twists in frustration as she spits out, "Live your own life. Who cares if you take care of me when I'm old?" This good sister of hers has had enough, and now she's daydreaming about being her daughter. She's not even married yet, and she can't have such a big daughter. Seeing that Zhang Zhaodi finally stops crying, Shung decisively changes the subject. "Tell me what happened. Your eyes are swollen. Did you cry all night last night?" Mentioning her sad story, Zhang Zhaodi feels like crying again. After holding back her tears for a while, she finally speaks fiercely. "Lu Yong, that shameless guy, actually went behind my back and got close to his cousin. When I went to cancel the engagement, his family refused. He even called me petty. And then, how can there be such a despicable person in this world?" Her mind spins as Shung quickly remembers who Lu Yong is. Her face darkens. "That guy dared to betray you." Lu Yong is Zhang Zhaodi's fiancé. Their families have been close for decades. They've known each other since childhood, like childhood sweethearts. A few years ago, the two elders wanted to strengthen family ties, and after asking both young people's opinions, they arranged a marriage for them. If everything goes as planned, by the end of this year, the two families will celebrate the wedding, and Zhang Zhaodi and Lu Yong will become a real married couple. At this critical moment, Lu Yong surprisingly fell in love with his cousin. He liked his cousin all along but didn't say anything. He wanted to drag me along, waiting for my family to come forward and cancel the engagement, so he could avoid taking the blame and stay pure with his beloved cousin. Zhang Zhaodi clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in anger. His family doesn't agree and refuses to accept our cancellation. We can't completely cut ties with his cousin either. These people are shameless. Shung also felt angry and asked, "What are you thinking? Are you determined to cancel the engagement?" Without hesitation, Zhang Zhaodi replied, "Of course. Someone so fickle is worse than a dog. I definitely won't accept it." Shung sighed in relief. "Good. As long as you're firm and your family supports you, the marriage can be cancelled. But be careful. Lu's family might try to smear you." Zhang Zhaodi waved her hand, a proud look on her face. "Don't worry. Yesterday, we went to cancel the engagement loudly, and we spread the news about Lu Yong and his cousin being together. Originally, Zhang's family, considering their long friendship with Lu's family, planned to quietly cancel the marriage. But unexpectedly, they made a big show of it. Lu Yong then went to Zhang's house and loudly insulted Zhang Zhaodi, saying she was and not a good wife at home, completely comparing her unfavorably to his beloved cousin. This angered everyone in Zhang's family. They all rushed to Zhang's house and beat Lu Yong, exposing his actions in front of the villagers watching. As a result, Lu's family couldn't smear Zhang Zhaodi anymore. Well done. Shung sincerely praised Zhang's family for their wisdom and was happy that her good sister's family stood up for her. Still, she couldn't understand why her sister cried all night. You're not deeply in love with Lu. If you're already decided to cancel the engagement, why are you still crying? Zhang Zhaodi rolled her eyes at her friend. Although Lu Yong is a scoundrel, if someone mentions it, they'll just laugh at me for being useless. I couldn't even keep my fiancé, and they'll say it's my fault. That scoundrel is the one who fell for his cousin. When she reached this point, Zhang Zhaodi's bright and lively face began to twist in frustration. That shameless woman has ruined my reputation.
Who would want to marry me now?
Isn't that enough to make me cry? She was already 16, the best age for a girl to get married. If she delayed for another 2 or 3 years, it would be even harder to find a good husband. She felt very upset inside, but didn't dare tell her family, afraid they would worry and get angry. That's why she came early in the morning to talk to Anan. Shung understood her friend's trouble and sighed quietly. He held her hand to comfort her. Let's cancel the marriage for now. Once things settle down, we can find a good matchmaker and look again. There's still hope. Zhang Zhaodi looked down, feeling sad and troubled. If it were up to me, I'd rather stay at home and be a spinster for the rest of my life. She looked at Shung with envy. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung told me that you sell wontons at the market every day. The money you make is enough to support yourself. If she had that skill, her parents might agree to let her stay at home forever. Shung encouraged her. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Chengzhou City is so big, having 1 or 2 more wonton stalls wouldn't make much difference. No, she quickly refused. My family doesn't like the food I cook. I haven't learned how to cook well. If I make the customers sick, I wouldn't be able to pay for the damages. Zhang Zhaodi kept refusing, but she was secretly touched. She had tasted Nin's wontons. They were even more delicious than her mother's braised pork. But siblings born from the same mother wouldn't easily give up their means of earning a living. She didn't want to take advantage of Anan for nothing. Seeing that Zhang Zhaodi really didn't want to learn, Shung didn't press her. He took her hand and led her to the kitchen. Come on, let's make lunch. I'll show you how it's done. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi suddenly realized it was lunchtime. No, I have to go back. Otherwise, my family will worry. Shung refused to let go. Your family already knows where you are. They have nothing to worry about. If you still consider me a friend, stay and have lunch with us. Zhang Zhaoti's face turned slightly red.
I
don't have the courage. I feel embarrassed to eat at your in-laws' house. Shung and smiled warmly. It's okay. I'll lend you my courage. Just eat without worry. Before I got married, you often brought me delicious food. Since it was already late, Zhang Zhaoti decided to stay. The two went to the kitchen, one washing ingredients, the other chopping, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Zhang Zhaoti shared many fresh village stories, mostly about the Liu family. She mentioned that over the past month, Tong Baogan's family kept coming to cause trouble at Liu's house, demanding Liu Huaji marry into Tong's family to take care of Tong Baogen. Shung was quite pleased with this outcome. Bad people get what they deserve, so Liu Huaji should just endure it. Seeing Shung and interested, Zhang Zhaoti added more details. The first time Tong's family came to cause trouble, they even hurt Liu Huaji's head. If Liu Huaji had been smarter, she could have used that chance to scare them off and avoid future problems. Unfortunately, Liu Huaji was not clever enough and easily let Tong's family go. They always pick the softest fruit, and in Tong's eyes, Liu Huaji was easy to bully. Shung gave a cold smile and said sharply, most likely, Tong Baogen is holding something over Liu Huaji, so she doesn't dare to stand up to Tong's family. Tong Baogen, along with his cousins, had attacked their grandmother, but Liu Huaji wasn't the one encouraging them. Still, she couldn't completely escape responsibility. If Tong Baogen claimed that Liu Huaji ordered him to do it, her reputation would be badly damaged, and her dream of marrying well would be shattered. The cost was too high for Liu Huaji to bear, so she dared not fight Tong Baogen to the death. Su Jinnian, a student returning home, headed straight to the kitchen. Hearing unfamiliar female voices inside, he paused and didn't go in. Shung saw him and called out to Zhang Zhaoti, "It's too hot in the kitchen. You should go outside and cool off, maybe find some ripe grapes to pick after dinner to help with digestion." Zhang Zhaoti was about to say she wasn't afraid of the heat when she saw her good sister's husband. She quickly stood up and greeted Su Jinnian. "Su Tong Shung is back." Su Jinnian noticed her discomfort and nodded politely, saying, "And it has no other friends here. Thank you for coming to talk with her." Zhang Zhaoti secretly admired his manners, saying his words were even more pleasant than singing. She grinned widely and said, "Anan is my best friend. As long as you don't mind me coming to play with her, that's fine." Su Jinnian smiled and shook his head. "I'm happy that you came to see Anan. I don't mind at all." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaoti indeed relaxed quite a bit and happily went to pick grapes with a bamboo basket. Su Jinnian came to the stove to light a fire, but didn't ask why Zhang Zhaoti suddenly came to his house. Shung took the initiative to mention her plan to break off the engagement and casually said, "You probably know quite a few unmarried peers of your age. If you find anyone good, keep an eye out for Zhaoti." This was Su Jinnian's first time acting as a matchmaker, and the client was his own wife. He mentally reviewed the unmarried men he knew and shook his head in front of his wife's expectant gaze. "None." Shung was puzzled. "Is it that there are no unmarried men or none suitable?" Su Jinnian replied seriously, "None suitable." Several of his fellow apprentices had good prospects, but 2 senior brothers already had fiancés, and a junior brother with an unusual background was destined to marry someone from a matching family. As for the unmarried young men in the neighborhood, not to mention that they preferred to marry city girls, many of them had some flaws, so naturally they couldn't be introduced to his wife's good friends. If there are none, then forget it. Such things can't be rushed. Shung sighed and couldn't help but complain about the hardships women faced in this world. Getting married is like a second rebirth. If you don't choose well, you'll spend the rest of your life in misery, with no freedom. In her previous life, it was better. Marriage was a personal choice, and if things didn't work out, you could divorce. "Are you satisfied with a second rebirth, An?" This was the first time Su Jinnian heard such words. Looking at Shung and slightly furrowed brow, he asked a little uncertainly. "Me." Shung blinked and deliberately stretched her tone, clearly noticing the nervousness in the man's eyes that she couldn't hide. She secretly chuckled inside, but didn't tease further. She replied seriously, "For now, I'm fairly satisfied. I don't regret marrying you." This man was considerate, tolerant, proactive in solving problems, and importantly, handsome with a good figure. Jinnian relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Anan. Shung looked at him. You should thank yourself. She hadn't really done much. They cooked and chatted while preparing a meal. Soon, they finished 5 dishes and a soup, rich with meat and eggs. The aroma drifted into the yard, making Zhang Zhaodi under the grape arbor salivate. She only swallowed her saliva with great willpower and didn't go over. Looking at the string of sweet grapes above her head, she genuinely felt happy for her good sister. And really married the right person. Not to mention anything else, but the food at the Su family is much better than at her home. The grain jar is filled with white rice and flour. Seeing Anan's healthy face and good complexion, she knew Anan hadn't been starving and was eating well every day. Life was better than before she got married. She also met Anan's father-in-law, an amiable and honest old man. When talking about Anan, he treated her like his own daughter, much better than Anan's biological father. Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Zhaodi plucked more grapes. By the time she realized it, the basket was full, and the few people from the Su family couldn't finish all the grapes. Shung's cooking skills are excellent. 5 dishes and 1 soup, all delicious and fragrant, making people want to eat more. Zhang Zhaodi picked up her bowl, wanting to act like a lady, but faced with the soft, tasty rice and flavorful dishes, she couldn't help but eat eagerly. Shung thought she was eating too little, so she used her chopsticks to pick some food into her bowl. There's plenty of food, and there's porridge in the pot. You should eat more. Zhang Zhaodi kept refusing. That's enough. That's enough. You eat your fill. I won't bother you. In her heart, she desperately hoped her sister wouldn't keep offering more. She didn't want her sister's father-in-law and husband to think she was a glutton. If that happened, they might not even let her into the house next time, and she would miss out on many delicious foods. She was smart and wouldn't do something foolish that would waste resources. With Shung's encouragement and others persuading her, Zhang Zhaodi inevitably ate until she was full. Looking at the grapes she picked herself in the basket, she couldn't eat another one. It was the hottest part of summer, and at noon, she stayed at the Su house until the sun was about to set. Before leaving, Shung gave her a basket of grapes and also packed some snacks, then personally saw her to the city gate. When they parted, Zhang Zhaodi hugged her. Anan, thank you. I had a very happy day. Shung gently brushed her loose hair and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Come visit me often when you have free time. I can't promise everything, but I can definitely cook you some good food. Hearing about the delicious food, Zhang Zhaodi remembered the tasty lunch and unconsciously swallowed her saliva. I really didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good, better than your dumplings. Before, your family didn't have many good ingredients, which limited your cooking. Sayan smiled and waved her hand. That's enough. Hurry home. Even if I praise you now, you won't get to eat tonight. Zhang Zhaodi rolled her eyes and turned to leave, carrying grapes and snacks. After watching her walk away, Sayan hummed a tune and headed back. A few steps later, she met Jinnian coming toward her. Her mood instantly improved. She quickened her pace and said, "It's just a few steps. Are you afraid I might lose you?" Jinnian took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead, smiling warmly. "I felt empty inside when I didn't see you at home. I just want to see you as soon as possible." Sayan had heard such straightforward words before, but her heart still beat faster. An invisible warmth spread from her chest. She couldn't help but hold his large hand, showing feelings she hadn't even realized she had. "Talking like this in the daytime, aren't you embarrassed?" Jinnian's smile deepened. His gentle voice was like a soft breeze. "So, Anan prefers to hear this at night. Tonight, I will say every word you want to hear." Sayan felt a little shy and annoyed. She hit him lightly. "Shut up. Who likes to listen to that?" Jinnian looked as if he suddenly understood. "So, Anan doesn't like it. I won't say it anymore, Sayan." She really wanted to punch him. That evening, after dinner, Sayan took out the box given by old Ding. She opened it in front of everyone, revealing a house deed and 2,000 taels of silver. Young Master Ding's health has recovered well. I won't need to go to Ding's house every day to cook. This is the reward old Ding gave me. Except for Su Jinnian, the other three were shocked. They carefully examined the house deed and silver, hardly believing old Ding was so generous. Grandma Shim counted the silver, her hands trembling. "Anan, is this a mistake? Oh heavens, 2,000 taels of silver." In her lifetime, the most money she had heard of was the land worth 500 taels owned by the local landlord's family. She and her husband had envied that for a long time. Now, her granddaughter suddenly had 2,000 taels, just for cooking for 2 months. That was too shocking. Yes, maybe old Ding was busy and made a mistake.
Tomorrow you should take the silver to ask.
Grandpa Shung was also very nervous, worried that old Ding might have made a mistake. If it was investigated later, his granddaughter could get into big trouble. It's no wonder the second elder was so surprised. They had farmed all their lives, and the total silver they handled probably didn't reach 50 taels. 2,000 taels was completely beyond their understanding. Compared to that, Su Qinglin remained calm and comforted the second elder, saying, "The Ding family is very wealthy. 2,000 taels of silver is nothing for them." What was more valuable than the 2,000 taels of silver was this house deed. The location was in North City, where many officials and wealthy people gathered. Even with money, it might not be easy to buy such a place. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung heard that the value of this house deed far exceeded 2,000 taels of silver. They were so shocked they almost fainted, unable to understand how rich people spend their money. Was it that they had too much money to spend? The gifts brought earlier were still piled up in different rooms, not even half used up. After the second elders of the Shung family managed to calm down, Shungin looked at the 4 people and then made a bold statement. "I plan to renovate this house to open a restaurant." Before, she didn't have enough capital, so she wanted to start with a small restaurant to save money and gradually grow bigger. Now that she had enough funds, she wanted to do it all at once. Su Jin nodded slightly, quickly guessing his wife's plan. Seeing his father look anxious and about to speak, he interrupted him at the right moment, saying, "I think it's a good idea. The house is large, so it can be a restaurant and also a chess and tea room." When he didn't say anything, Shungin happily added, "It can also be a place for banquets, making it easier for people with some status who don't have a good place at home to host gatherings." Hearing this, Su Qinglin suddenly understood and looked at his daughter-in-law in surprise. "Anan, are you planning to focus on business for wealthy people?" Shungin nodded. "I only have 2 hands. Running a regular restaurant, with just a wok and spatula, I'd only make limited money all year. It's better to focus on serving the rich, which can be easier and more profitable." Su Qinglin nodded repeatedly. "That's right, your idea is good. Shung En's cooking skills are excellent. Selling wontons alone is very popular, and opening a restaurant will definitely make customers want to come back. Soon, anyone could line up, and Shung En would be exhausted. Take the wonton stall, for example. If she didn't limit the number of people lining up each day, the line could stretch 2 miles long." Listening to their conversation, Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung gradually understood some of the plans. They found it hard to believe that such a big house was being used as a restaurant. Seeing the worry on their faces, Shungin smiled and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, we can set up a small corner just for selling wontons." After nearly a month of practice, their homemade wontons tasted just as good as those from the famous Yunji restaurant. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung's eyes lit up, but then they looked uncertain. "Can we really do it? Selling wontons in such a nice house? Isn't that a bit?" They were worried it might seem too cheap and affect their granddaughter's restaurant business.
Of course. Good food isn't about price.
"We're just waiting to start," Shung En encouraged them with a smile. She already planned to include their wontons on her restaurant's main menu for customers to enjoy. Su Qinglin wasn't willing to fall behind. "Me too. The 3 of us learned this skill together. Uncle and Auntie, you can't leave me out." Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung laughed happily. Of course. We all agreed on that before. Since the groom's family only had 1 child, Jinnian, and they only had 1 granddaughter, and then they weren't worried about conflicts over money. Whether the wonton shop earned a lot or a little, it was all for saving up for the 2 children. Everything was settled. The family decided to go to Beijing the next day to see the house in person and start repairs early so they could open soon. Today was a bright, sunny day. Shung was thinking about the big house in Beijing, but she didn't delay her early morning trip to the market to sell wontons. Customers could tell Shung was in a good mood. Someone joked, "Boss, did you find gold this morning?" Shung smiled and said, "If I found gold, I wouldn't need to wake up early and work so hard selling wontons." Her restaurant was finally settled, which made her happier than finding gold. The customers loved her wontons and couldn't help praising her. "Boss, in this hot weather, I rely on your wontons to keep going. Please don't stop selling." "Exactly. My granddaughter is so tired in summer. Thanks to your wontons, she hasn't lost weight. My grandson also reminds me every night to buy wontons early in the morning." Listening to their words, Shung's good mood dipped a little. She had been selling wontons here for 2 months and had built up a loyal group of customers. Many of them came early every day to queue up, all familiar faces. Now that the location of the restaurant is settled, she will be frequently traveling to North City in the coming days to oversee the renovation work by the bricklayers. Naturally, she won't have time to set up her stall. She is destined to disappoint her loyal customers' high hopes. Seeing the long line of customers in front of her, Shung suppresses her complicated feelings and raises her voice a little. "Thank you all for your love and support. I can only sell wontons for another 3 days. After that, I won't be here anymore." "What? Not selling anymore?" The long line suddenly erupts with confusion. Everyone thinks they heard wrong and quickly asks the people in line before and after them. After confirming she didn't hear wrong, the customer in front asks first, "Boss, why are you stopping the sales?" Shung smiles and explains, "I'm better at cooking, so I won't sell wontons at the stall anymore. I plan to open a restaurant instead." The customers look at each other in surprise. They had heard the boss mention it before but didn't take it seriously. Opening a restaurant is much harder than selling wontons on the street, and it costs more. They worry she might lose everything. They thought the boss was just joking, but in less than a month, she decided to open a restaurant. It seems she is determined to succeed. After all, people want to improve their lives. If she has the ability to open a restaurant, who would want to keep selling on the street? The customers have to accept Shung's decision not to sell wontons anymore. They all wish her well. "Boss, your cooking skills are great. When the restaurant opens, it will be busy and prosperous." Shung thanks them with a smile. When collecting money, she deliberately charges 1 cent less per bowl and asks them to tell others who didn't come so she won't be waiting here in vain after she stops selling. Customers who come every day to eat wontons don't mind the extra penny, and Shung's gesture makes them happy. They say they will tell friends and family. Today, the wontons sell even faster. Almost everyone takes one home, thanks to her limited packaging. Shung hurriedly pushes her cart back home. At the gate of the yard, ox cart is parked, and the other 4 people are already ready. To prepare for this, Jinnian took half a day off to ask his teacher for leave. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung changed into new clothes and shoes, which Shung had recently arranged for them. She and the Su family father and son also dressed up nicely. Indeed, appearance matters. Seeing the energetic and well-dressed elderly couple, Shung smiles and praises. If the villagers see Grandpa and Grandma now, they probably won't recognize them. Grandma Shung remained quite calm, while Grandpa Shung looked a bit uncomfortable and tugged at his sleeve. "Is this outfit a bit too formal? Maybe we should change," he suggested. Thanks to their granddaughter, the 2 elders were wearing their nicest clothes for the first time. "No need to change. This outfit is perfect." Shung quickly stopped the old man's idea of changing clothes and praised him from head to toe. Only Grandpa can wear such clothes, making him look young and lively. Encouraged by his granddaughter's praise, Grandpa Shung no longer mentioned changing. When Su Jinnian helped Grandma Shung, who had trouble walking, onto the ox cart, everyone else also got on and headed toward the North City. The big house was on Minghu Street in North City, a bit away from the Su family. The ox cart took about 3/4 of an hour to arrive. As they entered Minghu Street, everyone saw the sparkling Minghu Lake nearby. The lakeside was shaded with willow trees, their long branches swaying gently in the breeze, causing ripples on the calm water. It was hot, so there weren't many pedestrians, but many elderly people were fishing, accompanied by their attendants. Birds chirped, and occasionally someone shouted in excitement when they caught a big fish. Seeing the beautiful lake scenery, Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung were mesmerized, murmuring, "This place is wonderful, this place is wonderful." The wide main road could fit 3 carriages side by side. The trees and flowers on both sides were neatly maintained, showing signs of careful care. Tall, grand houses lined the street, clearly belonging to wealthy people. Wealthy places always have good feng shui. The ox cart continued along Minghu Street, turning a corner before stopping in front of a lakeside house with blue tiles and white walls. Looking up at the tall gate in front, Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung couldn't believe that this expensive-looking house was built with money earned by their granddaughter over 16 years. Shung didn't think much and took out the key to unlock the door. With a soft creak, the gate slowly opened, revealing a decorative wall with a blessing character carved into it. This was a garden-style home. As they entered the yard, they immediately smelled the fresh scent of lotus flowers. Shung was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the house to have a lotus pond. Grandpa Shung also caught the scent of the lotus and, following it, saw a small lotus pond beyond 2 walls. The lotus pond is full of pink lotus flowers, with several bees buzzing and flying around. They're busy moving in and out of the pond, creating a lively and bustling scene. The house is quite large, covering about 15 acres. It has a lotus pond, a rock garden with strange stones, a pavilion by the water, and various potted plants and flowers. Along the street-facing wall, vines and flowering plants grow thickly, making the place look very lush and beautiful. Really wonderful, really wonderful. Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung can't stop looking. They keep saying how good it is, and they're so excited they can't find the right words to describe their feelings. Just thinking about such a nice house, and that their granddaughter plans to turn it into a restaurant, makes the elderly couple feel a little sad. But they say nothing. Their granddaughter is so clever. She wants to use this house to earn more money, and they can't help much. They don't want to interfere and make her upset. They remember their granddaughter saying she would set aside a room to sell wontons. Their hearts fill with warmth, and they wish they could decide on the house right away. Luckily, they stay calm and decide to follow their granddaughter's plans. Whatever she points to, they will use that room. After walking around twice, the 3 elders get tired. Shung asks them to sit in a pavilion to rest. She takes a paper and pen and keeps looking around, with Jinnian quietly accompanying her. After a long while, a few rough sketches that only Shung can understand begin to take shape. She points to the main gate and happily asks Jinnian, "I've named this place Shung Garden. What do you think?" Jinnian looks relaxed and praises sincerely, "That's a great name." Shung raises an eyebrow slightly. "Don't you think it would be better to call it Su Garden?" Jinnian glances at his wife and pretends to think. That does sound fitting. How about just calling it Su Garden? Shung glares. The house was a gift from the Ding family. I have the right to name it. It's Shung Garden. Jinnian pretends not to understand. Since you've already decided, why do you say Su Garden might be better? Before Shung can answer, he suddenly looks enlightened. You're testing me, aren't you? Do you think I'd mind? Shung doesn't reply directly. She asks straightforwardly, "Do you have any objections to calling it Shung Garden?" Jinnian sighs helplessly. "You said it's your house. You can name it whatever you want." "I have no opinion." He feels sorry for her hard work and wishes he could help her more. Shung was very pleased with this answer and confidently patted his shoulder. "I told you before that I would take care of you. I will cook for you, and from now on, the money earned from this house will be spent on you. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble." Jinnian chuckled and said, "Does that count as living off a woman?" Shung raised her chin. "What do you think?" Jinnian thought seriously for a moment. "No, it doesn't." Shung became interested. "Why not?" Jinnian held her hand, feeling the warmth through his palm. "As a couple, supporting each other, I earn money to support you, which is proper and right. He also thought that if he earned money to support Shungin, it would be the same. Shung-en's mouth twitched. She didn't expect this man to be so good at talking, even bringing up moral principles. But from his words, it was clear he didn't have false macho ideas. He wouldn't feel jealous or insecure just because she earned money to support the family. He was a healthy-minded, normal man. They agreed on the name for the house without objections. Shung-in pointed to several spots on the blueprint and discussed with Jinnian, "I'm planning to make a door here for easy access for our family, then block these passages to prevent accidental entry. This area can have a platform overlooking the whole yard, and you can enjoy the view of the lake outside." During the discussion, Jinnian offered some good suggestions. Move these stones to the lotus pond area, expand the play area here, and plant a row of bamboo. Shung-in marked everything on the sketch to make communication with the builders easier. After some discussion, the plan became more complete, with almost no other changes needed. However, the project was quite large. To finish it in a month, they would need to hire more workers. Fortunately, Shung-en had 2,000 taels of silver, enough to complete the entire yard renovation at once. On the way back, the family was in an even better mood than when they arrived. Especially Shung Grandpa and Shung Grandma, who had already decided to stay in the city to sell wontons, happily discussing how to handle the few acres of farmland in the village. Grandma thought those acres of land were not very fertile and suggested selling them directly to save time and effort. Grandpa believed in returning to one's roots and thought keeping a few acres as a backup was wise, proposing to rent it out to villagers. Both the old man and woman had their own reasons, and neither could convince the other. Ultimately, Shung-in suggested, "Let's rent the land to the villagers first, collecting grain proportionally each year. If we decide not to farm it in the future, we can sell it." Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung looked at each other and agreed with their granddaughter's idea. "We'll do as Anan says." In the following days, except for Jinnian and Grandma Shung, the other three people became very busy. Shung-en focused on improving the drawings. Cheng-lin contacted reliable bricklayers, and Grandpa Shung went back to the village to arrange for land rental. The news that Shung family's 4 acres of land would be rented out quickly spread through Huaishu village. Many families with little land and not enough grain came to ask. After some thought, Grandpa Shung decided to rent the land to a couple in the village who had no land and made a living doing odd jobs. The couple were honest people and knew how to take care of the land. He was not worried they would ruin it. To show their gratitude, the couple gave Grandpa Shung some of their best eggs. Unaware of where Kong De Zhuang heard the news, he hurried to Shung's house to question Grandpa Shung. "I am An's biological father. Why didn't you rent the land to me?" Grandpa Shung was so angry he cursed loudly. "The land belongs to the Shung family. We can rent it to whoever we want. It has nothing to do with you, Kong. Get lost." Kong De Zhuang then acted shamelessly. "I don't care. If you don't rent the land to me, I will go to the Su family and ask that unfilial daughter to take care of me in old age. This old man and woman are so lazy they can stay in the city and let that unfilial daughter support them, and I, as their biological son, can do the same." Did you see how much fatter the old man has become after just a month in the city? It's obvious he's living very comfortably there. You shameless beast." Grandpa Shung was so angry his chest hurt. He pointed at Kong De Zhuang and shouted, "You haven't taken care of Anan for a single day. You're no longer part of the Shung family. Don't even think about making Anan support you." After saying that, he grabbed a shovel from the corner and swung it toward Kong De Zhuang's neck. "And An is my lifeline. If you dare to bother her, I will fight you to the death." Looking at the cold, sharp shovel blade heading straight for his neck, Kong Daju was so scared he lost control of his and ran away shouting, "Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. Old Master Shung has killed someone." He was younger and stronger than Grandpa Shung, but Grandpa Shung had a weapon in his hand. Without any weapons himself, Kong Daju dared not fight back. The villagers nearby heard the commotion and hurried out to see what was happening. When they saw Grandpa Shung chasing Kong Daju with a shovel and shouting, they quickly understood why Grandpa Shung was angry. They all secretly thought Kong Daju deserted. How dare he, a scoundrel who abandoned his own daughter and raised someone else's child, expect his daughter-in-law to take care of him? If Grandpa Shung didn't hit him with a shovel, it was only because he was holding back. Thinking this, the villagers worried about someone getting hurt seriously, so they stepped forward to stop Grandpa Shung. One of them said, "Old Master Shung, your granddaughter's husband is a scholar. Please don't be impulsive. Yes, and still needs your support. Just ignore that fool Kong's words. They're just nonsense." Grandpa Shung clenched his fists around the shovel, tears streaming down his face. Poor Anan. She has no mother since she was little, her father doesn't care, and she finally married into a kind family, but now someone is after her. The villagers comforted him. "Things will get better. You'll have good days ahead. You and Auntie are also enjoying life in the city." Hearing this, the villagers felt a bit bitter inside. Who would have thought that Anan, who married into a good family, would bring her grandparents to live with her so soon? They had only been married for a short time, and she already brought her grandparents to enjoy life with her. Why couldn't their own daughter or granddaughter do the same? Kong Dazhuang ran home in a mess, cursing non-stop. Old fool. Unfilial daughter. Peng Chunlan saw this and knew that this useless man hadn't gained anything, so she couldn't help but scold. He can't even handle such a small matter. What else can he do? Kong Dazhuang was angry inside, and also resented his wife. He lost control and shouted at Peng Chunlan, "Yes, I have no ability." "Then why did you me back then? Why didn't you find someone capable?" Peng Chunlan's eyes widened with anger. She threw the half-finished clothes she was sewing at him. "Good for you, Kong Dazhuang. You've been living off me for so many years, and now you think the soft rice is not tasty enough? Then get out. Get out of my house. This is my home." Hearing the words, "my house," Kong Dazhuang, a man who often relies on others, immediately looked clearer and more alert. Seeing that the woman was truly angry, he quickly lowered himself and stepped forward to hold Peng Chunlan's waist, trying to soothe her. "Good wife, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Please calm down." Peng Chunlan glared at him, but didn't want to make things worse. She softened her tone and said, "Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Our family only has a few broken houses and some land. Now, Zhuzi still hasn't found a wife, and Ziji hasn't saved enough dowry. Stone is also growing up, and in a couple of years, he'll want to get married. If we don't work harder, what will happen to our 3 children? Zhuzi and Luhuaji are Peng Chunlan's twins with her ex-husband. Stone is her son with Kong Dazhuang. He is 14 years old and will be getting married in a couple of years." Seeing that all 3 children will need a lot of money and that they haven't saved much, Peng Chunlan and Kong Dazhuang felt very worried. When they heard that the Shung family was renting out their land, they thought about taking over the lease. They were the kind who would cling to the rental opportunity. But unexpectedly, Grandpa Shung completely refused to give Kong Dazhuang face. He shouted and chased him away. Thinking about how the villagers had just laughed at him, Kong Dazhuang was even angrier. That old man, no matter what, I was his son-in-law for 2 years. He shouldn't forget that. It's no wonder his only daughter died early, sending a black-haired person to mourn a white-haired person. After cursing Grandpa Shung, he started insulting Jinnian. That unfilial girl struck by lightning, she'd rather go to the city with 2 old folks to enjoy life than respect her own father. I should have drowned her in a bucket back then. Peng Chunlan rolled her eyes at this. You didn't give birth to her, didn't raise her, and now she's married into someone else's family. Why should they support you? Is it because you're shameless? Though Peng Chunlan disliked him, she secretly hoped Kong Dazhuang would go to Shung and ask for benefits, maybe even get them to support his son. Just as she was about to suggest that Kong Dazhuang go to the city to find someone, Lu Huaji returned from outside and overheard Kong Dazhuang's words. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Dad, what did you say? Those 2 old folks went to the city to retire with the troublemaker? Kong Dazhuang said angrily. You heard right. The old man has rented out the land to others and said he's going to the city to live with that unfilial daughter-in-law. Lu Huaji's face changed, and her eyes were full of worry and fear. What's going on? Why did things change? In her past life, the 2 old folks from the Shung family never moved to the city to retire. They stayed in the village farming. When they could no longer work, they stopped and relied on a little money given by a bad luck star. The old woman had gone to the city before, but she didn't pay much attention, thinking she was just staying temporarily. Later, when the old woman was injured and old man Shung also went to the city, she thought he was there to take care of her. She didn't realize he was going to retire there. Now, things are different from her past life. The doomed fate of the bad luck star is supposed to die, but maybe it can change this time? Using her foresight, Lu Huaji carefully plans step by step to reach her goal. Since things have changed and are no longer the same as before, she feels nervous and scared about the uncertain future. No, she can't panic. She must find a way to make everything go back to normal. A cold glint appears in Lu Huaji's eyes. Her dull mind finally sharpens. She looks at the helpless and angry Kong Dazhuang and sweetly persuades him, "Dad, you are her biological father. Without you, she wouldn't exist. She owes you her life. She's been paying for the old folks' care this whole time, and she must also care for you." These words touch Kong Dazhuang's heart, and he shouts excitedly, "That's right. She owes me her life, so she must listen to me." His unfilial daughter is married now, and the two old folks won't live much longer. The village house and land are useless to her. It's perfect to use them to honor her real father. Thinking about this, Kong Dazhuang feels more and more excited. He can't wait to make it happen. He asks Lu Huaji, "Where is the Su family?" Lu Huaji is confused. She doesn't know. In her past life, she never visited the Su family. She only heard they lived in the southern part of the city. She didn't know the exact location. But she doesn't know that Tong Baozhen, who followed the bad luck star and the old woman, definitely knows. Thinking of Tong Baozhen, Lu Huaji clenches her fists in anger and hatred. No, she can't let this person get close. She must stay away. She plans to ask his cousins and brothers for information. After Lu Huaji promised Kong Dazhuang, he urged her to find out quickly. He happily planned how to take over Shung An's land and house once he found him. Shung An was busy improving the plans for Shung Garden, unaware of Kong Dazhuang's shameless schemes. Grandpa Shung returned home with a few chickens. She set down her pen, served tea to the old man, and asked about the land rental situation. Grandpa Shung didn't mention Kong Dazhuang at all. He explained everything carefully. Grandma Shung was a bit unhappy. "Even half the rent still gives us a lot of grain. You just open your mouth and give it away," Shung An comforted her. "Mom, we don't rely on that little rent to live. Plus, they said they would help watch the house. If it's only half the rent, so be it." Grandpa Shung nodded repeatedly. A house left empty for a long time can collapse. If the couple helps watch it, I can feel more at ease. Grandma Shung cared a lot about the village houses. Hearing this, she didn't argue about the rent. All right. If you two are happy, what can I say?" She was used to living simply and felt sad about giving away half the rent, but she didn't think it was unreasonable. Shung An and Grandpa Shung looked at each other and smiled. They quickly praised the old lady, making her smile happily. When Shung An went to the study, Grandpa Shung closed the door and quietly told Grandma Shung about Kong Dazhuang causing trouble, insisting Shung An should retire early. Grandma Shung was furious. She pounded the bedboard hard. "That shameless thing. He really dares to think that." Grandpa Shung hurriedly reminded her, "Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear." Grandma Shung forced down her anger, gritting her teeth. "We were blind back then, bringing such a thing into our daughter's life. Now he still wants to disgust us." Grandpa Shung was also very upset. He shook his head and sighed. "He's so good at pretending. We were all fooled by him." Grandma Shung waved her hand. "Forget it. Talking about this is useless. We, the old folks, must be careful. We can't let him ruin An's happiness." Hearing this, Grandpa Shung's usually kind face turned fierce. "Even if I risk my life, I won't let him disturb An." Grandma Shung touched her soft new clothes, a determined look also appearing on her face. After 2 days, Shung An, with the help of Su Jinnian's father and son, finished improving all the drawings and also ended the wonton business. Su Qinglin found 5 master masons and some apprentices. These master masons were old friends of Su Qinglin. After some greetings, they started examining the drawings. After reviewing, the 5 discussed and quoted Shung and a fair price, 350 taels. This 350 taels cover labor, materials, and meals during construction. The price is 50 taels less than his budget, and Shung readily agrees. All right, but the materials and workmanship must meet my standards or I won't pay the final amount. Friendship is important, but honesty comes first. Seeing Shung so straightforward, several master carpenters laugh happily. Don't worry. If you're ever unhappy, your father-in-law will be the first to hold us accountable. Hearing this, Shung becomes very curious about her father-in-law and wants to learn more about his past. At night, after a bath, Shung lazily lies on the bed, squinting and enjoying the cool breeze from a large fan. Su Jinnian sits at the bedside, fanning himself gently with a fan. Though holding a simple fan, his movements reveal a refined air, making him look elegant. Seeing Shung look like a little kitten, Su Jinnian can't help but smile and gently brush her hair away from her face. Shung opens her eyes and naturally leans closer to him, resting one hand on his waist and playfully pinching him. Father has many connections, seems to know everyone. What did he do when he was young? She asks. Su Jinnian's body tenses slightly, and he holds her mischievous hand in his palm. Not surprised that his wife is interested in her father's past, he speaks casually about his unusual experiences. When he was young, our family was poor. Father often went hungry and secretly followed the village's old hunter up the mountain to find food. The old hunter saw that Su Qinglin was quick and smart, so he decided to take him as a disciple and teach him some skills to support himself. These skills were quite basic, only slightly better than ordinary people, but Su Qinglin treasured them greatly. He listened daily to the old hunter boast about his bravery on the battlefield, and his longing to see the outside world grew. He didn't want to spend his life hiding in this poor, remote mountain village. Su Qinglin practiced hard every day, hoping to learn enough skills to join the army and make a name for himself. At 15, the old hunter passed away. After burying him, Su Qinglin told his family, and then left his hometown with the big sword and bow and arrows left by the old hunter. That was 15 years ago. While the Su family thought Su Qinglin had died outside, he surprisingly returned in a grand way, bringing back many valuable things they had never seen before. Father lost his way on the way to the border, heading in the wrong direction. Later, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, but a high-ranking official heading south to take up his post saved him. Here, Su Jinnian shows gratitude to the official and respect for his father. Shung is also very impressed and keeps urging, go on, go on. Su Jinnian pats his wife's head, noticing she no longer pushes his hand away like before and gently pinches her nose. Father was grateful for the official's help and decided to him to his new post. The official saw Su Qinglin's good fighting skills and thought he had potential, so he asked him to be his bodyguard. Su Qinglin agreed. In the following years, Su Qinglin protected the official and, encouraged by him, learned to read and write, becoming quite talented in both martial arts and literature. However, good times didn't last. The official caught a cold and fell ill, passing away not long after. With nowhere to go and having given up on joining the army, Su Qinglin took his savings and wandered around. By chance, he joined a courier company and started delivering messages. His skills improved greatly in this courier company. Su Qinglin is honest and loyal. Over the years, he made many friends from different walks of life. But delivering messages was hard and dangerous work. He was robbed once, punished twice, and even fought bandits and thugs. Several times he almost lost his life. He values his life, so after 3 years, he left the courier job and became a bodyguard for a wealthy family. Being a bodyguard was much easier, and he earned a good salary. He fit in well and gained the trust of the family head. As he grew older, he missed his hometown, which he hadn't visited in years. He took his savings and returned to his village. Back then, my grandparents were still alive, but they were old and weak. My father stayed in the village to take care of them. A few years later, I was born. When he reached this part, Jinnian's tone grew a bit sad. Because my father was kind to me, some people used me as a bargaining chip, forcing my father to give up all his possessions, and even my grandparents sided with them. Su Qinglin, at the age of adulthood, had no wife or children. In the eyes of his brothers, sisters, and even his parents, he was like a piece of meat that could be eaten. The Su family never thought that Su Qinglin, who left home at 15 and experienced over 10 years of hardships, would have little remaining affection for them. The so-called family bonds couldn't really hold him. Su Qinglin simply spent money to persuade the clan leader and elders to split the family and adopt Su Jinnian. Adopting this young boy, Su Jinnian, was partly out of pity, but mostly to annoy the Su family members. Su Qinglin moved with Su Jinnian to Qingzhou City and started a new life. Their days were happy and lively. The Su family couldn't help but feel jealous, as they had tried to take advantage of him many times in the past. But each time they were disappointed. When the two elders of the Su family passed away, Su Qinglin responded harshly, cutting off almost all contact. Since then, father and son truly enjoyed peaceful days. Shung listened and couldn't help but feel emotional. Dad's first half of life was really colorful. Su Jinnian, for reasons unknown, couldn't help but say, "My experiences before I was 12 were also very interesting." Shung looked him up and down with suspicion, thinking, "You didn't even have all your hair before 12. What could be so interesting? Maybe you played in mud with." The thought made Shung feel sick. She quickly shook her head, refusing to imagine whether this handsome man's hands had ever played with her. She was afraid she could no longer look directly at his hands or share a peaceful bed with him. Seeing Shung's distrust, Su Jinnian reached out and hugged her tightly, whispering half coaxing, half commanding. "And can you listen to me?" Shung, feeling hot, pushed him away. "Stay away from me." Not only did Su Jinnian refuse to let go, but he also pressed harder. "Fan yourself to cool down. Just listen to me." And Shung, after struggling for a while without breaking free and sweating profusely, Shung finally gave up, glaring at her childish partner. "Hurry up and talk." A smile appeared at the corner of Su Jinnian's lips. He didn't mind his wife's attitude and kissed her flushed cheek. "I grew up listening to my dad's stories. I admire him very much and want to learn martial arts to explore the world. But unfortunately, Su Qinglin looked at him like he was a treasure, so he wouldn't let him follow in his footsteps and seek danger outside." Seeing his son's behavior becoming more wild, wanting to break free from his old father every day, Su Qinglin decided to take a firm approach. He took his son to walk the same path he had once taken, intending to give him a deep lesson. Su Jin was young and fearless. Not only was he unafraid of sleeping outdoors or the occasional bandits, but he also bravely fought against them. Su Qinglin was almost scared to death. He thought this couldn't go on. After thinking it over, he decided to send his son to school, believing it would help him develop better character. So, he went to see Su Jin's teacher, Shung, and listened eagerly, surprised to learn that this calm, steady man had once been young and full of energy. From the outside, you couldn't tell at all. Shung asked, "Your teacher must be quite impressive, right?" Given how much Su Qinglin valued this man, he wouldn't have chosen just any teacher. He must have been exceptional to help his son improve himself. In just 6 years, Shung could see the change. "And you're very clever. My teacher is from the Jiang family in Jinling. He was a top scholar in the 23rd year of Yonghe and once served as a deputy minister of officials." Su Jin was good at sharing positive feelings. Even though it was obvious, he still took the chance to praise Shung. "The Jiang family in Jinling? Top scholar? Deputy minister?" Shung gasped in surprise. Just one of those titles could bring wealth and status. She never expected Su Jin's teacher to have all three. The Jiang family was a famous and respected family in Jinling, known for producing many great scholars. Every 3 years, at the spring exams, a member of the Jiang family would always succeed. This teacher, with his noble background, talent, and high official rank, was like winning the lottery of life. Shung couldn't help but feel a little envious. Her birth skills couldn't compare. She looked at the man with shining eyes. "You're amazing too. To have been accepted by such a talented person as your student, what was meant as a compliment made the man stiffen and look away awkwardly. Sensing something was off, Shung reached out and gently turned his face to her. Is there something you're hiding? Don't lie to me. Sujin's handsome face flushed slightly, showing embarrassment at not wanting to ruin his image in front of his wife. Shung became even more interested. She threw herself into his arms, sat on his waist, and wrapped her arms around his neck, acting cute. Come on, tell me. Everyone has moments when they want to hide, but I won't laugh at you. Jinnian was worn down and had no temper. He supported her as she wobbled her hips, and his face seemed to turn redder. His voice was a bit restrained. You get down, I'll tell you. Okay? Okay. Shung had no idea her actions just now were too much. She obediently let go of Jinnian and lay back in her original position, looking at him eagerly. Jinnian helplessly rubbed his forehead, trying to calm his restless body. Being too young and impulsive isn't good. Looking into Shung's big, curious eyes, Jinnian smiled and slowly said, I was not enlightened when I was 12. My teacher didn't want to accept me at first, but when he saw I was somewhat clever, he allowed me to listen in. Back then, Teacher Jiang already had 3 students and didn't plan to take more. It was Su Qinglin who used his connections to bring Jinnian to Teacher Jiang's attention. After becoming an auditor, Jinnian initially couldn't focus on studying and was ignored by his 3 senior brothers. At that time, he was still young and didn't get along with them, so they started competing openly and secretly. In the end, he defeated his 3 senior brothers so badly that they doubted themselves, almost losing their confidence and giving up on studying. When Teacher Jiang found out, he severely scolded Jinnian and even wanted to kick him out of the school. Jinnian, feeling proud and rebellious, boldly challenged Teacher Jiang, saying he was not worthy of the name and that after years of teaching, he hadn't even produced a proper scholar. This was the first time Teacher Jiang was challenged by a young boy. He accidentally fell for Jinnian's provocation and, angry, decided to officially accept him as a disciple, making him regret his words today. So, your relationship with Teacher Jiang, your master and disciple, was all your own planning? Shung looked at Jinnian with shining eyes, as if she was seeing him for the first time. I think Teacher Jiang is so smart, he must have seen through it. Someone who can pass the imperial exam and become a Ministry of Rights official wouldn't be impulsive. This man stirring up trouble in the school probably had his silent approval. Anon is so clever, I guessed it right. I only thought of it later. Jinnian once again admired his wife's intelligence, his gentle eyes reflecting her image. Before me, many people sought out Teacher Jiang, including some of his relatives, but he didn't accept any of them. At first, Master Jiang noticed Jinnian's talent. During his rebellious phase, Jinnian was clearly a troublemaker, so he wanted to suppress his arrogance. Meanwhile, he observed his character to see if he was suitable for the imperial examination path. Unexpectedly, this observation almost caused Jinnian to overturn his classroom and ruin the other 3 students. Shung gave a thumbs up. You and Master Jiang should really become master and apprentice. Old and clever, young and sharp, she was not to be outdone. She had also been mistaken before, thinking that the person in front of her was a gentle and proper gentleman. But Master Jiang truly knew how to teach people. In just 6 years, he transformed a rebellious student into the person he is today. No matter what kind of person I am, my heart for Anon has never been false. Jinnian clenched Shung's hand, his eyes shining brightly as he looked into hers. Anon, from the first moment I saw you, I couldn't let go. Maybe in our past life, we were a loving couple. Their fate in the previous life was not finished, so they met and stayed together in this one. Shung's mind moved, and she half-jokingly, half-seriously said, I didn't see you in my past life. She didn't really believe in past lives or reincarnation. Jinnian smiled softly, tightening his grip on her hand. We missed each other last time, so this life, we should cherish each other even more. Shung Yuan's renovation would take a month. If everything went smoothly, they could open for business in mid-September. Besides occasionally checking on the progress at Shung Yuan, Shung and was also preparing for the opening. The first step was to find suitable cooks and apprentices. With enough money on hand, Shung went directly to the butcher's shop to find someone to recommend. The butcher warmly welcomed Shung, took out a thick booklet, and pointed out the suitable candidates in front of her. "Boss, these 12 people all have 4 or 5 years of experience as cooks. You can hire them directly. They're ready to start. Their expected monthly pay isn't high, between 8 yen and 2 taels of silver." Shung took the booklet and carefully looked over their personal information. All 12 were men, the oldest being 22, the youngest just 17. They had all worked at small, unknown restaurants and taverns before. Shung wondered, "Aren't there any women?" The man was momentarily stunned and quickly explained, "Boss, you don't know. Lifting a spoon is hard work. You see, most famous chefs are men and they usually don't take women as apprentices." Since Shung was a woman, he spoke more carefully. In fact, all head chefs wouldn't take female apprentices. Even if it's a family tradition, it would be passed down to their sons. If there was no son, they would adopt a son to carry on the family business. There has never been a daughter involved. Shung thought for a moment and said to the man, "Pick out a few suitable girls between 12 and 18 years old and have them sign a binding contract, a life debt contract." She wanted to start with a few apprentices to see if she could teach them well. If successful, they would make money for her in the future. The man carefully noted Shung's requirements and said he would keep suitable girls in mind. As for the 12 kitchen helpers, he would inform them, and Shung could choose 2 days later. After leaving the spice shop, Shung didn't go straight home. Instead, she went to a famous porcelain kiln in Qingzhou City to order a batch of bowls, plates, cups, and spoons, all engraved with the words, "Shung Garden." She hadn't decided on the stove or other kitchen equipment yet. Once Shung Garden's big kitchen was built, she would have them made to fit. Feeling happy, Shung walked home. As she passed a small alley, she unexpectedly overheard Su Tsualian angrily scolding someone. "You're such a stupid, smoking turtle. I went to great lengths to find a matchmaker and get you a beautiful girl, and I told you to chat with her alone. But you told her how you kill pigs, how you go in with a clean knife and come out with a bloody one. Now you've scared her away. Are you satisfied?" In the alley, Su Tsualian was scolding as she walked, and she wasn't done. She suddenly grabbed her son Zhang Daku's ear and said, "Your father and I aren't stupid. Your 2 brothers are clever. How come you turned out to be such a fool?" Zhang Daku cried out in pain, full of grievance. "Mom, I didn't say anything wrong. She's just too timid." "It's none of my business." The girl was tall, strong, and looked just right for him. But who knew she was so timid that she cried and ran home after hearing about pig killing? It shows that appearances can be deceiving. That girl isn't suitable for him. "You're still talking? Do you want to make my mother angry to death?" Su Tsualian increased her grip slightly, spitting and cursing more fiercely. "Someone like you, a fool, the only reason a girl married you is because your father burned good incense during festivals. I think you'll be a lifelong bachelor." Zhang Dakue winced in pain but pretended indifference. "Being a bachelor is fine. I have 2 younger brothers, so you and Dad don't need to worry about the Zhang family losing its lineage." Su Tsualian was even angrier. Just as she was about to kick this ungrateful person, her eyes caught sight of Shung at the alley entrance. She loosened her grip and awkwardly smiled. "And why are you here?" Shung was not embarrassed at all. She casually raised her hand to greet the mother and son. "I had some errands up front and happened to pass by. If my little aunt hadn't called me, I might have just kept walking." Su Tsualian secretly relaxed and shot a fierce look at her eldest son. She quickly walked over to Shung. "You've been busy lately and haven't come to visit. Is everything at home all right?" Shung smiled and said, "Thank you for caring. Everything is fine at home. We're planning to move soon. When that happens, I hope my little aunt and her husband will come visit the new place with the 3 cousins." The Su family and Shung Yuan lived a bit far apart. It was inconvenient for them to run back and forth every day when Shung Yuan opened his business. So, the family would definitely move to Shung Yuan's place. Fortunately, Shung Yuan's house was big enough, with many rooms. A 2-story small building was enough for the whole family, and with the surrounding pathways sealed off, it was a private courtyard. Why move if the current place is good? Where are you planning to go? Su Tzuelian was surprised and hurriedly asked about the reason for moving, worried that something big was happening to the Su family, forcing them to sell their house and move elsewhere. Shung quickly explained, "Don't worry, little aunt. We decided to open a restaurant in North City, so we need to move there." Su Tzuelian sighed in relief and smiled happily. "You mentioned opening a restaurant before. I thought it would take a couple of years. I didn't expect you to save enough money so quickly." Shung modestly said, "It's thanks to Mr. Ding. The reward he gave us was just enough to start the restaurant." Su Tzuelian never imagined how generous Mr. Ding was. She thought it was only 100 or 200 taels of silver at most. Even so, her gaze on Shung was especially kind. "You are capable, and even Jinnian and your father-in-law are enjoying good fortune because of you." All the members of old Zhang's family were not as capable as this niece-in-law. Since marrying into the Su family just 2 months ago, her life has been very prosperous. If she could have a daughter-in-law like Enon, she would surely praise her to the sky. Thinking this, Su Tzuelian remembered her eldest son, whose marriage had just failed. Instinctively, she slapped Zhang Daku on the head and said, "You need to do better." Zhang Daku felt wronged and didn't understand why his mother, who was chatting happily with his sister-in-law, suddenly hit him. He had helped his family slaughter pigs since he was 12. Everyone in the neighborhood praised him for being capable. What more could he do to make his mother happy? Separating from Su Tzuelian and her son, Shung continued walking slowly home. As she entered the alley where the Su family lived, she heard loud arguing from afar. At first, Shung didn't pay much attention, thinking it was neighbors arguing. But as she got closer, she clearly heard Grandpa Shung shouting. Her face changed, and she hurried forward. At the Su family gate, Grandpa Shung held a long stick, raised high, glaring angrily at Kong Dazhuang and others trying to enter. Next to him, Su Qinglin looked sharp-eyed, holding a stool as if ready to throw it. "Old sir, Dazhuang is your granddaughter's real father. Now he's in trouble. Please help him out and persuade your granddaughter to help her father." The speaker was a man in his 50s, looking kind and gentle, but his words implied that Grandpa Shung was unreasonable. Shung, who was not present, felt she was being unfairly accused. Kong Dazhuang, dressed in torn clothes and shoes, almost hiding his body, deliberately looked pitiful. He hunched his back and pretended to wipe tears. "Father, no matter what, Shurtu is Anan's younger brother. Now he's sick and can't afford a doctor. Please help him for the sake of our family." He kneeled before Grandpa Shung. Since the Shung couple moved to the city, Kong Dazhuang had been thinking about Shung's land and house. He dreamed of getting them someday to marry off his only son. Yesterday, Lu Huaji found out where the Su family lived. Kong Dazhuang bought several jars of wine and sent them back to his uncles and cousins, asking them to come to the Su family today as mediators. Why not invite people from Huaishu village? Because they simply couldn't be invited. In Huaihua village, everyone from the 80-year-old elders to the 3-year-old children knows about the good deeds he did after marrying into the Shung family. It's impossible for him to come to the Su family just for a jar of wine and shamelessly act as a messenger for his own benefit. Grandpa Shung was so angry he leaned back. At this moment, holding a stick, he looked at Kong Dazhuang, who was kneeling on the ground crying. To outsiders, it seemed like a cruel father-in-law was bullying his poor son-in-law. "Get out. Just leave. I have no son-in-law, and my granddaughter has no father. Get out of here." Grandpa Shung's chest heaved heavily, and his hands trembled slightly from anger as he gripped the stick. "If you don't leave now, don't blame me for using the stick. It's not a kind one." Su Qinglin was worried the old man might get too angry and get hurt, so he quickly stepped forward to calm him down. "Uncle, this troublemaker is just doing it on purpose. Please don't be fooled by him." Seeing this scene, the crowd started to talk. Isn't it said that Su's daughter was raised by her grandparents because her parents are gone? Where did this man come from? Could he really be her biological father? It seems likely. He looks so pitiful. Su's daughter doesn't even care about her own father. Isn't that a bit harsh? Su's daughter is very filial to her stepfather, old Su. She wouldn't ignore her real father. There must be some hidden story. Let's not jump to conclusions. Grandpa Shung took a deep breath and looked at the murmuring crowd. Everyone, don't listen to their nonsense. His son is as strong as an ox and isn't seriously ill. He's only here today to scam money. As he finished speaking, the crowd became noisy and suspicion focused on Kong Dazhuang. Kong Dazhuang secretly clenched his thigh in anger, tears streaming down again. Dad, I'm not lying. Shurtu is really sick. I came here because I had no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't let outsiders talk about my own daughter. Grandpa Shung was so furious he almost burst. He couldn't hold back and raised his stick, ready to hit Kong Dazhuang's head. You dare to ruin my granddaughter's reputation?
I'll fight you.
Terrified, Kong Dazhuang's heart felt like it was breaking. He never expected that in broad daylight, Grandpa Shung would dare to attack him publicly. He quickly scrambled to the side, still shouting. Dad, even if you beat me to death, you can't change the fact that Nen is my biological daughter. She's my girl, and I should pay for her brother's medical bills. Kong Dazhuang's words directly hit Grandpa Shung's sensitive nerve. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent. You beast, today it's either you die or I die. With that, he swung his stick down hard. Su Qinglin, quick to react, couldn't stop him in time. Kong Dazhuang didn't have time to dodge, and was struck the back. He immediately fell to the ground, crying and wailing like a dying dog. Grandpa Shung seized the chance, raising a stick to aim at Kong Dazhuang's head. Smash! He struck fiercely. As long as he broke this beast's head, he wouldn't be able to ruin Anin's peaceful life anymore. A scream of terror sounded, and the onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, afraid to witness the bloody scene that followed. Shungin pushed through the crowd just in time to see this. Her eyes widened as she rushed forward, grabbing Grandpa Shung's raised hand tightly. Su Qinglin also arrived quickly, holding the falling stick firmly. Old master, stay calm. If someone died today, Grandpa Shung wouldn't come out of it well. It's not worth it to trap such a shameless person. Seeing her anxious face, Grandpa Shung's out-of-control rationality gradually returned, but he didn't loosen his grip on the stick. Then, go inside first. I'll handle this. Shungin shook her head, her eyes slightly red. Grandpa, this is between him and me. I will deal with it myself. After saying that, she gave her father-in-law, Su Qinglin, a meaningful look. Su Qinglin understood immediately. While Grandpa Shung was distracted, he quickly snatched the stick from his hand, pulled the old man back 2 steps, and prevented Kong Dazhuang from retaliating. Without his weapon, Grandpa Shung finally calmed down under their persuasion. But the sharp killing intent in his eyes toward Kong Dazhuang remained. Clearly, if Shung couldn't resolve this matter, Grandpa Shung would use his own way to completely deal with the troublemaker. Kong Dazhuang shrank his neck, afraid to meet Grandpa Shung's gaze. Just now, he almost peed his pants. Shung coldly looked at Kong Dazhuang, then turned her gaze to the 3 old men from the Kong family who had been called as mediators. 16 years ago, he abandoned his family and daughter and married into someone else's family. You didn't care then. Now you come meddling in other people's business. Aren't you afraid that my mother's spirit in heaven will come to find you in the middle of the night? The old men's faces stiffened, and a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. Now that they are at an age where they understand their life's purpose, everyone is most afraid of death. They rarely even hear the word, death, without feeling uneasy. They also know that Shung's biological mother died during childbirth. It is said that women who die this way carry deep resentment, and as long as that resentment remains, they refuse to reincarnate. Whenever Shung mentions her mother, everyone becomes more afraid. Despite their fears, the old men of the Kong family are unwilling to be looked down upon by a woman. They take turns scolding Shung. Your mother is watching from heaven. She wouldn't want to see you be unfilial and disrespectful, ignoring your biological father and your sick younger brother. That's right. As a daughter, you should be obedient to your father. No matter what, you can't deny that. If you don't want to be looked down on by others, you should speak nicely to your father. When he asks you to do something, you should listen carefully. Shung responds with a cold smile and ignores them completely. She looks at the neighbors surrounding her in layers. Uncles, aunts, and ladies, you've heard what they said. I also have some questions and need your help to understand. The neighbors exchange glances, their curiosity ignited. They nod in agreement. Go ahead, Su family. Kong Dazhuang faintly suspects what Shung wants to say but hesitates, worried she might reveal family secrets and make others laugh. He considers whether to step forward and stop her. But Shung doesn't give him the chance. She opens her hands to show everyone the thick calluses on her palms. Although Su Jinnian has been applying lotion to her hands every night for the past 2 months, the thick calluses formed over many years are not so easy to remove. Even now, the sound of rubbing against each other is like nails scraping an eggshell. Everyone clearly sees the calluses on Shung's palms. They are not the hands of a 16-year-old girl. Compared to Miao Yer, who had suffered from Sun family's teasing, her calluses are not as thick. Then Shung slowly begins to speak. My mother was the only daughter in our family. When she reached marriageable age, my grandparents arranged a marriage for her. At this point, her finger points at Kong Dazhuang, whose face turns pale. It was him. Before anyone can look at Kong Dazhuang with surprise, Shung continues. He is lazy and likes to lie in bed all day. My mother was 9 months pregnant and still had to kneel in the fields to harvest rice. Suddenly, the crowd erupts with gossip, their eyes filled with contempt as they look at Kong Dazhuang. It is not unusual for pregnant women to work on the ground, especially during busy farming seasons, as long as the men in the family are also working, not just lying comfortably in bed. This man, Kong Dazhuang, shows no kindness or understanding toward his pregnant wife. He is extremely cruel and cold-hearted. My mother not only worked hard but also managed the household. He complained that my mother's cooking was bad, tricked her into marrying into our family to continue the family line, and forced my mother to pay double bride price. He pushed my mother so hard that she went into labor prematurely and died from heavy bleeding. Shung closed her eyes, recalling her mother's story, her voice filled with restrained anger. Before my mother's body was even cold, he forced my grandparents to give up the land ownership papers. He also accused me of wasting food and tried to abandon me several times. If my grandparents hadn't kept a close watch, I wouldn't be alive today. As Shung's words touched everyone's hearts, their anger grew. Their eyes looked at Kong Dazhuang with increasing hostility. He is truly a beast. No, even animals have instincts to protect their young. He is worse than an animal. Shung's eyes turned red with rage, and she added more fiercely. Less than half a year after my mother died, he stole all the silver from our family, married into another household in the village, and spent my grandparents' and mother's hard-earned money on raising someone else's children. When I got sick and couldn't afford treatment, it was my grandparents kneeling before the doctor all day and night that saved my life. Hearing this, everyone, young and old, clenched their fists tightly. If he wanted to remarry, just do it. But to steal the money from his late wife's family, how can his whole family survive like this? Is he deliberately trying to push them to death? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "This beast dares to come onto our land and use us as pawns. We must teach him a harsh lesson and see if he dares to do it again." Shung's words had already stirred everyone's anger. The shout made them realize they had almost been tricked into attacking Shung's family. Their brewing dissatisfaction was now fully ignited. Yes, we must teach him a lesson. Let's all go. Let's go. With one voice, the crowd surged toward Kong Dazhuang, who was trembling with fear and had no time to escape. No, don't. Help me, Kong Dazhuang desperately shouted, but he was quickly overwhelmed by fists and kicks, only able to let out a piercing scream. The 3 old men standing and talking without concern were immediately frightened, frozen in place, their faces pale, and they dared not approach. Their only thought was, Shung quietly stood at the gate, watching coldly, ignoring Kong Dazhuang being overwhelmed by the angry crowd, not caring about his life or death. The law does not punish a crowd. As long as no one is killed by Shung's family or Su's family, the authorities won't easily arrest them. At this moment, A warm big hand held Shung En's cold hand, and Su Jinnian's worried voice sounded in her ear. Anan. Shung En turned her head and looked into the caring eyes of the man. She gently shook her head. I'm fine. Su Jinnian was about to speak when a head peeked out from beside him. A rosy-lipped, white-toothed young boy smiled brightly at Shung En with a very cute, childish face. Sister-in-law. Shung En's pupils shrank. Before she could ask who he was, she lowered her voice and asked, Was that voice just now you calling? The boy looked surprised. Sister-in-law has such good hearing. She recognized it right away. After saying this, he looked a little nervous. Sister-in-law, you won't blame me, will you? Earlier, old Su had a fierce look, and Shung En had never seen him show such emotion. She was worried he might impulsively hurt that beast, ruining his own future. In a panic, he shouted, not expecting such an effect. That beast is actually sister-in-law's biological father. If he gets beaten to death by those people, will sister-in-law blame him? Shung En looked at the boy and sincerely thanked him. Your shout helped me vent my anger. She had wanted to take action herself, but in front of so many people, she couldn't do that. Otherwise, her public criticism of Kong Dazhuang earlier would have been pointless. Sister-in-law is so kind. The boy sighed in relief, pretending not to notice Su Jinnian's cold face, and happily leaned closer to Shung En. Sister-in-law, my name is Tan Jinlin. Old Su's junior brother. You can call me Jinlin or Little Tan. Shung En found Su Jinnian's dark face amusing and smiled as she responded to Jinlin. All right, from now on, I'll call you Jinlin. Jinlin was very happy, chattering excitedly about Su Jinnian. I've wanted to visit sister-in-law for a long time, but old Su wouldn't agree, afraid I'd cling to you. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Shung En thought this kid was overly enthusiastic and couldn't help but wink at Su Jinnian. Su Jinnian looked expressionless. A few days ago, I brought dumplings to my husband, and he ate several without asking. Mr. Jiang is a true native of Jinling, but he loves eating dumplings. The next day, he always sends his servants to Yunji to buy more to satisfy his craving. That day, Shung En suddenly wanted to eat dumplings, so he made many with lotus root and pork filling. Su Jinnian thought Mr. Jiang would like them, so he brought a portion for him. Unexpectedly, the smell was so good that Tan Jinlin noticed and shamelessly went to Mr. Jiang to share some. Because of that, he kept thinking about the dumplings Shung En made and kept pestering Su Jinnian to visit. Not only did he keep thinking about them, but Mr. Jiang also showed hints several times. Su Jinnian pretended not to understand each time. Today, Kong Dazhuang caused trouble at the door. Niaoyer was worried that Grandpa Shung and Su Qinglin couldn't handle it, so she secretly went to Jiang's house to report. Mr. Jiang happily let Su Jinnian come back, and he even silently agreed for Tan Jinlin to go help, clearly having other plans. Kong Dazhuang was beaten so badly by angry neighbors that he was exhausted and barely able to breathe. His face was swollen and deformed, unrecognizable from his original look. Some heavyweight boxer accidentally stepped on Kong Dazhuang's ankle. With a loud, his ankle bone broke. An older woman, worried about causing a fatal injury, quickly shouted for everyone to stop. Only then did the crowd gradually cease their beating. Seeing Kong Dazhuang lying on the ground, seemingly about to suffocate, everyone's eyes became clear. They exchanged glances and pretended nothing happened, each heading back to their own homes. Time flies. I need to go home and cook before my husband starts nagging. Yes, I should go home and cook. I still have 2 clothes soaking. I need to wash and hang them. Old Wu, why are you just standing there? Are you afraid your wife will pull your ear? Hurry up. The narrow alley, which was crowded just moments ago, suddenly became clear. Everyone left quickly, leaving only the half-dead Kong Dazhuang and 3 worried old men. Shung En looked at Kong Dazhuang coldly, said nothing, then turned around and smiled at Tan Jinlin. It's almost noon. Stay for lunch before heading back to school. Tan Jinlin was eager and smiled flatteringly. Yes, listen to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law's dumplings are so delicious. Her cooking must be even better. Today, I am lucky to enjoy it. Su Jinnian couldn't stand to watch anymore and gently tapped his junior brother's forehead, saying, Be more normal. Tanjin immediately covered his forehead and pitifully complained to Shungen, sister-in-law, look at Lao Su. Shungen glared at Su Jinnian, saying, don't bully your junior brother, Su Jinnian. It was a mistake to let this kid come along. Just as Shungen was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to stop her, holding her arm. And girl, your father was beaten like that and you don't care? Shungen looked at him coldly. The moment I was abandoned, my father was already dead. If you want to find him, go to the underworld. After speaking, she helped Grandpa Shung into the yard, not even glancing at Kong Dezhuang, who was badly injured. The others quickly followed, and Su Qinglin, the last to enter, decisively locked the yard door, blocking the scolding and angry words of the three old men. Grandma Shung, who was physically unwell, had been kept in the room by Grandpa Shung earlier and was not allowed out. Now that everything was settled, she held Shung An's hand tightly with red eyes. It's all my fault and your grandfather's. If we hadn't been blind back then, today no one would be laughing at you. Shung An comforted her. I'm just a poor victim. No one is laughing at me. You don't know, I didn't even move a finger and that beast was beaten by neighbors in the street. He was badly hurt and will probably stay in bed for 10 days or half a month. Grandpa Shung also advised, and in his right. Today, we made everything clear in front of everyone. The one who looks bad is that beast. He probably won't dare to come knocking again. Grandma Shung was still very sad, tears streaming down her face. The grandfather and granddaughter comforted each other for a while until Grandma Shung stopped crying. Shung An asked Grandpa Shung to stay with Grandma Shung. She went to the kitchen to prepare lunch and saw Su Jinnian washing ingredients. Tanjin was joking and teasing him about being a good husband. Seeing his wife approaching, Su Jinnian felt annoyed by this kid and shoved a bamboo basket into his hand. The grapes this year are very sweet. Pick some more and take them to the teacher at the school this afternoon. Tanjin didn't realize he was being disliked and happily took the basket, then said to Shungen, sister-in-law, I don't have picky eating habits. I'll just make a few simple home-cooked dishes for lunch. Shungen smiled and said, all right, just don't dislike it. Tanjin quickly said, don't worry, don't worry. It's so hot today and my sister-in-law is cooking for me. I can't thank her enough. Shungen secretly thought that this young man was good at talking. She watched him carry the basket away and smiled, asking Su Jinnian, your junior brother is quite favored at home, isn't he? Su Jinnian nodded slightly, still washing vegetables. He's the youngest son in the family and the elders spoil him a lot. He then looked at Shungen and reminded her, this kid looks innocent and easy to fool, but he's actually much smarter than a hornet's nest. Shungen smiled faintly. No matter how clever he is, wasn't he just used as a bayou outside earlier? Su Jinnian paused in washing vegetables, his handsome face showing no sign of embarrassment. And Shungen raised her hand to stop him. No need to explain. I understand. This man had said that the 4 students accepted by Master Jiang would all take the imperial exams and become officials. So, reputation was very important to them. Even if a student was originally naive and sweet, years of training could turn them into someone more cunning. She had no relationship with Tanjin, and he wouldn't risk anything for her. Yet, just now, he shouted out a provocative cry among the crowd. The truth was clear. He had been manipulated by Su Jinnian. Unlike Su Jinnian, Tanjin was a stranger. No one nearby knew him, and no one knew that he was the one shouting. Even if Kong Dezhuang was beaten badly, the authorities wouldn't blame Tanjin afterward. Shung An patted Su Jinnian's shoulder and sighed, somewhat admiring and criticizing at the same time. Having a brother like you is a blessing for Jinlin. He was quick to use his junior brother, with no hesitation. Su Jinnian coughed lightly, thinking this was just his wife praising him. Indeed, Anan understands me best. The brothers often played pranks on each other, so they were used to being tricked. Tanjin might not have known he was being played, but it was just a small matter to him and didn't bother him. Shung An, speechless, pushed him aside. We still have a lot of dried shrimp at home. Bring some more. It's the first time someone visits us, and we should treat them well, Su Jinnian corrected her. He came over on our wedding day. Not only Tangenlin but the other two senior brothers also visited, trying to get him drunk so he couldn't have a smooth wedding night. Fortunately, he was prepared and replaced his wine with plain water. Otherwise, on that night of the wedding, he would have embarrassed himself in front of Anan. "Just go if I tell you to," Shung said impatiently, glaring at Su Jinnian. "Is this the time to fuss over these small details?" In the yard, Tangenlin was happily picking grapes and eating at the same time. He clearly heard everything and thought to himself cheerfully, "Old Su is really too strict. Luckily, he didn't have a wife, or he would be scolded like a child." The lunch was rich, with fish, meat, shrimp, and a special dish, pickled chili stir-fried mudfish, which wasn't often seen on the table. Shung made the pickled chili herself. After sealing it in a jar and keeping it in a cool place for a whole month, opening it filled the kitchen with the salty, spicy aroma of the chili. The stir-fried mudfish, with tender meat, was delicious and spicy, perfect for eating with rice. "Sister-in-law, I never used to eat mudfish because I thought it had a strong muddy taste. But your pickled chili stir-fried mudfish is so tasty, spicy, and fresh, it goes perfectly with rice." Tangenlin wasn't good at eating spicy food, but he couldn't stop himself. He kept laughing and munching on the golden, crispy mudfish. Besides the pickled chili mudfish, he also praised the fragrant spicy dried shrimp, braised grass carp, and pan-fried pork belly. All equally delicious. Even the seasonal vegetables surprised him. He thought they were so good they might not be the same as what he usually ate at home. He even wanted the servants to buy these ingredients from Su's garden every day. "This dish is too spicy. Eating too much can cause heat. The mung bean soup is simmering on the stove. You can take some to school later." Shung smiled as she watched Tangenlin happily eating, thinking to herself that he might become a potential customer for Shung Garden. From his clothes and manners, it was clear he came from a well-off family. More good customers like him would be welcome.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"I won't forget this," Tangenlin said gratefully, giving Su Jinnian a look full of complaint. No wonder Su Jinnian didn't want him to visit. He was just trying to enjoy the food alone. After years of being brothers, he realized he had been mistaken in trusting the wrong person. Su Jinnian was slightly creeped out by Tangenlin's resentful look and quickly picked up some vegetables with the shared chopsticks, saying, "Focus on eating." Tangenlin's broken heart instantly healed. He happily chewed on some greens, squinting his eyes as he ate. He decided he would often visit Lao Su's house to enjoy meals and rebuild their brotherly friendship. Because of Tangenlin's careless attitude, Su Jinnian didn't stay long at home after dinner. He took a jar of mung bean soup and a basket full of grapes back to the school with Tangenlin. Tangenlin didn't want to leave. He kept turning around and said to Shung, "Sister-in-law, I will visit often in the future. Please don't mind me." Before Shung could reply, Su Jinnian grabbed him and hurriedly walked away without looking back. Only Tangenlin's loud protests remained in the air. Shung found it both funny and a bit sad. Having such a younger brother like him, Su Jinnian probably felt a little helpless sometimes. When Tangenlin arrived at the school, he calmed down and didn't mention how good Shung's cooking was. Instead, he carefully protected the jar of mung bean soup, not allowing anyone to covet it. His protective behavior naturally caught the attention of the other two senior brothers. So, they teamed up to distract him. By the time Tangenlin realized he had been tricked and hurried back to the school, he found only an empty pot and two brothers munching happily. He was so angry he almost cried. 2 days later, on a day off, the door of the Su family's courtyard was knocked. Su Jinnian went to open it. When he returned, his face was dark and serious, with 3 bright, smiling faces behind him. That day, Shung gained 2 more potential loyal customers. Tangenlin and the others didn't leave until after dinner. That night, the couple went to bed, and Shung discussed with Su Jinnian, "Before Xingyuan opens for business, we will move there first. Then we can invite friends and family to celebrate. The younger sister's family will definitely come, and the 3 of Jinlin should come too. Should we invite teacher Jiang as well?" Su Jinnian nodded. "I'll mention it to teacher. He might not come, though. Teacher Jiang has carefully taught the four of them but has never visited any student's home. When he and Enan got married earlier, Teacher Jiang only sent a congratulatory gift and didn't attend in person. Maybe this time, there will be a surprise. Thinking about the 3 uninvited guests today, Shung felt exhausted from a whole day of effort. Jinnian's face looked a bit unhappy as he massaged Shung's shoulders and neck while giving advice. They like the food you cook. In the future, they might come often just to eat at our place. Remember to add a few more spoonfuls of salt next time. Shung chuckled and said, "They're your classmates. Most likely, you will take the same exams and maybe even work in the same government office. We shouldn't be so stingy. Even the best friendship needs care to last." Compared to Tanjinlin and the others, Jinnian came from a less privileged background. If he is lucky enough to enter officialdom in the future, having genuine friends will open more doors for him. Seeing the emotion on the man's face, Shung seriously said, "They are not the kind of people who lack boundaries. Xingyuan is opening soon, and they need to support us." Jinnian's eyelashes fluttered lightly, understanding her meaning. He cares so much that he was momentarily distracted and didn't think of this. He pushed the 3 men out of his mind and focused on another matter. "How is the person search going?" Shung shook her head. "At first, I planned to find a few helpers in the kitchen, but then I thought it's unnecessary. It's better to find some apprentices to help out. Right now, I haven't found suitable ones, but the tea shop will keep an eye out. Xingyuan is a high-end place, with only her as the head chef. The daily number of customers is limited, so the back kitchen doesn't need many staff. For service staff like waiters, she plans to hire some neat-looking young men and women. Being quick and efficient is important, and good looks represent Xingyuan's image. Finding apprentices isn't urgent. Take your time. Make sure to find ones you like." Jinnian increased his grip, and when he heard his wife let out a comfortable sigh, his eyes filled with tenderness almost overflowing. "Enan, we are still young. Money can be earned slowly. Don't tire yourself out." Shung closed her eyes, reached out to hug his waist, and buried her face in his chest. "Only when we have no money do we get tired." As soon as she thought about Xingyuan opening soon and the many small earnings coming in every day, she felt full of energy. How could she be tired? Jinnian held his wife tightly, feeling a surge of urgency in his heart. "Enan, give me some time. Once I pass the imperial exams and enter officialdom, I promise I won't let you worry about the family's livelihood." Shung smiled and kindly reminded him, "Even if you were the top student in high school, you still have to start as a minor official. Your yearly salary might not even be as much as what I earn selling wontons."
Jinnian.
Realizing her words might have hurt his pride, Shung gently kissed his cheek and said, "Don't forget your original purpose. We must never become the kind of officials people despise." Jinnian chuckled and lowered his head to lightly kiss her lips. "Do you know what my true purpose is, Enan?" Shung blurted out, "Isn't it to set your heart for heaven and earth, to bring peace to the people, to continue the wisdom of the past, and to create harmony for future generations?" Jinnian looked at her strangely. "Did you come up with that yourself?" Shung. She realized she had slipped up. As someone who barely read much, there was no way she could have said something so profound. "Ahem, when I was running my stall, a scholar passing by said that. I was so inspired that I remembered it," she quickly explained, trying to keep up her image and shift the credit to a non-existent scholar. Jinnian thought for a while, and then said with admiration, "That scholar must have had a noble heart." "I can't compare." Seeing she had guessed wrong, Shung asked curiously, "Then what was your reason for studying and taking the imperial exams?" Jinnian smiled and gently touched her face with his fingertips. "I'm just an ordinary man. All I seek is success and a good life." Shung let out a big sigh of relief and patted her chest. "That's a good goal. At least when you succeed, we won't have to live a hard life. Look at me. I've put my heart and money into Shung Garden, all for a comfortable life too." Jinnian smiled warmly and couldn't help but kiss her again. "You and I are truly made for each other." Shung huffed playfully. You have to keep treating me well. Don't go around doing anything behind my back, or we won't be such a perfect pair. Jinnian misunderstood her meaning and said, seriously, I'll always treat you well and never do anything to make you worry. A gentleman knows what should and shouldn't be done. Even while seeking success, he would never go against his conscience. Shung didn't explain further. She patted his firm chest and said, as long as you remember that. Jinnian held her hand, his deep eyes fixed on her. At first I sought success and wealth, but after meeting you, I only wish to bring you honor and comfort, so you'll never have to suffer. Shung's heart trembled slightly as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck. That sounds so nice. I will wait for you, she said. Jinnian's eyes showed happiness as he held her close. Thank you, Enin, for willing to wait for me, he said. Meanwhile, at the Liujia family in Huaishu village, chaos was breaking out late at night. They argued loudly, making a big fuss. Big Zhuangkong, who had been badly hurt and unconscious for 3 days, finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he expected to see Peng Chunlan's gentle face, but instead, he was hit hard and painfully on the face. He was stunned and looked at Peng Chunlan, who looked tired and very angry. Why did you hit me? He asked, confused. What do you mean, why? I wish I could beat you to death. She snapped, slapping him again and pointing her finger at his nose. You didn't go to ask Shung's family for the land, and you went to the city to ask that unlucky star for money. You didn't get anything and you almost lost your life. I had to spend half the family's savings to get a doctor. Why don't you just die in the city? If she weren't old and had 3 expensive children to support, no man would truly care for her. She really wanted this useless man to disappear. Kong was always too scared to stand up to Peng Chunlan. Hearing her scold him, his confidence sank, and he looked miserable as he tried to explain. Chunlan, it's not that I'm useless. That unfilial daughter of mine is too wild. She incited the neighbors to beat me. If not for that, I could have gotten the money. Please believe me, Lu Huaji spat and said, it's obvious you're useless. You can't even control your own daughter. How dare you come back? Thinking about how he tried to find out Shung's exact location and was taken advantage of by those 3 people, Lu Huaji was furious and wished Kong would be beaten to death. At least, this family wouldn't lose face, and he wouldn't have to spend all their savings to get a doctor. Kong, being scolded by Lu Huaji, felt very angry inside but dared not show it in front of Peng Chunlan. Instead, he kept begging, Chunlan, once my injuries heal, I will work hard to earn back the money I spent. Please believe in me again. This stubborn woman was growing more impatient with him. He absolutely couldn't let her push him out of the house, or he would have nothing left. Peng Chunlan took a deep breath and looked at Kong Dazhuang with no warmth in her eyes. Report to the authorities. Tomorrow, Zhuzi and I will take you to the government office to report that troublemaker who threatened us and hit my father. People hate unfilial and unjust people the most. That troublemaker's husband is a scholar. As long as her husband still wants to study, she dares not cause trouble with the officials. Focusing on this point, even if she can't send that troublemaker to jail, she will ruin her reputation and make her family pay a large sum of money. Kong Dazhuang shrank back, afraid to meet Peng Chunlan's eyes. That's probably not possible. Peng Chunlan's anger flared up. She glared at him fiercely. Why not? Are you reluctant to see that troublemaker suffer? Kong Dazhuang's face darkened. He said fiercely, Bah. I wish I could cut that unfilial girl into pieces. He took a deep breath to suppress the raging fire in his chest. That unfilial girl only complains and never directly encourages those people to beat me. Even if we report it to the officials, it won't help. Pay the people who beat him?
Ha!
The law doesn't punish the crowd. For someone like his family, with no connections, they can't offer anything to bribe the officials. Who would bother to help him seek justice? It had happened before, no trouble with the beating, but the victim was the one who got punished. Thinking of this, Kong Dazhuang grew angrier, his face turning even more grim and terrifying. Peng Chunlan found it painful to watch and looked away in disgust. So, you're just going to let them go? Lu Huaji was unhappy and shouted sharply. No. We can't let that troublemaker go. Peng Chunlon coldly looked at her. Do you have a plan? Lu Huaji hesitated and couldn't answer. If she had a plan, she would have already pressed that troublemaker into the mud on the first day of her rebirth. Peng Chunlon waved impatiently. If you don't have a plan, shut up. Lu Huaji was unwilling but helpless. She could only sulk in the corner, feeling resentful. Kong Dazhuang and Peng Chunlon discussed and argued but couldn't come up with a good solution. The atmosphere in the room cooled to freezing. Suddenly, Kong Dazhuang asked Lu Huaji, "Did you say that unfilial girl is selling wontons in the city?" Lu Huaji replied irritably, "What's so special about selling wontons? In a past life, the unlucky star also sold dumplings. Every time Su Jinnian went for exams, the money for travel and lodging probably came from her selling dumplings. No wonder she was betrayed in her previous life. Someone as mean as her deserves her bad luck." Peng Chunlon immediately guessed Kong Dazhuang's plan. A cruel look flashed in her eyes as she told Lu Huaji, "Go find out where she's selling her things." Lu Huaji replied without hesitation, "At the market in the southern city. Just ask around there." Peng Chunlon thought it was based on what she had heard before and didn't think much of it. She sent Lu Huaji away and started whispering with Kong Dazhuang. They never expected that Shung had already stopped selling dumplings. After Kong Dazhuang recovered from his injury, he went to the southern city early in the morning and waited there. He stayed for half a month but couldn't find Jinnian. He was frustrated. Quietly, he sneaked to Su's house and found it empty. No one knew where Shung's family had moved. The autumn wind was chilly, and the air grew colder. Time slowly passed to August, with only 5 days left before the city exam. Su Jinnian was about to go to Jinling in the capital city for the exam. Qingzhou City was not far from Jinling. It only took half a day by boat to go downstream. Watching the man pack his bag, Shang couldn't help but ask, "Why don't I go with you?" She had already seen the prosperity of Qingzhou City and was very eager to see Jinling's culture and scenery. "This time, no," Su Jinnian said as his bundle. He came over and took Shung's hand, sitting down together. "Jinling can be visited anytime. When you and I have free time, I'll take you there for fun." Shung just mentioned it casually. When he promised, she didn't insist anymore. "Good, remember what you said. I'll keep it in mind." Su Jinnian smiled young and bright. "When have I ever lied to you?" Shung thought carefully and realized he hadn't. A happy smile appeared on her face. She stood up, opened a cabinet, took out a small box, and handed it to Su Jinnian. "There are 10 taels of broken silver and 4 10-tael silver notes. Take them all." Luckily, she earned a big sum at the Ding family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough 50 taels of silver just from selling dumplings. Su Jinnian didn't take it. "This time in Jinling, I won't stay long. 20 taels of silver are enough." Shung didn't argue. She shoved the money into his arms. "A poor family makes a good journey. Eat well and rest well over there. It will help you stay focused during the exam." Although she had never taken part in ancient imperial exams, she had learned about them from historical texts in her past life. The exams test not only intelligence but also physical strength. Su Jinnian's eyes sparkled like cold stars as he gently reached out and embraced Shungen. "You are always so thoughtful, considering everything for me." Shungen smelled the faint ink scent on the man and looked up at his perfect face, sighing softly. "With your face, I can't help but be thorough." She wasn't like this in her previous life. Her colleagues behind her used to gossip that women like her would eventually leave their husbands, thinking she couldn't be a good wife because of her personality. At that time, she agreed with them. But she never expected that after crossing over, her face would get swollen. Beauty can be a trap. "So, you like my face the most?" Su Jinnian's eyes were full of smiles, like tiny stars flickering in the night. "Because you like it, I will protect it well, so that your eyes won't see anyone else." Shungen shot him a sharp look, her eyes shining with challenge. "So confident? No one stays beautiful forever, and even if you're a man, you'll grow old someday." Su Jinnian was unshaken, his smile deepening. "Lovers see beauty in each other. Even if I grow old, I believe I will still be the most handsome in your memory. Shung An's eyes widened in surprise, almost popping out. Su Jinnian, what is your face made of? You're so thick-skinned. She wondered why she hadn't noticed how narcissistic and shameless he was before. Could it be that her perception of him was so biased that she was blind?
This was terrifying.
No matter what it's made of, and we'll like it, right? Su Jinnian's smiling eyes reflected Shung An's image. He gently lifted her chin and kissed her softly. Just as long as you like me, no matter what I look like. Shung An was overwhelmed by the kiss and completely lost herself in his charming words. What a charming devil. Definitely a male enchantment. She was dazed and couldn't help but think to herself, criticizing inwardly. Not only was this guy's words getting sweeter, but his kissing skills were improving rapidly, like a rocket taking off. There was no trace of the awkwardness or hesitation from their wedding night. No, I can't think about it. If I keep thinking, I might not be able to hold back. The next day was clear and cloudless, a perfect day for travel. After breakfast, the family took a bullock cart to the river crossing. Tanjin was already waiting, surrounded by several strong guards. There was a large pile of luggage beside him, looking like a moving scene. When the slow-moving bullock cart approached, Tanjin eyes lit up, and he greeted cheerfully, Grandpa Shung, Grandma Shung, Uncle Su, sister-in-law, Old Su. The elders liked the young ones who were sweet-talking and considerate, and they responded with smiles. Sorry to keep you waiting, we arrived late. Tanjin quickly replied, not late at all. I arrived early. While they were joking, two more large carts appeared, driven by two of Su Jinnian's and Tanjin senior brothers. One was named Fong Qingzhou, the other Yi and Hua. They also had several young guards with them. Compared to the lively Tanjin, Fong Qingzhou and Yi and Hua were more reserved. They respectfully bowed to the elders and spoke politely. Seeing three young men as outstanding as their own sons, Su Qinglin couldn't help but feel proud. Having you three brothers as my son's senior brothers is a blessing. The old man was happy and didn't notice that once he spoke, the three people in front of him all subtly twitched their mouths and looked at Su Jinnian with meaningful eyes. Having Su Jinnian as a younger, or older, brother was also there, blessing. Su Jinnian seemed unaware and whispered to Shung An, during the days I am away, everything at home has been taken care of smoothly. Shung An patted him and said, no need to be formal. I wish you a smooth journey and all your wishes come true. Seeing Su Jinnian softly and affectionately saying goodbye, even though they had seen it a few times before, Tanjin and the others still looked like they had seen a ghost. This live fox really knows how to pretend. No, wait, his gentle and elegant appearance is just for show. His true tenderness is reserved for his beloved wife. Look at how mushy he is, it's almost unbearable. The three of them would never admit they were jealous. After finishing their farewells, Shung An and the others stood on the dock, watching as the four of them boarded the boat one by one, and the boat gradually disappeared into the distance with the rushing river. On the boat, Su Jinnian watched the people at the dock shrink into four tiny its until they disappeared, then turned to walk into the cabin. Tanjin and the others were chatting casually. When they saw him return silently, Tanjin quickly approached and said, hurry up and open your bag. Your sister-in-law must have packed some good food for you. Since their last rest period, the three of them had shamelessly gone to Su's house for 2 meals. Their sister-in-law often asked old Su to bring delicious food to the school. Sometimes it was a side dish, sometimes fresh fish and shrimp, or fragrant tea eggs. All of it was so tasty that people couldn't help but lick their fingers. This time, old Su was going on a long trip, so his sister-in-law would definitely prepare some good food again. Su Jinnian looked at Tanjin expressionlessly. Just as he was about to tell him to find a cooler place to wait, his 2 bundles appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw the awkward yet expectant faces of the small boat and Yi and Hua.
Su Jinnian.
He took a deep breath, his face growing darker and more stern, as if he was about to stand up and scold someone. Finally, Su Jinnian opened the blue bundle, took out a small package, untied the string to reveal several tightly wrapped paper packages, and threw one to each of the 3 men. That's all I have. The three men, Tan Jinlin included, were overjoyed. They caught their paper packages accurately and eagerly opened them. In an instant, a mouth-watering aroma of marinated snacks filled the entire cabin, making even the guards at the door glance inside. "Wow, it's marinated peanuts," Tan Jinlin exclaimed happily, peeling one and tossing the peanut into his mouth, squinting as he chewed. His look of pure enjoyment was as if he had just tasted a feast of delicacies. Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua didn't delay either. They also ate with great relish. As they savored the salty aroma on their lips and teeth, Fang Qingzhou praised Shung An's cooking skills. "Even the simplest peanuts become unforgettable delicacies in your hands, sister-in-law." Yi Yanhua even put his arm around Su Jinnian's shoulder, acting like good brothers. "Ever since I met sister-in-law, I've known you're a lifelong good brother." Su Jinnian pushed him away with a cold face, silently packed away his small bundle, and put it back into the larger bundle, refusing to give them another chance to ask for the remaining marinated peanuts. Tan Jinlin pouted. "Old Su is getting more and more stingy. Sister-in-law is the best." When he returned to Qingzhou, he promised himself he would thank his sister-in-law properly. "Sure, here's the improved and simplified version. Hey, I might as well join for a meal, hee." Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua had the same idea, but they didn't dare to say it in front of Su Jinnian. They really didn't want to see his cold face all the way. Meanwhile, Shung An returned home and started tidying up the house. When she reached the study, she accidentally noticed 2 pens missing from the pen holder, and one of the inkstones was also gone. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of longing. Shung An took a deep breath and slapped her face lightly. "No, it's not that bad. Really not that bad." They had only known each other for 3 months, but during this time, she had been sleeping beside him. Now that he's gone, she just felt uncomfortable. She wouldn't stay up at night worrying about a man. Halfway through tidying the study, Su Tsuelian came over. But Su Tsuelian seemed upset. She quickly said a few words to Shung An and then pulled Su Qinglin into a room. After a while, Su Tsuelian came out, her face looking normal again. She smiled and said to Shung An, "Since Jinnian isn't home these days, if anything urgent happens at home, just call someone from your aunt's house." Shung An nodded and said, "I'll remember." Su Tsuelian was pleased and couldn't help but complain. If only Dakwa was half as careful as Jinnian. "If he had a wife like you, I'd lose a lot less hair." Shung An comforted her. "Dakwa is hardworking and filial. Finding someone like you and your husband to watch over him is no easy task. With your help, he'll surely find a good wife." Hearing her son praised, Su Tsuelian's eyes lit up with a smile, but she still complained, "Don't mention that clueless kid." Recently, many matchmakers introduced girls, but he's driven every one of them away. Sometimes, she really wanted to shut her son's mouth so he wouldn't talk nonsense in front of girls. Shung An wiped the imaginary sweat from her forehead and kept praising him in her own way. "Good things take time. With Dakwar's ability and having such a good mother-in-law like you, a nice wife will come sooner or later." Under her continuous praise, Su Tsuelian's smile grew bigger, and she happily left. Shung An felt relieved. Just as she was about to continue tidying the study, Su Qinglin called her. Dad wants to talk to you about something." Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung were chatting in the yard, while Shung An and Su Qinglin stayed inside the main room. Su Qinglin frowned and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he sighed and slowly spoke. "I think Jinnian has told you that he is my adopted son." Shung An's eyebrows moved slightly as she guessed that what her father-in-law was about to say might be related to the Su family from the countryside. She instinctively sat up straight and said, "Yes, Jinnian did mention it." Su Qinglin nodded and continued, "His biological parents are in the countryside. Over the years, the 2 families have almost cut off contact. When you married Jinnian, they didn't come. Of course, he and Jinnian didn't invite them either, because there was no need. Dad, Jinnian isn't home now. If you have something to say, just tell me." "I'm listening." Shung An immediately made her stance clear, not wanting her father-in-law to feel uncomfortable. Hearing her words, Su Qinglin's expression relaxed a little, and he finally got to the main point. My younger sister-in-law told me that the countryside's Su family has decided to repair the ancestral grave, mainly for Jinnian's grandparents. The auspicious day has already been set, and the tombstone will have the names of 3 generations of descendants, including yours. He could be harsh enough to cut ties with his siblings, but his parents, even after passing away, were still his parents. Even if they didn't care about him as their son, or didn't want him to return to the village to repair the ancestral grave, for Jinnian's reputation, he couldn't refuse to go back. He would go, and Jinnian and Enin would have to go too. Since Jinnian wasn't home now, and Enin was his wife, she definitely needed to go. Shung understood her father-in-law's concerns and agreed without hesitation. Dad, what day is it set for? I'll go back with you. It was just a formality. As long as it wasn't entangled with the Su family from the countryside, she didn't mind her name appearing on someone else's tombstone. Good. The date is set for the 21st of this month. We'll go early in the morning. Seeing that her daughter-in-law had no objections, Su Chunlin felt relieved. He then explained the taboos and what Shungin needed to do during the ancestral grave repair. Shungin didn't need to do much. Once the Su family's elders' graves were repaired, she would burn some paper money and bow with the other relatives, completing the ritual. And also, Su Chunlin, speaking with some exhaustion, took a big sip of water before continuing. Everyone in the Su family, whether elders or younger, who greet you proactively, you can respond if you want. If you don't want to respond, just ignore them. Just make sure you don't get bullied. Shungin smiled and said, Dad, I eat everything, but I never suffer losses. Su Chunlin laughed loudly and said, Not suffering losses is good. Our family isn't afraid of anything. Shungin didn't worry about the Su family's ancestral grave repair. She continued with her tasks as usual. However, Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung were a bit worried. The night before going to the countryside to repair the ancestral grave, they quietly called their granddaughter into the room and warned her, Your father-in-law is a reasonable man. When you get to the Su family's land in the countryside, just stay close to him. Even if someone looks at you unfavorably, they will think twice. The elderly couple didn't know much about the past conflicts between the in-laws and the rural Su family. Since they had stayed at the Su house for a long time and no one from the countryside had come to visit, they guessed there was deep resentment on both sides. Grandpa, Grandma, I understand. You don't need to worry. Shungin reassured them, not paying much attention to the trip to the countryside the next day. Seeing their granddaughter so confident, the elderly Shung family members felt a little relieved. They urged her to go back to her room and sleep early, as she couldn't afford to be late the next morning. Shungin returned to her room, lying on the empty bed. As she smelled the faint scent on the pillow next to her, she couldn't help but think of its owner. At this time, I wonder what he's doing. He should be asleep by now, she thought. Like a turtle, Shungin lay on the bed, limbs spread out in a clumsy pose, her feet swinging back and forth in the air.
The 3-day exam just finished.
I wonder if he passed. It would be great if he did. It would mean his early mornings and late nights studying weren't in vain. Anyone who works hard hopes for a reward. If she spent so much effort cooking, and by the end of the year not only did she not make money but she also lost a lot, she would be so upset she might go crazy. Lost in these thoughts, Shungin drifted into a hazy sleep. Meanwhile, after enduring 3 days and nights in the exam hall, Su Jinnian, who had just returned to the inn and fallen asleep, opened his eyes. Ignoring his growling stomach, he quickly packed his belongings. Soon, everything was ready. Su Jinnian estimated the time and knew that at this hour, there were no boats at the ferry crossing to take him back to Qingzhou. He could only walk to the table, sit down, and pour himself a glass of water. The water was cold, and in the chilly autumn night, it felt even colder. Without hesitation, Su Jinnian took a deep drink. A single drop of water traced the corner of his lips, flowing smoothly down his jawline, slipping into his slender neck, and finally disappearing into the slightly open collar without leaving a trace. A full pot of tea was finished unknowingly, and the sky in the east was gradually brightening. Su Jinnian had been sitting for most of the night, his eyes clear and free of fatigue. He stood up quietly, opened the door, and tiptoed to the next room. He knocked gently, and soon there was a rustling sound inside. After a moment, the door opened. Fang Qingzhou's servant rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking annoyed at being disturbed early in the morning. When he saw that the person disturbing his sleep was Su Jinnian, he shivered in fear and quickly hid his displeasure, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Su, please wait a moment. I will go call my master." At this time, Fang Qingzhou had already woken up. He put on a coat and yawned as he walked over, showing obvious annoyance. "You better have something important." Su Jinnian apologized and bowed slightly. "Brother Fang, I've decided to take a boat back to Qingzhou now. I wanted to tell you. When Brother Yu wakes up later, please help pass the message." Tan Jinlin's home was in Jinling City. After arriving in Jinling, he stayed at his house.
He was not at the inn now.
Fang Qingzhou paused, frowning deeply. "The results of the imperial exam will come out in half a month. Why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Before, the four of them had agreed to stay longer in Jinling to interact more with students from other counties, to correct their learning, and wait for the exam results. Now that the exam just ended, he's eager to leave. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Su Jinyan's face showed more regret. He bowed again to Fang Qingzhou. "I've been away for several days. I can't rest assured about my family. I am eager to return now. I hope Brother Fang understands." Fang Qingzhou's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. "I think you're worried about your younger sister, right?" Earlier, when they came to Jinling together for the provincial exam, this guy didn't seem worried about his family or eager to leave. Su Jinyan smiled faintly, as if he agreed. Fang Qingzhou felt a wave of irritation and waved his hands hurriedly. Come on. Hurry up and leave." It was really hard to watch. Su Jinyan nodded and turned back to his room to pack his luggage. Watching him quickly go downstairs, his figure soon disappeared at the end of the stairs. Fang Qingzhou couldn't help but shake his head. "I didn't expect this kid to get married and become more human. TSK, the Su family siblings are good at managing their husbands. This dead fox probably won't escape his sister-in-law's grasp." Fang Qingzhou happily thought. Once Jinhua wakes up, he can't wait to tell him about this. How incredible Jinhua is, but meanwhile, far away in Qingzhou, Shung and Su Qinglin have already gotten into a cart and are heading to Su's village, Shujiaba. Shujiaba village, as the name suggests, is a village where everyone has the surname Su. It's a descendant village passed down from ancestors, with every household related by kinship. Such villages are usually very united. When fighting for land and water sources with other villages, they often have the upper hand. However, these villages are also very exclusive. They not only reject outsiders, but also family members whose ideas and values differ from theirs. Years ago, when Su Qinglin had a falling out with his siblings, he was scolded by the village elders, who thought he was cold-hearted and ungrateful for the brotherly love built over many years. Over the years, Su Qinglin only visits the village during Qingming festival to pay respects at the graves of the two old Su family members. Otherwise, he completely ignores the villagers. This has worsened his reputation in the village. Fortunately, Su Qinglin doesn't care about their opinions. Their views can't hurt him. In fact, he and Su Jinyan are living better than anyone else in the village. The Zhang family has many members, and the four Zhang brothers are quite big. Su Chui Lian finds it crowded and chooses to sit on Shung An's cart instead. She knows Shung An is visiting the village for the first time and worries that Shung An might feel nervous, so she carefully advises, "We're women. When we get to the village, just follow behind me. If you don't want to talk, just stay quiet." Her older brothers and third brother didn't get any advantage from their second brother, and they might be secretly resentful. Maybe their wives will take this chance to use their status as elders to pressure An. Not to mention An's personality. Whether those people will get what they want depends on luck. At critical moments, the second brother will definitely protect his daughter-in-law. If Jinnian finds out that An has been wronged, she probably won't have a peaceful time for a long while. Shung An felt very touched and smiled, saying, "Little sister-in-law, I will do as you say," Su Qinglin advised his sister. An is gentle and easy to be bullied. If anything happens, you need to step in and protect her. Su Tsuelian pounded her chest and said, An is my niece-in-law. Of course, I will protect her. Shung was silent. Is she gentle by nature? How could she not know? It seems her father-in-law also has a very high opinion of her. Su's village is some distance from Qingzhou City. The ox cart took a full hour to reach the village entrance. Shung casually looked around. Through the uneven fields, simple houses, and the absence of any plowing oxen, she judged that the village's conditions were quite average, far worse than Huai Tree Village. A fleeting thought passed, and Shung got off the ox cart, walking alongside Su Tsualian into the village. There were many villagers. Along the way, many greeted Su Tsualian's family, but they all tacitly ignored Su Qinglin. The gazes directed at Shung were also complicated. As Shung and her group passed by, the villagers gathered and whispered, "Qinglin's daughter-in-law looks good, quite similar to that Jinnian girl. Yes, she's graceful and poised, not like someone from a farming family. Jinnian's married cousins, their wives, are not as good as this one." Those families must be feeling uncomfortable again. Don't say too much. If those women hear, they might come to scold us. Who's afraid of whom? When those brothers caused so much trouble back then, it was all because Qinglin held the money. That's not fair. Brotherly love is more important than money. If Qinglin had helped his brothers, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Easy for you to say. Would you be willing to empty your family's savings to help your brothers? No one cuts their own flesh. Shung and the others, already far away, naturally didn't know that these villagers were arguing about whether a wealthy younger brother or older brother should help their poorer siblings. Before starting to build the ancestral tomb, they first visit the ancestral hall to pay respects and explain the reason for the construction, so as not to disturb the ancestors buried there and to pray for their protection. The group went straight to the Su family ancestral hall. From afar, they saw dozens of Su family members standing at the entrance. There were men and women, old and young, totaling about 20 or 30 people. It was a lively family gathering. The Su family members also saw Shung and her group. They all stopped talking and laughing at the same time, their faces stiffening slightly, showing a hint of coldness. Su Qinglin was completely unaffected. As he walked, he talked to Shung about some childhood stories from the village. Su Tsualian felt a bit nervous. She stepped forward and tugged at Su Qinglin's sleeve. "Second brother, today we're fixing our parents' grave. Let's not argue if we can," Su Qinglin generously replied. "You know my temper. As long as they don't cause trouble, I won't argue." Su Tsualian let go of her brother, looking worried. Their older brother and others had finally caught up with second brother, and they couldn't be polite in their words. "Forget it if they argue, so be it. Just don't fight in front of our parents' grave. That's all I ask." At the entrance of the ancestral hall, the eldest brother immediately took on the role of the older sibling, quietly warning the third brother, Su Laosan, "Don't forget what day it is. Later, don't say anything inappropriate to your wife." He didn't like second brother either, but he especially didn't want to be laughed at by the villagers today. Otherwise, people would say he's a useless brother who can't even manage his younger brothers, and he would have no face to meet their late parents. Su Laosan had no respect for the eldest brother, but didn't dare show it now. "Big brother, I understand. Today is an important day to repair our parents' grave." Next to them, Su Laosi smiled kindly and said lightly, "Don't worry, third brother. You're not a child anymore. You know what's important." The eldest brother's expression softened a bit. "That's good to hear." Su Laosi looked at the group approaching from the other side and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that Jinnian didn't come. I wonder if he can pass the imperial exam this time." Su Laosan's face darkened, and he couldn't hold back his anger, shouting, "This unfilial person is worse than even a finger from Ning. If he manages to pass the exam, it's a sign that heaven is blind." Whenever bad news about this worthless person spread, he would be mocked and ridiculed by the villagers. Over the years, he had become the biggest joke in the village, too ashamed to lift his head outside. He was destined to be a loner, yet some blind people praised him as talented and predicted he would become a high-ranking official. Does this worthless person deserve that? Third brother, Jinnian, is your own son. If he passes the exam, it will be a great joy for our Su family's ancestors. It will also bring you honor. Old Master Su earnestly advised, hoping that third brother could improve his relationship with his own son. Humph, that brat is second brother's son. He has nothing to do with me. Third brother clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. If I had known his existence would cause second brother and us to fall out, I would have thrown him away back then. At that time, second brother's wealth was greater than the entire village combined. He was over 30, without a wife or children, and all his money belonged to the Su family. Their 3 branches shared a good part of it. But second brother cut off all brotherly ties over that brat. Just thinking about the duck flying away before he could catch it made third brother feel anxious and regretful. This endless remorse had haunted him for 18 years. Enough, fourth brother. Don't say these things to upset third brother. Instead of relying on a nephew who isn't related to us, you should focus on your own son. Seeing that Su Qinglin and his group were about to arrive, Old Master Su quickly stopped fourth brother from speaking further and turned to the young man inside the ancestral hall, who was wiping the ancestral tablets. Huaning is so good. He looks handsome, is smart, and the teachers praise him. If he hadn't started learning late, he would have taken the imperial exams this year. Hearing his own son being praised, fourth brother's smile became more genuine. Big brother, you're too kind. Huaning still has a lot to work on. Luckily, he's young. The teacher said he might take the exams next year and have a good chance to become a scholar. The county and prefectural exams are held every year. Passing them makes one a tongsheng, a kind of scholar. The imperial exams are held every 2 years. Passing them makes one a xiuzai, a successful candidate. Huaning, mentioned by Old Master Su, is fourth brother's youngest son, Su Huaning, 3 months older than Su Jin. He is currently studying at the only school in town. While the brothers were talking, Shung and his group had already reached the hall's entrance. Third brother couldn't hold back his emotions and sneered at Su Qinglin. Su Qinglin ignored him and subtly warned Shungen. In the countryside, people are used to free-range poultry and livestock. Be careful when you walk, don't step in their droppings. Shungen lowered his head slightly, looking obedient. Those animals aren't taught better, so it's understandable. My daughter-in-law will be careful, listening to the husband and wife pair criticize and insult each other. Old man Su's face turned pale with anger, and his finger trembled as he said, You too. Su Chuelian was startled and quickly stepped forward to hold down old man Su's hand. Third brother, this is the ancestral hall. Don't disturb the peace of our ancestors. Old man Su also felt that Su Qinglin's words were harsh, but knowing how strong his fist was, he dared not criticize him. Instead, he chose to be gentle and scold Shungen. Young daughter-in-law Jinnian, how can you talk like that as a junior? Quickly apologize to your third uncle. Shungen blinked innocently, confused, and asked, What did I say? Why should I apologize? Suddenly, she looked as if she understood and pointed at a pig nearby, happily defecating, saying, So, animals in the Su family are noble, and they can do their business anywhere without being scolded. Old man Su was choked and stared angrily, but Shungen, pretending to be innocent, had no way to respond. Ha. Su Qinglin laughed loudly, looking at Shung and with a kind expression. Animals are animals. How can they be made to apologize? If they are spoiled by their owner, they won't escape punishment at the end of the year. Shungen nodded in agreement. Father is right. Old man Su trembled with anger, but was held back by Chuelian, unable to lash out. He could only glare fiercely at Shung and Su Qinglin, as if he wanted to fight them. Shungen shrugged. The physical strength difference between men and women is so big. If this person really wanted to break free from his little sister-in-law, could he not do it? He is really weak, cowardly, and loves to play. Other members of the Su family were cleaning the ancestral hall. Hearing the commotion at the door, they came out to see what was happening. Seeing Shung and a stranger, they instantly guessed who she was. In their eyes, there was hidden dislike and malice. At this moment, a middle-aged woman approached Shung and with a seemingly friendly smile on her face. You must be a nun, right? You look so pretty. No wonder your father-in-law kept you hidden for so long before bringing you back to Su family village. At first, her words sounded like teasing, but upon closer thought, they were suspicious. What does it mean, your father-in-law kept you hidden for so long before bringing you back to Su family village? If others overheard, they might think the father-in-law and daughter-in-law had an inappropriate relationship. This woman's intentions are malicious. She clearly wants to spread rumors. Shung En's eyes turned cold as she looked the woman up and down. She responded with a forced smile and said, "I've been married to Jinnian for a few months, and I haven't seen you visit once. Is it because your husband doesn't allow you to visit relatives? Under what circumstances would a middle-aged woman about to become a grandmother not be allowed to visit relatives by her husband? Of course, it's because she was cheated on and fears she can't control her husband's actions outside." The woman's slack face suddenly stiffened, and she could no longer keep her smile. Su Tsuelian also realized this and angrily pushed her away. "Third sister-in-law, what are you saying in front of the ancestral hall? Are you trying to offend our ancestors?" Su's third sister-in-law felt very wronged, but dared not continue to act out in front of the ancestral hall. She glared at Shung En with resentment, as if she wanted to stare her down completely. Shung En smiled coldly and stared back without backing down. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of them. With a gentle, apologetic voice, he said, "Sister-in-law, third aunt doesn't know what she's saying. If she upset you, please forgive her." Shung En instinctively looked toward the speaker. When she saw that the face was very similar to Jinnian's, she was momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her composure, her expression turning even colder. "If you can't speak nicely, then shut up. No one treats you as a mute." Su, whining, froze for a moment, unsure of what to say. Seeing Shung En so arrogant and ignoring even the elder, third Aunt Su and others glared at her angrily. "How dare you be so rude?" Su Chunglin stepped forward, blocking Shung En. He rolled up his sleeves, showing bulging veins and a fist capable of knocking someone out with one punch. "It seems my temper is too good, or I wouldn't let you all bully Jinnian's wife right in front of me." The others from the Su family stiffened, feeling a strange pain somewhere in their bodies. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, despite Su Tsuelian's family trying to persuade them, no one fought. However, everyone looked unhappy. They all clearly understood that Shung En was just as tough as the Su men, hard to deal with and not easy to take advantage of. After the argument, the atmosphere in front of the ancestral hall fell into an awkward silence. Soon, Su Daega's family arrived. Seeing the tense atmosphere, they asked loudly and awkwardly about what was happening. Knowing the full story, Sister Su glared angrily at Shung En. "With that flirtatious look, you're clearly not a well-behaved person. As soon as you got here, you started stirring trouble. That's not how a daughter-in-law of the Su family should behave." Shung En, being called flirtatious for the first time, she felt as if she had been scolded harshly. No wonder her father-in-law never mentioned the sister. It turns out she's just like Su Laoda and the others. Compared to them, her father-in-law and younger sister-in-law are very different, typical examples of good people coming from bad backgrounds. Thinking this, Shung En shot a look back at Sister Su, showing no respect. "Whether I am flirtatious or not, anyone with eyes can see. Unlike someone who wants to be flirtatious but can't act it and ends up dragging innocent people into trouble. You. How dare you call me blind?" Su Guilian was so angry she couldn't hold back. She pointed at Shung En and lunged forward. "Our Su family won't accept a daughter-in-law like you. Get out of the ancestral hall and don't tarnish our ancestors' place." Shung En pushed her hand away firmly. "You're just a woman who married out, like water spilled on the ground. Who are you to shout here? You're the one who should leave. Come on, let's have a magical showdown." Su Guilian lost her temper completely. She stomped her foot and tried to attack again. "I'll beat you, you little brat," but her plan was thwarted. Su Qinglin and Su Chuelian held her arms and pushed her back. Just then, the head of the Su clan and several elders arrived to oversee the ancestral worship and grave repair ceremony. Seeing the noisy scene in the ancestral hall, the clan head's face darkened. He glared at Su Guilian. What are you shouting about? If you dare to make trouble again, get out of here. Su Guilian, like a chicken caught by the neck, instantly quieted down, afraid to act out in front of the clan head and elders. But inside, she hated Shung and with all her heart. The clan had looked coldly at Su Guilian. When he saw Su Qinglin approaching, his expression softened, and he asked with concern about Su Jinnian. Learning that Su Jinnian had gone to Jinling to take the imperial exam and couldn't return to help with the grave, the elders were pleased. One stroked his beard happily. The imperial exam is a big deal. If Jinnian ranks highly, your parents in heaven will be proud of him. Su Qinglin's mouth twitched. He didn't know if his parents would be happy about Jinnian passing the provincial exam, but he was sure they would be disappointed that their precious grandson, Su Huining, didn't. Su Huining was the real treasure they cherished and protected, afraid he might get hurt. Thinking about the unfair treatment his son had suffered in the past, Su Qinglin's mood suddenly turned very bad. He couldn't help but clench his fists and look at the most unruly Su Laosan nearby. Su Laosan felt a chill down his spine, sensing a strong killing intent. He instinctively looked around and met Su Qinglin's cold gaze. Immediately, he shivered in fear and instinctively hid behind Su Huining, the closest person. Su Huining was confused but followed Su Laosan's gaze and quickly understood why Su Laosan was afraid. He patted Su Laosan's shoulder to comfort him, then looked at Su Qinglin with a pleading expression. Humph, coward. Fool, Su Qinglin snorted coldly, feeling even more sorry for his son. Years ago, Su Laosan and his wife had only daughters by the time they reached their 30s. They had no son to carry on the family name. Finally, they managed to conceive Su Jinnian, eagerly hoping he would be a boy. But they believed a wandering Taoist prophecy, which said Su Jinnian was a destined unlucky star who would bring misfortune to the family. They heartlessly abandoned the newborn Su Jinnian, and since they couldn't have another son, they gave all their love and care to the young Su Huining, even considering adopting him. However, Su Laosan's wife and husband didn't agree to the adoption, so the plan was dropped. Despite that, Su Laosan and his wife still loved Su Huining dearly. They would rather starve their own daughters than deny Su Huining good food and care. Su Huining also respected Su Laosan and his wife. He was willing to share all the emotional value his biological parents had with them. For 18 years, they worked hard and diligently. Su Laosan and his wife believed Su Huining was the one who would bring them success in the future. After that, no more trouble arose from the other members of the Su family, and the ancestral worship ceremony went smoothly. Later, everyone took shovels, hoes, and other tools and went up the mountain to prepare the land for Su Laosan and his wife's tomb. They cleared weeds from the grave and began adding soil on top. Su Laosan's wife kept urging Su Huining, "Your grandparents loved you the most when they were alive. Add more soil for them. They will bless you." Unlike that unlucky star, who didn't come to pay respects to his grandparents. Not coming is fine. If his in-laws knew he was unfilial, they wouldn't bless him either. Let's see how he fares in passing the imperial exam. Su Laosan's wife felt happier the more she thought about it. The anger she had felt earlier, stirred up by Shung, seemed to fade away significantly. Su Huining is a gentle scholar, much weaker physically than a farm worker. After adding less than 2 loads of soil, he is exhausted, sweating profusely, and his limbs feel weak. Seeing that Aunt San is still urging from the side, he feels a bit annoyed inside. But Su Huining hides it well, catching his breath and smiling as he responds, "Aunt San, I will do my best." Aunt San is very pleased, her face full of kind love. "With your grandparents' blessing, our Su family's good luck will surely fall on you. No one can take it away." Shung watches this scene with interest. After a moment of thought, she understands Aunt San's intentions. Her gaze shifts to the couple Su Laosi, noticing that their expressions haven't changed at all, and they seem quite happy about it. A strange feeling rises in her heart. Out of the 6 siblings in the Su family, only her own father-in-law and younger sister-in-law are not selfish. She hasn't seen much genuine affection between Su Lao San and Su Lao Si. Can the couple truly be willing to share half of their inheritance with their own son? The real schemers in the Su family are probably Su Lao Si and his wife. Thinking this, Shung feels pleased, ready to watch a good show. The story has no ending yet. The process should be very exciting. After 2 hours, 2 neighboring graves are raised high and are very well restored. Then, the tombstones with dense names carved on them stand straight in front of the graves, built with the joint effort of the 4 brothers. Su Dagu complains to Su Si's wife, "These 2 tombstones cost a lot. 2 taels of silver. Our families are struggling financially, and the 2nd and 6th brothers didn't even want to contribute." "They're really unkind," Su Si's wife sighs. "There's no way around it. Our parents are everyone's parents. If we don't pay, the 2nd brother and 6th sister won't agree." Su Dagu angrily says, "The richer they are, the more stingy. No wonder they get along peacefully. They don't care about us or our lives." Coincidentally, this conversation is overheard by Su Tsuelian passing by. She can't help but curse out loud. "Su Guelian, speak with a conscience. When our parents were seriously ill, the money for medicine and treatment was mostly for me and 2nd brother. We even paid for their funeral. The gifts from relatives? Not a single penny came to us." Su Tsuelian gets angrier and more wronged as she speaks. "Over the years, I've given generous gifts for your children's weddings. Yet you, greedy and ungrateful, blame me. If you dislike me so much from now on, don't expect to get a single penny from me." In front of the clan elders and ancestors, Su Guelian was accused by her sister. She felt embarrassed and angrily retorted, "Today is a special day. How can you cause such a fuss over a little money at our parents' grave? You're disturbing their peace even underground. Are you still a member of the Su family?" Su Tsuelian sneered. "Whether I am a Su family member or not is none of your business. If you have the nerve to criticize me at our parents' grave, then ask yourself honestly, have I ever wronged you all these years?" Seeing her refuse to back down, Su Guelian grew more angry. "Su Tsuelian, shut up. Don't make me hit you." Su Tsuelian tilted her chin and leaned her face close to Su Guelian. "Go ahead, hit me. You used to hit me all the time when we were kids. I endured it then, but if you dare lay a finger on me now, don't blame me for taking revenge." As the sisters argued more fiercely, it looked like they might fight physically. Aunt Shung, worried about getting involved, quickly ran over to watch from a distance, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Since they weren't her own sisters, she thought, let them fight until someone gets hurt. Shung, standing a bit closer, worried that Su Tsuelian might get hurt. She hurriedly called out to Zhang's father and son, who were nearby chatting, and rushed toward the sisters. But she was a step too late. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the air, followed by Su Tsuelian shouting angrily, "Su Guelian, I won't stand for this." Shung saw a flash, and suddenly, 2 figures started fighting fiercely. Su Guelian, taller and stronger than Su Tsuelian, managed to pin her down and hit her. Seeing this, Shung quickly stepped in to help. "Stop. Don't hit your sister-in-law. Let her go." She was pretending to break up the fight, but in reality, she seized the moment and sharply pinched Su Guelian's thigh. "Ouch." Su Guelian cried out in pain and pushed Shung away forcefully. Taking advantage of the push, Shung exaggeratedly fell backward onto the ground. She looked as if she had been hurt badly, with tears in her eyes, and accused loudly, "You hit my sister-in-law, and now you're hitting me too. I won't let you get away with this." Suddenly, she sprang up and threw herself at Su Guelian, knocking her to the ground. She swung her fists and started hitting her chest, which was about to sag to her waist. "No one has ever hit me before. What are you, that you dare to lay a hand on me?" She is a stingy person who holds grudges, but she hasn't forgotten when this woman insulted her as flirtatious at the ancestral hall earlier. Her most sensitive spot was hit hard, and Su Guelian suddenly lost most of her strength. She screamed in pain and cursed foully, "You wicked little troublemaker. How dare you hit an elder? I will not let you go." Su Tsuelian grabbed a handful of dirt and forcefully shoved it into her mouth. "You're so proud of yourself, but you're just a worthless elder. Hearing the commotion, Su Qinglin, the Zhang family father and son, the Su family members and Su Guilian's relatives saw the scene. One by one, they became furious and, without hesitation, raised their fists to fight back, wanting to defend their loved ones. At the Su ancestors' graves, chaos broke out instantly. Stop fighting. All of you, shut up now. Seeing the fight at the graveyard with screams of pain, the clan leader was so angry he turned red in the face, stomping his feet and slapping his thighs. Several elders were also anxious, eager to step in and separate them, but their old arms and legs couldn't handle much movement. This can't go on. Let's go back and call some people, they said. Yes. Their 6 siblings have too much resentment. It might even lead to someone getting hurt, they added. Hurry up and go back to the village to call others. It's too late now, they urged. The elders were so frightened they trembled like leaves, afraid someone might die right in front of them. Before the clan leader could speak, they all staggered back to the village, shouting loudly as they ran. Help! Someone's hurt, someone's going to die. The clan leader didn't dare to go himself. He pounded his thigh and pointed at the 2 newly built graves, cursing. Look at this. Look at what you've raised, your good sons and daughters. Are you satisfied now? Old sayings say that family discord often comes from the elders' faults. The clan leader had long thought that the 2 elders of the Su family were careless in their dealings, which might cause their 6 children to become distant and untrusting. Now, seeing the 6 siblings fighting fiercely and wanting to harm each other, he felt a sense of finality, as if everything was as he expected. He cursed the 2 elders of the Su family even more openly. You spoiled your eldest son and grandson when they were alive, feeding their greed. You also mistreated the honest second son and Suelian, hurting the hearts of the 2 children. I've never seen such foolish and muddle-headed people as you. The clan leader is older than the 2 elders of the Su family, but holds a higher seniority. He is not afraid of the 2 elders flipping their coffins and coming out to argue with him. You all died, and it's over. You've caused me to clean up the mess. If I had known it would come to this, I should have been ruthless back then and driven your entire clan out of the village. The clan leader becomes more and more angry, his chest rising and falling as he breathes heavily, as if he might faint at any moment. While the clan leader is loudly scolding, the battlefield on the other side is also very intense. Su Laoda's people are many, about 17 or 18 fighters. Shung An's side has only 7 people, but Su Qinglin is good at fighting, and the Zhang father and son are all strong and capable. Despite being outnumbered, they are not at a disadvantage. Su Laoda's 3 brothers are knocked down one after another by Su Qinglin's kicks. Then, one of them gets hit hard in the face, blood flying, and screams loudly. Zhang the butcher, broad and strong, is pinning Su Guiliang's husband down and beating him fiercely, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Zhang Daqua's 3 brothers are not willing to fall behind. They're full of fighting spirit and chase after the women and peers of the Su family to fight. They all have experience in slaughtering pigs and have a fierce aura. Now, they fight with all their might. The Su family people are already scared, their faces pale, and most of their fighting will is gone. Su Huining is the only one not beaten. He keeps trying to stop the fight, but no one pays attention to him. Su Chuelian is focused on tearing apart Su Guiliang. Learning from the previous lesson, just before the fight starts, she quickly grabs a stick and swings it at Su Guiliang's face. Su Guiliang loses the advantage and is no match for Su Chuelian. She is beaten helplessly and screams as she dodges. All 6 people are fighting with full strength, and Shung An is not falling behind. Right now, she is riding on Su San's belly, her hair messy, acting wild, with her eyes full of excitement for the fight. Shung An raises her fists and hits Su San's chest hard. How dare you attack me secretly? Do you think you can get away with it? This foolish pig, who abandoned her own son and spread rumors about her, she wanted to teach him a harsh lesson in the ancestral hall earlier. She just hadn't had the chance to strike yet, but this fool had already given up. Now she finally has the chance. If she doesn't take revenge, she would be too stupid. "Ah, you little brat, how dare you hit me? Go away, just go away." Su San's wife was beaten so badly, she kept screaming. She used all her strength to fight back, but couldn't push off the person pressing down on her. She could only passively take the hits. "Still have energy to curse. It seems I didn't hit you hard enough." Shung didn't hesitate. She slapped Su San's wife hard across the face, making her face tilt to one side. "Shameless, shameless woman, you won't get a good ending." Su San's wife was hit so hard her teeth loosened, and she spoke unclearly. Her eyes were full of hatred as she stared at Shung. "You, a wicked woman who would harm her own son, won't have a good death." "How could I, a good person doing the right thing, die young?" Shung slapped her again on the other cheek. Seeing the symmetrical handprints, she was satisfied and punched her in the chest. "Every cause has its effect. Your punishment is me." At this point, Su San's wife didn't even have the strength to curse anymore. Everyone was caught up in the big fight, and no one noticed the sound of hooves approaching. A person and a horse appeared in the remote, barren Su family farmstead, carried by a cool autumn breeze. The rider was dressed in blue cloth, sitting on a shiny, tall horse. The wind ruffled his short hair, which sparkled with black and gold under the bright sun. The horse's hooves drew closer to the Su family's graveyard. From his vantage point, Su Jinnian saw the chaos in the graveyard at a glance. His dark eyes darkened, and a cold look appeared on his gentle, jade-like face. He squeezed his long legs around the horse's belly. The red-brown horse received his command and suddenly dashed forward like lightning, carrying him swiftly toward the fight. When the horse stopped, Su Jinnian quickly spotted his most worried figure among the crowd. He had thought his wife might get hurt, might cry, or might suffer, but he never expected her to fight back fiercely like a brave warrior on a battlefield, punching the woman who had abandoned him. Especially seeing her disheveled hair, torn clothes, and dirt-covered face, he found her incredibly beautiful, as if she was glowing. Shung was so caught up in fighting that she didn't notice someone approaching from behind. She was still cursing Su San's wife. "Next time, open your dog eyes. If you dare to bite me again, you won't have those eyes anymore." Su Sanchin was beaten so badly that she lost her sight. Unintentionally, she saw a handsome man riding a tall horse, shining like a divine being. She was momentarily dazed and suddenly excited, reaching out her hand. "Save me, save me." Seeing her acting crazy and pretending to be dead, Shung instinctively slapped her again. Keep calling, keep calling. No matter how loud you shout, no one will come to save you." Everyone in the Su family was already in trouble, and this woman still had bad intentions. Su Jinnian dismounted from his horse, and, in front of Su Sanchin's hopeful eyes, slowly approached. His beautiful face became clearer and clearer. Shung finally noticed the footsteps behind her. Her face changed slightly as she hurriedly looked back and met a pair of cold, smiling eyes. "Jinnian," Shung blurted out, never expecting to see him at the Su family's graveyard today. Su Jinnian didn't even look at the battered and disheveled Su Sanchin. He reached out his hand to Shung, who was stunned. "Are you done playing? If you are, get up." Shung didn't care about hitting anyone. Without thinking, she reached out her hand, her face dirty but smiling broadly. "Why are you back?" Su Jinnian took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped her face. "Thinking of you. I came back early." Shung's heart skipped a beat, and her smile grew wider. She said insincerely, "Sweet talk." Seeing her small, cute ears turn red, a flicker of amusement crossed Su Jinnian's eyes. He looked her over and asked, "Are you hurt?" Shung shifted her limbs and felt pain in her arms and back. She shook her head as if nothing was wrong. "I'm fine." "How could I be hurt?" Su Jinnian didn't believe her, but it wasn't the time to check her clothes. He could only hold back and said, "The villagers are down the mountain. Let's tell Dad and the young lady to stop." Shung looked at the battlefield that was almost over and nodded understandingly. The clan leader was still scolding at the grave nearby. If Su Jinnian hadn't stopped him, it might have been his fault. The couple ignored Su Sanchin's continuous screams and quickly went to Su Chuelian, who was still hitting someone with a stick. "Young lady, Rest if you're tired. People are coming down the mountain. Su Chuelian, exhausted and panting, saw her nephew and immediately brightened her eyes. Without hesitation, she threw away the stick and asked the same question as Shung. Why are you back? Su Jinnian changed his story. I finished the exam and can't stay in Jinling. Su Chuelian smiled and said, a nest of gold or silver isn't as good as your own doghouse. It's normal not to stay. The three of them didn't say much and quickly stopped Su Qinglin and the father of Zhang Tufu. Although the five of them fought against many, they also suffered some injuries. Luckily, the injuries weren't serious, and they were much better than Su Laoda and others, who found it hard to get up from the ground. But everyone was clever. Seeing that the villagers were about to arrive, they all pretended to be badly hurt and unable to walk properly. Worried that their acting wasn't good enough, they even smeared dirt and blood on their exposed skin. Of course, the blood was provided free of charge by Su Laoda and the others. Seeing this, Su Laoda and the others were so angry they almost spat blood. Soon, more than 20 villagers were called over by the elders to break up the fight. Seeing the Su family members lying on the ground with bruised faces, crying and wailing, everyone was shocked and stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect the 6 siblings to fight so badly. And it was right in front of their parents' graves. How tragic. It seemed they had chosen a bad day to repair the ancestors' tombs. Look at them, all battered like dogs. The villagers sighed inwardly, but couldn't help but laugh at the Su family members' misfortune. Their faces all turned red with embarrassment. People who didn't know better might think they were angry. Su Laoda's nosebleed had stopped, but his face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. He scrambled to his feet and ran to the village chief, grabbing his leg and crying, "Chief, please do justice for us brothers." The village chief held back the urge to kick him and asked coldly, "What do you want me to do?" Su Laoda thought the chief was on their side and hurriedly pointed at Su Qinglin and others lying on the ground pretending to be badly hurt. He attacked his brothers unjustly. Fighting in front of our parents' graves is unfilial. Beating us brothers so badly is unkind. Such unfilial, unjust, and unkind people should be removed from the family tree and have their property confiscated. Being removed from the family tree and having their property confiscated? The villagers gasped in shock. Being removed from the family tree meant losing all roots, no longer relying on the family's power. Such a person walking outside would be despised and bullied. When they died, they couldn't enter the ancestral tomb and would become lonely wandering spirits, unprotected. That was too harsh. These are not real brothers. They are sworn enemies for 10 generations. The clan leader silently watched Elder Su, his eyes full of disappointment and understanding. My eyes are not blind. The first to attack was Su Guilian. It was you who shouted for violence against Qinglin and others. It was you who bullied the weak. When I tried to judge and punish the wrongdoers, I was punishing your 3 families. Su Guilian is already married and no longer under the clan leader's control. Elder Su's face turned pale. He nervously grabbed the clan leader's pant leg and said, "Leader, it's not like that. Look at us, we are badly hurt." The clan leader sneered, "You are badly hurt because you are not as skilled as others." Elder Su choked and looked panicked, unable to find a reason to convince the leader. Elder Su's 3rd brother and others also became anxious, like ants on a hot pan. But they were afraid of the clan leader. Seeing that he was completely on the other side, they dared not speak up to defend themselves. Their gazes towards Qinglin and others were full of anger. Seeing that Elder Su and the others couldn't speak, the clan leader snorted and walked up to Su Jinnian. "The exam is over? How confident are you?" Su Jinnian respected the fair-minded clan leader and bowed politely, giving a junior salute. 90%. 90% is modest. Before the exam, Teacher Jiang clearly said that Su Jinnian was ready and would definitely succeed. The moment he received the exam questions, Su Jinnian was confident he would succeed. Good, very good. The clan leader was so excited he stroked his beard and looked at Su Jinnian with a gentle gaze, like he was looking at his grandson. "I am waiting for your good news." Their conversation was quiet enough for everyone present to hear. Looking at his cousin, who resembled him about 70 or 80%. Su Huining's eyes flashed with complex feelings. Soon, the clan leader publicly declared the verdict on today's chaos. Su Qingkai, Su Qingsong, and Su Qinghua deliberately caused trouble in front of their parents' grave, bullying the weak and injuring Chunglin and others. These three families must compensate to correct the bad customs of the Su clan. Elder Su and the others didn't expect this result. They clenched their teeth and were furious, refusing to accept it. But the clan leader's authority was strong and deeply respected by the villagers. No matter how unwilling they were, they dared not publicly accuse him of unfairness. They could only swallow their anger and accept it. The villagers who couldn't help were not foolish enough to speak for them. The looks they gave were a mix of sympathy, schadenfreude, and mostly indifference. When Shung and her group left, each person carried a fat, fresh hen. This was the compensation from the three families of Su Lauda. The three families were very upset about losing the hens. Before leaving, the clan leader earnestly told Su Jinnian, "When you pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, remember to come back and pay respects to our ancestors." Su Jinnian replied softly, "I will." On the way back, Su Jinnian rode a horse, while the others still traveled in a bull cart. Zhang Dakue and his two brothers looked at their cousin on horseback with envy, longing for the impressive red horse. Su Qinglin was very interested in the horse. "This horse looks like a fast, strong steed that can travel thousands of miles. Its market price is at least 5,000 taels." Having traveled and seen a lot, he knew that such a fine horse was rare and not something you could buy just because you had money. "Is it really worth that much? I could work my whole life raising pigs and still not earn that much." Zhang Dakue's eyes changed as he looked at the red horse, as if he were gazing at a moving silver mountain. Hong Hong was bought with a lot of effort by the teacher. Usually, he doesn't even like to ride it. Su Jinnian gently stroked the beautiful mane of the horse, his mind echoing with the teacher's calls of "Bower" and "Bower." "Is this horse called Hong Hong? Your teacher is really kind. He's willing to lend such a treasure to you." Su Tsuelian sincerely admired this, not daring to look at the red horse too long, afraid her gaze might be too eager and disturb this valuable treasure worth 5,000 taels. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they had such a fine horse, they definitely wouldn't lend it to others to ride. Watching the handsome man on horseback, Shung was momentarily captivated, her gaze fixed on him for a long time without looking away. Su Jinnian noticed and smiled softly, meeting her gaze. "Anan wants to ride." Shung snapped out of her trance and quickly waved her hand. "No, such a valuable horse, if it got hurt, they couldn't afford to replace it." Su Jinnian saw her concern and didn't insist. "The teacher has another horse at home. Since it's not busy now, I can lend it to you so you can learn to ride." Shung wasn't very interested in riding, but she knew that horses were the fastest way to get around in this era. Maybe someday she would need to use one, so she nodded decisively. "Okay." Zhang Dakuai's three brothers couldn't sit still and eagerly begged, Cousin, I want to learn too." Before Su Jinnian could speak, Su Chuelian slapped one of them and said, "Learn what? Do you think your cousin has free time like you?" The three brothers covered their heads, feeling wronged. Their cousin was busy, but they also had no free time. Every day before dawn, they went to slaughter pigs and sell pork. In the afternoon, they traveled far to collect live pigs. They couldn't even sleep in. How could their mother be so harsh to say such things? The group returned to the city chatting and laughing, their mood unaffected by the fight at the grave. At the fork in the road, two ox carts parted ways, each heading home. Seeing Grandpa Shung and Grandma Shung, the three of them silently chose not to mention the fight, but the old couple still noticed something unusual. Especially Shung, who looked dirty as if she had rolled in mud. The elders weren't blind. They could see clearly. Moreover, Su Qinglin had a visible bruise on the corner of his mouth, clearly caused by a punch. Realizing they couldn't hide it, Su Qinglin simply explained the situation briefly. The elders were furious and scolded loudly. In their eyes, the Su family's place was now a dangerous and hostile area. After comforting the elders, Shung was about to go to the kitchen to heat water for a bath when Jinnian had already prepared everything and brought it into her room. Seeing herself about to undress, the man still stood there motionless. Shung couldn't help but push him. "You, a scholar, don't you know not to look at things you shouldn't?" Jinnian rarely argued back. "Between husband and wife, there's no such thing as not looking." As he spoke, his skillful fingers unfastened her belt. Shung let out a shy cry, and her thin outer garment fell into his hand. Jinnian's mind was clear, and his gaze wandered over Shung's body. He saw the bruise on her waist, as if kicked out. His heart tightened. Gently rubbing his fingertips, he noticed her trembling slightly. His eyes filled with deep pity. Just as Jinnian was about to speak, a muffled laugh came from his wife, who couldn't hold it in. Don't touch me, it's so itchy." Shung's skin on her waist was very sensitive. Sometimes, when she took a shower and touched her itchy spots, she couldn't help but shiver. Now, with another hand touching her, she couldn't control her reaction. Her slender waist twisted like a twisted dough. Jinnian was clearly caught off guard. He paused briefly, then quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing his wife smile so happily that her whole body trembled, he couldn't help but laugh too. "You go take a bath first. I'll buy some medicinal oil to reduce bruising from Rongchunteng." Shung quickly stopped him. "No need. These small injuries will heal in a couple of days. There's no need to trouble yourself. Medicinal oil that promotes blood flow and reduces bruises usually has a strong smell." She didn't want to be the center of attention, carrying around a body full of medicinal scent. But Jinnian didn't listen. "The pain isn't obvious now, but if you don't apply the oil, you'll be in terrible pain tomorrow." Shung hesitated, then instinctively rubbed her side bruise. The pain made her hiss, and she quickly put her hand down. This time, she didn't need Jinnian to remind her. She hurriedly urged, "Buy 2 bottles. Dad needs some too." Jinnian chuckled and gently pinched her soft face. "Understood." Shung rolled her eyes at him. She used to like him touching her head. Now she liked him pinching her face. "What's wrong with her?" Jinnian was very quick. Before Shung finished her bath, he had already returned with 2 bottles of medicinal oil and handed one to Qinglin. Qinglin was very pleased. He wanted his son to give him a back massage, but when he looked up, he only saw his son's hurried back leaving. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "That son of mine, forgetting his father after marrying a wife." Jinnian didn't hear his father's complaints. He had Shung dressed only in a backless belly band, lying on the bed. He opened the bottle of oil and poured out a few drops. Suddenly, the room was filled with a strong medicinal scent. Shung sniffed and asked uncertainly, "Will this smell go away?" Jinnian confidently replied, "It will." He used medicinal oil often when practicing martial arts, as he often got bruised all over. Shung felt relieved. She obediently lay on the bed, turning her head to look at Jinnian's careful face. For a moment, her heart softened a little. This man was really handsome. Not only handsome, but also gentle and attentive, knowing how to take care of others. Whether from a wife's perspective or a friend's, he was a perfect man. Of course, no one is truly perfect. She just saw his good side more and more, and it was hard to see any flaws. If she had to pick at something, maybe it was that he was too handsome, which might attract unnecessary attention and cause her some trouble. Sun was lost in wild thoughts when suddenly she felt a dull pain around her waist, accompanied by an indescribable itch. Tears burst from her eyes, and she let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "So itchy, haha." The strange laughter reached outside, startling the 3 people in the main hall. Once they understood the cause, they all felt speechless. In the room, Sun felt very embarrassed. She quickly bit down on the quilt corner, looking at Jinnian with a resentful face. "It's all your fault." Jinnian, with a good temper, said, "It's my fault. I'll make it up to you later." Sun. How should he make it up? With physical compensation? Ahem. Well, that's not impossible.